On this new day, the sun shines brilliantly, and today marks the 10th year since Fong Chong has been living at home, as well as his 18th birthday. Since both of his parents passed away from cancer 10 years ago, Fong Chong was also diagnosed with a hereditary disease. However, fortunately, the treatment was timely. Although it caused some harm to his body, at least his life was not in danger. Tisk, there's no food again. It was noon, and Fong Chong skillfully rummaged through his fridge, but the ingredients delivered a few days ago had already been consumed. Forget it, I'll order takeout. Even after falling ill, Fong Chong paid attention to his health, but sometimes when he felt lazy, he would still order takeout. This time, Fong Chong searched on the Are You Full app for a long time, but couldn't find anything he wanted to eat. Just as he was about to start searching from the beginning again for something random to eat, suddenly, a spinning icon appeared on the screen, and even the high-speed air conditioning abruptly shut off. Damn, no way a power outage in this weather? After waiting for about 10 minutes, the power had still not been restored, and the temperature in Fong Chong's room began to rise continuously. The small, powerless fan could no longer suppress the heat in the room. Forget it, I'll go out for KFC. At least I can enjoy some air conditioning. Although his parents had unfortunately passed away, they had left behind a considerable fortune, and under Fong Chong's management, his daily expenses for food and clothing were not a concern. However, even though Fong Chong lived alone, the numerous figurines in his room had cost him quite a bit of money, and his desire for a sufficiently large independent space had led him to choose this villa with underdeveloped facilities. Hey, look who's going out. As soon as Fong Chong stepped out, the elderly people playing cards in the nearby pavilion heard the commotion and greeted him. Yeah, there's a power outage, going out to eat, and also to enjoy some air conditioning. Though Fong Chong didn't often go out, he had lived here for over 10 years, and the neighbors all knew that this child had a hard life since childhood, so they took care of him. Originally, Fong Chong's emotions had gradually grown cold after his parents' deaths, but under the neighbors' care, there had been some improvement. Oh no, that's not good. I still have plenty of things in my fridge. I need to go back and add a blanket to it. Upon hearing about the power outage, two elderly ladies hurriedly rushed home, while two old men nearby smiled and took over the partly played card game. Everything seemed so ordinary. But today, Fong Chong was destined to bid farewell to his peaceful life. Just as Fong Chong was about to leave the community to take the bus to KFC, a rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. Huh, it's summer and hasn't rained. What's with this rainbow? Looking at the stunningly vibrant rainbow in front of him, Fong Chong rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. But after staring for a long time, the rainbow remained firmly in place. Hey, young man, are you getting on the bus or not? If you're not, I'm closing the door. The air conditioning will escape. The driver at the bus stop complained impatiently, and Fong Chong suddenly snapped back to reality, raised his eyes, brushed the rainbow aside, and walked towards a bus stop. But the rainbow seemed unwilling to let Fong Chong go. Just as he was stepping onto the bus, that rainbow swept past him. A strong sense of weightlessness enveloped Fong Chong's head in an instant. As an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand it. Everything went dark, and he fainted. The bus driver was also taken aback. I clearly remember there was a pretty handsome young man just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? But soon, the driver dismissed the thought. He saw 7 or 8 people like that every day who changed their mind about taking the bus. Honestly, if you're not getting on, decide earlier. This heat is unbearable. The driver grumbled as he closed the door, stepped on the gas, and the bus sped away into the distance. And Fong Chong disappeared from this world without a trace. Ding, space-time transference wave detected. Please handle it promptly. A cold prompt echoed in Fong Chong's mind, and his dizzy head began to gradually clear. Where is this? Oh, finally you're awake. Before Fong Chong could take in his surroundings, a massive face appeared in front of him. Who are you? Looking at the slightly cute round face and the wispy yellow clouds around him, Fong Chong asked. I'm not bad. I like this calmness. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Simply put, in your culture, you can see me as a god or a divine being. The rainbow that enveloped you today is a kind of teleportation device. Your physique is quite special. It unexpectedly triggered the response of the teleportation device and brought you here. In short, it was a mistake on my part, and you can make one wish. Any wish will do. Looking at that lively big face, Fong Chong felt extremely speechless internally, but after careful thought, he suddenly realized that he didn't really want anything in particular. Or rather, ever since his parents passed away, he had completely lost interest in life, merely existing day by day. Forget it, I don't have many demands. Just send me back. Although it was a rather simple request, a bead of sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of the big face. You were forcibly absorbed by the teleportation device, and I can't pinpoint your original world, so are you saying I can't go back? Hearing the big face's hesitant reply, Fong Chong nearly exploded in anger. You just said you were a god, and you can't even fulfill this small request? Well, I can read minds. Fong Chong. After a long silence, Fong Chong sighed. Then send me to a world that's similar in time and safe, where I still have a bit of family fortune. That should be fine, right? Sure, that's no problem. Upon hearing Fong Chong's simple request, the big face immediately showed a joyful expression. Compared to some people who wanted dimensional travel or basic force control, this young man's request was incredibly easy to satisfy. Oh dear, it's rare to meet someone as good as you. You should know the last few times I had mishaps, those people had much stricter demands. As the big face adjusted his teleportation device, he kept complaining to Fong Chong about the bizarre requests from those individuals. Naturally, as a deity, he had also eliminated quite a few fanciful characters who attempted to replace him. All right, step inside. Another brilliant rainbow appeared, and Fong Chong didn't want to chit-chat with the big face any longer. Getting back to watch his anime was the priority. However, just as he stepped into the teleportation portal, an even more intense feeling of weightlessness surged into his mind. The big face's expression turned pale in an instant. Wait, I clearly adjusted it properly. My goodness, this is going to be a disaster. As the big face frantically tweaked his teleportation device, Fong Chong was already about to touch the ground. Stop! As Fong Chong watched himself plummeting toward the reinforced concrete ground at least 10 times the speed of sound, he thought he was doomed. However, just before he was about to hit the ground, his descent was abruptly halted. Seeing the big face appear in front of him again, Fong Chong's frustration was about to explode. Don't ask why. He just caught a glimpse of the Stark Industries building not far away. For a seasoned otaku, the recognition of the Stark Industries building was simply too high. Is this what you call safety? Oh well, a small mistake, a small mistake. My goodness, why are there so many powerful figures in this world? Just as the big face was preparing to teleport Fong Chong again, he seemed to suddenly sense some terrifying monster, and his short legs jumped up from the ground. So this is what you call safety? Fong Chong was on the verge of a breakdown. He had been living quite well on Earth, but this big face tossed him directly into the Marvel Universe. Even if he had to deal with someone who could punch through worlds, he could at least hold on to a big thigh for survival. But this, with a 50% probability of being wiped out, who wouldn't be scared? Mistake, mistake. Here, take this, I need to retreat. The big face had no time to explain, abruptly shoved a glowing orb into Fong Chong's mind, and then vanished from his sight. Fong Chong was instantly transported from the New York Center to a rural villa many rings away in the New World. Strange, I felt something was off just now. The moment Fong Chong disappeared, a figure draped in a yellow cloak appeared in his location. Can't the time stone reverse this? After looking around and finding no one, the cloaked figure suddenly emitted a green light, causing all the events that happened in that place to surface. But Fong Chong's figure was notably absent. How odd. Am I just being paranoid lately? As the figure mumbled, Fong Chong had already collapsed onto the bed. Damn big face. Why throw me here of all places? Be a person. Ding, the multiversal traveler system is at your service. Energy is being stored. The next estimated travel time is 3 months. The system's prompt pulled Fong Chong back to reality. Since I'm already here, what functions do you have? Dear host, this system is made up of Hey, hello. Finally connected. Just as the system was about to introduce itself, the familiar big face appeared before Fong Chong again. Hey, don't be like that. I'm just here to bring you some benefits. No matter how the big face tried to explain, all he received was Fong Chong's expressionless face. To cut a long story short, I can't communicate well in this world. This system was originally meant to compensate someone else. I'm giving it to you now, and I've also input the coordinates of the world from those memories into the system. When the time comes, you'll be a multiversal traveler, free to do as you wish. If things develop well, breaking through this world is not impossible. Ooh, before the big face could say more, the cloaked sorcerer at Fong Chong's original position shouted loudly. My goodness, that was fast. Saying this, the big face vanished again in front of Fong Chong. Ding, the first world coordinate has been generated. The estimated travel time is 3 months. The estimated crossover location is Attack on Titan. Residual energy detected. Automatically integrating. The system is upgrading. Please wait. Perhaps due to a prior perception from Ancient One, the energy input meant for communication was not fully consumed and was directly used by the system to enhance itself. Now that Fong Chong had arrived, there was no way to go back. He could only start familiarizing himself with this world. Fortunately, in this world, everyone spoke the Huaxiao language, which saved Fong Chong, who was a novice in English. During the 3-month energy charging time for the system, Fong Chong was able to thoroughly understand the workings of this world and the system. First of all, his identity in this world was straightforward. Just an ordinary delinquent student, with some money in the family but no ambition, merely drifting through high school. However, with a massive amount of money at his disposal, the teachers had guaranteed that even if Fong Chong didn't attend classes, he would still be pushed into a good university, so he didn't have to worry about studying at all. On the other hand, Fong Chong was well aware of Iron Man's company. He remembered that Iron Man was born in 2008, though he couldn't recall the exact month. And now, the time was already the end of 2007, with only half a month left until 2008. Of course, during these 3 months, Fong Chong also fully understood the system. Unlike other systems, Fong Chong could stay in that world for as long as he wanted, but whether he could dodge the 50% chance of being erased by Thanos would depend on luck. After all, Fong Chong's life would be bound to the concept of that world. The time spent in the traversed world would also be returned to the Marvel world at a ratio of 100-to-1. Of course, if Fong Chong caused significant plot changes, he would be wildly rejected by that world and would ultimately have to leave. Originally, Fong Chong had hoped to play around with the cute girls in the anime. But unfortunately, the system wouldn't let him bring anyone out, and he would have to safely bring characters from that world back to this one, which would require at least having demigod-level powers. During these long 3 months, Fong Chong's body underwent a semi-digitized transformation. This process not only removed the negative effects caused by his injuries, but also made it much easier for him to accept abilities from various worlds. Ding, charging completed. Residual energy successfully decomposed. Successfully obtained talent enhancement *1, skill optimization *1, initiating teleportation program. Teleportation completed, extracting planar talent, obtained enhanced spine *1. At the moment, the system teleported Fong Chong to the perilous world of Attack on Titan. A strong wave of dizziness and unsteadiness surged through his mind, as if the entire world was spinning. After a long wait, as the dizziness gradually subsided, Fong Chong was surprised to find that his limbs had become exceedingly weak, a feeling that left him bewildered. Not far away from the grass, there came a rustling sound, accompanied by a strong sense of swaying, as if something was approaching. Thinking of the background setting of Attack on Titan, a line of black appeared on Fong Chong's forehead. He desperately tried to shake his weak limbs, attempting to get up from the damn grass. However, his powerless limbs seemed to have lost all strength and could not provide enough power. He could only watch helplessly as the sound drew closer, filled with helplessness and despair. This is simply ridiculous. Fong Chong's mind began to curse wildly. sending an unarmed, ordinary person into this world full of giants. Wasn't that asking for his life? No wonder it's produced by that damn big face. It's simply trash. Just as Fong Chong prepared to close his eyes and wait for death, a rough-faced, blonde hunter suddenly appeared in front of him. "Child, why are you alone in the forest? Did you get separated from your family?" Hearing that familiar Huaxiao language, Fong Chong's heart jolted. The intense horror and negative effects from the teleportation caused him to instantly fall into a deep sleep. "Child? Child!" The hunter looked at Fong Chong, who had collapsed in front of him, with a sense of indescribable helplessness. Not saving him would weigh on his conscience. Saving him, however, meant that the little food left at home would have to be shared between his family and this child, along with the costs for medical treatment, which could potentially drag his family down. But when he saw the black hair on the child's head, he sighed and gently picked up Fong Chong, heading back home. When Fong Chong opened his eyes again, he was greeted by unfamiliar wooden walls. "Dr. Jaeger, the child is awake," came a soft woman's voice from the side, followed by a somewhat familiar face appearing before Fong Chong. Jaeger. The strong dizziness and heavy limbs left Fong Chong with no ability to resist as he allowed the doctor to examine him. After a while, the stethoscope that had warmed up against his body was finally moved away. No major issues, just a bit cold, slight fever, and some malnutrition. "Get some good rest for a couple of days." The somewhat muffled voice in Fong Chong's ears grew fainter, and his eyelids became heavier. Jaeger, such a familiar name. After that, Fong Chong lay in bed for 2 full days before he finally regained his strength and gained a clear understanding of his situation. Like that unreliable big face, the system had caused some errors during the teleportation due to Fong Chong's special body, resulting in his physical age regressing to 10 years ago, making him 8 years old again. However, this was not entirely without benefits. Originally, his semi-digitized body couldn't strengthen through exercise, but now, due to some unique circumstances, his physical prowess could indeed be enhanced through training. Of course, it was less about exercise and more about the growth that time brings. The doctor who treated him, Jaeger, was none other than the father of the protagonist, a criminal from Marley, mentioned in the latest season. The family that saved Fong Chong was Mikasa's family, and Fong Chong was really lucky. If it weren't for his black hair, Mikasa's father might have abandoned him. Later, after Fong Chong explained that his parents had both passed away, Mikasa's mother's maternal instinct kicked in, and she took him in, providing Mikasa with a childhood companion. However, although Fong Chong had the body of an 8-year-old, his mind was that of an 18-year-old adult. Moreover, he knew that in just a few years, these two would suffer at the hands of criminals, and it would ideally be Eren who saves Mikasa. Otherwise, Mikasa might end up sold off somewhere. But since Fong Chong had already arrived in this world, he absolutely would not let that happen. Coincidentally, the system to compensate Fong Chong exceptionally granted him an appraisal skill, a skill that was supposed to be impossible to appear so early in this world. Fong Chong. Strength 1. Physique I. Intelligence 1. Planar talent. A-level enhanced spine. Your spine strength is more than twice that of an ordinary person's. Skills none. However, those 3 attributes were shockingly low, but after asking the system, Fong Chong learned that these values were not as cheap as they seemed. A score of 1 represented the ordinary range. Want to improve further? Sorry, figure out yourself. This system takes no responsibility. Faced with the system's almost rogue attitude, Fong Chong could only patiently train his body step by step. As days went by, Mikasa blossomed more and more. Her beautiful little face sometimes made it hard for Fong Chong to control his emotions. But because of this, Fong Chong felt even more anxious. Mikasa becoming more beautiful meant that the approach of those robbers was drawing closer. This won't do. I can't let this continue. Feeling his slowly improving physical abilities, Fong Chong felt a wave of despair. Although in terms of system level and his own test results, his 3 attributes were above those of adults, he had to remember that those robbers had weapons. Fighting them barehanded without double the physical capacity made him genuinely afraid. After all, Fang Chong didn't have Mikasa's seemingly overpowered Ackerman bloodline. Those guys were as agile as spinning tops. When Mikasa awakened in the original series, she could even kick through wooden floors. I remember I still have a talent upgrade. Let's use it. After carefully checking his skills, Fang Chong could only pin his hopes on the planar talent he had extracted. D-level enhanced spine is upgrading. Upgrade complete. D-level bone enhancement learned. Fang Chong. Strength 1. Physique I. Intelligence 1. Planar talent. D-level bone enhancement. Your bone strength is twice that of an ordinary person, slightly improving bone recovery ability. Skills none. Regardless of the depiction in words or the attributes presented by the system, there had been no significant changes. Yet Fang Chong could genuinely feel that his bone strength had greatly improved. Anyone who had ever chopped through pork bones knew that normal bones were already quite difficult to break. Although Fang Chong's bones weren't as thick as pork bones, double the strength was sufficient to make up for the slight difference in diameter. This meant that now, as long as Fang Chong could endure the pain, he could even block an incoming axe with his arm. In the days that followed, Fang Chong continued to train diligently, of course, all while he was out alone collecting firewood. His seemingly small frame contained physical qualities stronger than those of ordinary people, which gave him considerable advantages when competing with other children for firewood. A whole year had passed since Fang Chong arrived in this world, and he had become increasingly familiar with Mikasa. She no longer avoided him as she did at first. Instead, she would occasionally come closer to him. Mikasa's mother was quite pleased to see this, secretly hoping her child could develop feelings for this young Oriental boy and eventually marry him. Is there no firewood left? The continuous autumn rain had made the outdoors particularly damp, and Fang Chong had not gone out to collect firewood for several days. It's okay, it's raining outside. Fang Chong, can you tell me another story? The stories Fang Chong brought from the 21st century were loved by Mikasa, who always insisted on hearing more tales from him. All right, Dr. Yeager will be coming in a few days. I'll go collect some firewood. Otherwise, it'll be pitch black in the house by evening. Although Mikasa's parents were reluctant to let Fang Chong go out in the rain to collect firewood, they ultimately agreed after his repeated requests. Remember to wear your raincoat and come back early. You don't need to collect too much. Facing Mikasa's mother's nagging, Fang Chong waved his hand dismissively, picked up the raincoat, glanced at the basket, and after a moment's thought, placed the slightly rusty axe into the basket as well before heading toward the nearby woods. After several hours of effort, Fang Chong had collected less than half a basket of firewood. When he lifted his head and looked toward the distant road, he saw two figures, one large and one small. Why, are you here? Aaron, it's just, you have no friends. This is the last house nearby. The vague voices reached Fang Chong's ears, and the familiar conversation, combined with the drizzle, instantly activated memories in his mind. Why is this happening? Is it the world's corrective force? There was no time to think. The distance to that house was at least an hour and a half away. Considering Aaron's pace, it would take at least 2 hours to walk that distance. Damn it, I must catch up. Without hesitation, Fang Chong threw off his raincoat, gripped the axe tightly, and sprinted toward Mikasa's home. Compared to the current Aaron, after nearly 2 years of training and growth, along with that D-level planar talent, Fang Chong felt that his physical attribute was on the verge of reaching 2 points. The sudden visit from Dr. Yeager completely disrupted his plans. Originally, he had intended to wait until the time was closer and use the little money he had saved to buy a bottle of liquor to trick those leisurely soldiers into patrolling around Mikasa's house for a couple of days. But reality was ever-changing. Now, all Fang Chong could do was run frantically toward Mikasa's home. I have to catch up. I must catch up. In a relentless dash, Fang Chong arrived at Mikasa's doorstep in just half an hour, and the drizzle began to lighten. The scattered footprints at the door sent an ominous feeling surging through Fang Chong. Mikasa, with a slightly trembling voice, Fang Chong inquired as he knocked on the heavy door. However, the slightly ajar door only endured one knock before slowly opening. What greeted him was a scene of gushing blood, scattered furniture, and two bodies still warm. Why? I was only gone for less than 3 hours. Why? Over the years, Mikasa's parents had taken care of him meticulously, making him consider this place his home. But now, the very structure of that home had collapsed. His bloodied hands forced him to suppress his inner sorrow. Looking at the rainwater gradually accumulating outside, he carefully washed away the blood stains on him, examining the footprints on the ground before walking away. The raindrops in the sky began to grow larger again, and the footprints on the ground were gradually washed away, but they remained within Fong Chong's line of sight. 3 people. Looking at the small house before him, Fong Chong took a deep breath. After running around in the rain for so long, he didn't need to disguise himself much. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 people inside were still bickering among themselves. Their original target was Mikasa's mother, but now that Mikasa had grown, she had also become one of their hunting targets. Due to one of their mistakes, Mikasa's mother was taken out with one swing of the axe. The previously intense bickering fell silent as soon as Fong Chong knocked on the door. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions becoming wary. After Fong Chong knocked a few more times, a plump Westerner finally came to open the door. Seeing only Fong Chong, a half-grown child, at the door, the wariness on the faces of the 3 quickly disappeared. The fat man who opened the door even bent down with a smile, reaching out to touch Fong Chong's black hair. "Little friend, what are you doing out here all alone in such heavy rain? It's not safe here. Would you like to come inside and wait out the rain with Uncle?" Perhaps because of Fong Chong's black hair, the fat man seemed to entertain the idea of packing him and Mikasa together for sale. Suppressing his inner disgust, Fong Chong's eyes were watery as he said, "Really? Can I wait out the rain in Uncle's house?" "Of course," the fat man said as he opened the door. Though the other 2 inside looked a bit puzzled, they didn't stop him upon seeing the tuft of black hair Fong Chong revealed. After all, pure Oriental people like him were rare to see within the walls. "Thank you, Uncle." Fong Chong sweetly expressed his gratitude, and as the fat man bent down, he swiftly pulled out the axe from behind him like lightning. With 2 years of chopping experience and targeted training, his swing was increasingly precise. The extraordinary physical qualities allowed him to cleanly sever the fat man's neck, cutting off his windpipe and preventing any sound from escaping. Not bothering to wipe the blood splatter on his face, Fong Chong hurriedly propped up the fat man's body, inching it toward the inside of the house. His still-developing physique was perfectly concealed under the fat man's cover. "What's going on, fat guy?" One of the companions, seeing the fat man continually bending over and moving into the house without closing the door, couldn't help but voice his suspicion. At that moment, Fong Chong had already gotten close enough. He exerted force, pushing the fat man's body toward a tall man beside him, and then dashed forward with the small axe in hand, confronting another person. The 2 burly men never expected that a half-grown child could kill the fat man. In their moment of shock, Fong Chong swung the axe down heavily onto the neck of one of them. Unlike the fat man, who had been completely unprepared, these 2 men, despite their momentary daze, had trained for this line of work and were quick to react. Seeing the axe coming, they immediately raised their arms to block, trying to defend their necks. Unfortunately, Fong Chong was not a true child. His strength, surpassing that of an ordinary person by nearly half, cleanly chopped off the man's arm along with his head. However, with that powerful swing, the little axe that had accompanied Fong Chong for over a year finally met its end, falling from the handle and crashing onto the wooden floor. Damn it! Fong Chong didn't have time to hesitate and quickly grabbed a dagger that had fallen from the fat man. But the tall man, having pushed aside the fat man's corpse, had already spotted Fong Chong. He wasn't about to let him succeed, delivering a heavy kick to Fong Chong's stomach. Despite Fong Chong's decent physical qualities, the height difference was hard to bridge instantly. By the time he struggled to reach for the dagger, the man had already placed it under his foot and pulled out another dagger from his jacket. "You little bastard!" The deaths of his 2 companions enraged him. leaving no room for Fong Chong to catch his breath as he lunged at him with the dagger. Without a usable weapon, Fong Chong could only dodge back and forth in the confined space. "It's been noisy since just now. What are you all doing?" Another man stepped out from the inner room, casually kicking Mikasa, who lay on the ground, turning her face toward Fong Chong. "Brother," the weak voice made Fong Chong's heart ache. She was just a young girl, around 10 years old, yet she had to endure such torment. "What are you all doing?" The man stepped out and saw the two fallen comrades and the blood-soaked floor. "Boss, come help me. This little brat is abnormal." The tall, thin man, despite having sustained numerous injuries, was not severely wounded. The boss couldn't believe his 3 subordinates had been taken down by a mere child. He paused, cursing as he headed back into the inner room, where familiar sounds of crashing could be heard. Having spent 2 years at the hunter's house, Fong Chong recognized what those sounds meant. The shotgun was being picked up. If it were just 2 ordinary strong men, he might still have a chance, but if one of them had a firearm, he would have no choice but to give in. The boss would retrieve the firearm in just a few seconds, and if he couldn't resolve the situation in that time, death awaited him. "Damn it, I can't hold back anymore." With death looming, there was no time for hesitation. As the tall man lunged forward again with the dagger, Fong Chong took a deep breath and thrust his left arm forward. A harsh screech of metal scraping against bone echoed as the dagger embedded itself in his left arm. "Die for me." In such a short time, Fong Chong had no chance to grab the dagger on the ground. He could only leverage his bone strength. With a leap, he brought his elbow crashing down onto the thin man's forehead. The bone strength of an ordinary person was no match for Fong Chong. Though the tall man didn't die on the spot, he crumpled to the ground. This scene happened to be witnessed by the boss, who emerged with the gun. Seeing his 3 subordinates defeated by a child, he lost his mind and pointed the gun directly at Fong Chong. Fong Chong had no confidence in dodging the shotgun blast and could only shield his head with both arms. Fortunately, the old shotgun hadn't been reloaded much after the previous shot, so the force was relatively weak, allowing the shot to penetrate his arm and lodge itself in his forehead. The intense impact brought dizziness, but after experiencing multiple unreliable traversals, Fong Chong was unfazed. He felt no fear toward the corpulent boss. After all, that old-fashioned shotgun needed at least several seconds to reload even when fully prepared, let alone after having already been fired. Enduring the 2 penetrating wounds in his arms, Fong Chong pulled the shotgun shell from his forehead. "Monster, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want." "Yes, this little brat, he's the last Oriental inside the walls. Handing him over to those nobles will definitely fetch a lot of money. Don't kill me." But he was merely an insignificant thug. He had never encountered such a scene before. A small child could kill 3 adults and remain unharmed under a shotgun blast. However, Fong Chong clearly had no intention of wasting any more words with the boss. Gripping the dagger embedded in his left hand with his uninjured right hand, he yanked it out with a swift motion, causing blood to splatter everywhere as the slightly dulled dagger returned to his grasp. "All of this, go tell Yama yourself." With an angry strike, Fong Chong slashed the still sharp dagger across the boss's neck. However, this dagger was not one he usually used. It was lighter in quality. Although this strike inflicted a fatal wound, the boss did not die easily. He struggled for a while, filled with unwillingness, before finally succumbing to silence. As the battle ended, the adrenaline quickly faded, and a sharp pain shot through Fong Chong's mind. His left arm lost most of its sensation. Nevertheless, he held on, loosening the ropes around Mikasa after finding some clean cloth to bandage himself. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the pain or the aftereffects. Without alcohol or iodine, he poured gunpowder onto the wound on his left hand and ignited it with a match. Damn it! Accompanied by his curse, the blinding light and the faint smell of burning flesh finally stopped the bleeding from the 2 penetrating wounds, though the sensation was far from pleasant. Mikasa, wanting to help, was at a loss for what to do, watching with tearful eyes as Fong Chong dealt with the gruesome injury. It took Fong Chong over an hour to stabilize his condition. Brother, mom, and dad. For Mikasa, a girl of just 10 years old, even with the Ackerman bloodline, this heavy blow was too much to bear. But despite Fong Chong's mind being that of an 18-year-old, he racked his brain for comforting words but found none. Bang bang. Just as Fong Chong was about to console Mikasa, there came a sudden knock at the door. The slightly ajar door was easily pushed open, and Fong Chong struggled to pick up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, gripping it tightly. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement at the door. "Aaron!" Fong Chong thought for a moment and softly called out, and immediately there was a creaking sound as a somewhat small figure appeared in the room. "Mikasa?" "Fong Chong." The blood and corpses strewn about seemed to greatly shock Aaron. When he recognized Aaron, Fong Chong breathed a sigh of relief, and the dagger he had been holding suddenly fell to the floor. Then there was a long silence. Both Mikasa and Aaron were petrified by the sight of the bodies, and Fong Chong completely lost the strength to move. "Brother, I'm so cold." Though the rain outside had stopped, the autumn temperatures were still quite chilly, especially since Mikasa was only wearing a thin nightgown. Meanwhile, Fong Chong's blood-stained clothing couldn't help raise her temperature, and the messy living room offered no intact clothing. The only options were to strip it off the 4 dead bodies. Unable to do anything else, Fong Chong gently stroked Mikasa's hair with his uninjured right hand while pulling her into his embrace, trying to use his body heat to warm her up. Suddenly, a warm red scarf draped over both of their heads. Seeing Aaron standing nearby, shivering slightly, Fong Chong's previous disdain for him diminished a bit. He wrapped the scarf snugly around Mikasa's neck. The thick scarf provided excellent warmth. Time passed, and became gradually darker outside. Then came the sound of noisy footsteps approaching the door. "Quick! This is the place." Clearly, Dr. Yeager had arrived with several soldiers at the small house. At this point, Fong Chong lacked even the strength to get up, relying on Mikasa's support to barely rise from the pool of blood. Dr. Yeager laid him on a clean piece of cloth outside to begin treatment. The intense, stinging sensation from the ointment forced Fong Chong to stay awake. Fortunately, his earlier actions had been relatively appropriate, although the methods were outdated. After treating the burns and properly disinfecting the wounds, he was basically out of danger, though the mobility of his left hand was compromised. "Brother, what should we do now?" During the treatment, Mikasa stayed by Fong Chong's side, clutching his uninjured left hand, tears streaming down her face. "Come live with us." Aaron suddenly spoke up from the side. Fong Chong himself didn't care. As long as he healed, he could survive with his strength. But Mikasa needed stability, and he wanted to provide her with a safe home. Dr. Yeager also noticed the scarf around Mikasa's neck. His son had no friends, but was willing to give a scarf to a child he barely knew, it seemed. "Mikasa, Fong Chong, you can live with me from now on." Fong Chong naturally wouldn't refuse, especially since being with Yeager, who was from outside the walls, could save him the trouble of finding medicine in the underground central area. "Thank you, Uncle." As the 4 discussed what to do next, the soldiers who had gone into the house to gather evidence suddenly exclaimed. When they emerged, holding weapons and several daggers, every one of them looked at Fong Chong with a strange expression. A child managed to kill 4 adults. "What's this? Look at this shotgun. It's obviously just been fired." This little brat. Faced with the soldiers' bewildered gazes, Fong Chong chose to ignore them. If he had to choose which of the 3 military branches inside the walls was the weakest, he would undoubtedly say it was the garrison. Without their abundance of firearms and ammunition, they would be mercilessly beaten by the other 2 branches. Afterward, Fong Chong and Mikasa moved in with Dr. Yeager. The soldiers came by numerous times, asking Fong Chong many questions, but he managed to dodge them all. However, this injury was particularly severe. It took 2 months for Fong Chong to fully recover. Even so, the 2 penetrating wounds to his left hand had reduced its mobility by at least 1/3. However, after that, Mikasa seemed to gradually awaken the bloodline of the Ackerman family. Although her body still looked like that of a child, the power within her began to approach that of an adult. A year after Fong Chong and Mikasa moved into Dr. Yeager's house, Armin joined the small group of Eren and Mikasa, just like in the original story. This time, however, Mikasa's close companion was no longer Eren, as Fong Chong was now Mikasa's only remaining family. But due to Fong Chong's more mature mindset, he could never play with Eren, especially given Eren's vindictive personality. Despite his own inability, Eren insisted on getting involved, which made Fong Chong feel quite disgusted. His previously positive view of Eren quickly vanished, and it can be said that Eren's poor performance in the first half of the first season had its reasons. However, because of Mikasa's presence, whenever Eren found himself at a disadvantage in fights with other children, Mikasa would step in to help. With the bloodline of the Ackerman family, dealing with those children was like bullying small kids for Mikasa, which often left Eren feeling frustrated. Later, Dr. Yeager seemed to notice that Fong Chong and his son never played together, so every time he went out on house call, he would take Fong Chong along to help, freeing Eren from the dull work. In 843, a small epidemic broke out in the Shiganshina district, but thanks to Dr. Yeager's efforts, it was quickly resolved, and he gained some fame in the area. This also improved Eren's treatment when he was caught by the garrison for making mistakes. But Fong Chong understood that all this peace was merely an illusion. With only 2 years left until 845, he had made no progress in obtaining the power of the Titans. Without Titan power, even though he currently had superior physical abilities during the Titan invasion, he could at most become an elite soldier like Mikasa. Fong Chong had already sneaked into the basement several times, but all he found were a few injection syringes for transforming into pure Titans and 2 vials of crystallized spinal fluid extracted from Reiner's body. If he dared to inject the pure Titan serum without preparation, he would be killed by the soldiers in vertical maneuvering gear nearby. But he hesitated to kill Dr. Yeager to obtain the attack Titan power from him. Sigh, I should go look for Emer. Her death shouldn't affect the plot. As for Eren, Fong Chong, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and prepare the medicine. We need to go on a house call. Okay. As the time for the Titans to break through the wall approached, Fong Chong trained his body like a madman. 2 years ago, he had felt that his physical abilities were about to break through, but in this world where there was a lack of protein intake, his physical enhancement faced unprecedented difficulties. For 2 whole years, his physical capabilities had shown no significant improvement. The training core is an 847. Once I eat Emer, my left hand will recover. A year later, Fong Chong took the opportunity while helping Dr. Yeager move things in the basement to secretly swap the pure Titan spinal fluid syringes, then pretended to be curious and broke one. Since Dr. Yeager had many backups and Eren only needed one, the broken syringe didn't draw much of his attention, and after careful cleanup, he overlooked the incident. It was also in this year that the Survey Corps' 23rd expedition outside the walls suffered unprecedented losses, and even the Corps commander was severely injured. This scene was incredibly tragic in Fong Chong's eyes, but for Eren, it was a source of immense honor. I must join the Survey Corps in the future. Listening to Eren's incessant chatter beside him, Fong Chong let out a quiet sneer and began looking for Levi's figure in the Corps. After all, Levi was the pinnacle of human combat power in the world of Titans. As long as he had enough gas blades, he could easily slay Titans. However, this time, he did not find Levi among the main forces of the Survey Corps. Forget it. There will be opportunities in the future. In the same month, the former commander of the Survey Corps stepped down, and Erwin took over the position, promoting Levi, who had been brought up from the underground city, to vice captain, while Hang assumed the role of chief of staff. Thus, the 3 great commanders of the Survey Corps in later generations were officially formed. Fong Chong's physical abilities finally reached the threshold of 2 points after a long period of training. Fong Chong. Strength 2. Agility 2. Intelligence 1. Dimensional talent. D-level bone reinforcement. Skills none. Although it was just a slight increase, Fong Chong was confident that even compared to a fully grown Mikasa, his physical abilities would not fall behind. In preparation for the upcoming training in the Corps, he also continued to work on his balance. He tied 2 ropes around his waist to keep his body upright, which required a high level of coordination and control over his entire muscle system. However, with his twice the physical prowess of an average person, mastering this was not difficult at all. Mikasa, on the other hand, stumbled upon Fong Chong's training one day and playfully insisted on joining. However, for her, balance training was no different from swinging on a swing, and she quickly grew bored. This left Fong Chong feeling envious. After all, the Ackerman bloodline was known for being like a little top. Such a trivial balance training was nothing to them. Finally, 8:45 arrived. Since entering 8:45, whenever Eren and Mikasa left the house, Fong Chong would definitely follow them. Of course, as a reward for being adopted, he would also try to keep Eren's mother as far away from their house as possible. Eren, I'm going to the mainland for further training for the next 2 months. Remember not to cause trouble for your mom, okay? On the afternoon of the first day, Dr. Yeager left home in March 8:45, accompanied by a flash of orange-yellow lightning. A gigantic human head, exposed with muscle tissue, appeared above the 60-meter-high wall Maria. Just as the people inside the wall were still in shock, the colossal titan lifted its massive leg and stomped down hard on the city gate. A powerful gust of wind surged like a torrential tide from the city gate into the residential area, knocking many people nearby off balance. Countless massive stones shot out from the gate like arrows, scattering toward the nearby homes. The residents had no time to comprehend this harsh reality before several 10-meter class titans, along with some 3- and 6-meter class titans, began to flood through the gap in the gate. Instantly, the entire residential area was thrown into chaos, with countless residents crying out as they fled toward the inner city. Initially, Eren seemed stunned by the terrifying presence of the titans, standing frozen in place. It wasn't until Mikasa yanked him hard that he snapped out of it and bolted toward his home like a madman. My home, just around this corner, is my cozy home. However, Eren's fantasies were just that, fantasies. Despite Fong Chong's warnings, Eren's mother remained at home, just like in the original story, trapped under the rubble. Mom! Seeing his unconscious mother, Eren rushed forward, desperately trying to move the debris. But knowing only brute strength, he lacked the skills for rescue, and in the process of moving rubble, he accidentally woke her up. Eren, Fong Chong, and Mikasa were also nearby helping, but the 3 of them simply couldn't move such a massive pile of debris. From a distance at the city gate, more and more titans began to gather. Even though Fong Chong knew the future trajectory of the story, he couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. Eren, Uncle Hannes, come help me. Seeing the station's soldier Hannes arrive, Eren's face lit up with hope, and he quickly pleaded for assistance. Hannes naturally wouldn't refuse. He had been called over by Armin specifically to protect Eren and Fong Chong. Eren, don't worry. I'll take care of that titan and come back to help you. Watching the approaching titan, Hannes seemed to regain his courage, pulling out the blades from his vertical maneuvering equipment and stepping toward the distant titan. But halfway through, he realized that the blonde-haired titan was not 3 meters tall, but rather 15 meters. Confronted by the almost terrifying size, Hannes's alcohol-fueled bravado vanished instantly. He quickly inserted the blades back into their slots, turned around, and grabbed Eren and Mikasa, slinging Fong Chong onto his back as he began to flee. Hannes, let me go. Let me go. Eren, wedged under Hannes's arm, turned his back to his home, watching as his mother struggled in the grip of the blonde titan, ultimately being bitten in half. With a titan of 15 meters, the biting force was immense. A single chomp sent a massive spray of blood, and half of her body disappeared, the other half gradually ceasing to struggle. Watching his mother meet such a horrific fate, Eren stopped fighting and allowed Hannes to carry him away toward the inner city. Mikasa, take care. I'll be right back. As Hannes moved away from the open ground and prepared to activate the vertical maneuvering equipment to fly to the rooftops, Fong Chong hesitated no longer. He quickly informed Mikasa before abruptly releasing his grip from Hannes' neck. Fang Chong. The moment Fang Chong let go, Hannes activated the vertical maneuvering equipment. With the burst of gas and the deployment of 2 cables, he launched off the ground toward the city walls. Meanwhile, Fang Chong suddenly fell from him and sprinted in the opposite direction. Brother? Mikasa, also tucked under Hannes' arm, began to struggle fiercely. Hannes, seeing the approaching Titans, had no choice but to keep a tight hold on both of them as he rushed toward the wall. The reason Hannes had let Fang Chong drop was due to Fang Chong's prior actions to save Mikasa. Ever since Fang Chong had single-handedly taken down 4 adults, one of whom had been armed, he had gained notoriety in the Shiganshina area. Of course, this fame was limited to the soldiers within the district. What could be more terrifying than a child killing for grown men? There were even soldiers in Shiganshina who suggested a thorough investigation into Fang Chong, suspecting he might be some kind of monster. However, Fang Chong's identity papers were complete, and this matter eventually faded away. Hannes, however, was clearly of the demon faction. He had never intended to save Fang Chong. He was only forced to bring him along due to the favor Dr. Jaeger had done for him during the plague. Now that Fang Chong had let go, he could only think that this demon could die early and go to the next life, and it was no concern of his. Of course, Fang Chong's departure was not to seek death. Emer had transformed back into a human after eating one of her companions who had come to the wall world with Reiner. Since entering the wall from other areas was clearly impossible, Emer could only enter through the breached wall Maria. Based on the original story, Reiner's astonished expression upon seeing Emer transform indicated that he had no prior knowledge of her ability to do so. Therefore, it could be concluded that during the time Emer entered the city until her transformation was discovered, it had nothing to do with Reiner and his group. Gently stroking the pure Titan syringe and a small vial of crystallized spinal fluid in his arms, Fang Chong's heart began to race with excitement. Emer, you will be the starting point of my transformation. Of course, the priority was to head to the garrison's barracks and equip the vertical maneuvering gear onto himself. Fortunately, the distance from where Fang Chong fell off Hannes' back to the garrison's base was not far. In the current chaotic situation, no one would notice him. Having spent so long in Shiganshina, Fang Chong had long memorized the location of the soldiers' barracks. He had learned how to equip the vertical maneuvering gear with the careful guidance of the garrison and the military police. When Fang Chong arrived at the barracks, the large area was already deserted. This was quite normal, as the garrison's location was relatively far from the city gate leading to the inner city. Looking at the approaching Titans in the distance, Fang Chong noticed that the surrounding Titans had disappeared, allowing him to boldly begin searching around the soldiers' encampment. He knew very well that if Emer wanted to infiltrate the walls, she would only have a chance during the days when a large influx of residents into the Shiganshina district caused chaos in the household registrations. Therefore, he only needed to stay on the wall for a few days. To ensure that he could conserve enough stamina, he naturally couldn't skimp on food during these days. With no disturbances around, Fang Chong quickly figured out how to attach the vertical maneuvering equipment to his waist and also brought along gas, blades, and a large quantity of food and water. It must be said that even though Fang Chong had previous targeted training, the difficulty of operating the vertical maneuvering equipment was still immense. He spent a long time at the soldiers' encampment before he barely managed to grasp the basics of the device, and even then, he could only manage basic movement. Using it for combat was still far from sufficient. Roar! Just as Fang Chong was dragging a large bag of supplies toward the 60-meter-high wall, a Titan's roar suddenly echoed from the nearby residential area. I can't see it. Is it a 3-meter class? After glancing around, Fang Chong didn't spot the Titan's head and let out a sigh of relief. He knew that if it were just a 3-meter class Titan, he was confident he could take it down alone, given the right combat tools. However, as he confidently leaped onto the rooftop with his heavy load, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, an abnormal. The Titan he had previously estimated to be 3 meters was now lying on the ground not far away, its massive eyes staring directly at him. At that moment, Fang Chong had no time to think. The Titan's body was at least as long as 3 houses, undoubtedly over 10 meters tall. Run! Although the abnormal Titan was enormous, its agility was comparable to that of a normal human. The moment Fang Chong turned around, the muscles on the Titan's body suddenly tensed, and it opened its mouth wide to pounce on him. Fortunately, although Fang Chong was a bit flustered, he was ultimately not an ignorant ordinary person. When his life was threatened, he instinctively darted to the side. The Titan's massive jaws sliced past him, the foul stench and the heat from its breath leaving a lasting impression on him. Fang Chong narrowly avoided the abnormal Titan, which, due to its forceful leap, crashed into a nearby building. Fang Chong didn't dare to linger. Clearly, this level of Titan was not something he could handle right now. Grabbing his supplies, he immediately turned to leave. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any further incidents on the way and quickly found a path closest to the wall, soon climbing up to the top. Once atop the wall, he felt secure. Besides the colossal Titan and the beast Titan, the other Titans posed no threat to him. The side effects of the colossal Titan ensured that it couldn't reappear for a while, and the beast Titan was likely still undergoing brainwashing in Marley. When he reached the gate above, it was already deep into the night. The trek along the wall had already consumed more than 4 hours of his time. However, without transforming, Emer was ultimately just an ordinary person, so it was impossible for her to successfully infiltrate during the Titan's massive invasion today, which made Fang Chong feel less anxious. However, he didn't expect to wait for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, he had probably accumulated less than 3 hours of total rest. Yet, Emer's figure still hadn't appeared. He even began to doubt whether he had accidentally missed her while dozing off. On second thought, he felt something was off. Emer couldn't have quickly mastered the Titan abilities in such a short time, and it was impossible for her to climb over Wall Maria using an ordinary human body. Just wait a bit longer, just wait a bit longer. 3 days of being awake had begun to wear him down, and his former experience with staying up late had almost been exhausted. On the morning of the 4th day, Fang Chong could no longer hold on and was preparing to withdraw, planning to reconsider during the training core period. Just then, a female Titan appeared outside the wall, moving on all 4s. If it were ordinary combat personnel, they might think it was just another abnormal, but Fang Chong knew better. The low body and black hair were unmistakable. It was undoubtedly Emer. Seeing Emer's Titan stealthily slip into the walls and then dash toward the inner city, Fang Chong, though weary, forced himself to stay alert. Compared to Emer's straight sprint, he had to run in circles atop the wall. Even with the propulsion of the vertical maneuvering equipment, he couldn't match Emer's speed. Fortunately, Emer's Titan, like ordinary humans, attracted the attention of other Titans. She had to stop after a while, or take a detour, allowing Fang Chong to barely keep up with her. Finally, when they were about 10 kilometers from the inner city, Emer's Titan entered a house. After a while, when she came out again, she was an ordinary person cloaked in a hood. Although it wasn't Fang Chong's first time killing someone, the thought of killing another person purely for his own sake made him feel somewhat uneasy. Get a grip. Everyone thrown onto this island are criminals from Marley, right? What's there to sympathize with a criminal? Shaking his head to dispel his wavering thoughts, Fang Chong ambushed himself along Emer's path. Unbeknownst to Emer, as someone who had wandered this desolate land for nearly a century, she felt an overwhelming excitement as she looked towards the gates of the inner city. Almost there, soon I can return to human society. Yet she had no idea that, not far away in the darkness, someone was preparing to take her life. Opportunity! Discarding the indecisive thoughts in his heart, the moment Emer passed by, Fang Chong did not hold back at all. His specially made steel knife sliced through Emer's lower leg. The sharp blade was something Emer, in her current human form, could not withstand. In an instant, Emer, who was running towards the inner city, collapsed to the ground. Without waiting for Emer to react, in order to ensure safety, Fong Chong swung his blade twice more, severing all of Emer's limbs. The intense pain instantly spread through Emer's nerves, but he had just gained the Titan power and had not trained enough to enhance his physical strength, making it impossible for him to transform again at this moment. It wasn't until all his limbs had disappeared that Emer finally reacted. The scream, triggered by the excruciating pain, shot up into the sky, and the Titans that had been wandering around rushed towards Fong Chong. Fong Chong dared not delay, pulling Emer, who was left with only a torso, and flew towards the city wall. Fortunately, there were no 15-meter Titans around, so Fong Chong managed to leave relatively smoothly. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me?" By the time Fong Chong reached the city wall, Emer's limbs had successfully stopped bleeding, with only wisps of blue smoke rising from the ends. Seeing that Emer still had the energy to speak, Fong Chong wasted no time and swung his blade again, cutting a large gash in Emer's abdomen. No matter how Emer cursed, Fong Chong remained silent, carrying Emer away from the Titans towards the residential area. Having been in this world for more than 5 years, Fong Chong was finally about to gain his first true skill. The effect of Emer's earlier scream was indeed astonishing. The surrounding Titans all fled in the direction where Emer had been, which brought some convenience to Fong Chong. Meanwhile, Emer, bound to the bell tower, gradually quieted down after cursing for a while due to the multiple wounds on his body. 3 full hours passed, during which Fong Chong occasionally inflicted additional wounds on Emer, keeping him in a half-dead state until they arrived at a tall bell tower. I'm going to die. At least, let me die with clarity. 3 hours of continuous torment had exhausted Emer's strength, and he could no longer speak fluently. At this point, there were no living people in the Shiganshina area, and no Titans were lurking around, so Fong Chong didn't mind chatting with Emer a bit while preparing. As he tied Emer to the bell tower with thick ropes, Fong Chong began to remove his gear. "You should still remember how you transform back. I need your current ability, so I'm sorry." As Fong Chong finished his last sentence, the transformation syringe for the pure Titan had already been injected into his body. Accompanied by a massive burst of steam, a 15-meter Titan appeared beside the bell tower. Host consciousness is disordered. Warning. Warning. At that moment, Fong Chong completely ignored the frantic alerts from the system in his mind. The only thought in his head was to eat humans. Naturally, Emer, bound to the bell tower, became Fong Chong's first target. So familiar. As the Titan transformed from Fong Chong took a bite, Emer completely lost his ability to speak, and under the impulse of Fong Chong's thoughts, he began to consume Emer's corpse. Host consciousness is normal. As an even larger cloud of steam erupted, the 15-meter Titan vanished beside the bell tower, replaced by a naked Fong Chong. "Hiss my head." Identification: Fong Chong. Strength 2. Stamina 2. Intelligence 1. Dimensional talent: D rank bone reinforcement. Skill: F rank founding Titan 1 of 9. This skill is 1/9 of a complete skill. The holder will gain the ability to manipulate the Jaw Titan, obtain strong regenerative abilities, but lifespan reduced to 12 years. Fong Chong had long anticipated the 12-year lifespan. When he first entered this world, he intended to obtain the omnidirectional mobility gear, but after optimizing his skills, he decisively turned his attention to the Titan abilities. However, there was clearly no time for him to experiment slowly. The huge commotion he had just caused had already attracted several Titans towards him. Fong Chong dared not linger, as the Jaw Titan was not the armored Titan, and it would be hard to survive surrounded by ordinary Titans. It was better to leave quickly. Moreover, the household registration work in the inner city was probably nearing completion, and if he didn't hurry, it might raise suspicions. After hastily assembling the omnidirectional mobility gear, Fong Chong swiftly made his way to the inner city. To gather the refugees from the Shiganshina area, a gap was left in the city gate for people to pass through, and after hiding the mobility gear, Fong Chong squeezed into the inner city. Wow, someone actually made it in today? Hurry, I won. Hand over the money. On the other side of the door, several soldiers were chatting casually, completely unaware of the danger. Fang Chong ignored them and asked around about the gathering place for Shiganshina refugees before heading to find Mikasa. Get lost. I don't know what they were thinking up there, accepting these Shiganshina refugees. As soon as Fang Chong stepped into the refugee camp, he saw Eren in a conflict with a soldier. Judging by the key on Eren's chest, he must have already devoured his father and inherited the powers of the Attack Titan and the Founding Titan. Dr. Jaeger originally possessed the Attack Titan. On the night after the walls were breached, he entered the mainland and revealed his Marleyan identity to the Roa's family, intending to use the Founding Titan's power to expel the Pure Titans. However, the Roa's family's king disagreed, and he was subsequently devoured by Dr. Jaeger. So after Eren ate his father, he gained the powers of two Titans. It was unclear whether Eren was truly foolish or pretending to be. But now that both his parents were gone and he relied on a few soldiers who had connections with his father to take care of him, he still had the guts to confront the soldiers. Eren, come with me. Ignoring Eren's struggles, Fang Chong directly dragged him away with overwhelming force. Fang Chong, let me go. Let me go. No matter how much Eren struggled, Fang Chong remained unmoved, as the inner city was not safe at the moment. Reiner, transformed into the Armored Titan, could break through Wall Maria at any time. The breach in the outer wall of the Shiganshina area had not touched the interests of those in power, but if Wall Maria were breached, humanity's operational area would shrink by at least 1/3, and they would have to eliminate at least 20% of the total population to maintain stability for the remaining residents. Seeing Fang Chong suddenly appear in front of her, Mikasa's heart instantly surged with joy. Although she had confidence in Fang Chong before, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Mikasa, come with me, Fang Chong said, not having time for much explanation. Taking advantage of the relatively empty ships heading to the inner city, he hurriedly wanted to lead everyone to the inside of the Rose Wall. Just a few hours after Fang Chong and the 5 others, including Armin and his grandfather, boarded the ship to the Rose Wall, loud booms began to echo from the outer perimeter of Wall Maria. Look, that abnormal Titan. Quickly redirect the cannons. In order to gather as many people from the Shiganshina district as possible, many soldiers moved cannons onto the city walls. Although these cannons couldn't effectively harm the Titans, they could at least slow their advance. Fire, despite lacking accuracy, with the accumulation of numbers, many shells flew toward the armored Titan Reiner. Countless clouds of smoke rose from the bombardment area, but when the smoke dissipated, the armored Titan still stood there, unharmed. What's going on? Didn't hit anything. The leading soldier immediately began scolding the gunners. But this thing simply lacks the accuracy to hit the vital points, the underground soldiers complained, as they had been temporarily assigned to the front lines, and no one was happy about it. What are you standing there for? Reload! Before the soldiers could start reloading, the armored Titan, transformed by Reiner, had already crouched down. Since it could support the weight of its armor, its strength was naturally formidable. Driven by its massive and solid muscles, it actually ran at a speed of at least 50 meters per second. What the hell? What's going on? As ordinary station soldiers, they had never seen such an abnormal Titan. The armored Reiner, towering at 15 meters, instilled a terrifying sense of pressure as it ran. Run! The station's soldiers, who only cared about their pay, immediately abandoned their positions and began to swiftly retreat toward the inner city. The soldiers controlling the city gate were conflicted about whether to lower the wall to keep the soldiers and the armored Titan out. Unfortunately, the armored Titan gave them no chance. With countless boulders scattering, Wall Maria was completely breached under the impact of the armored Titan. Many Titans, drawn by Reiner and Bertholdt, the colossal Titan, began to surge into the breach in Wall Maria. The residents of Wall Maria, who had just been mocking the people of the Shiganshina district, instantly became refugees of equal measure. Run! Hurry! Long-standing peace had rendered the station's soldiers and gendarmes incapable of fighting. Faced with the invading Titans, they could only flee in a panic. The once orderly docks became a chaotic scene, with countless people shoving to get onto the ships. Even with the station soldiers maintaining order, the crowds nearly erupted into a riot. However, this time, although Reiner successfully smashed through the city gate of Wall Maria, the ordinary Titans did not rush over from the Shiganshina district that quickly. As the populace gradually regained their composure, the relocation of the residents was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Within just 3 days, aside from some unlucky individuals who were directly struck by flying stones from the city gate, all residents of Wall Maria successfully retreated to the Rose Wall. After several days of organization, the inside of the Rose Wall began to construct simple refugee camps, just like Wall Maria. This time, the previously looked-down-upon group shifted from the Shiganshina district to the entire resident population of Wall Maria. Hey, line up properly. How annoying. I haven't eaten anything since last night. Conflicts over food were constantly unfolding in the refugee camp. Mikasa, Eren, Fong Chong. Just as Fong Chong was continuously devising the next course of action in his mind, Armin rushed over from a distance. Armin, look, these are the rations my grandfather got for us kids in advance. Armin carefully pulled out 4 slightly blackened loaves of bread from his pocket. Although they looked quite unappetizing, Fong Chong knew that this was the best food he could get at the moment. Thank you. Fong Chong took the bread and began to eat. TCH. A soldier behind Armin scoffed disdainfully and walked away, but Fong Chong didn't care about it. What's up with that guy? There's nothing we can do. The food was already scarce, and now, with so many refugees pouring in, it's likely that the rations are not being distributed by number, but rather... Facing Eren's confusion, Armin began to explain in detail. Fong Chong, listening nearby, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of a side character, in terms of analysis, no one in this world could rival him. Of course, Fong Chong, as an overpowered character, didn't count. Why should we share our food with these refugees? They're just the people of Wall Maria. If they die, so what? The Titans have already invaded Wall Maria. Why not eat a little more? If this continues, the food shortage will only get worse. Faced with the soldiers' taunts, Fong Chong couldn't sit still, let alone the easily angered Eren. Enraged, Eren directly kicked the soldier in the calf. Apologize. I said, apologize to me. For some reason, the 10-year-old Eren had the audacity to shout at the fully armed soldier. It's important to note that this was not modern-day China. You brat, do you want to die? The soldier seemed to be provoked by Eren, and he immediately started punching and kicking Eren. Although Eren, now possessing the powers of 2 Titans, was still just a child, he had no means to resist the soldier's attacks. Even so, Eren still forced himself to confront the soldier. People like you know nothing. You've never seen a Titan eat a person. Shut up. Perhaps it struck a nerve with the soldier, or maybe it was the gaze of those around them, but the soldier's anger was escalating. If previously it was just a minor scuffle, now the soldier, though he hadn't drawn his weapon yet, was genuinely furious. Hey, calm down. Before the soldier could take a step, Fong Chong had already drawn a blade and pressed it against the soldier's neck. You are a monster. Clearly, Fong Chong's experience of returning alone from the Titan-ravaged Shiganshina district had been turned into a story by Hannes, who bragged about it to many soldiers while drinking. Now, Fong Chong's terrifying speed had left the soldier in a panic. He didn't even bother to grab his weapon and turn to run. Of course, Fong Chong didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he hadn't fully mastered the Titan powers yet, and his combat ability wasn't that strong. After resolving the soldier's trouble, Fong Chong simply dropped the blade and went to a corner with the other 3, quietly gnawing on the black bread. However, Eren obviously didn't appreciate it and even threw his bread to the ground. Damn it, I want to go back. I must return to Wall Maria. I'm not like those weak soldiers. I will kill all the Titans. You can't kill Titans just by talking big. Eat your bread. Fong Chong could no longer tolerate Eren, who had grand ideals despite having no strength. Under Fong Chong's careful guidance, Aaron started to force himself to eat the bread. But this leisurely time didn't last long. "Hey kid, was it you just now?" A short figure, less than 1.6 meters tall and cloaked in green, approached with the blade Fong Chong had just taken. Levi, the vice captain of the Survey Corps. Huh. Levi seemed curious that Fong Chong could call out his name directly. Logically, as someone from the underground streets of the Central District, very few people knew of his existence aside from some members of the Survey Corps. "Kid, you're making me more and more interested. Join the Survey Corps." However, Levi's next words surprised Fong Chong. In the original story, Levi was a typical cold on the outside, warm on the inside character, but now he was actively recruiting Fong Chong to join the Survey Corps. It seemed that something had changed Levi's character over the years. "But I'm only 11 years old. I don't know of any 11-year-old who can face a soldier head-on." Looking into Levi's determined eyes, Fong Chong felt a bit uneasy. Although Levi's personality had changed, his stubborn ideas had not. "How about this? Give me a house. Doesn't need to be big, just enough for the three of us to settle in. When a new training course starts, I will join, and after graduation, I will join the Survey Corps." How does that sound? Fong Chong's words deepened the confusion in Levi's eyes. "Okay, but you must be first in your class, understand?" After a long silence, Levi made his request, which Fong Chong naturally would not refuse. Thus, under Armin's envious gaze and Aaron's bewildered expression, Fong Chong directly obtained a house within the Rose Wall. For the next year or so, Mikasa and Aaron lived quite steadily, but for Armin, it was a difficult time. The reason was simple. Armin's grandfather was old, and with a severe food shortage inside the walls, he was naturally one of those sent out. In early 846, as the snow melted, a full 200,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled people were sent outside the Rose Wall under the pretext of reclaiming Wall Maria. Of those 200,000, fewer than 100 returned, and Armin's grandfather was naturally not among them. At the same time, Fong Chong's life was also not easy. System, optimized skill F level, founding Titan 1/9. Sorry, optimization failed. The ability is incomplete and cannot be optimized. To optimize and complete, please obtain at least F level, founding Titan 2/3. No news could terrify Fong Chong more than this. It was precisely because the system had guaranteed optimization skills that he had dared to seize the Titan's power. Now that optimization had failed, he had less than 12 years of life left. To obtain the remaining 5 abilities seemed nearly impossible, especially since he had already faced considerable exclusion from the world after acquiring just 1 ability. Fong Chong estimated that if he obtained 1 more Titan ability, he would definitely be forcibly expelled from this world. Such black technology, even in the Marvel Universe, would likely only be understood by celestial-level beings like the Ancient One. Fong Chong naturally had no standing to seek the Ancient One's help. So, is it asking me to obtain at least 5 abilities at once? While Fong Chong could gain the powers of the Attack Titan and Founding Titan by eating Aaron, he would still be short 3 abilities. Armored Titan, Female Titan, Colossal Titan, just 3 more, well, it seems like it's your bad luck. I might even be able to add the Beast Titan and Cart Titan. The War Hammer Titan, however, is out of the question. To enhance his manipulation abilities as much as possible, Fong Chong would train in the distant forest whenever it rained heavily. Although the system's optimization had failed, whether due to the optimization or his own physical abilities, controlling the Jaw Titan was not difficult. Of course, he couldn't use the complete Titan for now, but Titan power was not so easily utilized. As Fong Chong bit his tongue, a mass of Titan tissue suddenly erupted from his left hand, accompanied by intense steam as sharp claws embedded themselves into the nearby massive tree. It should be like this. Solo combat is clearly better with partial activation. In 847, after the massacre by Dr. Jaeger, the Rod family was completely divided. The surviving princess, who renamed herself Historia, joined Fong Chong and his 3 companions in the training corps. After more than a year of training, Fong Chong had mastered the abilities of the Jaw Titan and could even, like Reiner from later years, distribute his thoughts throughout the entire Titan's nervous system. Finally, the time came for the 104th Training Corps' entrance ceremony. Ahem. Blame my bad luck for being assigned to supervise you guys. My name is Keith. Don't expect me to welcome you warmly. Right now, you are nothing but food for the Titans, at best, mere livestock. We will spend 3 years turning you useless eaters into fine soldiers who can take on Titans. Next comes the segment everyone enjoys. I don't know when this custom started, but the instructors like to undermine the confidence of the new recruits during their initiation. Where do you come from? I am from. Instructor Keith is quite the expert at this. A girl with a fairly pretty face became his first target for destruction. No, you come from the pig pen. Faced with this unreasonable instructor, the girl could only respond accordingly, and Keith moved on to destroy other soldiers. Fong Chong wasn't worried about Keith coming after him. As in the original story, they had all witnessed the horrors of slaughter in the Shiganshina district. And where do you come from? As the speech progressed to Reiner, he didn't seem too fazed by the instructor's intimidation. I'm Jean, from a small village in Walmaria. My dream is to join the garrison and head to the interior. Oh, you want to go to the interior? Yes, instructor. I didn't ask about your dreams. Facing Jean's aspirations, Keith showed no mercy, kicking Jean hard in the calf, causing him to curl up in pain. Of course, while Jean was curled up, Keith didn't stop there and walked straight up to Fong Chong. And you? Where do you come from? Shiganshina district. It seems you've witnessed Titans devouring humans firsthand. Were your parents among them? Perhaps it was Fong Chong's somewhat nonchalant appearance that led Keith to think he was just some good-for-nothing punk. But that teasing remark made Armin feel uneasy. Since arriving inside the Rose Wall, the group had encountered many thugs. Aaron, with his carefree nature, might not have felt it, but Armin knew that Fong Chong was definitely not as easygoing as he appeared. Anyone who had offended Fong Chong would end up covered in scars and wouldn't dare show their face again. You looking for death? Although Aaron's father was not a concern at the moment, Aaron's mother had been very kind to Fong Chong and Mikasa, and he would not allow anyone to slander her. Unlike those who had never experienced anything, Fong Chong had already counted the number of humans who had died by his hands on one hand. His imposing aura was certainly far greater than Keith's, who merely intimidated new recruits. Just as Keith was about to explode in anger, he was shocked by what he saw out of the corner of his eye. What are you doing? With Keith's words, all the new recruits turned their gazes to that direction. Sasha, just like in the original story, was gnawing on a steaming hot potato. Facing Keith's questioning, Sasha paid no mind and took another bite of the potato. I'm talking about you. I'm Sasha. Sasha, what do you have in your right hand? A potato. I'm asking why you're eating a potato at a time like this. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Seeing the look in Keith's eyes, Sasha seemed to make a decision and broke the potato into 2 pieces, one big and one small. Then she extended the smaller piece forward. I'll give you half. Half. After this, Sasha became well known throughout the 104th Training Corps, having run from morning until dinner time. What happened next was no different from the original story. With Fong Chong not intervening, the plot progressed as usual. Historia's relationship with Sasha warmed quickly due to a shared meal, while Jean experienced some distance with Aaron because of Mikasa's presence. The first day of training was an adaptation exercise for the vertical maneuvering equipment, and Keith, just like in the original story, gave Aaron a shabby belt. However, Fong Chong stepped in and requested a different belt, and afterward, Aaron easily passed the test. Next came the grueling training. Fong Chong did not interfere with the training. Aside from occasionally communicating with Mikasa, he had little interaction with the other recruits. Even the few recruits who shared a dormitory with Fong Chong rarely interacted with him due to his cold demeanor. However, it was undeniable that after such prolonged training, only Mikasa, gradually awakening her Ackerman bloodline, could match Fong Chong in training subjects. But Mikasa often held back, as her strength and physique attributes had reached the 3-point range, while Fong Chong was at most 2.5. In 850, with the final test results announced, the top 10 were selected. However, Due to Fong Chong's presence, Krista was pushed down from the 10th position. Thanks to Mikasa holding back, Fong Chong took the top spot, with Mikasa in second. Unlike Aaron, Fong Chong didn't feel awkward about this. He had already stated he would join the Survey Corps, but since they were currently conducting an external investigation, he could only temporarily join the garrison. The main job of the garrison was to maintain the various fixed cannons on the Rose Wall. Ever since Reiner, as the armored titan, forcefully broke through Wall Maria while withstanding all cannon fire, the weapons department had made numerous improvements to the fixed cannons. The power and accuracy of the shells had been upgraded, and the bases of the fixed cannons had become mobile, greatly enhancing their maneuverability. However, this also made maintenance more difficult, causing many troubles for garrison members like Fong Chong. For safety's sake, Fong Chong employed a little trick and made sure not to be in the same squad as Aaron. After all, they knew Aaron had boldly confronted the Colossal Titan on his first day of duty. Sure enough, on Aaron's first day as the leader of the 4th squad of the fixed cannon maintenance team, he encountered an attack from the Colossal Titan head-on. With Aaron's current immature combat skills, he naturally couldn't deal with the Colossal Titan, and the entire Rose Wall fell into panic. It seemed like the tragedy from 5 years ago was about to repeat itself, but this time, the outcome would surely be different. Over the past 5 years, the citizens within the walls had developed detailed response strategies. Although it was uncertain how effective they would be, at least they were no longer unprepared like in Shiganshina. Fong Chong, Mikasa, follow me to the rear for defense. Under the commander's allocation, the soldiers stationed at the Rose Wall were divided into 3 groups. The vanguard responsible for the frontline assault, the central unit handling intelligence and logistics, and the rear guard tasked with protecting the civilians. As elite forces, it was natural for Fong Chong and Mikasa to be dispatched to the rear guard. Commander, I believe I can go to the vanguard. After all, I have many of my peers there, and I'm confident my presence will greatly boost their morale. I'll go too. Upon hearing that Fong Chong wanted to join the vanguard, Mikasa quickly expressed her desire. Mikasa, don't be silly. I promise I will come back. Fine. Fong Chong wanted to go to the vanguard alone to test his new skills. Unlike the limited imagination of people in this era, as a 21st century otaku, Fong Chong's mind was filled with various creative ideas. In this age, people generally believe that the larger the size, the stronger the power. This belief even extended to the Titans. Although there are 9 Titan powers, Marley valued the Colossal Titan's ability the most. Of course, the Colossal Titan's nuclear-like power did indeed have a significant suppressive effect in the medieval era. But in the Titan Civil War, at the end of the day, the Colossal Titan could only rely on its nuclear explosion to counterattack. 3 years ago, when Fong Chong joined the training corps, he had already developed the Titan power for partial applications. Although he hadn't had many opportunities to experiment during those 3 years, he had created a brand new mode. Titan muscle tissue had a strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, especially Fong Chong's jaw titan, whose jaw muscles were particularly strong and terrifying. So he had a wild idea and crafted a set of exoskeleton armor using enhanced muscles on his body. However, precisely manipulating Titan powers was no easy task. Once the muscle tissue took shape, it would go out of control and turn into a complete Titan. Fong Chong had experimented countless times and finally managed to maintain the exoskeleton armor for only 10 minutes. The destruction of the gates of the Rose Wall was the perfect opportunity for him to test his combat capabilities. When Fong Chong confidently arrived at the vanguard position, looking for targets, he was shocked by the brutal battle scene. Originally, there had been over 100 soldiers, but now there were hardly 10 left. As for Aaron, Fong Chong estimated he had likely perished in the belly of Titan. All right, I'll kill while searching. Drawing from his memory of the original story, Fong Chong began looking for the remaining vanguard soldiers' gathering spot. As fresh recruits who had just finished training, they were completely unaware of the battlefield's cruelty. Just hours after the Colossal Titan broke through the gate, the vanguard had completely collapsed. Well, here they are. Hey, Armin. Spotting the familiar blonde hair, Fong Chong called out to Armin, but Armin's curled-up body trembled violently. The noise on the rooftop showed no signs of stopping due to Fong Chong's arrival. What do we do now? Jean, do you have any ideas? Damn it, what can I do? Those idiots in the central unit. Why haven't they brought gas supplies yet? At this rate, Connie, we're all going to die because we can't get enough gas to climb the wall. Fong Chong didn't want to pay attention to Jean, Connie, and the other recruits' thoughts and walked straight up to Armin. Armin, where's Aaron? As Fong Chong asked, Armin's trembling body suddenly froze, and a few soldiers nearby, eager for gossip, teased, "What do you expect? By the looks of it, he's obviously dead. Even the Titans probably think he's dead and didn't eat him." Training Squad 34, 5 soldiers aside from me have completed their mission and sacrificed heroically. Just as Armin began to speak about Aaron's death, Mikasa, having completed her rearguard mission, came to find Fong Chong. Upon hearing the news, her body instantly stiffened. "I'm so sorry. Aaron, he was eaten by a Titan while trying to save me." Looking at the sobbing Armin, Fong Chong remained calm. After all, for someone like him who knew the direction of the plot, this news didn't attract much of his attention. It was Mikasa who reacted strongly. "Marco, if we can eliminate the Titans that are holed up at headquarters, everyone will be able to resupply and climb the wall. Right? While that's not wrong, even with you here, it will be difficult to eliminate those 10 or so Titans. No, I'm different from you guys. I'm stronger than you, so I can take down all those Titans over there, even if it's just me." "All right, what are you talking about? I'm here too." Fong Chong didn't care about Aaron's fate. After all, he was the main character, and no one was going to let Aaron die. But Mikasa was different. As a childhood friend, he didn't want to see her take risks like in the original story. As this year's top recruit, I believe I still have some say. In this situation, to survive, we need to head to the center for resupply. Anyone with the guts, follow me. Otherwise, get ready to become Titan fodder here. Although Fong Chong was confident in his strength, he couldn't reveal his Titan abilities while Reiner and the others were present, or he might end up torn apart by their rage. With Fong Chong's encouragement, coupled with the strong combat abilities of him and Mikasa, everyone's confidence in storming the supply base was reignited. But the journey would not be easy. Even with Fong Chong and Mikasa as vanguards, many soldiers fell behind due to surprise attacks from abnormal Titans, and the fate of those who fell behind was only death. "Mikasa, save some gas. If you keep using it like this, you won't make it to the supply point." Aaron's death had clearly affected Mikasa. Throughout the journey, she was fighting at full throttle, and the number of Titans she killed had exceeded 5. As Fong Chong expected, with such reckless expenditure, Mikasa's gas soon ran out, and she suddenly lost all power, falling toward the rooftop. This scene was naturally witnessed by many people. Upon seeing it, Armin immediately wanted to rush down to help, but Fong Chong quickly stopped him. "Armin, keep moving forward. I appointed you as the leader. We're not far from the supply point, and I believe you can do it." After Fong Chong finished speaking, without waiting for the two to respond, he canceled the gas propulsion and fell toward the street below. Armin was a bit confused, but with the encouragement from nearby comrades, he took over the command of the group. However, without Fong Chong and Mikasa, the two strongest forces, the death rate of the team began to rise sharply. By the time the group reached the supply point, there were fewer than 30 of them left. At that moment, Fong Chong took advantage of the absence of anyone around to tell Mikasa that Aaron was still alive, which left her in shock. However, at Fong Chong's insistence, she promised not to disclose this information to others. Fong Chong revealed this to help Mikasa calm down. Coincidentally, the Titan that Aaron transformed into was highly recognizable and not far from where Mikasa had fallen. With Mikasa's cooperation, Fong Chong successfully lured Aaron's Titan to the supply point. Although Aaron's Titan lacked its own consciousness, the instinct to drive away other Titans had almost become second nature. Meanwhile, those ordinary Titans needed to eat Aaron to return to human form, causing a fierce battle between Aaron and the ordinary Titans. When Fong Chong and Mikasa arrived at the supply point, The 20 soldiers finally found their leadership and began to voice their grievances about the inaction of the station's soldiers, which not only led to heavy losses for the vanguard, but also allowed several 3-meter giants to invade the supply point. Mikasa, use my gas canister. It should still last a while. Okay. Knowing that the Titan was Eren, Mikasa did not refuse. After taking the gas canister, she stood guard outside the supply point, ready to assist Eren if he became exhausted. Fang Chong, along with the others, went to the basement to prepare to deal with the numerous 3-meter giants. With Annie present, Fang Chong could not use his Titan powers, so he had to arrange for many soldiers to attack the giants from the beams, just as in the original story. The batch of old firearms that Armin had found also came in handy. Using the central area's elevator, a dozen soldiers armed with guns fired at the eyes of the giants. Although the firearms couldn't kill the giants and were unlikely to stop their advance, they were sufficient to blind the giants for a minute. This minute was enough for the soldiers ambushed on the beams to launch their attack on the 3-meter giants. To ensure safety, Fang Chong did not assign each soldier a specific Titan target as he had in the original story. Instead, he reduced the number of soldiers on the elevator and designated 10 as reserves, ready to fill in the gaps after the first wave of attacking soldiers charged. Fang Chong did not want to gamble on whether the soldiers would succeed. His life could not be entrusted to others, and he had already exhausted his chances in this world. As expected, the soldiers' attack resulted in more casualties than in the original story, with Connie, Sasha, and Jean all experiencing misses. Fortunately, Fang Chong had set up a backup team in advance, and with the combined efforts of the 10 reserve soldiers and Fang Chong's attacks, the remaining 3 giants had their napes successfully cut. After successfully dealing with the 10 3-meter giants in the basement, the group finally completed their resupply. At this point, Mikasa, who had been waiting outside, brought Eren back after he had killed all the Titans. Unlike Mikasa and Fang Chong, the other soldiers had no idea the humans could transform into Titans. Even Annie and the others were shocked. However, the unknown often brings fear, and after Fang Chong's group returned to the Rose Wall with Eren, several soldiers reported Eren's anomaly to their superiors. During wartime, the commander of the new recruits was already quite fearful, and the emergence of a human who could turn into a Titan nearly led to Eren being sent to the gallows. Mikasa, Ackerman, Fang Chong, Eren, what you're doing now is undoubtedly a betrayal of all humanity. The questions I'm about to ask pertain to your lives. If you just want to brush this off, the fixed cannons will turn you to ashes. You know, are you humans or Titans? Looking at the fierce yet cowardly commander, Fang Chong couldn't help but let out a light snort. At the same time, Eren, supported by Armin and positioned behind the 3, groggily woke up, only to be bombarded with a barrage of questions from the commander. His already low intelligence nearly reached a breaking point. What does that question even mean? What do you mean, human or Titan? Obviously, I'm human. I don't understand what you mean by that. Are you trying to play dumb? You monster. So many people witnessed you crawling out of that Titan's nape. I don't know how you managed to infiltrate the Rose Wall, but that armored Titan could appear again at any moment. We no longer have the time or manpower to deal with you, monster. As the commander roared, several soldiers nearby kept chiming in. Even though Eren objectively saved the vanguard and central soldiers, as mentioned earlier, the unknown is the most terrifying thing. The entire scene instantly erupted into chaos. However, despite the commander's fear, his basic combat training remained intact. Rather than immediately destroying Eren, extracting intelligence from him was clearly more useful. Captain, it would be easy to strike now. While he's still human, it would be simple to turn him to pieces. With the encouragement from the soldiers nearby, the commander began to waver. The resistance from the 4 in front of him was evident, and even if a professional intelligence agency were called in, it might not yield useful information. My special skill is the ability to peel flesh from my body at any time, if absolutely necessary. If any of my colleagues want to experience it, feel free to come forward first. To Fang Chong's surprise, Mikasa stepped forward for some reason and began to threaten the soldiers. Mikasa's combat prowess was well known throughout the garrison and even the Survey Corps. The commander was aware of her existence. Mikasa Ackerman, your combat ability is comparable to that of 100 ordinary soldiers. If you were to perish here, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Lower your weapon and surrender immediately. I will overlook your previous actions. As the commander rambled on, Armin, standing behind Mikasa, chimed in. Mikasa, how can you fight against humans? Within these narrow walls, where can we escape to? I'll ask you one last time. Are you humans? Or titans? Perhaps due to Mikasa's actions, the commander no longer hesitated and even raised his hand, signaling the fixed cannons on the wall to prepare. At this time, Eren was also gradually coming to his senses, his mind replaying everything that had just happened. I'm just like you. We grew up together. What are you saying? I am human. Faced with Eren's immense roar, the commander's expression darkened, and the entire scene fell silent. However, he still did not order the fixed cannons to stand down. Is that so? Don't blame me. This is unavoidable. After all, no one can provide evidence that they are not a demon. Fire. As the soldiers on the wall pulled the firing lines, countless images suddenly flashed before Eren's eyes. Seeing Eren getting lost in them, Fang Chang's previously slightly open mouth closed again. Eren, when I come back, I'll show you that basement. But I've already been down there so many times. This time is different. Eren, be sure to keep that key close. And every time you see the key, remember, one day, you must return to that basement. The key. Right, the key. The sound of the fixed cannons firing rang out, and in a flurry, Eren fumbled to retrieve the key to the basement that had been hanging around his neck. The instant he saw the key, Eren finally recalled the most crucial memory. In that memory, his father approached him, tears streaming down his face, holding a syringe. Eren, after this injection, you will experience a period of amnesia, so what I say now will be useless. Just remember, you must return to the Shiganshina district and open that basement. This power will definitely come in handy then. As for how to use it, you will be told in your memories. At this moment, there were less than 2 seconds left before the cannonball would fall, and Eren bit down on his palm. Damn it, can't it be my tongue instead? Fang Chong couldn't help but complain, but he still squeezed closer to Eren. After all, he wasn't keen on getting hurt for no reason, and Mikasa's earlier attitude had made him a bit concerned. As Eren bit into his palm, a large spray of blood burst forth, and with the explosion of the cannonball, a cloud of smoke and steam rose. Did we get it? Countless soldiers looked on eagerly, but the reality was shocking. As the smoke cleared, a half-skinned Titan body appeared on the ground. The soldiers, already on edge from the Titan invasion, were nearly driven mad again by the sight of the Titan Eren had turned into. Meanwhile, the loud cannon fire and thick smoke drew the attention of the soldiers outside the rose wall. Among them, Reiner and his companions were especially sensitive. As hosts of Titan powers, they understood that the huge smoke was undoubtedly caused by a Titan's body. And now, the soldiers clearly lacked the capability to capture a Titan, so the massive smoke must have been released by a Titan power user. While the situation outside continued to change, inside the Titan's body, Eren had detached himself and fallen to the ground, discussing strategies with Fang Chong and the others. Following the guidance of the original story, Fang Chong suggested that Armin and the commander go to negotiate. Encouraged by Mikasa and Eren, Armin resolutely walked out toward the Titan's body. Armin, go for it. Even if it doesn't work, the worst outcome is transforming into a Titan and leaving the walls. Haven't you grown tired of the world inside the walls? We could go look for the giant salt lake together then. At this point, Eren clearly didn't know that transforming into a Titan would consume a lot of stamina, and Fang Chong had no intention of telling him. The less Eren knew, the more advantageous it would be for his subsequent actions. As Armin raised his hands and stepped out of the smoke, nearly all the soldiers aimed their guns at him. Finally showing your true form. You monster! Please listen to me. We don't need to clarify anything. Many of you must have witnessed Aaron's Titan attracting a horde of giants at the supply point. Like us, is a target for Titans. No matter how we think about this, it's a clear-cut fact. As soon as Armin said this, many soldiers immediately began to agree. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, at least half of the soldiers had heard about Aaron's actions as a Titan at the supply point. Humans can actually turn into Titans? A Titan is actually our ally? How is that possible? But unfortunately, unlike the ordinary soldiers, the commander was unwilling to believe Armin's words, perhaps having been clouded by fear. Prepare for battle. Hearing the commander's commanding tone, the three remaining individuals in the dissipating smoke tensed up. It would be best if they could avoid conflict with the people inside the walls, but judging by the commander's demeanor, the situation had become irreversible. Do not be deceived by his sweet words. After all, their actions cannot be measured by our conventional thinking. Even if they have once encountered Titans together, it is entirely possible that they are deceiving us. Hurry, load the cannon. Upon hearing the loading sounds from the fixed cannons on the wall, Armin felt as though his heart had dropped into an abyss. He turned to look at Fang Chong and the others, and the expressions of readiness for battle on their faces filled him with guilt. However, at that moment, a new thought seemed to flash through Armin's mind. He suddenly turned around and shouted with all his might, "I have already sworn to dedicate my heart to humanity, even at the last moment of my life. Please allow me to express Aaron's strategic value." His declaration moved even the advisor soldiers beside the commander. After all, if the human side could add another 15-meter Titan to their fighting force, it would certainly have a tremendous benefit for the current situation. Furthermore, from the soldiers' accounts, it was clear that Aaron's Titan form could fight 10 ordinary Titans. But the commander was clearly beyond the point of rational thought. His mind was solely focused on eliminating Aaron as a threat. Fire. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, a powerful hand grasped his raised arm. "That's enough. You haven't changed at all, despite your large stature. Your heart is still so timid. Commander Pixis? All right, I will take over from here. Although I've just arrived, I have already received the information through swift messengers. You should go command the other units. As for me, I think it would be worthwhile to hear their thoughts. You four come with me." Under Pixis's invitation, Fang Chong and his group climbed up onto the wall. Reports from the Survey Corps indicated that the Titans had appeared from the south, and the previously breached Shiganshina district and Wall Maria were also in the southern area. Therefore, it could be reasonably concluded that the breach in the inner wall would likely be in the southern region as well. Well, there's nothing here after all. If there were a colossal Titan beauty, I wouldn't mind being eaten. Once atop the wall, Pixis completely disregarded the thoughts of Fang Chong and the others, wandering around on the wall, while occasionally looking down at the gathered Titans. Armin, training soldier, tell me about your battle plan." After about 10 minutes, Pixis seemed to lose interest and began to inquire about Armin's strategy. "I just had a sudden thought. There's a boulder at least 8 meters high in front of the breach gate. If Aaron, in his Titan form, can move that boulder, we can block the gate again, and then... What do you think of this plan? Aaron Yeager, training soldier? Can you block that hole? I'm not sure. All I know is... Sorry, I asked the wrong question." As Aaron was about to launch into a long explanation, Pixis found it quite boring and immediately interrupted him, squatting down suddenly and fixing a menacing gaze on Aaron, saying, "So, let me rephrase my question. Will you do it or not?" Looking into Pixis's intimidating eyes, a wave of fear surged within Aaron. But when he glanced at the calm land beyond the rose wall, he nodded with determination. "I will do it. Now, that's the spirit." Upon hearing Aaron's answer, a smile appeared on Pixis's face as he stood up straight again. "Well then, young training soldiers, I look forward to your impressive performance." "Oh right, Fang Chong, right? You stay back for a moment." "Okay." Just as Fang Chong was about to descend the wall with the other three to prepare, he was suddenly called by the commander. Mikasa, who was beside him, looked puzzled but still went down to prepare at Fang Chong's signal. So, who do you think our enemy is? Although Fang Chong knew what the commander was asking, he had no intention of answering. While he wanted to leverage the power of these soldiers to gather Titan abilities, he currently lacked the capability to do so. Titans. I see. Never mind, I might be overthinking it. The commander was clearly unsatisfied with Fang Chong's answer, but he didn't press further. He waved his hand, signaling Fang Chong to leave, while he stood alone on the wall. As Fang Chong and the others were preparing, the commander also announced the plan to reclaim the Trost district to the soldiers below. Not only did those soldiers, but even some knowledgeable officers felt that Commander Pixis was losing his mind due to old age. What is the commander doing a plan to reclaim the Trost district? We clearly don't have the technology to block that big hole right now. Exactly. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Even if we enter the Trost district, we'll just be going to our deaths, right? No, I don't want to die. I want to go home. I want to spend my last days with my wife and daughter. After Commander Pixis announced the plan, the soldiers reluctantly gathered. But in such a situation, the massing of so many soldiers was not necessarily a good thing. Many negative emotions could easily ferment in such a collective. You bastard. I heard that. Are you trying to be a deserter? Do you know that saying such things on the battlefield gives me the right to shoot you on the spot? So what? We're all going to die anyway. Dying at the hands of our own people would be a bit more satisfying. Such scenes began to spread throughout the group of soldiers, and there were even some who wanted to organize a large-scale resistance, as only under the cover of many people could they disappear quietly. Silence. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Commander Pixis, 100 meters away on the wall, shouted loudly. No one knew how such a frail body could unleash such powerful strength. Next, I will briefly explain the battle plan. Eren Yeager is our secret Titan experiment subject. He can control the Titan's body with his consciousness. After transforming into a Titan, he will lift that boulder at the gate and block the hole. Your task will be to protect him from the threat of other Titans while he moves the rock. As Pixis explained the plan, Armin was also discussing the strategy with the two advisors under the command of the other officers. After all, the purpose of the 4 residential areas outside the walls is to attract the attention of the Titans. This alone shows that Titans are clearly more interested in places with a larger and more concentrated population. Therefore, as long as a large number of soldiers are gathered on the walls away from the boulder, the occurrence of battle can be minimized. Additionally, Eren can receive more elite protection, and once the breach is blocked, it will be much easier to slaughter Titans using fixed cannons. Stop joking with me. How could I possibly stake my life on such unfounded claims? Meanwhile, even though Pixis claimed that Eren was their experimental subject, such an absurd reason was believed by no more than 1 in 10. Don't joke around. Are we just disposable tools? I want to withdraw. After the first soldier took the lead, countless others began to step out of the ranks, heading in the opposite direction. No matter how the officers threatened, these soldiers did not care. They figured they were going to die eventually, so it made no difference. I hereby order, anyone who leaves the scene now will have their crimes forgiven. I will bear all consequences. What? The officers below were stunned. Maintaining the remaining order was already difficult, and with Commander Pixis' statement, the officers lost their reason to threaten, causing the soldiers to leave even faster. A person who succumbs to the terror of Titans loses their ability to fight back. If they have realized this fear and feel they cannot resist, they can leave. But those who wish to let their family and friends taste this fear should get lost too. As soon as those words were spoken, the soldiers who had already turned to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks. Indeed, they were afraid of the Titans. What about their loved ones? Compared to these trained soldiers, ordinary people were even less capable of resisting the Titans' consumption. If they left now, their loved ones would one day encounter the terror of Titans. Damn it, little AI, Daddy can't go back to be with you. The thought of their families ignited the soldiers' bloodlust. After all, they were soldiers who had sworn to dedicate their hearts to humanity. Humanity may seem distant, but their family. Heart, oh heart. Before long, All the soldiers who had meant to leave returned, and the entire area erupted with loud and synchronized slogans. However, Fong Chong certainly couldn't allow Eren to proceed as he did in the original story. Without sufficient cooling time, even if Eren transformed into a Titan, it could be unconscious, and Mikasa would be the one to suffer. Ultimately, with Fong Chong taking the initiative, he managed to secure Eren an afternoon of rest, changing the attack time to before dusk. Fong Chong, since you insist on delaying the operation, you must take responsibility. Don't worry, a large number of Titans are already inside. From now on, anyone entering the Tros district, I won't let a single one escape. After casually agreeing, Fong Chong was the first to complete the resupply and head toward the hole. It must be said that the few scattered Titans at the entrance were quite easy to kill. The only regret was that the colossal Titan had damaged the fixed cannons above the opening and closing gates. Otherwise, with those fixed cannons, he could ensure that no Titan would enter through the gate. Of course, setting the plan for the afternoon was primarily about the Survey Corps. Compared to the other two corps, while the Survey Corps was smaller in number, they were the elite among elites. As long as the rhythm was well managed and there were no mistakes, holding the Tros district wouldn't be too difficult. In the following afternoon, after soldiers in another direction attracted a large number of Titans, Fong Chong led a 10-man elite team and achieved 12 Titan kills without any casualties. The reason Commander Pixis trusted Fong Chong was also related to his prior handover with Levi. Nearly everyone in the Survey Corps recognized Fong Chong. As the only person Levi specifically requested to join the Survey Corps, Fong Chong's combat ability certainly lived up to Levi's expectations. As dusk approached, Eren arrived at the top of the wall, ready to move the boulder. Eren, let me make it clear. If the Titan you transform into loses its consciousness, my blade will show no mercy. I know that without you saying it. After saying this, Eren activated the vertical maneuvering equipment and headed toward the boulder. Unlike in the original story, this time he had an extra afternoon of rest. The Titan Eren transformed into hesitated in front of the boulder for a moment, and after Fong Chong mercilessly struck his nape twice, he quickly regained consciousness. However, unlike in the original story, Eren's awareness was not as firm this time. He didn't trigger the black-skinned Titan like a war god. The power of a normal Titan wasn't enough, and he could only struggle with the boulder. Hey, idiot, why do you have to lift it? That round stone won't it roll? Fong Chong had wanted to complain about this since he watched the anime. Why lift it if it can roll? Prompted by Fong Chong, Eren finally changed his approach. It wasn't entirely Eren's fault. Mainly, Pixis had previously said Eren could lift the boulder to block the hole, and he hadn't thought it through before wanting to lift it. Now, Eren skillfully rolled the boulder toward the opening and even used it as a weapon, crushing a few 3-meter Titans along the way. In this way, Eren almost had a blast. Fortunately, with Fong Chong by his side, after crushing a few Titans in passing, he quickly used the boulder to block the hole. At this point, Survey Corps Captain Erwin also sensed something amiss and decided to abandon the investigation outside the walls, leading the soldiers back to the Tros district. As a result, the low-intelligence Titans completely lost their combat capabilities, drawn to a corner by the soldiers on the wall and overwhelmed by countless fixed cannon fire, while those scattered were brutally killed under the onslaught of numerous soldiers. Even the Survey Corps managed to capture 3 6-meter Titans for research purposes. Nevertheless, the battle losses were considerable, with the death toll among residents and soldiers reaching over 4,000. The post-battle cleanup was particularly arduous. However, this was not the most critical issue. Despite Eren's help in reclaiming the Tros district, his ability to transform into a Titan had attracted the attention of the higher-ups, and it was not something that could be easily brushed aside. After clearing the battle remnants, the residents returned to the Tros district, and Eren was imprisoned in the dungeon. Deep underground, even if Eren wanted to transform into a Titan, he would be trapped by the layers of Earth and pose no threat to humanity. As in the original story, the Survey Corps recognized Eren's potential. If they could possess a Titan belonging to humanity, their missions outside the walls would become significantly easier. However, before the formal trial even began, Aaron's existence had already instilled fear in those above him. Just as Fong Chong had previously stated, the unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Before the first trial, and while the Survey Corps had not yet intervened, Aaron's cell had already been moved to a place designated for death row inmates. Naturally, Aaron was indignant, but there was little he could do. At that moment, he was at most a prisoner in chains. Without the presence of the Survey Corps, he might have long since lost his life. As time passed, the final second trial finally arrived. Early in the morning, Aaron was brought out of his cell, his hands tightly shackled, and a long stick was placed beside him to restrict his movements. The verdict remained unchanged. Amidst the bickering from all sides, the conclusion was still that Aaron, as a variable, must be snuffed out in his initial state. This terrified Reiner and the others, who had come to retrieve the Titan powers. They had just arrived on the mainland and had already suffered an ambush from a normal Titan, resulting in the death of their team leader. Now they were faced with the prospect of watching a Titan host die, which posed a huge setback to their goals. It was important to note that when an Eldian with Titan powers died, their ability would reappear in any other Eldian. The difficulty of finding a new Titan power host within the walls for the three of them was unimaginable. In fact, after the results of the first trial were announced, Reiner and his companions had been plotting to take Aaron away. However, they could not determine whether Aaron was the host of the coordinate power. If he was not, their next infiltration would be fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, just as the second trial was about to be announced, the Survey Corps finally intervened. Unlike other nobles and leaders of the Corps, Levi was exceedingly straightforward. You say he's a threat? Despite being only 1.6 meters tall, his years of killing had imbued him with a heavy aura, and the faint scent of blood sent chills down the spine. As he spoke, he approached Aaron, who didn't have time to react before Levi delivered a kick to his side. What? Aaron looked bewildered, already feeling irritable, and now he had been kicked for no reason. His temper flared, but upon seeing Levi's warning gaze, he forced himself to swallow his words and knelt on the ground, enduring Levi's punches and kicks. I have killed dozens, if not hundreds, of Titans. He's at most a 15-meter Titan who exhausted himself after killing nearly 10 Titans at the supply point. Do you think he can compare to me? With that, the accusation of defining Aaron as a threat became invalid. Under Levi's authority, even if Aaron transformed into a Titan, he would not pose a threat to them. Before Aaron could act, Levi could forcibly pull him out of his Titan form. From now on, Aaron belongs to the jurisdiction of the Survey Corps. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing the opportune moment, Erwin no longer remained silent and firmly accepted the jurisdiction over Aaron. After weighing the pros and cons, others also agreed to hand Aaron over to the Survey Corps. Once Aaron's fate was decided, Mikasa finally calmed down a bit. When Levi was punching and kicking Aaron earlier, if Fong Chong hadn't been there watching, Mikasa would likely have rushed in to intervene. This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred, and Fong Chong was quite puzzled. Logically, with his intervention this time, Mikasa and Aaron shouldn't be as emotionally charged as they were in the original story. At most, they should be similar to Armin. Yet for some reason, Mikasa's feelings for Aaron seem to be unusually intense. The royal bloodline suppression of the Ackerman bloodline is indeed significant. Although Fong Chong had a rough idea of the reason, he felt powerless. The Ackerman bloodline was the source of Mikasa's strength, and he had no means to separate her from it. This matter could only be temporarily set aside. In fact, even if Mikasa did not interact with Aaron, once Aaron understood the significance of the coordinate power, Mikasa would inevitably become one of Aaron's subordinates. Hey, you over there. The new uniforms have arrived. After the Survey Corps returned, the members intending to join could no longer remain with the garrison. Fong Chong had to admire Aaron's ability to talk his way out of trouble. Nearly everyone who ranked in the top 10 this time had gone to the Survey Corps, with only Annie insisting on her plan to join the Interior Military Police. Watching the newcomers in their uniforms salute in front of them, The veterans of the Survey Corps also looked gratified. Since the Titan broke through the gates 5 years ago, the treatment of the Survey Corps had plummeted. Since Irwin took command 5 years ago, they hadn't recruited so many trainees in one go. All right, our Survey Corps will leave the Rose Wall in a month to explore the Maria region. During this month, each of you must memorize your position and roll in formation. Understood? Yes. The significance of the 4 residential areas outside the walls was fundamentally to attract the attention of the Titans. This alone indicated that Titans were clearly more interested in places with larger and more concentrated populations. Therefore, by gathering a large number of soldiers on the walls away from the boulder, battles could be minimized. Additionally, Eren would receive more elite protection, making it easier to slaughter Titans using fixed cannons once the breach was blocked. Stop joking with me. How could I possibly stake my life on such unfounded claims? Meanwhile, even though Pixis claimed that Eren was their experimental subject, such an absurd reason was believed by no more than 1 in 10. Don't joke around. Are we just disposable tools? I want to withdraw. After the first soldier took the lead, countless others began to step out of the ranks, heading in the opposite direction. No matter how the officers threatened, these soldiers did not care. They figured they were going to die eventually, so it made no difference. I hereby order, anyone who leaves the scene now will have their crimes forgiven. I will bear all consequences. What? The officers below were stunned. Maintaining the remaining order was already difficult, and with Commander Pixis' statement, the officers lost their reason to threaten, causing the soldiers to leave even faster. A person who succumbs to the terror of Titans loses their ability to fight back. If they have realized this fear and feel they cannot resist, they can leave. But those who wish to let their family and friends taste this fear should get lost too. As soon as those words were spoken, the soldiers who had already turned to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks. Indeed, they were afraid of the Titans. What about their loved ones? Compared to these trained soldiers, ordinary people were even less capable of resisting the Titans' consumption. If they left now, their loved ones would one day encounter the terror of Titans. Damn it, little AI, Daddy can't go back to be with you. The thought of their families ignited the soldiers' bloodlust. After all, they were soldiers who had sworn to dedicate their hearts to humanity. Humanity may seem distant, but their family. Heart, oh heart! Before long, all the soldiers who had meant to leave returned, and the entire area erupted with loud and synchronized slogans. However, Fang Chong certainly couldn't allow Eren to proceed as he did in the original story. Without sufficient cooling time, even if Eren transformed into a Titan, it could be unconscious, and Mikasa would be the one to suffer. Ultimately, with Fang Chong taking the initiative, he managed to secure Eren an afternoon of rest, changing the attack time to before dusk. Fang Chong, since you insist on delaying the operation, you must take responsibility. Don't worry, a large number of Titans are already inside. From now on, anyone entering the Tros district, I won't let a single one escape. After casually agreeing, Fang Chong was the first to complete the resupply and head toward the hole. It must be said that the few scattered Titans at the entrance were quite easy to kill. The only regret was that the colossal Titan had damaged the fixed cannons above the opening and closing gates. Otherwise, with those fixed cannons, he could ensure that no Titan would enter through the gate. Of course, setting the plan for the afternoon was primarily about the Survey Corps. Compared to the other 2 corps, while the Survey Corps was smaller in number, they were the elite among elites. As long as the rhythm was well managed and there were no mistakes, holding the Tros district wouldn't be too difficult. In the following afternoon, after soldiers in another direction attracted a large number of Titans, Fang Chong led a 10-man elite team and achieved 12 Titan kills without any casualties. The reason Commander Pixis trusted Fang Chong was also related to his prior handover with Levi. Nearly everyone in the Survey Corps recognized Fang Chong. As the only person Levi specifically requested to join the Survey Corps, Fang Chong's combat ability certainly lived up to Levi's expectations. As dusk approached, Eren arrived at the top of the wall, ready to move the boulder. Eren, let me make it clear. If the titan you transform into loses its consciousness, my blade will show no mercy. I know that without you saying it. After saying this, Eren activated the vertical maneuvering equipment and headed toward the boulder. Unlike in the original story, this time he had an extra afternoon of rest. The Titan Eren transformed into hesitated in front of the boulder for a moment, and after Fang Chong mercilessly struck his nape twice, he quickly regained consciousness. However, unlike in the original story, Eren's awareness was not as firm this time. He didn't trigger the black-skinned Titan like a war god. The power of a normal Titan wasn't enough, and he could only struggle with the boulder. Hey, idiot, why do you have to lift it? That round stone won't it roll? Fang Chong had wanted to complain about this since he watched the anime. Why lift it if it can roll? Prompted by Fang Chong, Eren finally changed his approach. It wasn't entirely Eren's fault. Mainly, Pixis had previously said Eren could lift the boulder to block the hole, and he hadn't thought it through before wanting to lift it. Now, Eren skillfully rolled the boulder toward the opening and even used it as a weapon, crushing a few 3-meter titans along the way. In this way, Eren almost had a blast. Fortunately, with Fang Chong by his side, after crushing a few titans in passing, he quickly used the boulder to block the hole. At this point, Survey Corps Captain Irwin also sensed something amiss and decided to abandon the investigation outside the walls, leading the soldiers back to the Tros district. As a result, the low-intelligence titans completely lost their combat capabilities, drawn to a corner by the soldiers on the wall and overwhelmed by countless fixed cannon fire, while those scattered were brutally killed under the onslaught of numerous soldiers. Looking not far away, the female giant that Annie had transformed into was charging towards them like a whirlwind. How could Fang Chong remain calm? In an instant, he spurred his horse and swiftly pulled Petra's cloak away. Annie glanced at the two who had removed their cloaks, and a flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. Whether it was Fang Chong or Petra, their shapes and hair were vastly different from Eren, making any possibility of disguise non-existent. Seeing the approaching female giant, Petra instinctively wanted to draw her blade and rush forward, but was firmly grasped by Fang Chong's wrist. After a moment of shock, Annie quickly turned her head and chased towards the center troops. At this point, the situation had clearly exceeded Fang Chong's expectations. Logically, Annie should not have been heading towards the Central Army without Reiner's warning. Can you let go now? It hurts. Just as Fang Chong's mind was racing, Petra spoke up. Oh, I'm sorry. The immense pressure brought by Annie's approach kept Fang Chong in a state of tension. Even though the Jaw Titan he possessed was the only one capable of breaking through hardened abilities under normal circumstances, he did not dare to engage Annie lightly. After all, Annie's unique combat skills had caused him quite a bit of trouble during training. After Annie left, the two shot off a black signal flare representing abnormal titans as usual. Why did you just pull off our cloak? Faced with Petra's question, Fang Chong could only remain silent. He couldn't possibly tell Petra he was a time traveler who knew the upcoming plot. Seeing Fang Chong not responding for a long time, Petra sighed. All right, you are on the human side, right? I won't tell anyone. Actually, sometimes humans and titans really aren't that different. What are you talking about? Nothing. I'm on the human side. You can rest assured. But, all right, everyone has their own secrets. As long as it doesn't go against our purpose, I won't speak of today's events. Thank you. Speaking of which, we should be nearing the giant tree forest. As they approached the towering trees, Fang Chong's heart began to race. It was important to know that at this time, 5 types of Titans' powers gathered within the giant tree forest. Fang Chong, I didn't intend to go in. Don't be so excited. After some consideration, Fang Chong ultimately gave up the idea of entering the giant tree forest to test his luck. Although the 5 types of Titan abilities were already sufficient, missing even one could mean his demise within 7 years. There were also quite a few soldiers staying on the outskirts of the giant tree forest with Fang Chong, and it was these soldiers who attracted a large number of Titans to gather beneath the trees, relieving some pressure from the central troops. As the female giant plunged into the giant tree forest, not long after, the sound of cannon fire echoed from within the forest. Even without seeing it firsthand, Fang Chong could foresee that this Titan capture operation was destined to fail. There was no other reason. Simply based on Annie's hardening ability, the soldiers inside the walls could not break through. Sure enough, shortly after, a Titan's roar echoed from the center of the forest. After the roar, the Titans lurking around the forest's edge seemed to go mad, charging wildly towards the center of the giant tree forest. What's going on? Faced with the gathering of countless Titans, the soldiers lingering on the outskirts of the forest fell into a panic. If such a massive number of Titans truly charged, it wouldn't be impossible for them to topple the giant trees. At the same time, a red smoke signal shot up from the center of the giant tree forest. The soldiers gathered outside. Upon seeing that smoke, hurriedly dismounted and rode their horses to the nearby assembly point, despite worrying about the safety of the elite troops in the center. However, after waiting for some time, they were left with barely a squad of 20 soldiers. How is this possible? All the ones who entered the center were elite troops. Captain, Petra was likely the only veteran who had not gone to the center. But now, there were probably less than 10 veterans left present, and even Levi had multiple injuries. Petra, it's good that you're alive. Seeing the injured captain say such words, Petra was filled with confusion. The normally cold captain actually said something like this. Captain, just as Petra was about to say something more, she suddenly saw countless green bags being dragged from the cart at the back of the line. At the same time, Mikasa and Armin also spotted Aaron's broken body. Compared to the relatively intact captain, Aaron was in a pitiful state with only half a body left, relying entirely on the Titan's vitality to survive. Otherwise, he would have long since lost his breath. You little brat, what did you do to Aaron? Huh? Mikasa, calm down. Fang Chong quickly stepped forward to separate the two, and perhaps due to Fang Chong's presence, Mikasa was also suspected. So this time, Mikasa wasn't by Aaron's side, and seeing Aaron's tragic state caused her to lose her composure. However, under Fang Chong's pull, Mikasa gradually calmed down, though the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. All squads, attention! Immediate retreat. Before they even had a moment to regroup, Commander Erwin issued the retreat order. Commander Erwin, Ivan's body has not been recovered. With such a mangled body, do you still want to risk your life to recover it? Do you think their families will feel better seeing such a sight? Just do as I say. Any body that is too mangled will be treated as missing. Commander, don't you have even a shred of human compassion? Hey, undoubtedly, this failure had diminished Commander Erwin's authority significantly, and even many soldiers from the Survey Corps began to resent his methods. However, on the way back, faced with the pursuing Titans, the cart loaded with bodies had to drop a large number of corpses to lighten the load in order to escape from the Titans' grasp. In the end, when they returned to the Rose Wall, the number of soldiers in the Survey Corps had been reduced to half of what it originally was. Annie. A whole day passed before Aaron slowly woke up, but the moment he awoke, he kept repeating a name. It can't be wrong. That fighting stance. It absolutely cannot be wrong. It had only been 2 days since they returned to Walrose. Erwin was taken away by the military police affiliated with the royal family due to the failure of this operation. However, what the royal family did not know was that just at the moment Erwin was being escorted inland, the Trost district was already rife with undercurrents. Hey, Annie, wake up. We're going to be late for morning assembly. Oh, a new day began, and Annie climbed out of her clean bed. Compared to the large barracks where she lived during her training period, her living conditions had improved significantly after becoming a member of the military police. Soon, Annie got herself ready and stood in the corridor waiting for the inspection by her senior officers. Oh, juniors, today I have a task for you. You are to escort an important person to Walrose. Who wants to take the lead? TSH, here we go again. It's clearly their job. Faced with the enthusiasm of their seniors, this batch of juniors had long understood that these pests were hopelessly shameless. Moreover, if it were truly to escort an important person, they certainly wouldn't send these rookies to do it. Kid, You seem to be listening very attentively, so this task is yours. Such daily occurrences were very common in the military police. Although the assigned rookies were unwilling, opposing their superiors would surely make their lives difficult afterward. Understood. As one of those being inspected, Annie was undoubtedly among those appointed. According to the task requirements, Annie's squad was dispersed to various locations. However, before long, while on duty, Annie heard someone calling her name from a nearby alley. Annie, Armin, aren't you? Chill. Follow me. Clad in a cloak, Armin did not give Annie the chance to ask questions and directly pulled her to a less populated area. This should be enough. What exactly is going on? Feeling the number of residents around them gradually decrease, Annie sensed something was off and immediately stopped. Actually, Annie, you should know that we are now wanted criminals. And to save our lives, we must collect enough information to overthrow the current government. So what does this have to do with me? Enough, I'm going back. Perhaps Armin's anxious demeanor raised Annie's suspicions, or maybe Fong Chong's presence had altered the plot. This time, Annie felt something was wrong even before reaching the entrance of the underground ruins. Enough! Armin, I told you long ago, she is the female Titan. Why do you still harbor any hope? The cloaked Aaron beside them could no longer endure it. He must take revenge for what happened in the giant tree forest. Unfortunately, Annie was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Aaron expose her identity, she did not hesitate and bit down on his hand. The moment blood burst forth, two dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the area, and a large amount of steam began to rise. Quick, change gear. To avoid raising Annie's vigilance, the four had not brought their vertical maneuvering equipment when they arrived. In the current situation, without the equipment, the remaining three were useless except for Aaron. Taking advantage of the chaos between Aaron, now transformed into a Titan, and Annie, the three hurried to the prepared locations to change their gear. At this point, two 15-meter Titans had already started a battle. The sudden appearance of such monsters in a human town would undoubtedly cause significant destruction to the surrounding city. In just a few minutes, the surrounding ground was flattened considerably. Annie had enough combat intelligence to know that relying solely on herself, even with her hardening abilities, would not be enough to deal with the continuous influx of soldiers. So she fought while moving towards the city walls. Unfortunately, Aaron seemed determined. Regardless of the civilians around him, he was intent on capturing Annie. His thoughts of using buildings as shields failed, and he had his arm ripped off in the process. Of course, Aaron also had numerous injuries, even losing half of his body. However, for Titans, as long as their stamina remained sufficient and their central control wasn't compromised, these wounds were of little consequence. Aaron's reckless actions caused significant losses, with a number of civilian casualties continuously rising due to his chaotic charges, rendering the two traps set in the town useless. This guy Aaron, doesn't he ever think about the situation? Hanji, waiting by the traps, was furious. A well-planned operation was turned into a mess because of Aaron. With Aaron no longer restraining her, the female Titan Annie quickened her pace, frantically heading towards the city walls. Although Aaron's wounds were not fatal, they required time to heal, giving Annie the perfect opportunity to escape. However, the protagonist's halo finally began to work. The Titan body, which originally required at least a minute to regenerate, suddenly completed the transformation from white to black. Although his body had not fully recovered, both his strength and agility saw a qualitative leap. With only half his body left, Aaron charged madly towards the female Titan. Meanwhile, Mikasa and Fong Chong had finally finished changing their gear and rushed over. Annie, who had been constantly fleeing, was taken aback when she saw the pitch-black Titan charging towards her, as if in a frenzy. As a warrior trained by Marley, Annie might not know everything, but she understood at least 99% about Titans. However, Aaron's blackened state had never appeared in history. Unfortunately, even if Aaron successfully activated his enhanced attributes, his hardening ability was still beyond his current capacity to deal with. Originally, he planned to take advantage of Annie being caught off guard to pin her down and bite her neck, but due to the failure of his hardening ability, he lost a mouthful of teeth instead. Annie seized the opportunity to kick Aaron away and shot towards the city walls. The hardened fingers plunged into the wall like arrows, and Annie's body began to rapidly climb the city wall. Not a chance. Fang Chong and Mikasa shouted in unison. The opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Using their vertical maneuvering equipment, the two dashed towards Annie like lightning, and right in front of her, they used their blades to sever the part of her hardened fingers that was embedded in the wall. Annie, come down. With her fingers removed, Annie realized clearly that she had no chance to escape from Wall Rose. After this, without sufficient mobility, she would soon be overwhelmed by the incoming soldiers and ultimately become a target for interrogation. In just half a second, all the previous scenes flashed before Annie's eyes like a revolving lantern. In those blurred memories, she seemed to see her father kneeling on the ground, begging for her forgiveness. Annie, I've always been sorry for you. At this point, I have nothing more to say. But please hear my last request. You must come back alive. Your father will always be waiting here for you. Ah, so this is the ending after all. It felt as though Annie's heart had died. As she fell, her body began to shimmer with the light of her hardening ability. However, misfortune struck as the Titan controlled by Eren collided with her, and the two Titans' bodies instantly became the material for Annie's hardening. Thanks to Mikasa's presence, Eren managed to detach himself from the Titan's body, but the hardening formed by the two Titans had already taken shape. As the steam gradually dissipated, a crystalline mass appeared before everyone. The 2-meter-thick hardened crystal caused even Fang Chong, the Jaw Titan, to wince. As expected, with the formation of the hardened crystal, the people inside the walls completely lost their source of information from Annie. Whether it was by fire or blade, the hardened crystal showed no signs of damage at all. Damn it. Annie, come out. What does this even mean? Eren, dragged out from the Titan's body, pounded his fists against the crystal again and again, but with his fists unable to inflict any damage on the crystal. How could he break it? After weakly striking a few times, Eren completely lost his strength and was supported by Armin and Fang Chong to rest. Though Mikasa wanted to follow, Fang Chong advised her against it, citing the difference between genders. Speaking of which, at this point, the Beast Titan should already be at Wall Maria. After finally cleaning Eren and throwing him onto a bed, Fang Chong also needed to wash himself. Up until now, Annie's piece of the puzzle had been placed. Even Marley wouldn't have the ability to cut through the hardened crystal without damaging its interior. This meant that Annie was now essentially a female Titan experience package, and within the walls, only Fang Chong had the potential to utilize it. Looks like Reiner and Bertholdt will also be able to use this method to contain their powers in order to obtain the most complete abilities. Although the Warhammer Titan was not on Fang Chong's list of considerations, he had to grasp as many of the 8 Titan abilities on Parody Island as possible. Right? Why was I so fixated on Eren? I could just switch hosts. Oh wait, there's also Mikasa. Although Fang Chong had plenty of plans in mind, most could not be implemented due to Mikasa's presence, and he couldn't directly act against her. Damn, this is so frustrating. After a sleepless night, the news of the female Titan's successful capture reached the mainland early the next morning, and Erwin's previous unfavorable record was completely washed away with this event. Although it was not a significant victory, it at least validated Erwin's viewpoint, so the government officials in the mainland could no longer keep Erwin imprisoned. On the 3rd day after the female Titan's capture, Commander Erwin and the soldiers who had been taken to the mainland for questioning returned safely to the base in the Rose District. Cheers to the return of the commander. As the strongest combat force among the 3 military factions, the Survey Corps naturally lacked for supplies. Luxuries like alcohol were scarce, with only a few bottles available throughout the year. However, as an exploratory corps, who among the members didn't have a little side hustle, Erwin didn't impose too many restrictions on this, considering it a welfare for the soldiers. After narrowly escaping death on this outing, Along with the events occurring within the walls, the tightly wound nerves of the Survey Corps needed some time to unwind. The entire base was in a state of chaos, and of course, the members were prepared for the cleanup the next day. Otherwise, Levi would likely show up with a grim expression early in the morning. Clearly, Reiner and Berthold were not focused on the festivities. The pressure brought on by Annie's capture weighed heavily on both of them. After all, they had been sent here primarily to recover the Founding Titan's ability, and now, instead of obtaining that power, they had lost 2 of their own members. Commander, Hanji is looking for you. On the 5th day after the female Titan capture operation, while the station soldiers were repairing the wall, one soldier accidentally knocked down a large piece of wall plaster due to a mishap with his vertical maneuvering equipment. But that wasn't the main issue. According to logic, there should have been ordinary bricks behind the plaster, but when the soldier looked inside, he nearly went insane with fright. Hanji? What's going on? Oh, Erwin, you're here. Take a look at that. As Erwin looked up, he saw a hole in the wall covered by fabric. The wall repair was unsuccessful. In response to Erwin's question, Hanji shook her head, activated her vertical maneuvering equipment, and led Erwin to the hole, slightly lifting the fabric. At that moment, even the typically composed Erwin was taken aback. How is this possible? There's nothing impossible. I never would have thought that the wall protecting us from Titan invasions was actually made from Titans. Do you remember the wall cult pope I mentioned before? There were rumors that he held the truth about the walls. But when I went to find him this morning, he had already died in his home. Enough, Hanji. After all, hoping for others to help us is a luxury in itself. What we need, we will take with our own hands. Commander Erwin, urgent military situation. The wall Rose has been invaded by Titans. Nanny, compared to the question of whether the walls were made of Titans, the invasion of Wall Rose was clearly the most critical matter. Unlike Wall Maria, where the living conditions for humans deteriorated significantly after its fall, but they could still barely survive. Once Wall Rose fell, relying solely on the last remaining wall, humanity would be unable to sustain even half of its current population. Immediately notify the other 2 corps. Require a full inspection of Wall Rose. After the soldier finished relaying the information, Erwin understood that one of his strongholds on Wall Rose had been completely destroyed. However, he could not afford to feel any sadness about the situation. It was imperative to clarify the extent of the damage to Wall Rose immediately. Upon learning that Wall Rose had been invaded by Titans, the other 2 corps quickly sprang into action. Even though it was already dusk, a large number of soldiers were carrying torches and exploring along Wall Rose. Yet, until midnight, during their tense explorations, countless teams encountered each other, holding up their torches. Ew. Which district did you come from? East of Trost District, no Titan sightings. West of Trost District, no Titan sightings. After a whole night of exploration, all dispatched exploration teams had completed their tasks. But shockingly, although the Survey Corps' camp had been attacked by Titans, there was not a single hole in the entirety of Wall Rose. The news quickly reached Commander Erwin, and both he and Hanji wore serious expressions. Owen, I understand. This is the worst possible outcome. Gather everyone together. Soon, the Survey Corps soldiers who returned to the base gathered in the room. Aaron's Titan ability granted him unparalleled recovery speed, so it took only 5 days for him to rejoin the team. Levi, however, was still at the base due to his injuries and was unable to take action. Our stronghold is located here. Which of you has family nearby? After a long silence, Connie shakily raised his hands. My hometown is less than 10 kilometers from the stronghold. Sasha quickly raised her hand as well. I also live near after exiting the forest. Good. You two lead the way. Take half the soldiers each to the villages and inform the surrounding villagers to evacuate. Understood. At dawn, all members of the Survey Corps mounted their horses and headed towards the destroyed stronghold. To ensure speed, most soldiers did not have time to equip their vertical maneuvering gear. I hope it's not as bad as I think. Connie and Sasha, though not the brightest, were anxious upon learning that the stronghold had been destroyed and that their hometown was nearby. The task of notifying the villagers had already consumed a lot of manpower. Connie was fine, but Sasha, being familiar with the terrain, galloped ahead and got separated from the main force. "You go notify the nearby villages to evacuate. I'm going after Sasha." In the absence of veteran soldiers, Fang Chong naturally took command of the team. His knowledge of the plot meant he had been sleeping with his vertical maneuvering gear for the past few days, which had caused quite a few blisters on his body. After manipulating the number of Titan abilities, he could maintain wounds without healing. Now, he was the only soldier in the entire team equipped with vertical maneuvering gear, making it the best choice to pursue Sasha. But even so, by the time Fang Chong arrived, Sasha had already rushed into a house in the village. Damn! Knowing the plot, Fang Chong couldn't remain calm. Having been in this world for so long, he understood roughly how the correction mechanism worked. A soldier like Sasha, who had no connection to Titan powers, would not attract the attention of the correcting force. Who knew if she would survive like in the original story? At that moment, in the shabby house, an elderly woman was being held by a 2-meter Titan, its massive mouth gnawing on the woman's lower leg. Although the old woman was still conscious, she had no ability to resist the Titan and could only allow it to feast on her. A small girl beside her stared blankly, watching her relative being devoured, her disabled legs unable to move. This scene happened to be seen by Sasha as she burst into the house. With no weapon in hand, she could only grab an axe nearby and charge at the Titan, trying to kill it. "Sasha, how can you do this without a weapon?" For Fang Chong, dealing with a 2-meter Titan was straightforward as long as he had a suitable weapon. Just as Sasha was looking for a spot to attack with the axe, Fang Chong broke through the window, and with a sharp blade, he sliced through the Titan's neck from behind, a spray of blood erupting as the Titan fell dead on the spot. Fang Chong. Upon seeing Fang Chong burst in, Sasha was overjoyed. With her not-so-sharp little axe against the Titan, she felt uncertain. "All right, stop the bleeding for her. I'll check outside to see if there are any remaining Titans, and then I'll take both of them away." The situation with Sasha was basically resolved. Her village was deep in the forest and was the last village nearby. Meanwhile, Connie finally arrived in his hometown. Accompanying Connie were only Reiner and Berthold, as both were from Marley. And recalling the earlier intel they received, it was clear that Connie's village had been targeted by Zeke as a source of Titans. The shattered rooftops and the chaotic streets all proved their point. Connie rushed towards his home almost madly. But everything had already happened. His home had been destroyed, and there lay a grotesque Titan with awkward limbs inside. "But you, Mom." The indistinct voice and the grotesque limbs caused Connie to recognize his mother at a glance. But now, his mother had transformed from a human into a Titan. At that moment, Reiner and Berthold's expressions began to turn increasingly dangerous from behind. Connie was undoubtedly getting closer to the truth about Titans. Just as the two were debating whether to leave Connie behind, they suddenly heard loud footsteps in the distance. They exchanged glances and, without a word, dragged Connie away towards the rendezvous point. They both understood that Zeke had likely discovered that one of his Titans was missing and was coming to deal with the situation. Poor Connie, still in a daze, was yanked away from the village by the two of them. By the time they reached the gathering point, it was nearing evening, and soon after, Sasha and her group also arrived at the rendezvous point, the Twin Towers. These Twin Towers had once been a stronghold for the Survey Corps, well-stocked with supplies and structured to facilitate the use of vertical maneuvering equipment. By nightfall, aside from the soldiers on guard duty, there were about 30 people inside the tower, including Fang Chong and Sasha. Unlike the original story, this time, due to the Wall Cult Pope committing suicide early, Aaron and his group were also among those notifying the villagers. As night fell, after a simple fire-cooked dinner, the soldiers on watch suddenly spotted a Titan covered in fur. Everyone gathered at the top of the tower to observe. "Is it an abnormal Titan?" Unlike the others' confusion, Fang Chong noticed that Reiner and Berthold were clearly relieved. "Tisich, Levi got injured at the worst possible time. If I and Mikasa were there, we might have achieved our goal today. Fang Chong sighed slightly about his bad luck, and then retreated back into the tower. The furry titan wandered in the distance, but showed no intention of approaching the twin towers, so the group didn't pay much attention. After reminding the soldiers on watch to stay vigilant, they gradually pulled back into the tower. Only Reiner's expression began to look a bit unusual. As the dim night descended, the furry titan began to move away, and the soldiers on watch gradually relaxed their vigilance. However, Fang Chong's body started to tense up. Suddenly, faint tremors filled the air. Sasha, lying on the ground asleep, sensed something was off much earlier than the others. Something's coming. Sasha's skills in hunting and tracking were well known among the Survey Corps, so when she said this, everyone knew something was amiss. The surrounding soldiers sprang into action, but the night sky was pitch black, and visibility was limited to their torches. Seeing that nothing was visible from the window below, several soldiers rushed to the top of the tower. "Hey, is there something around?" "Huh? No, not that I see." The soldiers on the tower, having not spotted any moving objects, felt a bit annoyed by the questioning tone from below. But before they could retort, the moon in the sky began to appear gradually. With the moonlight shining down, the soldiers' visibility increased significantly. Wah! How could this be? Moonlight illuminated the area outside the twin towers, revealing that a dozen titans had gathered just a kilometer away, with even more titans emerging from the distant forest. Hearing the commotion, the new recruits rushed to the top of the tower. "Newbies, fall back. It's time for the vertical maneuvering equipment to make its appearance." Unlike the recruits who were responsible for notifying the villagers, the veteran soldiers had equipped their vertical maneuvering gear in preparation for unexpected situations, and it was just the right moment to use it. The presence of the twin towers greatly increased the operability of the vertical maneuvering equipment. Dealing with just 10 titans was not a challenge for these 5 battle-hardened veterans. Under the veterans' skilled maneuvering, several lower-tier titans were crushed under the feet of the 15-meter titans. "Tisich, look at this bunch of idiots. They deserve it." After 30 minutes of intense combat, all 10 titans lay defeated. "Phew, that was close. I'm running low on gas." After half an hour of fighting, the gas tanks were nearly empty, but almost all the titans were dead, and the remaining few under 2 meters tall posed no threat. However, just when the veterans thought they were safe, the sky suddenly darkened. Before the veterans could react, a 10-meter titan came crashing down, smashing hard into the right side of the tower. 3 veterans barely had time to dodge and were crushed into a bloody pulp. But that was far from the end. After one titan crashed down, a continuous barrage of stones began to rain down from the direction of the beast titan. "Damn it, that titan is a transformed human." After the incident with Annie, the members of the Survey Corps had developed a certain understanding of such situations. "Newbies, quickly, ride your horses to report." Under the orders of the remaining 3 veterans, Aaron and the others hiding in the tower immediately rushed down, but the 2 remaining 2-meter titans had already entered the tower. Now, among those present, only Fang Chong was equipped with vertical maneuvering equipment. The others, even someone as strong as Reiner, could not kill titans. Seeing the situation, Fang Chong was about to step forward when suddenly an arm burst through the wall of the tower. He had no time to react, as the crumbling wall sent his body flying outside. Fang Chong, upon seeing this, Aaron showed no mercy. He jumped out the window and transformed mid-air into his titan form. Unfortunately, the beast titan in the distance was not to be underestimated. He had been waiting for Aaron to appear. "Finally, you're out. Peek, quickly bring me some stones. I'm running out of ammunition here." At Zeke's command, a titan on all 4s dashed off into the distance, rolling back with a boulder shortly after. In this time, Zeke had thrown everything throwable within reach, while Aaron had sustained numerous injuries to protect the soldiers in the tower. Fang Chong, wake up!" In a daze, Fang Chong felt someone shaking him repeatedly. As he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the lowest level of the Twin Towers. The two remaining 2-meter Titans had been swiftly taken care of by Eren, and Fang Chong himself had not sustained serious injuries. Looking at Mikasa, who was clearly losing control of her emotions beside him, Fang Chong felt a warmth in his heart. He tried to raise his arm, but found he could not move at all. He turned his head and saw that the left arm, which Fang Chong had deliberately injured earlier, had completely vanished, replaced by a large chunk of wall brick. Damn it, Fang Chong cursed inwardly. Although he possessed Titan abilities and could repair his arm at any time, doing so would inevitably expose his identity. At that point, Reiner and Bertholdt would certainly target him as well. Currently, the power dynamics were extremely unfavorable for Eren's side. With Levi absent, Fang Chong and Eren could at most match 1.5 Titans on the opposing side, and with Mikasa lacking vertical maneuvering equipment, she couldn't contribute much to the battle either. As Fang Chong was frantically thinking, the Beast Titan in the distance picked up a handful of stones and swung its massive arm towards them. Mikasa, get down! Seeing the Beast Titan about to throw, Fang Chong couldn't hesitate any longer and quickly pulled Mikasa into his embrace with the half of his body that was still functional. In an instant, a shower of stones pierced through Eren's Titan form, even the tower walls behind him failing to provide protection. The previously intact tower was instantly reduced to rubble. Eren, run! Now unable to reveal his identity, Fang Chong could only urge Eren to lead them away. Eren, who had already taken a beating and was struggling to hold on, understood and immediately began to search through the debris of the stone tower, gathering all the survivors in his grasp as they fled into the distance. Huh? Don't run away. Really? Zeke clearly didn't expect Eren to flee directly. Due to the terrain limitations, he didn't have many objects available to throw, and could only watch helplessly as Eren continued to retreat. Hey, can you catch up? As Eren distanced himself, Zeke shifted back to human form, while the Titan on all fours spoke up. No, you know that. Indeed, while the Cart Titan had the longest endurance among all Titans, its speed was comparable only to that of the Colossal Titan, and it paled in comparison to Eren. Right, I wonder what Reiner and Bertholdt are thinking. Such a good opportunity, yet they don't come out to help. It's really, they haven't found the Founding Titan's ability yet, so they need to continue hiding. That's true. What they didn't realize was that the prolonged hiding had begun to cause Reiner to show signs of mental fragmentation, especially after Annie had shut herself off. This condition was becoming increasingly severe. However, without Krista around to bandage Reiner's wounds, his mental instability hadn't fully manifested yet. Despite sustaining many injuries, the Titan form Eren was able to carry the group for over 10 kilometers before he had to revert back to his human form. The horses they originally had were all killed in the Beast Titan's initial barrage. With no other choice, they could only continue on foot. As for Fang Chong, to protect his identity, he slightly used some Titan abilities, but only when he was in Eren's Titan form, as at that moment, a bit of steam on him wouldn't draw attention. After that wave of healing, although Fang Chong's left arm was completely useless, at least the left side of his body was still intact. After a desperate escape, Fang Chong's group finally returned to their original stronghold by noon the next day. As an injured person, Fang Chong was immediately taken away for treatment, while Eren, Reiner, and the others with lighter injuries went to report the events to Erwin. Perhaps due to the absence of Krista's influence, Reiner's mental state was notably more stable this time, and he didn't forcefully transform to take Eren away like in the original story. However, this led to a new low point in the Survey Corps' intelligence sources regarding Titans, and Erwin found himself at a loss for where to start the investigation. After several days of low spirits, Erwin began to gather information on the Wall Cult. Despite being a newly emerging sect in recent years, at least 1/3 of the population within the walls had come to believe in it in just a few years, and with the peculiar suicide of the Pope, Erwin suspected there was more to the story. After a month of investigation, the Survey Corps finally found a trading company that had close ties to the Wall Cult and prepared to use it as a starting point. However, before the Survey Corps could launch their operation, The company's president mysteriously died, and his son also went missing. Upon further examination of the president's body, Irwin quickly discovered that the man had clearly been assassinated, contrary to the suicide reported in the intelligence. Those nobles, truly rotting to the core, sighing at the corruption of the nobility, Irwin dispatched soldiers to search for clues. Having recuperated for a month, Fong Chong, although not fully recovered, which was by his own design, could still handle some simple tasks. To remain in the Survey Corps, Fong Chong worked hard in various aspects. However, the main issue was that having lost an arm, he could still manage to oversee most of the new recruits in the Survey Corps. In summary, Fong Chong had now become Irwin's secretary, responsible for relaying information and organizing miscellaneous tasks for him. Yet, Irwin remained quite wary of Fong Chong and did not allow him to access any critical information. At most, he only learned that someone had gone home to visit their elderly mother. Due to the previous pressure from the Beast Titan, the Survey Corps' operational capacity was at an all-time high, and in less than 3 days, they had thoroughly clarified the cause of the trading company president's death. Through the president's son, they discovered that it was someone sent by the royal family. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Corps, as the royal family, which had long held power in the politics of the walls, was now seen as an enemy allied with the Titans according to the current investigation. However, upon detailed investigation, Irwin found that the royal family had completely collapsed. Although it was called the royal family, there was actually no one with royal blood left. Of course, without Emer around, Krista's royal identity had also not been uncovered, as she had initially been just an inconspicuous branch of the family. This information was ordinary intelligence to Irwin and his team, but for Reiner and Berthold, it was like a bolt from the blue. To understand, the power of the founding Titan can only be effectively utilized if built upon the royal bloodline. An Eldian without royal blood, even if they inherit the power of the founding Titan, would only shorten their lifespan without any additional ability. Thus, for Reiner and Berthold to seek the coordinate power within the walls was nothing short of a pipe dream. They even entertained the idea of making a desperate move to rescue Annie and flee. However, after the appearance of the Beast Titan, the entire interior of the walls went into lockdown. Although the Beast Titan did not reappear afterward, the precautionary measures certainly did not lessen. This posed significant challenges for Reiner and Berthold's escape plan, making it nearly impossible to communicate with Zeke. With no other choice, they had to continue hiding. Just a few days later, a significant breakthrough occurred. Through extensive investigations, the Survey Corps finally uncovered the mastermind behind the disappearance of the royal bloodline. It was none other than Aaron's father. So where did Aaron's powers come from? Clearly, he inherited them by consuming his father. This dramatically increased the possibility that the coordinate power resided within Aaron. Of course, as soon as this intelligence was obtained, Mikasa and the captain moved in to bolster the security around Aaron with a significant number of soldiers. With the situation developing to this extent, Irwin also recognized the truth. The Colossal Titan and Armored Titan were not primarily for attacking the inner world. Rather, they were forcing the holder of the founding Titan's power to reveal themselves. Coupled with Annie's actions of joining the military police, everything began to fall into place. But why do they want to seize the coordinate power? Is it to control those Titans? No, that doesn't make sense. Should we go check the Shiganshina district? At this point, all clues had hit a dead end. Although Irwin now understood the purpose behind the Titans' actions, their motives remained unclear. He could only hope that the basement of Aaron's home would provide the information he needed. Commander Irwin, Krista is missing. Krista? How we sent someone to look for her? We've already sent people out. Fong Chong, bring me her enlistment records. Fong Chong, who had grown accustomed to these requests, quickly dug up all the information he could find on Krista. Who would have thought we have such a person in our ranks? From the current intelligence, Krista was the only surviving member of the royal bloodline. Although Irwin suspected that there were likely other illegitimate children of the royal family out there, Krista was the only one they could currently identify. Quick, increase the manpower. Understood. Fang Chong immediately took orders and relayed Erwin's request to the entire army. Aside from the soldiers protecting Eren, all other soldiers were dispatched to search for Krista's whereabouts. No need to look, she's definitely down there. Like Fang Chong, Levi, though he had mostly recovered from his injuries after 2 months of rest, was still not in a position to take the initiative and preferred to avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Down in the underground streets, yes, while the inner world had only developed to a medieval level due to limited space, the residents had carved out an underground area. This dark underground space was designed for the lowest class of citizens, where many would live their entire lives without ever seeing the sun. The sheer number of these underground streets made them excellent at concealing activities, as the thick earth could absorb all sounds. Krista found herself in such an environment. However, unlike other underground streets, the one Krista was in was additionally filled with large amounts of hardened crystal, enhancing its secrecy even further. My head hurts. Where is this? In a high platform formed of hardened crystal, Krista slowly regained consciousness. Although she knew her royal bloodline could bring trouble, she never imagined that someone would abduct her directly from the Survey Corps. Looking around, she found herself bound by several thick iron chains, and the glaring hardened crystal nearby made her dizzy. However, her long training had given her adaptability, and after a while, she managed to recover. But when she did, she saw her father, whom she had only met a few times, holding a syringe and muttering something. "Krista, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The prolonged binding had restricted the flow of blood in Krista's body, making it extremely difficult for her to even stand. As she attempted to rise, the iron chains around her emitted a loud, grating noise. Her father, who she had only seen a few times, turned around, his hand clutching the syringe, and his tear-streaked face made Krista shudder. "Dowson, Krista, I don't want to do this, but you're the only remaining member of the royal bloodline besides me. Accept this power. Take back the power from Eren Yeager." As he spoke, the rotund man approached Krista, syringe in hand. "No, don't." However, there was no comparison between the bloated royal descendant and Krista, who had undergone rigorous training. As she saw the needle approaching her, Krista swiftly sidestepped, catching the man by surprise. In the ensuing instinctive motion, the needle struck one of the nearby chains instead. How could a glass syringe withstand the strength of iron? In an instant, the syringe shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. Krista. At that moment, the soldiers of the Survey Corps finally located Krista's whereabouts. Seeing Krista bound by chains, Reiner, who had developed some affection for her, could no longer hold back. In a swift motion, he stepped forward and cut the chains binding Krista. "Reiner, thank you. Hey, get up." Krista's sudden expression of gratitude caused Reiner to blush, especially given her disheveled state. He quickly turned to confront the man behind her. The broken syringes and scattered vials of liquid on the ground were all too familiar to Reiner. Back in Marley, they had used such methods countless times in coordination with Zeke's abilities to conquer many nations. As Reiner racked his brain to cover up the spilled liquids, the man continued to stare intensely at Krista. Why, Krista? Why won't you contribute even a little for the royal family? You abandoned me since childhood, and now you want me to contribute to the royal family." Hearing Krista's resolute response, the man's expression darkened, and he fell silent, slowly bending down and extending his tongue. Damn it! Unlike Krista, Reiner understood perfectly how terrifying it would be for someone with royal blood to transform into an abnormal titan. A previous officer had boasted to Reiner that a royal bloodline woman, even after having her limbs severed and her body mutilated, could still transform into a genuine 15-meter titan after being injected with a liquid, and even stronger than that. Now, this bloated man, if he transformed, would surely exceed 15 meters. Seeing that the tip of the tongue was about to touch the liquid, Reiner could not afford to stay in this cramped underground space any longer. He grabbed Krista and desperately tried to flee. Fortunately, due to Reiner's physique, his vertical maneuvering gear had undergone some modifications, allowing for increased gas pressure in the canisters, which helped him maintain a certain speed while carrying Krista. Just as Reiner emerged on the surface, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Impossible, even bigger than Berthold. Realizing he had misspoken, Reiner quickly shut his mouth, but his shock was uncontainable. The amount of lightning, absolutely over 100 meters. How can there be such a monster? Estimating the Titan's size, Reiner quickly realized that this location was no longer safe and continued moving forward with Krista. In less than half a minute, Reiner had moved over 500 meters, but when he looked back, a Titan over 200 meters tall had appeared in the underground street. Compared to its enormous body, its short limbs provided no support, causing it to topple face-first to the ground within seconds. What kind of force would a 200-meter Titan falling to the ground generate? Reiner certainly did not want to experience it a second time. The massive wind pressure and noise sent him flying dozens of meters away from 500 meters out. Reiner, wake up! Wake up! Thanks to Reiner's protection, Krista had not been harmed. However, the Titan would not wait for them. After falling, its arm, towering over 50 meters, came crashing down towards them like a Ferris wheel. Just as Reiner regained consciousness, the sky darkened. Even with his Titan abilities, if he were struck, he would surely meet his end. Fortunately, Reiner's solid foundation and vertical maneuvering equipment allowed him to successfully escape the Titan's hand just in time, dragging Krista with him. But the other soldiers were not so lucky, crushed into a pulp by the giant hand. This strike seemed to completely drain the Titan of its sanity. Its head, which had barely been able to lift, now hung limply against the ground. Having just experienced this scene, Reiner did not dare linger. Moreover, the commotion caused by the 200-meter Titan would soon attract the Survey Corps. Sure enough, just as Reiner was halfway toward the stronghold, mounted members of the Survey Corps spotted him. Reiner quickly approached to explain the situation and was escorted back to the camp by 2 soldiers. Upon hearing the report, Commander Erwin quickly rode to the scene, while Fang Chong, as a crippled soldier, along with Levi, still not fully healed, remained at the camp. Even while staying at the camp, the soldiers returning from the front lines brought Fang Chong an endless stream of information. Over 3 hours later, Erwin returned to the camp. Due to the Titan's movement, everything in its path had turned to ruins. Even the Survey Corps could not break through the intense heat emitted by the Titan. Moreover, as the Titan crawled, the temperature around it continued to rise, making it impossible to approach even slightly. Commander Erwin, what shall we do next? Don't worry. As long as we can calculate the Titan's direction of movement, it will be fine. Although the destruction is significant, its slow-moving ability means we can evacuate civilians without issue. Understood. Soon, some ordinary soldiers were dispatched to evacuate the civilians, leaving only the newly formed Levi squad, consisting of Aaron and a few others, along with Hanji and Erwin, in the meeting room. That Titan's trajectory is undoubtedly heading towards the Shiganshina area. Erwin, you know that such a Titan would cause massive damage if it reached the Shiganshina area. I know. Faced with Levi's concerns, Erwin remained calm, slowly beginning to outline his plan. That Titan is clearly targeting densely populated areas that are close by. Therefore, we just need to gather as many civilians as possible together, and the Titan's direction won't change. Damn it. Erwin, are you planning to use all the civilians in the Shiganshina area as bait? Hanji could no longer hold back. Erwin's plan was clearly to use the residents of Shiganshina as bait, and even though Hanji was not one to be overly sentimental, a Titan of that size would clearly not be stopped by the walls, and the entire Shiganshina area would inevitably descend into chaos. Hanji, sit down and listen. Levi, accustomed to Erwin's way of doing things, calmly and somewhat coldly urged Hanji to sit back down, and Erwin continued. There are 2 plans now. First, although the abilities of the founding Titan are still unclear, they are largely based on the ability to control Titans through royal blood. Now, this power exists within Eren. Therefore, The first approach is to have Eren take Krista and attempt to use the Founding Titan's power to control that Titan. Understood. The shattered syringes and the spilled vials of liquid on the ground were all too familiar to Reiner. He knew that during their time in Marley, paired with Zeke's abilities, they had used such methods to conquer numerous nations. As Reiner strained to cover up the spilled liquids, the man continued to stare intently at Krista. Why Krista? Why won't you contribute even a little for the royal family? Huh? You abandoned me since childhood, and now you want me to contribute to the royal family? Krista's resolute response made the man's expression darken, leaving him speechless as he slowly bent down and extended his tongue. Damn it! Unlike Krista, Reiner understood exactly how terrifying it was for someone with royal blood to transform into an abnormal Titan. A previous officer had boasted that a royal-blooded woman, even after having her limbs severed and her body mutilated, could still transform into a genuine 15-meter Titan after being injected with a liquid, and even stronger than that. Now, this portly man, if he transformed, would surely exceed 15 meters. Seeing the tip of the tongue approaching the liquid, Reiner could not afford to stay in this cramped underground space any longer. He grabbed Krista and desperately fled. Fortunately, due to Reiner's physique, his vertical maneuvering gear had been modified, allowing for increased gas pressure in the canisters, which helped him maintain a certain speed while carrying Krista. Just as Reiner emerged on the surface, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Impossible! Even bigger than Bertholdt. Realizing he had misspoken, Reiner quickly shut his mouth, but his shock was palpable. The amount of lightning, absolutely over 100 meters. How can there be such a monster? Estimating the Titan's size, Reiner quickly realized that this location was no longer safe and continued moving forward with Krista. In less than half a minute, Reiner had moved over 500 meters, but when he looked back, a Titan over 200 meters tall had appeared in the underground street. Compared to its enormous body, its short limbs provided no support, causing it to topple face-first to the ground within seconds. What kind of force would a 200-meter Titan falling to the ground generate? Reiner certainly did not want to experience it a second time. The massive wind pressure and noise sent him flying dozens of meters away from 500 meters out. Reiner, wake up! Wake up! Thanks to Reiner's protection, Krista had not been harmed. However, the Titan would not wait for them. After falling, its arm, towering over 50 meters, came crashing down towards them like a Ferris wheel. Just as Reiner regained consciousness, the sky darkened. Even with his Titan abilities, if he were struck, he would surely meet his end. Fortunately, Reiner's solid foundation and vertical maneuvering equipment allowed him to successfully escape the Titan's hand just in time, dragging Krista with him. But the other soldiers were not so lucky, crushed into a pulp by the giant hand. This strike seemed to completely drain the Titan of its sanity. Its head, which had barely been able to lift, now hung limply against the ground. Having just experienced this scene, Reiner did not dare linger. Moreover, the commotion caused by the 200-meter Titan would soon attract the Survey Corps. Sure enough, just as Reiner was halfway toward the stronghold, mounted members of the Survey Corps spotted him. Reiner quickly approached to explain the situation and was escorted back to the camp by 2 soldiers. Upon hearing the report, Commander Erwin quickly rode to the scene, while Fong Chong, as a crippled soldier, along with Levi, still not fully healed, remained at the camp. Even while staying at the camp, the soldiers returning from the front lines brought Fong Chong an endless stream of information. Over 3 hours later, Erwin returned to the camp. Due to the Titan's movement, everything in its path had turned to ruins. Even the Survey Corps could not break through the intense heat emitted by the Titan. Moreover, as the Titan crawled, the temperature around it continued to rise, making it impossible to approach even slightly. Commander Erwin, what shall we do next? Don't worry. As long as we can calculate the Titan's direction of movement, it will be fine. Although the destruction is significant, its slow-moving ability means we can evacuate civilians without issue. Understood. Soon, some ordinary soldiers were dispatched to evacuate the civilians, leaving only the newly formed Levi squad, consisting of Eren and a few others, along with Hanji and Erwin, in the meeting room. That Titan's trajectory is undoubtedly heading towards the Shiganshina area. Erwin, you know that such a Titan would cause massive damage if it reached the Shiganshina area. I know. Faced with Levi's concerns, Erwin remained calm, slowly beginning to outline his plan. That Titan is clearly targeting densely populated areas that are close by. Therefore, we just need to gather as many civilians as possible together, and the Titan's direction won't change. Damn it. Erwin, are you planning to use all the civilians in the Shiganshina area as bait? Hanji could no longer hold back. Erwin's plan was clearly to use the residents of Shiganshina as bait, and even though Hanji was not one to be overly sentimental, a Titan of that size would clearly not be stopped by the walls, and the entire Shiganshina area would inevitably descend into chaos. Hanji, sit down and listen. Levi, accustomed to Erwin's way of doing things, calmly and somewhat coldly urged Hanji to sit back down, and Erwin continued. There are two plans now. First, although the abilities of the Founding Titan are still unclear, they are largely based on the ability to control Titans through royal blood. Now, this power exists within Eren. Therefore, the first approach is to have Eren take Krista and attempt to use the Founding Titan's power to control that Titan. Understood. When Eren saw the flash of fire, he wasted no time and immediately pressed his Titan form against the explosives, securing them tightly before quickly detaching himself from the Titan's body and being rescued by other soldiers. Soon, the fuse of the explosives reached its limit, igniting all at once, and the tremendous sound was even heard in the royal capital. Amidst the deafening noise, chunks of Titan flesh were sent flying in all directions. Everyone, chop those meat chunks to pieces. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the explosives, the Titan's remains did not break down into the smaller fragments Erwin had envisioned. Instead, they were still massive chunks, at least a meter in size. The human central nervous system, represented by the spine, is no more than a bit over a meter long, which meant that the chunks could potentially contain parts of the Titan's essence. Although Erwin did not believe these flesh pieces could transform back into Titans, the fact that the meat outside the wall had not yet begun to vaporize indicated that the Titan was not completely dead. Countless soldiers sprang into action, using their vertical maneuvering equipment to grapple onto the chunks of Titan flesh, their blades slicing through the meat with precision. Krista surpassed her usual abilities, skillfully maneuvering her gear as if dancing a waltz in the sky, far exceeding her normal performance. Perhaps due to the bloodline connection, after chopping through one piece, Krista quickly located the chunk where her father, whom she had barely seen, was hiding. Dad, rest in peace. The sharp blade sliced through, cleanly severing the large piece of flesh into two equal halves. The Titan's corpse outside the wall finally began to evaporate. Everyone fall back. Compared to the heat generated while the Titan was alive, the heat released upon its death surged wildly, creating shockwaves that made it impossible for anyone to stand on the wall. However, this wave of heat only lasted for about an hour before dissipating. An hour later, the Titan's remains outside the wall had reduced to nothing but a pile of charred bones. Once the 200-meter Titan was brought down, Krista began preparing for her ascension to the throne. The only surviving royal bloodline within the walls was Krista herself. In fact, that wasn't her real name. Krista was a pseudonym adopted to conceal her royal lineage, but I'm too lazy to change it. The achievement of defeating the colossal Titan gradually became known within the Survey Corps, significantly aiding Krista's rise to power. Additionally, Krista's background as a member of the Survey Corps provided great convenience for the Corps' investigations in the capital. However, investigating the capital was not without its challenges. After more than a month of extensive verification, the Survey Corps finally identified someone who had knowledge about the Founding Titan's powers, Kenny. Kenny, Levi, have you softened? Kenny, as Levi's adoptive father, might not have been a suitable one, but without him, Levi would not have survived to be rescued by Owen from the underground streets. It's not about directly killing him, is it? Now, Levi still held some feelings for Kenny. After all, he had saved his life. But soon, Levi would pay for this immature thought with Armin's life. Unlike the standard vertical maneuvering equipment of the regular Corps, Kenny was equipped with a specially engineered version, where his weapons were not simple blades like those in the Survey Corps, but expertly crafted gun barrels capable of firing shots with a spread effect. Armin was unfortunately caught off guard. Although he was clever, his skills with the vertical maneuvering equipment could not match those of the other members in Levi's squad, and he met his end against Kenny's sudden attack. This incident infuriated Mikasa and Eren. As the elite combat force next to Levi, Mikasa could face Kenny in battle, and with Eren's Titan form and the captain, Kenny had almost no chance to fight back, having been severely injured in the encounter. Especially with Eren's Titan form, that 15-meter body was impervious to Kenny's small firearms. Eren was enraged by Armin's death, and as a result, Kenny tragically lost half of his body. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of the three, Kenny began to recount what he knew about the royal family. The coordinate power within Eren had always been controlled by members of the royal family, and this power had been passed down through generations. Kenny had witnessed this several times. Once the coordinate power was inherited, the person who gained it would be entirely different from before. Particularly, the faint purple patterns in their eyes were not something a normal human should possess. Every inheritor of the coordinate power had the same purple eyes, along with a strikingly similar calmness and indifference. Kenny could assert that every royal inheritor of the coordinate power was essentially the same person. How is this possible? Then why am I unaffected? Eren, hearing this, felt that Kenny was just making things up. Cough, cough, you little brat, let me finish. Afterward, everyone began to understand that with the inheritance of the founding Titan, every host of the coordinate power would gain the memories of the previous and all prior inheritors. Thus, it could be said that these inheritors of the coordinate power were identical to the original king. The original king? Yes, the original king incited the Titans against humanity. You should also understand how much damage the Titans inflicted on humanity long ago. Yet this king, for reasons unknown, suddenly called back all Eldians just as he was about to eradicate all races except Eldians, constructing the world behind the walls on this island and establishing a non-aggression pact. It is precisely for this reason that every generation of those who wield the coordinate power has not instigated conflict. After hearing this, the three felt as if their world had been shattered. Through Kenny's words, they could confirm that the world within the walls was indeed minuscule. The icy lands and boundless salt lakes spoken of by Armin must exist. Finally, let me send you two more pieces of news. The Titans indeed transformed from humans. No, from us Eldians. All that is lacking is an injection. The scattered syringes and the spilled vials of liquid on the ground were all too familiar to Reiner. He knew that during their time in Marley, they had used such methods in conjunction with Zeke's abilities to conquer numerous nations. As Reiner struggled to conceal the spilled liquids, the man continued to fixate on Krista. Why Krista? Why won't you contribute even a little to the royal family? Huh? You abandoned me since childhood, and now you want me to contribute to the royal family? Krista's defiant response darkened the man's expression, leaving him momentarily speechless as he slowly bent down and extended his tongue. Damn it! Unlike Krista, Reiner understood the terror of someone with royal blood transforming into an abnormal Titan. A previous officer had boasted that a royal-blooded woman, even after being mutilated, could still transform into a genuine 15-meter Titan after being injected with a liquid, and even stronger than that. Now, this overweight man would surely exceed 15 meters if he transformed. Seeing the tip of the tongue nearing the liquid, Reiner could not afford to remain in this cramped underground space any longer. He grabbed Krista and desperately fled. Fortunately, his physique allowed his vertical maneuvering gear to be modified, increasing gas pressure in the canisters, which helped him maintain speed while carrying Krista. Just as Reiner emerged on the surface, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Impossible, even bigger than Bertholdt. Realizing he had misspoken, Reiner quickly silenced himself, but his shock was evident. The amount of lightning, absolutely over 100 meters. How can there be such a monster? Estimating the Titan's size, Reiner quickly realized this location was no longer safe and continued moving forward with Krista. Within half a minute, Reiner had moved over 500 meters, but when he looked back, a Titan over 200 meters tall had appeared in the underground street. Compared to its colossal body, its short limbs provided no support, causing it to topple face first to the ground within seconds. What kind of force would a 200-meter Titan falling generate? Reiner certainly did not want to experience it again. The massive pressure and noise sent him flying dozens of meters away from 500 meters out. Reiner, wake up! Wake up! Thanks to Reiner's protection, Krista had not been harmed. However, the Titan would not wait for them. After falling, its arm, towering over 50 meters, came crashing down towards them like a Ferris wheel. Just as Reiner regained consciousness, the sky darkened. Even with his Titan abilities, if he were struck, he would surely meet his end. Fortunately, Reiner's solid foundation in vertical maneuvering equipment allowed him to narrowly escape the Titan's hand, dragging Krista along. But the other soldiers were not so lucky, crushed into a pulp by the giant hand. This strike seemed to drain the Titan of its sanity. Its head, which had barely been able to lift, now hung limply against the ground. Having just witnessed this scene, Reiner did not dare linger. Moreover, the commotion caused by the 200-meter Titan would soon attract the Survey Corps. Sure enough, just as Reiner was halfway toward the stronghold, mounted members of the Survey Corps spotted him. Reiner quickly approached to explain the situation and was escorted back to the camp by two soldiers. Upon hearing the report, Commander Erwin quickly rode to the scene, while Fong Chong, as a crippled soldier, along with Levi, still not fully healed, remained at the camp. Even while staying at the camp, the soldiers returning from the front lines brought Fong Chong an endless stream of information. Over 3 hours later, Erwin returned to the camp. Due to the Titan's movement, everything in its path had turned to ruins. Even the Survey Corps could not break through the intense heat emitted by the Titan. Moreover, as the Titan crawled, the temperature around it continued to rise, making it impossible to approach even slightly. Commander Erwin, what shall we do next? Don't worry. As long as we can calculate the Titan's direction of movement, it will be fine. Although the destruction is significant, its slow-moving ability means we can evacuate civilians without issue. Understood. Soon, some ordinary soldiers were dispatched to evacuate the civilians, leaving only the newly formed Levi squad, consisting of Aaron and a few others, along with Hanji and Erwin, in the meeting room. That Titan trajectory is undoubtedly heading towards the Shiganshina area. Erwin, you know that such a Titan would cause massive damage if it reached the Shiganshina area. I know. Faced with Levi's concerns, Erwin remained calm, slowly beginning to outline his plan. That Titan is clearly targeting densely populated areas that are close by. Therefore, we just need to gather as many civilians as possible together, and the Titan's direction won't change. Damn it. Erwin, are you planning to use all the civilians in the Shiganshina area as bait? Hanji could no longer hold back. Erwin's plan was clearly to use the residents of Shiganshina as bait, and even though Hanji was not one to be overly sentimental, a Titan of that size would clearly not be stopped by the walls, and the entire Shiganshina area would inevitably descend into chaos. Hanji, sit down and listen. Levi, accustomed to Erwin's way of doing things, calmly and somewhat coldly urged Hanji to sit back down, and Erwin continued. There are two plans now. First, although the abilities of the founding Titan are still unclear, they are largely based on the ability to control Titans through royal blood. Now, this power exists within Eren. Therefore, the first approach is to have Eren take Krista and attempt to use the founding Titan's power to control that Titan. Understood. When Eren saw the flash of fire, he wasted no time and immediately pressed his Titan form against the explosives, securing them tightly before quickly detaching himself from the Titan's body and being rescued by other soldiers. Soon, the fuse of the explosives reached its limit, igniting all at once, and the tremendous sound was even heard in the royal capital. Amidst the deafening noise, chunks of Titan flesh were sent flying in all directions. Everyone, chop those meat chunks to pieces. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the explosives, the Titan's remains did not break down into the smaller fragments Irwin had envisioned. Instead, they were still massive chunks, at least a meter in size. The human central nervous system, represented by the spine, is no more than a bit over a meter long, which meant that the chunks could potentially contain parts of the Titan's essence. Although Irwin did not believe these flesh pieces could transform back into Titans, the fact that the meat outside the wall had not yet begun to vaporize indicated that the Titan was not completely dead. Countless soldiers sprang into action, using their vertical maneuvering equipment to grapple onto the chunks of Titan flesh, their blades slicing through the meat with precision. Krista surpassed her usual abilities, skillfully maneuvering her gear as if dancing a waltz in the sky, far exceeding her normal performance. Perhaps due to the bloodline connection, after chopping through one piece, Krista quickly located the chunk where her father, whom she had barely seen, was hiding. "Dad, rest in peace." The sharp blade sliced through, cleanly severing the large piece of flesh into two equal halves. The Titan's corpse outside the wall finally began to evaporate. Everyone fall back. Compared to the heat generated while the Titan was alive, the heat released upon its death surged wildly, creating shockwaves that made it impossible for anyone to stand on the wall. However, this wave of heat only lasted for about an hour before dissipating. An hour later, the Titan's remains outside the wall had reduced to nothing but a pile of charred bones. Once the 200-meter Titan was brought down, Krista began preparing for her ascension to the throne. The only surviving royal bloodline within the walls was Krista herself. In fact, that wasn't her real name. Krista was a pseudonym adopted to conceal her royal lineage, but I'm too lazy to change it. The achievement of defeating the colossal Titan gradually became known within the Survey Corps, significantly aiding Krista's rise to power. Additionally, Krista's background as a member of the Survey Corps provided great convenience for the Corps' investigations in the capital. However, investigating the capital was not without its challenges. After more than a month of extensive verification, the Survey Corps finally identified someone who had knowledge about the founding Titan's powers, Kenny. "Kenny, Levi, have you softened?" Kenny, as Levi's adoptive father, might not have been a suitable one, but without him, Levi would not have survived to be rescued by Irwin from the underground streets. It's not about directly killing him, is it? Now, Levi still held some feelings for Kenny. After all, he had saved his life. But soon, Levi would pay for this immature thought with Armin's life. Unlike the standard vertical maneuvering equipment of the regular Corps, Kenny was equipped with a specially engineered version, where his weapons were not simple blades like those in the Survey Corps, but expertly crafted gun barrels capable of firing shots with a spread effect. Armin was unfortunately caught off guard. Although he was clever, his skills with the vertical maneuvering equipment could not match those of the other members in Levi's squad, and he met his end against Kenny's sudden attack. This incident infuriated Mikasa and Eren. As the elite combat force next to Levi, Mikasa could face Kenny in battle, and with Eren's Titan form and the captain, Kenny had almost no chance to fight back, having been severely injured in the encounter. Especially with Eren's Titan form, that 15-meter body was impervious to Kenny's small firearms. Eren was enraged by Armin's death, and as a result, Kenny tragically lost half of his body. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of the three, Kenny began to recount what he knew about the royal family. The coordinate power within Eren had always been controlled by members of the royal family, and this power had been passed down through generations. Kenny had witnessed this several times. Once the coordinate power was inherited, the person who gained it would be entirely different from before. Particularly, the faint purple patterns in their eyes were not something a normal human should possess. Every inheritor of the coordinate power had the same purple eyes, along with a strikingly similar calmness and indifference. Kenny could assert that every royal inheritor of the coordinate power was essentially the same person. How is this possible? Then why am I unaffected? Eren, hearing this, felt that Kenny was just making things up. Cough, cough. You little brat, let me finish. Afterward, everyone began to understand that with the inheritance of the founding Titan, every host of the coordinate power would gain the memories of the previous and all prior inheritors. Thus, it could be said that these inheritors of the coordinate power were identical to the original king. The original king? Yes, the original king incited the Titans against humanity. You should also understand how much damage the Titans inflicted on humanity long ago. Yet this king, for reasons unknown, suddenly called back all Eldians just as he was about to eradicate all races except Eldians, constructing the world behind the walls on this island and establishing a non-aggression pact. It is precisely for this reason that every generation of those who wield the coordinate power has not instigated conflict. After hearing this, the three felt as if their world had been shattered. Through Kenny's words, they could confirm that the world within the walls was indeed minuscule. The icy lands and boundless salt lakes spoken of by Armin must exist. Finally, let me send you 2 more pieces of news. The Titans indeed transformed from humans. No, from us Eldians. All that is lacking is an injection. At that moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning flashed within 500 meters of the wall's base. Boom! The immense pressure and heated air surged through the entire residential area beneath the wall. Although this was a nuclear-like attack, in reality, it was merely a high-pressure heat wave. For Fong Chong, who had hardened the walls, it caused no substantial harm. However, it was unfortunate that Commander Erwin had deliberately positioned himself in a more concealed location, right in the center of the army, to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. Under the onslaught of this heat wave, Erwin did not meet the same fate as in the original story, which was dying from blood loss. Instead, he was immediately reduced to a charred corpse by the scorching winds. Owen, the tremendous noise left Levi, outside the residential area, in shock. He could never have imagined that mere human effort could cause such destruction. Since Erwin was now a pile of ashes, even using Titan serum would not bring him back, as that substance had no effect on the dead. After the explosion, Berthold quickly ascended the wall. As soon as he arrived, he spotted a large mass of hardened crystal that had appeared on the wall. Before he could fully process this, Fong Chong, controlling his Titan form, tightly grasped him in hand. Fong Chong, this is impossible. Berthold remembered vividly the time when he had been taken out early on Parody Island. The Titan that devoured him was certainly not in the form Fong Chong was now exhibiting. Hey, Berthold. Long time no see. While Fong Chong greeted the Titan, his actions did not pause. The hardening ability activated abruptly, enveloping Berthold within it. 2 pieces collected, 3 left. Fong Chong felt somewhat reassured as he looked at the 2 pieces of hardened crystal lying on the wall. With half of his 12-year lifespan already consumed, the urgency in his heart was palpable. Following the explosion caused by the colossal Titan, Reiner and Zeke accelerated their offensive, which directly led to Levi losing the chance to search for Berthold. Damn it! All forces prepare. After Erwin's death, Levi assumed command without hesitation. Unfortunately, the Survey Corps now included many new recruits, and due to previous brutal battles, the number of veterans left was even less than 20%. These recruits had never experienced the bloodshed of battle and were paralyzed by the sudden chaos. However, the Titans showed no mercy. With the inner city gates blocked, over 100 Titans surrounded the residential area, leaving the soldiers with no choice but to face certain death. TCH, this is a disaster. Looking at the panicking new recruits and the empty space near the Titans, even someone as formidable as Levi felt a wave of despair. Despite his unmatched combat skills, without anything to anchor to, he could only be ripped apart by the Titans. Roar! Just as Levi pondered his strategy, the Beast Titan let out a deafening roar. Among the hundreds of Titans standing a kilometer away, over 70 Titans below 10 meters surged toward Levi and his group. Levi, their target is the horses. Retreat quickly. I'll handle this. As the smaller Titans charged, Hanji led a team of 200 soldiers to provide support. With the backing of Krista, now the Queen, a large number of soldiers participated in the operation to reclaim Wall Maria, making those 70 small Titans no challenge at all. Hanji, you're a lifesaver. Everyone, fall back with the horses. With adequate intelligence support, the Survey Corps had gained a deep understanding of the Titans' objectives. There was no doubt that these Titans aimed to capture Eren, and since Eren had just transformed into a Titan to block the wall, even if he could transform again, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be diminished. To prevent their escape, the horses had to be eliminated here. Hearing that they wouldn't have to face the Titans head-on, the new recruits finally regained their composure and began to gather the horses for retreat. However, the rear had already been devastated by Bertholdt's heat wave explosion, and even if they could retreat, they could only manage a distance of 200 meters. Eren, what are you doing? You should know their target is you. Just as the new recruits began to withdraw with the horses, Eren charged forward. Fortunately, Mikasa was there to stop him. Mikasa, move aside. I'm going to draw Reiner away. Fang Chong, watching from the wall, saw clearly that as soon as Eren spoke, Mikasa suddenly shook, a small gap appearing where they had been barricaded. TSH, this is troublesome. The coordinate power granted not only control over Titans. Unlike Titans, it could also dominate every bloodline of the Ackerman family. Most importantly, controlling the Ackerman bloodline did not require royal blood, but simply Eren's unwavering belief. Eren, trust Hanji. Follow the commander's plan. Let Hanji handle the direct confrontation. Even Levi, who was usually stoic, was influenced by the situation and refrained from drawing his sword to stop Eren, opting instead to advise him. Okay. Thanks to the commander leaving behind sufficient battle plans before his death, the details have been discussed repeatedly. Damn, why is he coming over? Fang Chong, who had intended to watch the unfolding scene, found Eren charging towards him in Titan form. Oh no, I completely forgot. One of the plans was for Eren to draw the Titan's attention and then attack the Beast Titan together with me. Is he trying to get himself killed? With the advantage of information and sight from his position on the wall, Fang Chong watched as Eren stomped across the scorching ground towards him, nearly bursting into laughter. Initially, Reiner was puzzled by Eren's sudden appearance. Logically, Eren should have known their objective and hidden among the soldiers instead. Why is Eren transforming into a Titan in a surrounded area like Shiganshina? As Eren endured the heat and rushed towards Shiganshina, Reiner quickly understood Eren's plan. So that's it. Their goal is to switch my target from the horses to Eren. Commander, even in death, you still want to teach me a lesson. Watching Eren gradually move away, Reiner knew he could no longer hesitate. He had to shift his target from the horses to Eren. No way. Just as Reiner turned to charge at Eren, Heng had already maneuvered her vertical maneuvering equipment to his back. Let's try my new weapon, Thunder Spear. After 6 months of preparation, the Armaments Department finally delivered a batch of brand-new weapons to the Survey Corps before their deployment. However, due to the short preparation time and limited quantity, all 20 Thunder Spears were still in Heng's hands. To block Reiner or potentially capture him, Heng held nothing back and immediately threw out 4 Thunder Spears. Unfortunately, since it was her first time using them, the spears didn't hit the most effective spots, falling short of reaching the nape of the armored Titan. Nevertheless, after the 4 thunderous explosions, the armor at Reiner's nape began to shatter bit by bit. Reiner didn't expect Heng to pull out such a powerful weapon, but the situation was urgent, and he couldn't hesitate. After covering his injured nape with a layer of hardened crystal, he rushed towards Eren. Damn it! Seeing her attack fail, and knowing the Thunder Spears had a long reload time, Heng had no choice but to give up on Reiner as a target and turn her attention to the other Titans. Heng, I love you. Fang Chong, who had been contemplating how to deal with Reiner after handling Eren, realized that even with mastery of hardening, it would be extremely challenging to land a decisive blow on Reiner, who was fully armored. However, Heng had just shattered Reiner's armor at the back of his neck, making it much easier for Fang Chong to deal with Reiner now. However, things did not develop as smoothly as Fong Chong had imagined. Eren here had not gained hardening abilities as in the original story, and climbing the wall Maria with just flesh and blood was a significant challenge for him. Even with regular training, he was still being pulled closer by Reiner. At this distance, Fong Chong was unsure if he could seize Eren without drawing Reiner's attention. Watching the two approaching figures on the city wall, Fong Chong felt helpless. After moving a short distance away, he drilled a few holes in the wall and stuffed himself and two hardened crystals inside. Reiner and Eren, focused only on each other, did not notice the holes in the wall. Without hardening abilities, Eren was caught by Reiner just over 100 meters after climbing the wall. Got you. Then, the two giants started grappling, a scene that made Fong Chong, hiding in the wall, feel nervous. Without hardening, Eren had significantly improved his combat skills. His combination of judo and military hand-to-hand techniques left Reiner with almost no chance to counterattack, forcing him to rely on his hardening abilities to hold on. As a warrior of Marley, Reiner's physical attributes were unquestionable. Fong Chong admitted he was not his match. To be honest, to achieve that muscular physique under such poor food conditions within the walls, if placed in the 21st century, Reiner would definitely be a solid bodybuilding prince. Although Eren's fighting techniques were sophisticated, the two transformations in a short period had weakened his attributes to some extent. The two were at a stalemate on the ground, and without a third party intervening, they could continue fighting indefinitely. Fong Chong was quite willing to enjoy this visual feast while also recovering his stamina. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Tisk, I'm a bit craving for some soda. Fong Chong leisurely waited for a winner to emerge while the situation ahead was anything but easy. Although the more than 100 people led by Hang were not rookies, they were not elite either, and facing 70 titans had left her flustered. Moreover, Zeke would not let Hang resolve this wave of attack so easily. Even someone like Zeke, obtaining enough syringes for over 100 titans was no easy feat, so how could he allow Hang to solve it effortlessly? Just then, the cart titan, Peak, had delivered a suitable rock to Zeke. Zeke naturally wouldn't be polite. His beast titan was famous for its excellent throwing abilities. He twisted the rock in his hand, crumbled it into a small ball of rubble, and with a circular motion of his arm, he sent the rubble flying towards Hank's location. Levi, standing on the rooftop, saw this scene clearly and shouted loudly, "Hang, get behind the house." What? Hang clearly hadn't reacted yet. There were no titans around, and she didn't understand Levi's instruction to hide behind the house. In just a moment, a large amount of rubble was thrown from the beast titan's hand, and Hang, suspended in mid-air using her vertical maneuvering equipment, undoubtedly received the first wave of ammunition. The strong kinetic energy sent her body flying, and numerous soldiers and titans fell under this wave of attack. However, unlike ordinary soldiers, while the titans were injured, the damage from the rubble did not reach the vital areas of the nape of their necks. Except for a few unlucky ones, the other titans managed to stand back up after swaying for a bit. The screams coming from the wall clearly affected Eren. The grappling position he had finally established was broken as Reiner broke free again, and the two once again rolled on the ground. But this time, Eren's attacks were evidently not as organized as before. The chaotic screams completely disrupted his offensive pace, and Eren, who had been at an advantage, began to exhaust the hard-won edge he had just established. For Fong Chong, the only person worth caring about in this world was one person. Apart from Mikasa, the deaths of others were irrelevant to him, which was also why he appeared cold and friendless during training. One person is enough to anchor a whole world. Fong Chong was not worried about Mikasa. Although she ranked below him during training, he had also assessed her capabilities. At the moment of graduation for the trainees, Mikasa's physical condition had already reached 3 points. Fong Chong estimated that these 3 points were by no means ordinary, at least at a level of 3.8, just a slight margin away from breaking through the 4-point barrier. It should be noted that Fong Chong himself had only barely reached a level of 2.5, and had even declined recently due to lack of exercise. Levi, so that's it. Hang, struck by a rock, had somehow crossed a distance of at least 200 meters between them, and still had less than 1/3 of her body intact. Looking at the corpse of her colleague in front of him, Levi's hand, tightly gripping the syringe box, trembled uncontrollably. But he knew that even if he injected Hang now, without bait, she would not be able to return to being human, but would simply transform into a mindless titan. Levi, listen to me. Right now, you can only persuade those young people to sacrifice their lives for you. Take the lives of the new recruits to hell. Only then do you have a chance to kill that beast titan. It was unimaginable how Hang, with only 1/3 of her remaining body, could unleash such powerful strength, managing to finish all her words before losing her vital signs. Hang, fine. Let me take the new recruits to hell. Mikasa, you break away from the team and wait for an opportunity to act. Yes, unlike ordinary soldiers, while Mikasa couldn't compare to Levi, she was certainly not an ordinary soldier either. It would be too much of a waste to let her go to her death needlessly, so it was only right to let her act freely away from the team. After arranging for Mikasa, Levi stood in front of the new recruits. Captain Levi, do we only have death awaiting us? These new recruits, who had never experienced the baptism of blood and fire, were even struggling to stand, with many collapsing on the ground, and some had even fainted. Next, I will tell everyone the final battle plan. Everyone assemble. Fortunately, Levi had a high reputation in the military corps, and even though these were new recruits, in the current situation where Erwin and Hang had both died, he still had sufficient ability to lead the remaining soldiers. Next, everyone mount your horses and charge towards that beast titan. Of course, in the eyes of the beast titan, you are merely living human meat targets. You must aim for the intervals when it throws stones, and together fire signal flares at that beast titan to minimize the accuracy of its stone throws. You will serve as bait, while I will do everything I can to kill that beast titan. But even with Levi's high reputation in the corps, getting these soldiers to willingly go to their deaths was no easy task. After explaining the battle plan, the hard-won formation showed signs of breaking down again. Even if we stand here, we will only be killed by the beast titan stones. Prepare now. One soldier in the ranks, after Levi finished speaking, had beads of sweat rolling down his face. Anyone knowing their fate was death would feel such terror. Are we going to die next? Yes. Hey, Captain Levi, do you mean that since we're going to die anyway, we might as well contribute a little more for you? Yes, but it doesn't make sense to die just by obeying orders, right? Yes, it is completely meaningless. No matter what kind of ideals you have, no matter how happy your life has been, it will all be the same after your body is crushed by stones. So, since it has come to this, the moment Levi's cold words were spoken, it seemed like that soldier had been triggered by some switch, becoming excited, but Levi did not pay him any mind and continued, "After all, everyone is born to die eventually. Does that mean life has no meaning? Did those fallen comrades die in vain? Are the deaths of your fellow soldiers completely meaningless? No, it is not. Only we who are here right now, can give those soldiers' sacrifices meaning. Only we, the living, can remember those who sacrificed. You must die here. I will give you the meaning of sacrifice. I promise you. I stake everything on this. I will offer my heart. I will definitely kill that beast titan. Captain Levi, mount up." The soldiers below seemed to want to say something more, but Levi no longer spoke and ordered all soldiers to mount their horses. The soldier who had just contradicted Levi appeared to have undergone a transformation, shedding his previous despairing demeanor. Although the fear on his face was still hard to hide, his firm belief had turned him into a competent leader. "Captain Levi, we all swore to be soldiers who offer our hearts for humanity. So, we will go." During this time, when Levi was rallying the soldiers, Hang's team suffered a devastating blow as the Beast Titan had started throwing stones towards the rear. The remaining 200 soldiers all mounted their horses. Although the fear on their faces could not be concealed, their determined actions did not halt for a moment. Let it be." After another wave of stones was thrown, the soldiers shouted their slogans, holding signal flares in their hands, charging towards the Beast Titan on horseback. The Beast Titan on the hill opposite looked at the soldiers, charging towards him with a face full of astonishment. Well, I didn't expect it to end like this. A suicide squad, huh? I thought you would have some other tricks up your sleeve. Now, fire. The leading soldier raised his signal flare gun first, and as he pulled the trigger, hundreds of smoke columns enveloped the Beast Titan. Smoke? What use is a bit of smoke? Quick, spread out. Seeing the Beast Titan preparing to throw stones, the soldiers instinctively spread out on their horses, but the effectiveness of spreading out against the Beast Titan's overwhelming throwing power was minimal. In just one wave of stone attacks, a quarter of the soldiers were directly killed, and half of the horses were injured or killed, losing their ability to move. Watching the less than half of the remaining soldiers still charging towards him, the Beast Titan revealed a mocking smile. How pathetic! Haven't you learned anything from history? I fear that in the end, all the humans inside the walls will become a suicide squad. Though he spoke this way, Zeke's hands never paused for a moment. He picked up a stone from the ground and crushed it with force, then threw it again towards the soldier group. You can take your so-called spirit of sacrifice and turn into minced meat. The remaining 100 soldiers gradually dispersed. Yet there were still many giants of 2 to 3 meters in that area, and they quickly became food for these scattered giants. After only 3 throws of stones, the death squad of 200 soldiers was completely wiped out. Of course, at the same time, the concentration of smoke near the Beast Titan sharply increased, reaching a level where one could not see their own hand. So what good does it do for you to shoot that thing at me? After clearing the soldiers in front of him, Zeke seemed to vaguely hear the sound of something falling. He turned his head to look to the sides. My Titan has fallen. Just as Zeke was momentarily stunned, a hook and chain sliced through the thick smoke, and Levi, wielding dual blades, suddenly appeared next to the Beast Titan. So it was you who killed my Titan. Seeing the soldier suddenly appear before him, Zeke felt a surge of anger. It should be noted that, given the current food shortage inside the walls, these titans over 10 meters tall were hard to come by. Instinctively, Zeke reached out to grab Levi, but Levi's maneuvering capabilities with the vertical maneuvering equipment had undoubtedly reached a very high level. Although the Beast Titan's attributes were fairly average, catching the squad leader was clearly impossible. In that instant when he reached out, Levi suddenly released the claw that was grasping the Beast Titan, spinning like a small top, and with his sharp blades combined with powerful waist strength, he directly sliced the Beast Titan's arm to shreds, even having the strength to cut off one of its eyes as he passed by its cheek. Faced with this sudden shift in battle, Zeke's mind suddenly recalled what Reiner had told him earlier. You told me to be careful of 3 soldiers. Yes, Levi, Mikasa, and Fong Chong. The combat abilities of these 3 cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Even we have a great chance of being killed by them. But now Fong Chong has already lost an arm and will no longer be a threat to us. All right, I understand. At that time, Zeke clearly did not take these soldiers seriously. In his view, with his royal blood, he was definitely a crushing presence in terms of individual combat capability. But now, Zeke had undoubtedly experienced firsthand just how formidable the soldiers whom even Reiner feared were. Is this guy Levi? Zeke had no time to think further when Levi had once again anchored the hook and chain onto his Titan. The attack coming from behind was undoubtedly aimed at his nape. Zeke dared not hesitate for a moment and place his remaining arm on the back of his neck. But how could Levi's attack be so straightforward? In the instant they brushed past each other, a spray of blood suddenly erupted from the Beast Titan's body. My vision. The suddenly disappearing scene made Zeke dazed for a moment. Before he could make his next move, one of his feet was cut off by Levi's returning attack. My foot. You were throwing so happily just now. After 3 consecutive strikes, Zeke completely lost his defense at the back of his neck. At this moment, Zeke had no defense for his vital spot, while Levi had already driven the hook into the muscles at the back of his neck. Hardening. No, it's too late. Feeling the killing intent from behind, Zeke dared not be careless and hurriedly tried to harden the muscles at his back, but Levi's super-fast movement speed was simply incomparable to Zeke's half-baked hardening ability. "You better make me happy again." With Levi's roar, the sharp blades constantly sliced through the Beast Titan's flesh, and the other hand, which was not covered at the back of the neck, was also cut to pieces. After completely losing the defensive object, Levi's blade finally plunged into the back of the Beast Titan's neck. Thanks to the training from earlier with Eren, Levi had rescued Eren from the Titan's body multiple times, and now he was fully aware of Zeke's position. The dual blades sharply swept through, and Zeke was instantly dismembered, losing both hands and feet, appearing outside the Titan. Mikasa, on the side, had also completed the other Titan's defeat and came to Levi's side. "Mikasa, is there anyone still alive? Even a soldier. As long as there's a breath left, he can transform into a Titan and devour him, and we can take the Beast Titan's power. Levi, Mikasa, anyone containing the Ackerman bloodline cannot transform into a Titan, which is also why Kenny did not inject himself earlier." But unfortunately, looking around the battlefield, there was not a single soldier still breathing. The corpse of the Beast Titan beneath the three was also rapidly evaporating, a large plume of steam covering Mikasa and Levi's vision. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground nearby, and a four-legged Titan opened its mouth and lunged at Levi. Having just undergone high-intensity movement, Levi had already consumed a lot of stamina, and he didn't even have the opportunity to anchor the hook onto that Titan. His body moved abruptly, dodging the Titan's bite, and as a result, Mikasa and Levi lost the chance to take Zeke's power. The Titan seemed to have no intention of fighting the two. After biting Zeke, it ran towards the distant city wall without stopping. The flat ground around made it impossible for Levi to pursue. "Hey, where are you going? Stop." Without the use of the vertical maneuvering equipment, the squad leader could not possibly catch up to the retreating cart Titan with his own legs, and could only watch helplessly as one Titan and one human gradually ascended the city wall. "It hurts." After escaping danger, Zeke began to complain. Even though his body could heal, the pain would not lessen. "But now you have no chance to catch up to me. This battle is ultimately my victory." After the cart Titan took Zeke up to the wall, Fang Chong also began to feel that his spring was about to arrive. Zeke was currently severely injured and healing, unable to transform back into a Titan. Reiner and Eren were already heavily wounded, which meant that the only remaining Titan capable of fighting on the field was the cart Titan. "Reiner, we have come to provide support." Although his body was broken, Zeke's verbal skills were not in the least diminished, and he began to taunt as soon as he reached the city wall. Since the previous battle with Levi was a distance away from the housing area, even if Levi and Mikasa wanted to rush over, it would take at least half an hour or more. In this half hour, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take Eren away. Without any hesitation, Peak placed the severely injured Zeke on the city wall, then leaped down to join Eren and Reiner's battle group below. By the way, where's Bertholdt? Even if he used one explosion, he should still be able to fight as a regular soldier. Zeke began to assess the current situation after being left on the wall by Peak. Aside from his unexpected injury from Levi, everything else was almost as planned. However, Bertholdt, who was supposed to assist Reiner in defeating Eren, was nowhere to be found. "Oh, who are you looking for?" Just as three Titans were fiercely battling below, Fang Chong emerged from the wall, coming up to the top. Upon seeing Zeke lying helplessly on the wall, he nearly burst out laughing. Zeke was momentarily stunned, knowing that Bertholdt's explosion had a lethal radius of at least 500 meters. There should be no surviving soldiers aside from Eren, Mikasa, and Levi. Alright, I forgot to introduce myself. Fang Chong naturally wouldn't give Zeke the chance to call for help. He suddenly stepped forward, releasing part of his Titan form, then activated his hardening ability to begin encasing Zeke in hardening crystal. "Impossible. Why? Why do you have hardening ability?" Zeke's voice became very weak as he was gradually encased in the hardening crystal, not needing to worry about being heard by the three Titans below. who were over 100 meters away. My name is Fong Chong. Reiner should have mentioned that I was disabled, but, well, I'm sorry. I'm the inheritor of the Jaw Titan ability, so... I'd appreciate it if you could contribute to my lifespan. Finding himself with 2 Titan abilities for no reason, Fong Chong was in high spirits, and given the situation, he could easily collect the 4 types of Titan abilities below. It didn't take long before Zeke, with his unwilling gaze and terrified expression, was sealed within the hardening crystal. I hope this thing doesn't malfunction. Looking at the crystal in front of him, a bad thought suddenly flashed through Fong Chong's mind, as no one could guarantee that the creatures within the crystal would definitely survive. It'll be fine. It has to be fine. Didn't the War Hammer Titan put itself in a crystal as well? Shaking his head to dismiss that thought, he bent down to observe the battle below the city wall. With the Cart Titan's involvement, Eren was at a disadvantage. Although Eren displayed excellent fighting skills, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially with Peak, Reiner, and the added advantage of hardening abilities. Within 5 minutes, Eren had completely fallen into a position of absolute disadvantage, unable to even fight back, only gritting his teeth to hold on. Is it about time for me to make my appearance? After observing the fierce battle, Fong Chong's stamina had successfully recovered to about half. Though not at his peak, he was absolutely confident against the unarmed Cart Titan and the other 2 exhausted fighters. In just a few seconds, Eren completely lost his capability to resist as Peak bit him out from the Titan's body. Like Zeke, Eren also lost his limbs and was utterly powerless. Moreover, compared to Zeke, Eren's situation was clearly worse. Having transformed into a Titan twice in a short time, combined with prolonged combat and this latest injury, he was very close to losing consciousness. Saber, Boku no Boda. The moment the battle below concluded, Fong Chong leaped down from the city wall. With a flash of lightning, the 10-meter Jaw Titan suddenly appeared on Reiner's back. Seizing the moment before Reiner could react, Fong Chong covered his claws in hardening abilities, clamping down as Reiner was bitten out, while simultaneously slashing through the Cart Titan's limb. Before they had a chance to react, both were severely injured. Peak, known for her endurance, could still transform again, but at this moment, transforming was clearly impossible. Who are you? After signaling Peak with Reiner in his mouth, she had no choice but to revert to her human form, as no Titan aside from Zeke could speak in Titan form. Fong Chong wasted no time. Taking advantage of Reiner's current incapacity to resist, he activated his hardening ability, melting part of his Titan form into hardening crystal to encase Reiner within. Hardening? You're also a warrior? Then why did you attack me and Reiner? Looking at Peak, who was partially emerging from her Titan form, Fong Chong had to admit that she had an excellent physique. However, he didn't have time to think about that. The approaching Levi and Mikasa would certainly affect his plans. Meanwhile, Zeke, having lost an arm, was ruthlessly crushed by Fong Chong, who was in nearly perfect condition. Without the hardening tool, the Cart Titan's combat ability didn't even reach a third of Fong Chong's. At this moment, Zeke, who was in Fong Chong's mouth, was stunned. He had planned to call for help, but the rapidly unfolding events left him speechless. It wasn't until Fong Chong sealed Peak in crystal as well that he finally snapped back to reality. Who are you? Are you also from outside the island? It was rare for Eren's mind to actually function, and Fong Chong was somewhat surprised. Considering that Eren could no longer impact his plans, Fong Chong decided to stick his head out from the Titan's body. Fong Chong? Upon seeing Fong Chong's face, Eren was first shocked, then his expression twisted. Before he could speak, Fong Chong interrupted him. All right, I know what you want to say. Back then, I was just an ordinary person. Enough about that. Time is short. I'll ask you once, so listen carefully. I know your ideal is to drive all Titans from the world. Yes. So what? Shouldn't Titans die? Let me finish. You should also know the source of the Titans. That's right, it's you guys, the legendary descendants of demons, the Eldians. This means that as long as you Eldians exist, the power of Titans will never cease. Got it. Upon hearing this, Eren's expression suddenly darkened. Actually, during the time when Eren collected information from Kenny, he had already suspected this. But before now, he had always been deceiving himself, unwilling to face the harsh reality. It wasn't until Fong Chong pointed it out that Eren had to accept the painful truth. After a long silence, Fong Chong returned to his Titan body, leaving Eren with some final time to think. Then we should eliminate all Eldians. What kind of freedom is it to be restricted by the power of Titans? Before Fong Chong could fully enter, Eren had already shouted angrily. A smile appeared on Fong Chong's face. Then, let me give you a suggestion. I'm about to leave this world. Would you let me devour you and take your Titan abilities to a new world? Leave this world? So that's how it is. Are there others like us in other worlds? Well, it depends. Your abilities aren't particularly terrifying. At least Titans can still be killed. I've heard of a kind of creature that can be born from the land beneath our feet and can resurrect after dying for a period. Do you know how terrifying that is? Come on, guess. If you guess right, I'll add another chapter. 0. Freedom. So you are the true freedom. After hearing Fong Chong's words, Eren seemed somewhat moved. No way. Even if you take our abilities and really leave this world, those Eldians will still turn into Titans because of the injections. As Eren shouted in anger, rainbow-colored beams of light gradually wrapped around his limbs. It was as if the Titan power within him sensed that it was about to be taken away and began its final resistance. Damn it, can't you play fair? As Eren's body gradually became whole again, it unexpectedly began to transform back into a Titan. Fong Chong realized the situation was dire and wanted to interrupt, but it felt as if the Titan's body was frozen, unable to move an inch. Damn! After just a brief attempt, Fong Chong understood that this world was preventing him from taking Eren's founding Titan ability. Whatever. To hell with it. At this moment, Fong Chong couldn't care less. He grabbed Reiner, who was sealed in crystal nearby, shoved him into his mouth, and bit down hard. Even if the world rejected him, it was better than being killed by this damned world consciousness. As Reiner went down, Fong Chong could clearly feel the repulsion intensifying significantly, and he could be thrown out of this world at any moment. But at the same time, his originally 10-meter body began to rapidly grow taller until it became a 15-meter Titan covered in armor and hardening claws. Eren also finished his body repair and Titan summoning. But this time, Eren's Titan was fundamentally different from before. The purple pupils of the Titan made Fong Chong feel a chill in his heart. The founding Titan? How does he? Before Fong Chong could finish his thoughts, the Titan opposite him roared, "You thief! Give me back my powers!" At this moment, Fong Chong realized that the Titan facing him was clearly no longer under Eren's control, but was instead being manipulated by the founding Titan's power, the founding king. However, perhaps because of the founding king's revival, Fong Chong felt the repulsion on his body continuously decreasing. At this rate, he even had a chance to continue absorbing other Titan shifters' abilities. Those thousands of years of accumulation were not in vain. Even though the founding king was currently far inferior to Fong Chong in terms of Titan body and fighting agility, his formidable combat skills forced Fong Chong to rely heavily on his hardening ability just to hold on. Eren, after a long delay, Mikasa and Levi finally arrived at the top of the city wall. Upon seeing Eren's Titan and the unfamiliar Titan opposing it, they were stunned, shocked by the corpses of Titans lying nearby and the hardening crystals resembling Annie's. "What is this?" Mikasa Ackerman, Levi Ackerman, kill him. The Titan controlled by the founding king, upon seeing the two on the wall, issued a direct command. The specialized Ackerman bloodline granted them formidable physical qualities, but as soon as the founding king gave an order, they would lose their ability to think and become mere slaves who only knew how to obey commands. With the two joining the battle, Fong Chong's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. He had already expended a lot of energy trying to fight the founding king, and now he had to defend against their attacks, making the battle significantly more difficult. In just 3 minutes, Fong Chong had accumulated numerous wounds, and moving became somewhat challenging. Of course, under the protection of his hardening ability. His life was not in danger. Feeling the repulsion against him weakening, Fang Chong couldn't care much longer. He rolled and crawled out of the battle circle, rushing toward the cart titan's crystal. After a moment of surprise, the founding king realized what Fang Chong was trying to do. However, while his combat skills were exceptional, he was still much weaker than Fang Chong in terms of titan physical qualities. Fang Chong arrived at the cart titan's crystal first, shoving it into his mouth and biting down. Thankfully, he had thought that things wouldn't change, so the crystals encasing Reiner and the cart titan were not thick. Otherwise, he might have been caught by the founding king and killed before he could absorb them. You thief! Watching Fang Chong seize another titan power, the founding king became increasingly frantic. But even with the advantage, Aaron's body couldn't sustain too much energy output. After Fang Chong absorbed the cart titan's ability, he felt a significant increase in stamina, as if a source of energy to restore his strength had emerged within him, continuously replenishing his energy. Although the recovery was modest, his endurance had been slightly enhanced. The repulsion was not as strong as he had anticipated. In fact, it was nearly non-existent. Thus, Fang Chong's mind began to race. Since the repulsion wasn't that strong, he could completely devour the colossal titan and the female titan to gain some special abilities for himself. With this decision made, Fang Chong charged straight towards the city wall without hesitation. The founding king, closely pursuing from behind, realized he wouldn't catch up and picked up a stick from his side, hurling it fiercely at Fang Chong. The throwing technique, accumulated over thousands of years, was impressive. In the brief moment Fang Chong was climbing the wall, nearly 20 wooden spikes had already embedded themselves into his titan body, causing a significant portion of his body to lose sensation due to the spikes. However, this was not a problem for him. Upon reaching the top of the wall, Fang Chong had already grasped the crystals containing the female titan and the colossal titan. But compared to the previous two crystals, these were significantly thicker, and even if he wanted to bite down on them now, it would take some time. Break his jaw for me. Although the founding king hadn't followed, Levi and Mikasa wouldn't stand by idly. For these two adept at slicing titans, dislocating a jaw was a piece of cake. With both crystals in hand, Fang Chong couldn't use his arms to block, while he could use the crystals to absorb part of the damage. Any mistake would result in the loss of both his arms. Moreover, his hardening ability wasn't omnipotent. In such a short time, Fang Chong couldn't harden the muscle tissues around his jaw. In an instant, Levi and Mikasa each took a side and sliced off Fang Chong's jaw. However, Fang Chong had long anticipated this situation and remained unfazed. He stuffed the two crystals into his mouth, cradled his head with his hands, and squeezed tightly. The immense pressure from his arms transmitted through his sharp teeth, which, combined with his strength, tore massive gaps into the crystals. Levi and Mikasa, having just moved quickly, were unable to turn around in time. At that moment, the founding king below the wall seemed to sense the continuous loss of his power and began to roar loudly. No, it was unclear what method the founding king used, but after a roar, the entire wall began to shake violently. Fang Chong instantly understood that the founding king had disregarded his previous oath, or that Aaron's consciousness as a vessel was affecting his sanity. The countless colossal titans forming the wall were about to break out. Fang Chong knew that in a one-on-one situation, he might still have a chance to win, but once the tens of thousands of colossal titans inside the wall joined the battlefield, death would be the only outcome for him. Feeling the power within him beginning to surge, Fang Chong no longer hesitated. His entire titan body began to rapidly swell, quickly advancing from 15 meters to 20 meters. After absorbing the colossal titan, Fang Chong had also learned the technique of hot air propulsion. He consumed part of his body and successfully knocked the two people following closely beside him away. Of course, this hot air would inevitably cause some degree of damage to them, but compared to other methods, the recoil effect of the hot air was the least damaging. Down, not a chance. Seeing that the founding king below the wall was about to launch his final attack, Fong Chong would not sit back and watch. His 20-meter Titan body leapt directly off the wall, and the tremendous impact crushed the Founding King beneath him. This force not only injured the Founding King, but also inflicted significant damage on Fong Chong. At least his two Titan legs could no longer move and would require more than a minute to heal. However, the Founding King's situation was even more tragic. The immense impact had nearly turned him into a pulp, with large amounts of muscle tissue and blood scattered around. This sudden heavy blow caused the Founding King to lose almost all combat capability, unable to even manipulate the ground beneath him. At this point, the Founding King realized what he needed to do. It was precisely because he wanted to retain all his abilities that Fong Chong repeatedly took them from him. However, just as Fong Chong was about to take a bite out of Aaron's body, he suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure surrounding him, rendering him unable to move. Ding, detecting that the world is undergoing violent resistance, marking successful force suppression activation. Just when Fong Chong thought the Founding Titan's power was beyond reach, a brilliant blue arc of light burst forth from his Titan form, even causing the fierce repulsion to pause momentarily. Fong Chong certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity. The jaw muscles that had been severed by Levi and Mikasa had successfully regenerated. His sharp teeth directly bit down on the chunk of flesh containing Aaron, and with two vigorous chews, Fong Chong's 20-meter Titan form abruptly vanished into the air. No! The moment Fong Chong swallowed Aaron, a purple light shot from Krista's eyes in the distant royal city, startling the ministers below. Detected that the host has exited the world of the attack Titan. Calculations are beginning. Current acquisition. Founding Titan 8.5/9. Calculations in progress. Please select from the following options. Cancel calculations. This ability will only be usable in this world. Half calculation. This ability will only be usable in this world and the Marvel Universe. Full calculation. This ability will adapt to all realms, but in doing so, its power will be significantly weakened. Looking at that troublesome requirement, Fong Chong was bewildered. He had thought that after fighting so hard in this world, he would achieve such good results and return to the Marvel Universe to rival some minor characters in the Avengers. Instead, before he could even leave, the system struck him with a blow. Full calculation. From now on, it's full calculation. Don't let me see this again. Full calculation accepted. Calculations commencing. The surrounding pure black scenery seemed to have devoured time itself. In a brief moment, the system provided the next prompt. Calculation successful. B grade. Titan power, remnant, pending allocation, acquired. Seeing the two lines after the skill, Fong Chong's finger, which was ready to confirm the optimization, suddenly paused. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked on the pending allocation option. Current ability 8.5/9. Please select. Cancel the infectious nature of this ability. Completely restore the ability. Cancel the residual ability. Further enhance the infectious nature and control over subordinates. Looking at the two lines of text displayed before him, Fong Chong realized the origin of his residual ability. He had previously thought that the hardening ability came from Reiner, but in reality, it was simply due to the high compatibility of Reiner, the armored Titan's host, with the hardening ability, which made it appear more prominent. In fact, this hardening ability did not come from Reiner, but was derived from the War Hammer Titan far away in Marley. Cancel the infectious nature. B grade, Titan power, remnant, pending allocation, has been transformed into B grade, Titan power. Optimize. After waiting a full 6 years, Fong Chong finally got to use his optimized ability, and the text before him began to change once again. Optimization complete. A grade, Titan power has been acquired. Seeing the upgrade in skill level, Fong Chong eagerly initiated an appraisal for himself. Fong Chong. Strength 2. Body 2. Intelligence 1. Dimensional talent. D grade bone enhancement. Skills. A grade, Titan power. Effect 1. The owner's lifespan will increase to at least 300 years. Effect 2. When the owner releases their Titan form, there will be a substantial increase in size, defense, coordination, agility, attack power, insight, and endurance. Effect 3. The owner will possess the ability to rapidly heal wounds, with a specific effect changing based on physical strength. Effect 4. The owner will have the ability to manipulate hardening crystals. It was evident that the capabilities brought by this grade skill far exceeded Feng Chong's expectations. Just looking at the extensive descriptions of the effects was enough to showcase how powerful this skill was. Returning to the Marvel Universe. The system didn't give Feng Chong much time to dwell on it, and took him back to the Marvel Universe. Looking at the familiar yet strange floorboards before him, Feng Chong fell into a moment of silence. I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye to Mikasa. Ding, please rest assured. The system has successfully marked the world of Attack on Titan. Once the host possesses the ability to navigate parallel worlds, you may travel there. Seeing the system's message, Feng Chong felt a bit of joy. Although traveling to that world was still a distant prospect, cosmic navigation only required a divine body or even just a ship from the Survey Corps, which was far easier than attaining the status of a demigod or god. Please note, once the host brings individuals from other dimensions into this world, due to intrinsic differences in their origins, it will attract Dormammu's attention and accelerate his erosion of the Marvel Universe. Are you doing this on purpose? Upon seeing Dormammu's name, Feng Chong's expression immediately darkened. Although Dormammu posed no significant threat to the Marvel world due to the existence of Ancient One, he could only erode it slowly, and that time span spanned millions of years. If I bring Mikasa over, how fast will the erosion be? Calculating? Answer. With Ancient One's presence, it would take 10,000 years to complete the erosion. If Ancient One disappears, it would take 10 years to complete the erosion. Alright, so I still need to reach the demigod level. Please don't be disheartened. Once the host attains demigod status, world hopping can completely influence the time span. Therefore, in their world, it's equivalent to us only being gone for a few seconds. I have to say, this system's motivational talk is really on point. Originally, Feng Chong worried that by the time he reached demigod status, Mikasa would be gray-haired and possibly married. But now it seems, as long as he reaches demigod status before his lifespan is nearly up. There are 6 months until the next travel time. Due to the energy consumed in marking the world coordinates, the time is extended by 1 month, leaving 7 months until the next travel. The next world to travel to is Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. The system seemed to have lost the desire to communicate with Feng Chong, who was now wearing a wicked grin. After throwing out a notification, it disappeared completely. Feeling settled, Feng Chong dashed into the bathroom. Of course, before washing up, ordering a large amount of fried chicken takeout was essential. As a standard otaku, he had an abundance of delivery numbers at home. After spending so long in the world of Attack on Titan, what he missed most was the delicious fried chicken paired with some soda. Once he was full and had a couple of days of good rest, Feng Chong started paying attention to the news on TV. After all, nearly 6 years had passed in that world, and almost a month had passed in the Marvel Universe. It was now the beginning of 2008, the year Iron Man was born. However, for an entire month, the news Feng Chong was following was filled with stories about that playboy running around and Stark Industries unveiling new weapons. Without reliable intel for a long time, he had no idea if Iron Man was already in the manufacturing process. Since that was the case, Feng Chong couldn't afford to be idle. The vertical maneuvering equipment could definitely be more effective in a big city like New York than in the world of Attack on Titan. The key was that the structure of the vertical maneuvering equipment was simple. It was just that the average person couldn't withstand such immense acceleration. After spending a considerable amount of money and time, Feng Chong acquired the vertical maneuvering equipment he wanted from a processing factory, and the grappling hooks and gas tanks were also modified. With a significant financial investment, both the materials and production craftsmanship of his set of vertical maneuvering equipment surpassed many in that world. Additionally, coupled with some of Marvel's technological enhancements, using it became significantly smoother. Now I can consider myself a Spider-Man, right? Playing with the familiar equipment in his hands. Fong Chong was quite happy. Who wouldn't want to swing around a city like Spider-Man? Compiling the host's memories, Spider-Man attributes are being listed. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Strength, 80. Body, 102. Intelligence, 75. Skills. A grade, web manipulation. A grade, danger sense. A grade, armor manipulation. A grade, weapon mastery. A grade, steadfast belief. All right. I know I'm a super low-tier version. Is that enough? After spending some time interacting with the system, Fong Chong found that its sharp tongue was fully maxed out, always managing to leave him speechless. Having mastered the vertical maneuvering equipment, Fong Chong began to familiarize himself with his Titan abilities. Due to the loud noise generated during transformation, Fong Chong didn't dare to use his abilities in New York and specifically took a flight to a remote suburban city. Even so, he chose a time when it was pouring rain. It had been 2 months since he returned to this world, and he finally got such an opportunity. After completing the familiar operations, thunder did not crash from the sky. Instead, giant flesh erupted around Fong Chong's body. In just a moment, he was covered by a warm layer of tissue. System, where's my 20-meter height? Fong Chong initially thought that his 20-meter Titan form would at least give him some level of self-protection in this world, even without special abilities. However, upon transforming, he realized that he was at most 6 or 7 meters tall compared to the nearby trees. This system has already hinted at this. The verification of full-dimensional adaptability will greatly reduce power. That doesn't justify such a huge reduction. This is less than a third of my former size. Fong Chong complained, and the system immediately vanished, no longer paying attention to him. With no other choice, Fong Chong began to test his abilities. Of course, an appraisal was essential. Fong Chong, Titan form. Strength, 25. Body, 25. Intelligence, 1. Dimensional talent, D grade bone reinforcement. Skills, a grade, Titan power. His 2 attributes had improved under the release of Titan abilities, but it was only due to the increased size. After the appraisal results came out, Fong Chong no longer thought much about it and began to test his hardening ability. The hardening ability had changed. It no longer required consumption of his Titan body and could now create a layer out of thin air on his current body, with significantly increased strength. However, even just covering one arm made him feel drained. What the hell? I can only last an hour even without using hardening. After estimating his stamina, Fong Chong realized that the stamina consumption of his Titan abilities had increased significantly, but he had no way to remedy it. He couldn't ask the system to optimize him again. You're like a rubber eater. The system reappeared after some time, mocking Fong Chong. After another 10 minutes, Fong Chong released his Titan form and returned to the hotel in the heavy rain. Great, I can't even protect myself, let alone reach demigod level. I wonder about my recovery ability. Looking at the fruit knife nearby, Fong Chong had the thought of testing it out. Determined, he grabbed the knife and slashed at his arm, creating a 2-centimeter deep wound. However, only a small amount of blood trickled from the wound before it began to heal rapidly. 1, 2, 3. Recovery complete in 3 seconds, no different from before. The reduction in other abilities did not significantly impact the Titan's recovery speed. It remained robust. After finishing the tests, Fong Chong lay on the bed and started scrolling through his phone. As soon as he opened it, he saw a piece of news that excited him. Shocking. A certain major conglomerate CEO has mysteriously disappeared. The familiar shock headlines and content made Fong Chong instantly react. Has Tony Stark been captured? I remember it was in Afghanistan. With my abilities, if I harden everything down to a thinner layer, I should be able to manage. After considering his combat capabilities, Fong Chong resolutely set off for the Middle East. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he could use the vertical maneuvering equipment, he was just an ordinary person now and couldn't even bring the equipment onto a plane. However, once he arrived in Afghanistan, he spent a little money to easily acquire a new set of vertical maneuvering equipment. Although the precision and comfort of the equipment couldn't compare to his original, it was cheap and powerful, which made him quite satisfied. Next, he began to inquire with local guides about the location of the bandits. The guides were stunned. They initially thought he was just there for tourism and were shocked to hear him ask about bandit locations. Consequently, they sold his information to a group of bandits. As the bandits had just kidnapped the #1 son of America, they took notice of Fong Chong. Fearing that the American military might cause trouble, they decided to investigate him first. Upon discovering that Fong Chong was just an ordinary person with no weapons, they couldn't resist. That same night, they snuck into the hotel where Fong Chong was staying and threw him into a cell with numerous firearms aimed at him. Percent Yuan. The bird-like language made Fong Chong's already sleep-deprived head throb. To avoid revealing himself, he temporarily refrained from healing his wounds. After a round of roaring, the group of armed bandits left the cave and silence returned. "Hello, I'm Ethan. How'd you get caught by them?" Observing his surroundings, the grim and unusually hot cave was uncomfortable, but the man not far away with a flashing light on his chest was undoubtedly Tony Stark. Ethan noticed Fong Chong's gaze drift towards Tony and paused for a moment, realizing Tony's identity and understanding. "This is Tony Stark, the heir of Stark Industries. You should know him." Unlike Ethan, Tony stood at a distance, appearing indifferent and maintaining his elegant demeanor even in distress. After hearing Fong Chong's story, both Ethan and Tony clearly had little reaction. Compared to them, Fong Chong was evidently much luckier. After all, one of them had a family member brutally murdered, while the other had been captured to develop weapons. Both situations far more tragic than what Fong Chong had experienced. After Fong Chong joined, the progress of weapon development seemed to slow down a bit. Perhaps it was Fong Chong's identity that raised doubts among them. It took Tony and Ethan 5 days to finally acknowledge Fong Chong's identity and invite him to be part of the plan. The reason the bandits had thrown Fong Chong in was that Tony and Ethan were busy tinkering with the Iron Man armor, causing delays in missile production. The bandits clearly didn't expect to keep Tony for long, so they urged him to speed up the weapon manufacturing process. Tony had casually lied that they lacked manpower, and since Fong Chong was found, it made perfect sense for him to enter the cave. Of course, during these 5 days, Fong Chong had not been spared from torment. As the lowest-level prisoner, he did not enjoy the same treatment as Ethan and Tony. As for lodging, it was more or less the same for everyone. In terms of food, Fong Chong could only eat some mush made from unknown ingredients. Fortunately, after the two recognized Fong Chong, they provided him with some food where he would have been on the verge of losing his temper and breaking out. One had to admire Tony's intelligence. Even under such primitive conditions, he managed to create such advanced technology by hand. However, as the armor gradually neared completion, the bandits' patience wore thin, and the weapon parts Tony was producing began to resemble anything but missiles. Finally, on the 24th day of Fong Chong being imprisoned, the bandit leader returned to Afghanistan. "Boss, we've locked up an ordinary person to help out. Do I need to be told about such trivial matters?" The leader had always been indifferent to ordinary people, especially when his subordinates had conducted a thorough investigation. The information was clearly laid out before him, and after a cursory glance, he lost interest. The cave was filled with numerous surveillance cameras. Even though Fong Chong and the others found a relatively hidden corner, Tony's figure still appeared on the screens as the armor gradually took shape. "What is this?" The leader pointed at the metal shell-like object and questioned his subordinates. Those uneducated subordinates had no clue what it was and could only stammer, Boss, this should be a missile base, for launching. Can your tiny missiles use such a large launch base? You idiot. Grab your weapons and follow me." The peculiar shape of the shell had clearly caught the leader's attention, especially after reviewing Tony's material requests over the last few days. Did it really take nearly a ton of steel to make a small missile? That was evidently impossible. In the cave, the trio was at the final stage of their work, but the presence of hardware significantly limited the upload speed of the driving program. Even though Tony's arc reactor could provide sufficient energy, Without the driving program, the armor could not move. Not good. We're running out of time. As the footsteps outside grew closer, large beads of sweat began to form on Ethan's forehead. All the components had been assembled, but the progress of the driving program was painfully slow, creating an unbearable sense of impending doom. Ethan, calm down. Just look at the kid next to you. He's so calm despite having gone through all this. Why can't you be as composed? Just like in the original story, this imprisonment forged a solid friendship between Tony and Ethan. It's not the same. I'm alone and have nothing to worry about. But you're different. You have a whole life waiting for you to enjoy. Ethan's emotions were clearly starting to spiral out of control. From Fong Chong's perspective, having understood the whole situation, it was evident that Ethan's life was quite tragic. His wife and daughter had been harmed by these bandits, known as the Ten Rings, and due to his excellent education and mastery of several languages, he was forced to serve them. Tony was about to say something, but suddenly, two loud knocks echoed at the door. The two guards stationed at the entrance, responding to the leader's orders, burst in. And this was the moment Fong Chong had been waiting for. Enough, stop arguing. What do you think I'm here for? With his partially mastered Titan transformation abilities, he found them particularly useful in this cave. He covered his arm with layers of Titan muscle tissue, expanding its circumference to an impressive 80 centimeters, and then topped it with a layer of hardening crystal. The two in the cave were stunned by Fong Chong's astonishing action. "Oh, Chinese boy, your arm." Before Tony could finish, the heavy door was fully opened, and two armed soldiers rushed in. However, how could soldiers untrained in the system compare to Fong Chong, who had honed his skills for 6 years in the Titan world? With a single swing of his giant hand, he took the lives of both men. What Fong Chong hadn't anticipated was that the guns in their hands would still fire. At such close range, the bullets struck with pinpoint accuracy. Even though Fong Chong hastily covered himself with a layer of hardening crystal, it was insufficient to withstand the shots. As he felt the bullets penetrate his arm and pierce through his chest, the powerful impact left him stunned. This is unscientific. Looking at the multiple bullet holes in his chest, Fong Chong begrudgingly fell to the ground. His formidable healing ability began to kick in, but recovering from such penetrating wounds was no easy feat. Meanwhile, the other two were equally bewildered. They had previously seen a glimmer of hope for survival, but that hope had now shattered. With two bullets piercing vital organs in his chest, there was no way Fong Chong could be saved under the current medical conditions. However, it was precisely because of the time Fong Chong fought for that the system finally completed the last upload of the driving program. As the fixed chains around them fell away, the Iron Man suit that Tony piloted was finally able to move. "Ethan, take that Chinese boy with you. We're going out." Although Tony knew the hope of rescuing Fong Chong was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, Fong Chong, being from China, had helped him a lot. Without his contributions, Tony's Iron Man armor wouldn't have been so easily manufactured. The armor, made from a full ton of steel, had an outer shell that was 5 centimeters thick, making it impervious to crude firearms. Shots fired at the armor merely produced loud bangs. For Tony, dealing with those thugs was simple. He just needed to walk up and slap them with his massive armor, powered by endless energy. With a couple of solid slaps, the bandits were severely injured, and for those clustered together, Tony would rip off a piece of the armor and launch a small rocket at them. Ethan, carrying Fong Chong on his back, struggled greatly. He had been in the cave for quite some time, and his muscle tissue was starting to atrophy. While Fong Chong was constantly healing, the pain from the bullet wounds was hard to shake off, only easing somewhat after they made out of the cave. Once outside, Ethan was taken aback, seeing Fong Chong, who had 2 large holes in his abdomen and was bleeding profusely, yet still able to move. He looked utterly confused. "Ethan, thanks. You can put me down now." Fong Chong patted Ethan's shoulder, and his legs touched the ground. "Chinese kid, stay behind me and don't stick your head out." The intense sunlight made Fong Chong squint. "Tony, how many times do I have to say it? My name is Fong Chong." After teasing Tony, Fong Chong obediently stepped back behind the Iron Man. Once his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he began to scan their surroundings. Asterisk, asterisk, Yuan. The soldiers across from them were chattering in a language Fang Chong didn't understand. Thankfully, Ethan translated. Otherwise, both he and Tony would have struggled to communicate. Tony, they say you need to come out of the armor, and if you resist, they'll blow you up with a rocket launcher. After Ethan translated, Tony scoffed. Humph. What do a bunch of thugs have to say? As Tony was fiddling with the missile launcher, trying to get it to fire, the Special Independent Missile Launch platform malfunctioned, and the soldiers were close enough that Tony shouted, "Hey, Fang Chong, what are you doing? Come back." Fang Chong stepped out from behind Iron Man. "Tony, I still remember those 2 shots you fired." He bit his tongue, and his Titan form rapidly manifested itself. Soon, a 6-meter-tall, naked Titan appeared before Tony. Ward F.A.? Not only the soldiers, but even Tony, the genius, couldn't comprehend how Fang Chong had transformed into such a massive form. This isn't scientific. Watching Fang Chong's Titan body, Tony's worldview nearly shattered, but for Fang Chong, it was nothing unusual. After all, he had transformed into a 20-meter Titan before, so 6 meters was trivial. "Did you enjoy hitting me earlier?" Having been interrupted before he could fully show off, Fang Chong had accumulated a lot of anger. These bandits were scum, deserving of their fate, and he was merciless. Though his 6-meter form wasn't covered in hardening crystal, it wasn't something lightweight weapons could pierce. Under the barrage of numerous rifles, he sustained significant injuries, but his foundation remained unshaken. He charged forward, swinging his claws and taking the lives of more than a dozen men. However, Fang Chong didn't anticipate that after his charge, the leader would pull an RPG from a crate beneath him. Crap! Seeing the RPG appear, Fang Chong quickly formed a layer of hardening crystal around his body, reinforced by the armor ability he had taken from the armored Titan, ensuring he wouldn't die in the explosion. "Tony, I'm leaving the rest of you." "Got it." After dealing with the RPG, Fang Chong felt his stamina waning, and he hurriedly retreated back behind Tony, reverting to his normal form. "My loyal customers, did you think I could only make missiles?" As Tony mocked, he flipped a switch on his armor. With the sound of liquid flowing, 2 massive jets of flame shot from his hands. The scattered munitions around them severely restricted the bandits, especially as Tony recklessly ignited them, causing numerous explosions. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Fang Chong pulled Ethan back into the cave. The remaining soldiers outside were armed, and while their bullets couldn't penetrate Tony's armor, the impact force wouldn't diminish. Although Tony had trained, he was still at a normal human level, with both his strength and body attributes below 2 points. Under the barrage of countless bullets, he began to struggle, especially as some stray bullets hit the ammunition chain on his back. While the flames were unaffected, he lost his light machine gun. "Fang Chong, Ethan." Tony was about to turn around to remind the two to stay away while he unleashed his full power, but when he turned back, there was no one behind him. They'd already retreated deep into the cave. "Ward, you ran off without saying a word to me." Since there was no one left to protect behind him, Tony could unleash the maximum power of his flamethrower without any reservations. After all, the nearby ammunition was excellent explosive material, and he had refrained from targeting them earlier simply because he needed to protect 2 ordinary people. But now, things are different. Flamethrower, maximum power. With a roar, Tony's armor finally showcased its full power. The towering flames almost engulfed the entire valley, and the surrounding weapons naturally bore the brunt of it. Under the terrifying high temperatures, the shells of the munitions began to gradually melt and fall away, revealing the volatile explosives and shrapnel inside. As the first explosion of the munitions sounded, a large number of arms in the valley began to explode consecutively, and seeing that the momentum was unstoppable, Tony quickly activated the jetpacks beneath him. With the powerful energy provided by the arc reactor, the thrust from the jetpacks was astonishing. The armor, weighing over a ton, swiftly ascended into the air with the support of the jetpack. Just as Tony left the valley, a massive explosion occurred among the munitions, creating a small mushroom cloud above the valley. Even Fong Chong and Ethan, who had retreated a distance into the cave, could feel a tremor. Fong Chong, the explosion has ended. Let's get out of here. Staying here isn't good. As the noise outside gradually faded, Dr. Ethan's mind became active again. The few remaining bandits in the cave had been entirely eliminated by Fong Chong's combat abilities. And since what was happening outside was over, Ethan naturally wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. Listening to Ethan, Fong Chong, although aware that his mental state was somewhat unstable, couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's the rush? The ground outside is still hot. Besides, we are in the desert. Can you walk out without enough supplies? Come help me move the water. Oh. Under Fong Chong's persuasion, Dr. Ethan quickly corrected himself and began to help Fong Chong carry water and food. However, the cave's protective effect was limited after all. The heat wave from the explosions outside began to gradually flow into the cave, and thick smoke also started to spread. Hold on tight, we're going out. With such harsh conditions outside, Ethan couldn't make it out on his own, so Fong Chong had to continuously extract his remaining physical strength, transforming into his complete giant form again, carrying Ethan and the supplies out. After finally stumbling out of the explosion zone, the two faced a severe problem. Damn it, where did Tony run off to? Looking at the endless desert, Fong Chong was almost in despair. Although the supplies they carried were enough for the two to leave the desert, if they wandered aimlessly, they would likely become captives of another group of bandits in the desert very soon. Fong Chong, look over there. There's smoke rising from the sand. That should be him. However, Ethan was indeed a genuine PhD. During his previous period of captivity, he had combined his knowledge with reality. As a reckless person, Fong Chong figured it would be better to listen to him than to blunder around in the desert. Ethan indeed did not disappoint Fong Chong. After advancing about 2 kilometers, the two successfully found Tony, who was trapped in a sand pile because of his mech crash. It would definitely take some effort for Tony to climb out by himself, so Fong Chong took advantage of the little stamina he had left in his giant form to pull Tony out of the sand. Thank you. Hwasha boy. I've told you. My name is Fong Chong. Remember it well. Both of them were now exhausted and simply lay on the sand pile, starting to take in supplies. With a substantial replenishment of water and food, the two finally regained some strength and began to push themselves to walk out of the desert. With Ethan, the experienced senior, accompanying them, they didn't have to worry about stepping into other bandits' territory. Thus, after trekking for a whole day, they had consumed half of their supplies, and finally, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Whoa! Tony couldn't help but shout with joy because from a distance he saw the logo of his company on the helicopter. These incompetent employees finally found their boss. Although Fong Chong was also worried that this helicopter was sent by Tony's uncle. In this situation, the three had no choice but to board. Then, thanks to Tony's connections, Ethan and Fong Chong got to experience what it felt like to be upper echelon military personnel, and even the aircraft they used to return to New York was a top-notch military plane that directly took the three to their destination. However, even with military involvement, after the three received some treatment and rest, they arrived in New York 3 days later. Wow, look who it is, my secretary. As soon as they disembarked, seeing Pepper waiting by the plane, Tony completely ignored Ethan and Fong Chong, walking straight towards Pepper. Red eyes, missing your boss, huh? Looking at the intact Tony in front of her, Pepper restrained her tears, but the joy on her face was impossible to hide. I'm just happy. I won't have to look for another job. Tony smiled. All right. I announced that your vacation is over. After a brief exchange, the two got into the car, while Fong Chong and Ethan weren't so lucky. Without Tony's presence, they would inevitably face some inquiries from some BI, and although they wouldn't be troubled because of Tony, they also couldn't be as casual as Tony. Boss, where to? As soon as they got in the car, the driver skillfully asked Tony where he needed to go. Take us to the hospital. No. Tony, the doctor said you must. I said no. I was locked up for nearly 3 months, and I want to do 2 things right now. Eat a cheeseburger, and the other thing. Seeing the determination in Tony's eyes, Pepper understood his thoughts immediately. You're still as, ambitious as ever. She had meant to say lecherous, but stopped herself. She didn't want to anger Tony. No, it's not what you think. I need you to help me arrange a press conference, Tony said seriously. A press conference? Pepper's expression instantly turned into one of horror. She knew all too well that Tony hated attending press conferences, and every time he had to go to one, it gave her a headache. Tony, you can't be serious, right? Pepper looked at him with concern. Pepper, I'm fine. Just do as I say. Tony reassured her. All right, you're the boss. You make the call. Pepper sighed helplessly. Before that, drive us to get something to eat, Tony suggested. Inevitably, Pepper's efficiency was indeed very high. She was truly the top secretary of Stark Industries. By that afternoon, after a delightful lunch, the press conference was ready, and his uncle was already waiting for him outside the venue. Oh, look who's here. Tony cheerfully greeted his uncle, unaware that the trouble he was about to face was brought by this very uncle. He even stepped forward to give his uncle a hug, completely oblivious to the conspiracy behind him. In fact, during their time in the cave, Fong Chong had wanted to tell Tony about this, but he felt it was inappropriate. Although Tony's relationship with his uncle wasn't particularly good, it wasn't bad either, and Fong Chong himself was just a down-and-out brother. He felt his words wouldn't carry enough weight. Watching Tony gradually walk to the podium, his handsome figure prompted the reporters below to take pictures, and Pepper wore a motherly smile beside her. Miss Virginia Potts, damn. That name is really a tongue twister. May I have a word with you? A man suddenly approached Pepper. Of course, but the press conference is about to start, so I'd like to finish watching first, Pepper replied politely. She was quite adept at handling paparazzi-like figures, but the man in front of her was not an ordinary reporter. He was a senior agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. Miss Potts, I think you're mistaken. I'm not a reporter. I'm Agent Felixson, representing the Logistics Department of the Homeland Strategic Intervention Enforcement. The man introduced himself. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. Pepper chuckled helplessly. Indeed, but we're working hard to simplify these cumbersome titles. Agent Felixson awkwardly laughed. Upon hearing he was from a government department, Pepper understood his intentions. The Department of Defense, some BI, some IA have all contacted us. Which department do you belong to? She asked. We're a bit different from them. Our department is more centralized. Never mind, that's not important. We want to understand the detailed circumstances of what happened with Tony, Agent Felixson said. Okay, I'll arrange that. Pepper nodded in agreement. Thank you, Agent Felixson said gratefully. While the two were chatting, Tony on the podium had already raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. As you all know, Stark Industries indeed started with arms dealing. Now, I have witnessed young soldiers being killed right under the weapons I manufactured, which were supposed to protect them. I have also realized that I am becoming part of this filthy, sordid world. Although Tony's speech was sincere, it lacked substantial content, and the reporters below were clearly unsatisfied. They wanted to know what had happened to Tony during the past few months he was missing. Mr. Stark? A reporter asked eagerly. Go ahead, Tony responded. What exactly happened in the past few months? The reporter pressed on. I woke up. I also realized that besides weapons, I can contribute more to the world. So I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately, Tony declared decisively. As soon as this was said, the reporters below went wild. What news could be more explosive than Stark Industries cutting off its strongest division? Well, now everyone has a story. But the focus of the press conference is still that Tony is back, Tony's uncle interjected. Although his tone remained calm, the anger in his eyes was about to spill over. Meanwhile, Fong Chong finally became the first person to be approached by S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no way around it. Compared to Tony, a super-rich genius inventor, Fong Chong was just an ordinary person with no background, and a homebody still in school. Such a person was far too easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to control. Looking at the one-eyed big egg, Nick Fury, in front of him, Fong Chong felt speechless. He hadn't said anything, so it must have been Ethan who blabbed about his abilities. Fong Chong, Chinese American. Well, that's not important. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nick Fury, director of the Homeland Strategic Intervention Agency, Nick Fury said. Fong Chong couldn't be bothered to listen to Nick Fury's chatter. He had already made up his mind not to get involved in any SHIELD matters. He was well aware of his current strength. Although his combat abilities were decent, compared to the overwhelming combat prowess after Tony created Iron Man, there was still a significant gap. If he faced 2 or 3 dozen common soldiers, he would be doomed. However, even though he thought this way in his heart, he still agreed to Nick Fury's request on the surface. There was no choice. Nick Fury was offering too much. Previously, creating 2 sets of 3-dimensional maneuvering devices had already cost him a lot of money, almost forcing him to sell his property. And during the previous incident, the 3-dimensional maneuvering devices hadn't even been used. Then it's settled. Although you won't have many tasks usually, once we need you, you can't refuse. Of course, we won't harm your interests, Nick Fury said. Deal. Fong Chong reluctantly agreed. After a brief handover, Fong Chong became the first Avenger to join SHIELD. The scene returned to Stark Industries, where Tony's uncle had finally managed to deal with the reporters, while Tony had already run off to the RD department. Tony, look at the good thing you've done. Do you know how much Stark Industries' stock price will drop tomorrow? His uncle angrily scolded. 40%? Or maybe half? Tony replied nonchalantly. Tony, Stark Industries is not just your company. We manufacture weapons. We are arms dealers, and we're the ones preventing the world from falling into chaos. His uncle bellowed. Obi, this is my company. I hold absolute control over the entire company, and I have the right to make this decision. Tony retorted defiantly. Then what are we going to do after we abandon arms? Make baby bottles? Huh? His uncle glared at Tony. Just as his uncle was ranting, the supersized arc reactor behind Tony had also been successfully completed. Obi, I think the arc reactor is worth a try, Tony said with excitement. Come on, this is just for show. Do you know how much money it cost your father to build this back then? In the end, he couldn't even recoup the costs, his uncle scoffed. Compared to arms dealing, the large arc reactor clearly failed to attract Obi's interest. He angrily slapped the outer shell of the arc reactor and then left the research department without a word. Just as the large arc reactor began to operate, Fong Chong's system issued a prompt. Detection of high-level energy creation. Proceed to collect to significantly reduce the system's world traversal cooldown. However, right now, Fong Chong was lying at home, gobbling down rice, with no intention of paying attention to the system. By the way, the MRAK-1 should be coming out soon. After resting for 2 days, Tony began the replacement work for the arc reactor in his chest. After all, the manufacturing process in Stark Industries' private lab was far more advanced than the handcrafted reactor he had made in the cave. Pepper, can you come down for a moment? Tony. As soon as Pepper entered the private lab in the basement, she saw Tony lying on a recliner in the middle of the lab, shirtless. Come over. Let me see your hands. My hands. Pepper obediently extended her hands. Not bad, not bad. You really do have delicate hands. I just need to borrow you for a little while. Oh my God, is this what keeps you alive? Looking at the large hole in Tony's chest, Pepper exclaimed. Yeah, but this is already an antique. I need you to help me replace it. What should I do? Watching Tony yank out the original reactor from his chest, Pepper became flustered. You need to reach in there, be careful, and help me pull out the wires below. Although she was extremely reluctant inside, Pepper followed Tony's instructions and removed the wires before installing the new reactor. Of course, what happened during this process was not meant for outsiders to know. Tony, never, ever make me do something like this again. Clearly, Tony didn't take Pepper's complaints to heart. After simply organizing the equipment and energy core, he let Pepper leave the lab, while he dove headfirst into the experimental platform to start tinkering. Jarvis, are you there? Yes, sir. Bring up the armor design schematics. Compared to the technology of the average civilian outside, Tony's tech was light years ahead. Just the interactive holographic design schematics fell into the realm of black technology. As Tony fiddled with the new generation of armor, some defeated rebels in a distant desert, under a massive manpower search, found the first-generation armor that Tony had abandoned. For the next month, Tony immersed himself in the lab, not stepping out the door and continuously tinkering with his armor. The manufacturing conditions here were exponentially better than the handmade processes in the cave, and functionalities that he had been unable to achieve before were successfully developed. With Jarvis's semi-AI help, the new drive system was incredibly successful, saving at least 50% more energy than before. On the 23rd day, Tony finally completed the capability tests for all components and assembled the armor configuration. Jarvis, activate the helmet display. Okay, sir. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony used the countless mini-cameras distributed on the armor's exterior to capture the surrounding objects. Adjust the screen distribution. Forget it, I'll deal with that later. Jarvis, check the exterior components. With a command, the movable parts of the armor began to activate and perform self-checks. Sir, all components are functioning normally. Jarvis, check the flight path regulations. Sir, there are still numerous calculations to be completed before takeoff. Jarvis, my dad used to say, just do it first and talk later. Engage the thrusters. Personal behavior adaptation complete. Direction calibration complete. As Jarvis reported, the thrusters on Tony's hands and feet emitted brilliant beams of light, propelling him out of his garage at high speed. Wow! Being able to fly like a bird was the dream of all humanity, and Tony was no exception. The feeling of flight was surprisingly exhilarating. He was even a bit intoxicated by it. Jarvis! Up, sir! Up! Excited, Tony made some reckless moves. Under his command, the thrusters increased their power once again, propelling him rapidly skyward. As the altitude kept increasing, the temperature dropped, and soon a layer of ice formed on the surface of the armor. Jarvis, I'm freezing. Quickly activate the auxiliary wings. Jarvis, I'm here, sir. Luckily, as he descended, the ice on the armor's surface quickly melted away due to air friction, and Jarvis regained control of the suit. Wow, thrilling. Meanwhile, watching the flickering lights in the distant sky, Fong Chong was envious. Fisk, why don't I have that ability? This system is utterly useless. System. Destination for the next world has been changed to the Dragon Ball world. I was joking. Just kidding. Best system ever. Destination for the next world has been changed to Demon Slayer. Not to mention anything else, Fong Chong truly had no confidence in surviving in the Dragon Ball world, considering that there were people there who could destroy stars with their bare hands. Just pulling one of those prominent figures would probably be able to knock the Marvel world's celestial beings off their feet. After completing a wide circle of flying, Tony returned to his seaside villa. However, his control over the armor wasn't yet proficient, and during his landing, he accidentally crashed through 3 layers of flooring. But for him, a wealthy man, these minor damages were nothing. As long as money could solve it, it was not a problem at all. Finally managing to crawl out of the armor, he began further optimizing it. Contact those material companies. I need surface materials from Angel-class satellites. What's this? Just as Tony instructed to continue improving the armor, he suddenly noticed a package had appeared on the experimental table, labeled with a name he had never heard before. Upon opening it, it was precisely the arc reactor core he had replaced earlier. Tony Stark has a warm heart. Well, it seems like it too. Looking at the object that resembled a souvenir, Tony showed no interest and casually tossed it aside, continuing to work on his armor. 2 days later, after investing a substantial amount of money, the new materials finally arrived, and he began the process of creating a brand new suit. Yes, it needs to look cool. Let's add some of that sports car red. Jarvis's computational abilities were exceptional. Many tasks could be completed simply by Tony giving a command. So what are we waiting for? Start assembling. Estimated assembly completion, 5 hours. While Tony was busy with his armor, Fong Chong was not idle either. The giant's abilities felt so inadequate that he had no sense of security. Originally, at 20 meters tall, as long as his hardening ability kept up, ordinary firearms were no threat to him. But now, reduced to 6 meters, if there were too many guns, his recovery ability couldn't keep up, and he would just have to take a beating. He repeatedly tested his hardening ability, but could not find a way to maintain it. If it formed too thin on his skin, it had no protective power. If it was too thick, he would lose mobility. At most, he could only cover a layer over his internal organs and bones, and not even all of them. This is forcing me to steal an arc reactor. The thought of the Hulk's emergence made Fong Chong shudder. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current chief enforcer, he would definitely be pulled into things. With his current combat abilities, it would be strange if he didn't get beaten up. I think I should just stay out of Tony's business. System. Are you an idiot? If it doesn't work externally, can't you put inside? All those layers of mucous membranes you have are for nothing? Even coating your bones with a layer of hardened crystal would be impressive. What good is coating my bones with hardened crystal? It's just a layer. Wait, I can turn it directly into hardened crystal. At the system's prompt, Fong Chong instantly thought of a character who didn't belong in this world, Wolverine. Let's estimate the pros and cons of transforming my bones into hardened crystal. For safety's sake, he had the system conduct an evaluation. Although this system could be sarcastic and sometimes unreliable, its advice was often quite useful. Due to the complete analysis of the Warhammer Giant ability, the host can freely manipulate the formation and decomposition of hardened crystals. Once the bones are transformed into hardened crystals, influenced by D-level bone enhancement, the host's bone strength can rival ordinary steel, and there are no adverse effects after deactivation. Wow, why didn't you say something so powerful earlier? I thought normal people could figure it out. Fong Chong. After fully understanding the essence of the hardening ability, Fong Chong began to work on enhancing his bones. Of course, he only hardened the external parts of the bones. The inner parts still needed to retain some function and couldn't be covered by the hardening ability. Just as Tony completed the first-generation official armor, Fong Chong also successfully covered all of his bones with hardened crystals. By the way, why didn't you tell me it would be this heavy after hardening? The effects brought by the bone enhancement were significant. Fong Chong could clearly feel his physical abilities improving, and even the identification interface changed. Fong Chong. Strength 2. Body 4. Intelligence 1. Dimensional talent. B-level hard bone enhancement. In case of bone damage, stamina can be consumed to replenish hardened crystals for rapid repair. Skills. A-level giant strength. Fong Chong was pleased with the increase in his body attribute, but the unchanged strength attribute caused his speed to drop significantly, making even quick turns difficult. You gain some, you lose some. Besides, where can you find such a good all-day load? Better hurry up and train. Under the system's pressure, Fong Chong began a month of intense training. Meanwhile, Tony had completed the armor assembly and was enjoying himself around the world, unaware that his original set of armor had circulated into Obi's hands and was being analyzed by many researchers. I'm paying so much to support you useless bunch. Are you just here to loaf around? In StarkTech's secret research lab, Obi was furious. With the existing technological support, he had his subordinate researchers create an even more powerful suit. Unlike Tony's highly integrated flashy armor, Obi adhered to pragmatism and fierce firepower. This Iron Man was over 5 times the power of Tony's existing armor. However, the miniaturized arc reactor could not achieve practical results. No matter how hard the researchers worked, the reactor could only fit into a room, rendering it utterly useless. Well, we can't blame us, after all, Tony's brilliance. Enough. I don't want to hear it. Get out. After loudly scolding the incompetent scientists, Obi's mood gradually darkened. Since we can't research it, then I'll just borrow the one on you. Just as Obi was plotting to use the miniaturized arc reactor on Tony, Fong Chong finally completed all his training. Fong Chong. Strength 3. Body 4. Intelligence 2. Dimensional talent. B-level hard bone enhancement. Skills. A-level. Giant strength. A-level. Suicide punch. Does not consider body tolerance. A punch using all strength. Used with caution for those without recovery abilities. With a month of high-intensity weight training and sufficient nutritional support, Fong Chong's training progress skyrocketed, and with a strong recovery ability, he didn't need to worry about injuries during training. Moreover, through repeated wear and tear on his body, he developed a finishing move, the suicide punch. As the name implies, this punch is a suicide move in the hands of someone without recovery abilities. But after testing it, Fong Chong found he could now use it steadily. It's powerful, no doubt about that, but it really hurts. Looking at the counter showing over a ton of punch power, and then at his almost visible bones in his right hand, Fong Chong grinned in pain. In reality, Fong Chong could have used some stimulants to suppress the pain. However, he knew that if he became reliant on them, his tolerance to pain would significantly decrease. To ensure that he wouldn't face unexpected issues in other worlds, he ultimately decided against using painkillers during his training. After a month of intense training, Fong Chong finally had a moment to rest. However, as he watched Tony's heroic deeds on television, he felt increasingly uneasy. Damn it, I should be part of this too. Fong Chong couldn't help but complain. System. That's not it. I just want to get to the next world sooner. Yes, that's it. Fong Chong quickly explained. Then why aren't you working on that arc reactor? The system urged. I'm on it, can't I? Oh. Fong Chong replied helplessly, originally thinking he would be able to enjoy a leisurely life after returning. Fong Chong was finally prepared to head to the next world after nearly 3 months of torment. As Fong Chong made his way to Tony's house, Obi was having a long-awaited conversation with Tony at home. Although Tony was somewhat displeased with his uncle Obi, he was still the major shareholder of the company and his relative, so Tony reluctantly felt the need to entertain him. Hold on, I need to check something, Obi said as he and Tony exchanged pleasantries in the living room. Just then, Fong Chong arrived at Tony's doorstep. Tony, open the door. An old friend is here to see you, Fong Chong called out. Oh, looks like this washout kid wants to have a good drink with me, Tony thought to himself, about to press the door button when he suddenly felt as if his body was gradually drifting away from him. No matter how hard he tried, his fingers wouldn't move. Tony, breathe, relax. Remember this thing? You made it back then. What a pity that the government didn't approve it. Temporary paralysis is still very useful in many situations, Obi said, looking at the stick-like object in his hand with a glint of pride in his eyes. Seeing Tony's gaze, Obi felt no pity at all. Tony, I originally intended to kill you, but I didn't expect you to escape from that kind of environment and cause such a stir. But it doesn't matter. You will still fall into my hands. Enjoy the last moments of your life. As Obi spoke, he pressed down on the reactor core embedded in Tony's chest. You can take care of the person outside, Obi ordered, and at that moment, Fong Chong felt something was off. Normally, even if Tony wasn't home, Jarvis should respond to him, but now the entire villa was eerily silent. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately lodged itself in Fong Chong's temple, the immense impact causing him to stagger. Ward? What the hell is going on? Fong Chong looked at the group of soldiers gathering around him and realized he had stumbled upon Obi's scheme to seize the reactor. Lucky me. For Fong Chong, whose bones had been enhanced, ordinary bullets posed little threat, especially against these soldiers. Obi's men, Fong Chong, tried to communicate with them, but his cultural approach seemed ineffective. The soldiers silently closed in on him. Fine then. Since you won't say anything, I won't be polite. The moment Fong Chong moved, a hail of bullets rained down on him. Although most of the ammunition could not cause damage due to his hardened bones, a few well-angled bullets did enter his body. However, those bullets, having almost expended their energy, could not inflict fatal harm on his organs covered by hardening ability. That hurts. Although these bullets couldn't cause lethal injuries, the pain made him frown. By the time Fong Chong dealt with those soldiers, he had been shot numerous times, blood pouring from countless wounds. Yet his recovery ability was continuously at work, pushing the embedded bullets out and generating new muscle and skin. Boss, run. It's a monster. One soldier, barely hanging on, reported over the intercom. Seeing this, Obi found himself in a dilemma. He drove to the door, but didn't know what to do next. Hey, where are you trying to go? Got any good places to take me? Fong Chong wouldn't let Obi escape. He summoned his giant form and yanked Obi out of the car. All right, there's no time to chat with you now. If this drags on, Tony might just kick the bucket, Fong Chong said, applying just enough pressure to knock Obi unconscious before returning to Tony's reception room with him and the reactor core. Thanks to Obi's influence on Jarvis wearing off, Fong Chong was able to find Tony's location within the large villa. Oh, Huasha boy, I love you. After reconnecting the reactor, Tony excitedly gave Fong Chong a big hug. What's my name? Fong Chong asked. It's not important, is it? Tony replied somewhat awkwardly. What do you plan to do with him? Fong Chong pointed at the unconscious Obi behind him. Unlike Fong Chong, who was indifferent, Tony couldn't easily decide what to do after confirming Alan's answers. His heart was still too warm. There will be legal consequences for him. But enough of that. To celebrate that you saved my life, we must drink until we drop today, Tony declared, clearly not wanting to discuss the matter further. Even now, he couldn't accept that his uncle wanted to kill him for personal gain, and from Obi's words, it was evident that he had been involved in Tony's previous ordeal. Tony? Tony! Just as Fong Chong was about to raise a toast with Tony, Pepper rushed down in a hurry, only to see Obi picking up a sharp dagger and lunging at Fong Chong. Clang! The specially made steel dagger was sharp, but Obi lacked the strength to deliver a fatal blow. The dagger merely left a long cut on the back of Fong Chong's head, blood spurting out. However, for Fong Chong, such damage was hardly painful. His healing ability kicked in rapidly, and the wound began to close. Don't mess around if you can't handle it. Don't think you're all that, Fong Chong thought to himself as he activated his giant form. Unlike Tony, who was more forgiving, Fong Chong considered it merciful to leave someone alive after they dared to attack him. He promptly crushed the assailant's hands into a pulp. This scene frightened Pepper greatly. Just a moment ago, she was enjoying drinks and venting her frustrations with Tony, but now her mood was completely ruined. Forget it. I'm leaving. By the way, Tony, can I borrow that large arc reactor from your company? You want to use that thing? Go ahead, but it's still a bit dangerous. Jarvis, update Fong Chong's permissions, Tony replied. Leaving Pepper and Tony to handle the aftermath, Fong Chong headed straight for Stark Industries. The attack at the door had made him acutely aware of the dangers in this world. Sigh, after going through all that, I might as well stay at home. I can still help Tony, but the Hulk. Upon arriving at the Stark Industries laboratory, the massive arc reactor stood prominently before him. As a product of the last century, after Tony's improvements, its power was over 100 times that of the mini-reactor in Tony's chest. If not accounting for losses, it could even supply electricity to all of New York. System, absorb it. As Fong Chong spoke, a stream of void energy seemed to connect the arc reactor with him, and the palladium at the center of the reactor began to deplete at a visible rate. In just a few minutes, a large chunk of the palladium plate was completely exhausted. Burp, we can start the next world now. Wait, I need to gather some supplies. What are you doing? Just as the system prompted him, Fong Chong turned to leave and prepare for the new world, but before he could take 2 steps, a familiar dizziness washed over him. I can't hold it any longer. Meanwhile, far away at the villa, Tony also received the news. Jarvis, what did you say? That several kilograms of palladium are all gone. Yes, sir, and Mr. Fong Chong has also inexplicably disappeared from my surveillance. Forget him. It seems this Huasha boy has quite a few secrets for me to dig into. But for now, Pepper. As Tony began to enjoy life, Fong Chong found himself tumbling onto a snow-covered mountain peak. Dimensional talent is being extracted. E-level, lung enhancement. Your lung capacity will increase to more than double its original strength, has been acquired. Holy crap, it's so cold. Fong Chong realized that before he was transported, it was autumn in the Marvel world. While the weather had been getting cooler, his clothes were clearly inadequate against the heavy snowfall. The sudden increase in his lung capacity also made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, so he tightened his clothes and swiftly started descending the mountain. Fortunately, this time the system didn't trick him. His body was still the same, and nothing was wrong. However, when he reached the village at the foot of the mountain, he immediately realized he had underestimated the situation. System, either they directly replace the main character, or you don't, but throwing me this far is not fair. What am I supposed to play with? The energy was too excessive, and I couldn't control it. So what now? Negative trait elimination *1 has been acquired. That's more like it. With a new buff acquired, Fong Chong happily went looking for a place to stay. However, after a long search, he couldn't find a family willing to take him in. His peculiar clothing and behavior clashed with this world. Damn, next time I travel, I must bring some gold. There is nothing he could do about it now. Fong Chong could only show off his strength to a wealthy family, where he managed to secure a position as a gatekeeper. In the following days, he constantly tried to gather information about his surroundings. However, he didn't recall where Tanjiro was. He only knew it was a remote rural area and nothing else. But there weren't many people making a living selling charcoal. So through inquiries, he learned the general route to find his mentor, Sakanji Urokodaki. After working for 2 months and surviving the cold winter, Fong Chong set off to find Urokodaki. However, in this world's wilderness, especially near the village, various demons were abundant. Of course, those demons had low strength, causing Fong Chong to suspect they were minions created by the Demon King. Perhaps these long-lived demons have some twisted preferences. After once again using sunlight to burn a demon to death, Fong Chong continued his journey to find Urokodaki. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal if he couldn't find Tanjiro. The key was that Fong Chong wanted to learn breathing techniques, ideally transforming his body into that of a demon. After several confrontations, he discovered that even those demons with weak combat abilities had recovery capabilities far beyond his own, and their bodily functions had significant enhancements, making him quite envious. "Hey kid, are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps too? Where's your sword?" As he brushed off the ashes left by the burned demon, Fong Chong prepared to move on to the next village when a strong voice suddenly came from behind him. "I'm Sanemi Shinazugawa, the former Wind Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kid, who's your mentor? Why can't I see any signs of breathing techniques on you?" Looking at the white-haired man with a disabled leg, Fong Chong didn't know his name but recognized one of his disciples. "Old man, do you have a disciple named Zenitsu?" How do you know? Are you that guy Urokodaki's disciple? I've only discussed this with him." Once the old man confirmed Fong Chong's words, he felt a surge of joy. The primary objective of his arrival in this world was about to be completed. I guess I'm from the same hometown as Zenitsu. Back then, he was always bullied. Although I haven't met him, I've heard his name. "Oh, is that so? Kid, I've answered your questions. What about mine?" Old man, I don't know what the Demon Slayer Corps is. I only know that many people saw you take Zenitsu away back then, so that's how I found out," Fong Chong explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanemi Shinazugawa's expression suddenly brightened. Unlike Urokodaki, who had almost stopped taking on disciples, Sanemi's biggest dream was to cultivate powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps to eradicate all demons in the world. However, as he grew older, this dream became increasingly distant, which is why he had become so laid back in recent years, even tolerating Zenitsu's constant antics. "You don't know the Demon Slayer Corps? No wonder, no wonder. You don't seem to have any signs of breathing techniques, kid. Join my dojo." "Sure." "After joining, what did you just say?" "I said sure. Don't you want to ask what I do?" Only then did Sanemi realize that the person in front of him was a retired Hashira, currently one of the strongest trainers. Yet Fong Chong hadn't mentioned a word about it. "Well, if you can tolerate Zenitsu and even adopt him, you shouldn't be a bad person." A hint of doubt began to flicker in Sanemi's eyes, but he quickly reassured himself. Being an old man, he had nothing for the youth to gain from him. In fact, with the development of the times, passing on his thunder-breathing techniques had already become a luxury. Since that's the case, although you're a bit older, you're still fit. At least your physical abilities make you suitable material for the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was somewhat critical of Fong Chong's age, It was Fong Chong's courage and combat ability to fight demons barehanded that Sanemi valued. Follow me, I'll take you to the dojo. Fong Chong naturally wouldn't refuse. He clapped his hands and followed Sanemi to the dojo. It was clear that the old man intended to test Fong Chong, as he kept accelerating along the way, while Fong Chong's weakness was speed. With the influence of the hardened crystals, his weight had exceeded 300 kilograms. Fortunately, his stamina was sufficient, and by evening, he finally arrived at the dojo following Sanemi's trail. Master, is this your new disciple? He doesn't look like much. As soon as they entered the dojo, Fong Chong hadn't even caught his breath when he was met with a barrage of ridicule. Zenitsu Agitsuma, as someone who had watched Demon Slayer several times, Fong Chong naturally knew the fate of the one mocking him. Agitsuma, he's still our junior disciple. He shouldn't be treated like that. Shut up, you worthless piece of trash. Zenitsu's attempts to reason fell on deaf ears. Fong Chong wasn't bothered anyway. After all, there was no point in talking to someone who was practically a dying demon. Fong Chong, it seems speed is your weak point. This means the breathing techniques from my school might not suit you well. Perhaps I should write you a recommendation letter to the Stone Hashira for further study instead. Seeing Fong Chong's exhausted appearance, Sanemi felt a bit regretful. Despite having a strong physique, in terms of speed, he couldn't even match Zenitsu. No, master, please let me stay here to learn. Upon hearing this, Fong Chong couldn't accept it. While the Stone Hashira was strong, how could it compare to the coolness of thunder breathing? The two were simply incomparable. Please. Although Fong Chong didn't kneel, his determined gaze made Sanemi feel his resolve. If you don't work hard later, I won't care. Rest assured, I will definitely work hard. This scene not only surprised Sanemi, but also made the other two disciples nearby think Fong Chong was a bit strange. Fine, just go along with Zenitsu for now. It's getting late. I'll arrange a room for you and formal training tomorrow. Yes. Without mentioning anything else, Zenitsu's little yellow hair gave Fong Chong an inexplicable sense of belonging. At least the system hadn't thrown his time off too far. Zenitsu, you have 1 year until you have to take the entrance exam. Step up your training. As Zenitsu seemed ready to slack off, Sanemi's patience exploded. While other disciples occasionally slacked off, it was rare to see someone like Zenitsu being so outrageous. The key was that after being struck by lightning, Zenitsu's alternate personality had incredible combat abilities, which even surprised Sanemi. But if Zenitsu didn't put in the effort to hone his skills, even his second personality wouldn't save him when he encountered a formidable demon. Fong Chong, I also want to remind you not to think you're impressive just because you've killed a few demons. Those demons are merely at the minion level, without mastering blood demon arts. They're not worth mentioning, got it? To prevent Fong Chong from getting arrogant, Sanemi delivered a timely blow. However, Fong Chong felt nothing, while Zenitsu and the other disciples nearly popped their eyes out in shock. How is that possible? He clearly doesn't even know any breathing techniques. All right, go train. You can all kill demons that haven't mastered blood demon arts. What's there to be excited about? Go train. Faced with the noisy disciples, Sanemi felt irritated. Perhaps his excessive tolerance towards Zenitsu had led to the current laxity among many disciples. Fong Chong initially thought this matter would pass, but that night, Zenitsu dragged him around asking all sorts of questions, not allowing him to sleep. The next morning, both of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes and were immediately scolded by Sanemi. Zenitsu, don't lead the new disciple astray. Oh, seeing Sanemi's darkened face, Zenitsu dared not say much and could only lower his head to accept the scolding. Master, let's start training quickly. You're eager, kid. Follow me. Zenitsu, you come over too. Let's see how much progress you made recently. As soon as Sanemi said this, Zenitsu looked like a withered eggplant, as if he had lost his spirit. The testing tool was incredibly simple, just a basin filled with water. Hold your breath. If you can last 10 minutes, you'll qualify to learn the breathing techniques. Looking at this extremely rudimentary testing equipment, Fong Chong couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he buried his face into the water surface. 1, 2, 3, 4, that... Oh man, I don't know what the Demon Slayer Core is. It's just that many people saw you take Zenitsu away back then, so that's how I found out, Fong Chong explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanemi Shinazugawa's face lit up with excitement. Unlike Urokadaki, who had nearly stopped taking on disciples, Sanemi's greatest dream was to cultivate strong members of the Demon Slayer Corps to eradicate all demons from the world. However, as he aged, this dream became increasingly distant, which was why he had become so laid back in recent years, even tolerating Zenitsu's constant antics. You don't know the Demon Slayer Corps? No wonder, no wonder. You don't even have any signs of breathing techniques, kid. Join my dojo. Sure. After you join, what did you just say? I said sure. Don't you want to ask what I do? Only then did Sanemi realize that the person in front of him was a retired Hashira and currently one of the strongest trainers. Yet Fong Chong hadn't mentioned anything about it. Well, if you can tolerate Zenitsu and even take him in, you shouldn't be a bad person. A hint of doubt flickered in Sanemi's eyes, but he quickly reassured himself. Being an old man, he had nothing for the youth to gain from him. In fact, with the development of the times, passing on his thunder-breathing techniques had become a luxury. Since that's the case, although you're a bit older, you're still fit. At least your physical abilities make you suitable material for the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was somewhat critical of Fong Chong's age, it was Fong Chong's courage and combat ability to fight demons barehanded that Sanemi valued. Follow me. I'll take you to the dojo. Fong Chong naturally wouldn't refuse. He clapped his hands and followed Sanemi to the dojo. It was clear that the old man intended to test Fong Chong, as he kept accelerating along the way, while Fong Chong's weakness was speed. With the influence of the hardened crystals, his weight had exceeded 300 kilograms. Fortunately, his stamina was sufficient, and by evening, he finally arrived at the dojo following Sanemi's trail. Master, is this your new disciple? He doesn't look like much. As soon as they entered the dojo, Fong Chong hadn't even caught his breath when he was met with a barrage of ridicule. Zenitsu Agitsuna, as someone who had watched Demon Slayer several times, Fong Chong naturally knew the fate of the one mocking him. Agitsuma, he's still our junior disciple. He shouldn't be treated like that. Shut up, you worthless piece of trash. Zenitsu's attempts to reason fell on deaf ears. Fong Chong wasn't bothered anyway. After all, there was no point in talking to someone who was practically a dying demon. Fong Chong, it seems speed is your weak point. This means the breathing techniques from my school might not suit you well. Perhaps I should write you a recommendation letter to the Stone Hashira for further study instead. Seeing Fong Chong's exhausted appearance, Sanemi felt a bit regretful. Despite having a strong physique, in terms of speed, he couldn't even match Zenitsu. No, master, please let me stay here to learn. Upon hearing this, Fong Chong couldn't accept it. While the Stone Hashira was strong, how could it compare to the coolness of thunder breathing? The two were simply incomparable. This, please. Although Fong Chong didn't kneel, his determined gaze made Sanemi feel his resolve. If you don't work hard later, I won't care. Rest assured, I will definitely work hard. This scene not only surprised Sanemi, but also made the other two disciples nearby think Fong Chong was a bit strange. Fine, just get along with Zenitsu for now. It's getting late. I'll arrange a room for you and formal training tomorrow. Yes. Without mentioning anything else, Zenitsu's little yellow hair gave Fong Chong an inexplicable sense of belonging. At least the system hadn't thrown his time off too far. Zenitsu, you have 1 year until you have to take the entrance exam. Step up your training. As Zenitsu seemed ready to slack off, Sanemi's patience exploded. While other disciples occasionally slacked off, it was rare to see someone like Zenitsu being so outrageous. The key was that after being struck by lightning, Zenitsu's alternate personality had incredible combat abilities, which even surprised Sanemi. But if Zenitsu didn't put in the effort to hone his skills, even his second personality wouldn't save him when he encountered a formidable demon. Fong Chong, I also want to remind you not to think you're impressive just because you've killed a few demons. Those demons are merely at the minion level, without mastering blood demon arts. They're not worth mentioning, got it? To prevent Fong Chong from getting arrogant, Sanemi delivered a timely blow. However, Fong Chong felt nothing, while Zenitsu and the other disciples nearly popped their eyes out in shock. How is that possible? He clearly doesn't even know any breathing techniques. All right, go train. You can all kill demons that haven't mastered blood demon arts. What's there to be excited about? Go train. Faced with the noisy disciples, Sanemi felt irritated. Perhaps his excessive tolerance towards Zenitsu had led to the current laxity among many disciples. Fong Chong initially thought this matter would pass, but that night, Zenitsu dragged him around asking all sorts of questions, not allowing him to sleep. The next morning, both of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes and were immediately scolded by Sanemi. Zenitsu, don't lead the new disciple astray. Oh, seeing Sanemi's darkened face, Zenitsu dared not say much and could only lower his head to accept the scolding. Master, let's start training quickly. You're eager, kid. Follow me. Zenitsu, you come over too. Let's see how much progress you made recently. As soon as Sanemi said this, Zenitsu looked like a withered eggplant, as if he had lost his spirit. The testing tool was incredibly simple, just a basin filled with water. Hold your breath. If you can last 10 minutes, you'll qualify to learn the breathing techniques. Looking at this extremely rudimentary testing equipment, Fong Chong couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he buried his face into the water surface. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's really putting me in a tough spot. Sanemi Shinazugawa looked at Fong Chong helplessly, filled with bitterness. He knew very well that Fong Chong had exceptional talent in breathing techniques, but he was completely clueless when it came to swordsmanship. What he didn't know was that Fong Chong had actually mastered the first form quite well. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, and Fong Chong's time at the dojo flew by. Zenitsu, being more easygoing, had helped demonstrate techniques multiple times, and Fong Chong could now barely execute Thunderclap and Flash, although his use of the first form was still quite unstable. It had to be said that although Zenitsu was progressing slowly in learning other forms, he had nearly developed Thunderclap and Flash to its limit. Fong Chong found it impossible to react to Zenitsu's 6-hit combo, having to rely on his own body to withstand it. Thunder breathing, first form, Thunderclap, and Flash. Whenever Sanemi wasn't around, Fong Chong would practice the first form alone. However, perhaps because Fong Chong's thoughts didn't align with the way of the sword, he always felt awkward using the sword. This time was particularly unfortunate. Due to excessive force and improper technique, the worn sword in Fong Chong's hand broke cleanly. Crap, I'm done for. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Fong Chong could already envision the expression Sanemi would have upon returning, and he braced himself for a severe scolding. Fong Chong. Just as Fong Chong was grappling with how to handle the broken sword, whether to throw it away or bury it, Sanemi's voice suddenly called out from beside him. Yes. Fong Chong quickly stood up. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, he could see the veins on Sanemi's forehead pulsing angrily before gradually receding. Master. Fong Chong stammered, unsure of what to say in front of the small old man. Although his master often scolded him, he was very attentive when teaching, and now he felt he had let his master down. Forget it. I think I understand. Since you treat the sword as a tool, then as a tool, it naturally has its unique training methods. Follow me, Sanemi said, before leading Fong Chong to the storage room. From the storage room, he pulled out a heavy great sword, one that could only be lifted with the help of breathing techniques. Oh wow! As soon as Fong Chong picked up the great sword, he felt an overwhelming weight. The sword was only twice the size of a normal sword, but it weighed at least 10 times more. Go, swing the sword 100,000 times. Sanemi pointed to the empty space beside him and ordered. Although Fong Chong internally resisted, he thought tools also needed to be learned, so he obediently began to swing the sword. Zenitsu watched from the side, curious about Fang Chong after he broke the sword and was called away by Sanemi. However, his immature abilities were no match for a retired Hashira, and he was quickly caught and forced to train alongside Fang Chong. Of course, the intensity of their training was not worth comparing. Yet even so, swinging the sword 100,000 times didn't significantly improve Fang Chong's swordsmanship. Instead, he began to explore a different way of executing the technique. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. Suicide punch. This time, Fang Chong abandoned the sword and used his fist to execute thunder breathing, first form. To his surprise, using his body not only increased the completion, but also made the execution much easier. This fusion of the suicide punch and thunderclap and flash created an incredible strike that smashed the boulder Sanemi used for target practice into pieces. However, Fang Chong's hand was severely injured. Aside from the bones, the flesh was reduced to a pulp. Ouch, that hurts. Well, at least it's a trump card, Fang Chong thought with delight, picturing the scene of himself smashing demons after they boastfully knocked his sword away, feeling a surge of excitement. Fang Chong, what are you doing? Just as Sanemi returned from outside, he saw Fang Chong staring at his injured hand with a silly smile. He was about to scold him when his gaze was drawn to the shattered boulder, still stained with blood. It seems you're ready to graduate. Sanemi never expected that the sword he casually gave Fang Chong would be put to such use. After all, this sword was merely a training sword and had never been sharpened. Master, all right, no need to say more. In 4 months, you'll join Zenitsu for the selection. During these 4 months, I'll teach you the remaining forms. Not that. Enough. Don't say anything. I know you'll miss it, but... Master, I just want to know if I can keep this sword. You little brat. Wasting my feelings. If you want to take it, just take it. The emotions Sanemi had worked hard to cultivate vanished in an instant, and 2 dark lines appeared on his forehead. Hey, old man, don't be angry. It's not like I'm never coming back to see you, Fang Chong said with a grin. Compared to the ordinary sword, he valued the training sword in his hand much more. After being covered with his hardening ability, he was confident that in this world, the sword's hardness and strength could rival the highest grade alloys. Of course, the weight brought on by the hardening was also terrifying. The sword, originally nearly 40 kilograms, shot up to nearly 100 kilograms. He figured that outside of himself, only the stone Hashira could wield it. Wait, you're not thinking of using this sword to slay demons, are you? I've told you. Just as Sanemi was about to say that the sword was not meant for slaying demons, he suddenly recalled that Fang Chong had previously fought ordinary demons without tools. Give it to me. I'll have someone coat it with the materials of a Nichiren blade, but the weight will increase significantly. Can you handle that? Sure. Fang Chong was thrilled. He hadn't expected to turn this sword into a Nichiren blade. Now that his master had taken the initiative, he certainly wouldn't refuse. As for the weight, he thought, how much can a layer of iron add? At most, it would just be 20 kilograms more. To know that Fang Chong is currently applying a hardening ability to the heavy sword, the weight has already approached 100 kilograms. It's not a difficult task to cancel out a mere 20 kilograms of hardening capability. In the following months, Fang Chong followed Sangdao Ziwalang to learn the remaining 5 styles of swordsmanship. However, Fang Chong's swordsmanship aptitude remained as terrible as ever. He could barely manage with a heavy sword before, but now that he switched to a regular sword, it felt cumbersome, leading Sangdao Ziwalang to start doubting if he had misjudged Fang Chong. Of course, when Fang Chong used his physical body to demonstrate sword techniques, the results were astonishing, but no one knew about this except for him. Time flew by quickly, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. Although there was still nearly a month before the selection began, Fang Chong and Xinyi were set to hit the road. Don't you dare die. And Fang Chong, the materials for your sword were paid for by me. You'd better return them. Sangdao Ziwalang urged the 2 to leave, but internally he felt extremely reluctant. The 2 understood their master's character and, after a brief farewell, set off on their path to the selection. Junior brother, you have to look after your senior brother during the selection. Along the way, Xinyi kept nagging Feng Chong. Even under Feng Chong's influence, his skills had improved compared to the original story, but his cowardly nature hadn't changed at all. In fact, Feng Chong wasn't entirely sure he could defeat Xinyi. That thunder flash, 6 strikes, was quite powerful, and if Feng Chong were caught off guard by a sneak attack, even his reinforced bones might not withstand such a fierce strike. Throughout the journey, Xinyi continuously emitted negative energy and chatted with passing girls, but whenever it seemed he was about to go too far, Feng Chong would pull him away. Of course, during this month, Feng Chong was also continuously applying hardening treatment to his new sword. After covering it with a layer of Nichiren blade material, the sword he held now weighed nearly 50 kilograms. Coupled with the hardened core and the hardened extensions that resembled veins, the total weight of the sword had surpassed 100 kilograms. Such a terrifying weight naturally affected Feng Chong's speed, but considering his previous speed wasn't that impressive, he didn't mind much. After nearly a month of arduous traveling, Feng Chong and Xinyi finally arrived at the base of the peak for the selection. Oh, so many wisteria flowers. The whole mountain was covered with wisteria flowers starting from the middle, and even before they reached the mountain, they could already smell the strong fragrance. With only 2 days left until the agreed time, they didn't plan to wait at the base and walk directly towards the middle of the mountain. However, there were no inns or similar facilities at the mountain's midpoint, only endless wisteria flowers. Xinyi, you wait here for the selection to begin. I'll go in and take a look first. A large area of wisteria flowers split in two from the shrine at the midpoint of the mountain, and beyond the shrine, there were no more wisteria flowers. Huh? Xinyi was all set to drag Feng Chong down the mountain, but was suddenly met with this statement. But it hasn't started yet. Although Xinyi appeared harmless, as someone who could pass the selection, Feng Chong wasn't worried about his safety. He only wanted to verify one thing, that he could indeed become a demon. In the original story, Miss Tamayo from Kyoto could turn people into demons, but both time and finding her were very difficult. Moreover, Feng Chong now had the ability to eliminate negative traits, so he wasn't afraid of the side effects caused by Musen's blood. It should be noted that it was hard to find so many demons elsewhere, and this place was clearly the best location for research. However, Feng Chong never expected that Xinyi would shamelessly insist on following him inside. Xinyi, can't you just wait outside for 2 days before coming in? I'll come to get you later, okay? With Xinyi around, Feng Chong's actions would always be influenced, and he didn't want others to know about his physical abilities. Huh? Then it's settled. You must come get me later. Oh, here's some money. Make sure to stock up on food these days, got it? Okay. After Feng Chong's persuasion, Xinyi finally gave up on the idea of entering with him and walked alone towards the shrine, as countless wisteria flowers gradually disappear behind him, their strange fragrance also fading away. That was a miscalculation. If I'm going to hunt tonight, I need to find some light source. Perhaps due to the date, this night on the mountain was exceptionally dark. Even Feng Chong's physical abilities struggled to see objects 5 meters ahead. Forget it. It should be enough. I guess turning into a demon doesn't come with night vision, right? Beep, sorry. I forgot to grant you the dimensional talent. Just as Feng Chong was gradually delving deeper, the system suddenly issued a prompt. F grade. Night vision has been acquired. Looks like I underestimated your integrity. Although it was just the lowest level skill, acquiring it significantly improved Feng Chong's night vision, allowing him to see clearly within about 15 meters around him. On a road just a few hundred meters away from the shrine, the wisteria flowers were completely out of sight, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly terrifying. Is it coming? A fierce and murky killing intent approached, accompanied by the sound of air tearing. An ordinary demon lunged out from the side, pouncing towards Feng Chong. How ugly! As expected, the demons captured here for the purpose of training newcomers were weak. Although the demons Feng Chong encountered earlier couldn't use blood demon arts, they at least retained some sanity. But the demon before him whether it had any sanity or not, with its numerous hands and eyes and hideously ugly appearance, already made Fong Chong feel nauseated. It surely wasn't of a high rank. It should be noted that in this world, the higher the rank of a demon, the smaller the gap between it and humans. Creatures like this deformity were the bottom of the barrel. I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. Its drooling mouth, combined with its ugly appearance, made Fong Chong's muscles involuntarily tense up. Just in case, I'll ask once. Can you separate that drop of blood from your body? The demon clearly had no intention of answering Fong Chong's question. Its muscles tensed as it charged at him again. As expected, you guys overlooked an important issue. The regenerative ability of demons has its limits. Fong Chong swung the sword's back, which weighed over 100 kilograms, mercilessly at the demon. He intentionally avoided aiming for its neck and blade, wanting to leave the demon alive. What? The demon never expected Fong Chong would strike with the back of the sword, and it was completely unprepared for defense. The outcome was inevitable. As the sword made contact with its flesh, the demon was sent flying. With the help of the breathing technique, Fong Chong's physical abilities gradually became terrifying. After a year of training, he had become increasingly proficient in the technique. This strike not only sent the demon flying, but also shattered 2 nearby trees. Since there were no wounds, the demon was not harmed by the Nicaran blade materials, but the sheer force was beyond its capacity to endure, and it fainted from the shock. Now, let's extract the blood. Without the proper equipment, Fong Chong had to resort to a crude method, drawing all the blood from the demon's body. Soon, the feeling of losing a large amount of blood awakened the unconscious demon. It opened its eyes to find Fong Chong eagerly drinking from its arm, as if he were sipping a soda. This ordinary demon had never seen such a sight. It was always the other way around. Demons eating humans, not the other way around. Ugh, this is annoying. Stop moving around. I can't get it out. The demon's thrashing made it impossible for Fong Chong to drink its blood. Unable to bear it any longer, he threw a punch directly at it, the immense force nearly sending its head flying off, causing the demon to faint again. Next, Fong Chong enjoyed a blood feast. However, despite drinking a lot of blood, he never felt the effects of the Demon King's blood. Ugh. In that case, suppressing his nausea, Fong Chong covered his hand with a layer of hardened crystal and suddenly thrust it into the demon's chest. With Fong Chong's action, a still-beating heart was ripped out. Looking at the pulsating heart in front of him made Fong Chong feel queasy. I can't eat that. I just drank enough blood. Fool! Can't you just transform into a giant? All right. In the demon's desperate gaze, Fong Chong suddenly transformed from a human under 2 meters into a 6-meter giant. Monster! The demon didn't stand a chance. Fong Chong ignored its whimpering and stuffed the heart into his mouth, chewing it down. Suddenly, the demon turned to ash and vanished, and Fong Chong felt something new within himself. F-level, demon blood has been acquired. Identify. Fong Chong. Strength, 3. Body, 4. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent. B-level, heart and bone enhancement. E-level, lung enhancement. F-level, night vision. Skills. A-level, giant strength. E-level, suicide punch. F-level, demon blood. Effect 1. Increases the holder's physical abilities and recovery rate, but decreases mental clarity. Effect 2. When concentration reaches a certain level, the holder can use blood demon arts. Effect 3. The life of the ability user will be governed by the Demon King. Effect 4. Exposure to sunlight and corresponding attribute objects will result in death. Effect 5. Skills can be leveled up by replenishing blood quantity. Effect 6. The holder can increase their attributes by consuming human flesh. Looking at this long list of effects, Fong Chong felt helpless, as more than half of them were strong negative side effects. What are you waiting for? Remove the side effects. I realize I've been cheated. The system clearly hadn't expected Fong Chong to transfer such power to himself, and the promised removal of side effect had clearly resulted in a loss. F-level, demon blood side effects have been removed. E-level, demon blood has been acquired. Fong Chong. Strength 3. Body 4. Intelligence 2. Dimensional talent. B-level, heart and bone enhancement. E-level, lung enhancement. F-level, night vision. Skills. A-level, giant strength. E-level, suicide punch. E-level, demon blood. After the system removed the side effects, the entire skill underwent a dramatic transformation. All negative traits disappeared completely, and the remaining effects were incredibly powerful. By the way, will continuing to drink that blood make me revert? No, no. Are you insulting me? The system, evidently upset about the loss it incurred, roared at Fong Chong before disappearing. With this new beginning, the subsequent events became much easier. The demons living in the Wisteria Mountain suffered catastrophically over the following 2 days. In just 2 nights, Fong Chong killed dozens of demons and extracted their mucin blood. However, despite this, he felt no trend of skill advancement, or rather, he felt no change in the strength of his skills. Due to the energy required for removing side effects, the host must ingest 10 drops of mucin's blood to convert 1 drop of pure demon blood. Alright, as the cost of removing the side effects, Fong Chong's skill progression with the demon blood became extremely slow, but it was still within an acceptable range. After all, there would soon be plenty of mucin blood from upper and lower moons, and transforming all his blood into demon blood was not impossible. By the way, when will I unlock blood demon arts? The demon blood skill must reach sea level to unlock. Although Fong Chong wanted to continue hunting, the sky was gradually brightening. He decided to leave Wisteria Mountain and return down the mountain to wash up. Just as he was about to enter the shrine area, a man wearing a boar's head ran up the mountain. Aha! Charge! Charge! The 2 women at the shrine showed no reaction, allowing the boar-headed man to ascend the mountain. Fong Chong naturally had no reaction and continued on his way. After wandering around the small village at the foot of the mountain, he finally found Zenitsu, only to discover that Zenitsu had a bunch of wounds on his face. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Fong Chong asked. This time Zenitsu didn't respond. He simply pushed Fong Chong into a bathhouse, covered in blood. The shop owner seemed to have grown accustomed to bloodied individuals coming in for a bath at this time of year, so he didn't show any signs of surprise and warmly welcomed Fong Chong into the store. By the time Fong Chong had cleaned himself up, it was already nearing dusk. Zini had been waiting outside with supplies, ready for Fong Chong to come out. However, the scars on Zini's face were clearly not going to fade easily. But Fong Chong didn't delve into it further. After paying for the bath, he headed towards Wisteria Mountain. Unlike 2 days ago, many youths had gathered at Wisteria Mountain to participate in the selection. Fong Chong was undoubtedly the oldest among them, but with the support of his 300-year lifespan as a giant, he appeared not much different from these young men. Of course, Fong Chong's main focus on this trip was to find the Tanjiro who wore a fox mask. It was possible that the killings from the previous days had caught the attention of some large aberrations, as Fong Chong had searched for 2 days without finding the aberration that Tanjiro encountered in the original story. However, he still decided to assess Tanjiro. Tanjiro Kamadu. Strength 2. Stamina 2. Intelligence 2. Skills. S grade. Rule Skull. Cannot be harmed under any circumstances. S grade. Enhanced sense of smell. Extraordinary sense of smell. Can even detect the scent of flaws. S grade. Beast communication. Seeing these skills, Fong Chong was utterly astonished. It should be noted that even Spider-Man didn't possess S-grade skills. Do we know each other? Tanjiro noticed Fong Chong's gaze, and although he felt the aura of scrutiny, he still gently asked. Fong Chong wanted to engage in conversation, but in the midst of so many people, he couldn't ask about Nezuko, so he had to stop staring and turn his gaze elsewhere. Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps. Within Wisteria Mountain, there are demons captured by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, demons cannot leave, as the area from the midpoint to the foot of the mountain is filled with wisteria flowers that demons detest. From here on, there will be no more wisteria flowers, which means demons will appear. Surviving here for 7 days is the qualifying condition for the final selection. Now, please proceed safely. With the words of two doll-like girls, the 7-day final selection officially commenced. Fong Chong and Xinyi, who had come with ample supplies, looked as if they were on vacation. Of course, some preparations were still needed for the first night, as Fong Chong remembered that Tanjiro had encountered that massive aberration on the first night. However, this time, due to Fong Chong's previous hunts, the ordinary demons had noticeably decreased, and even Tanjiro initially encountered only one demon. What does that smell sound? Falling far behind Tanjiro, after Tanjiro killed the first demon, Xinyi suddenly exclaimed in horror. This also caught Tanjiro's attention ahead, but the kind-hearted Tanjiro didn't pursue them. Thanks to his night vision granted by his skills, Fong Chong could see a gigantic aberration moving in the nearby forest, holding a corpse of a participant who had come for the selection, while a person ahead was running away in panic. Why is there such a large aberration? I haven't heard about this. As the huge aberration moved, the so-called multi-armed demon finally appeared in Fong Chong's sight. Its thick arms protected the demon's only vital point, its neck. For Fong Chong, who had encountered many 15-meter giants in the previous world, this multi-armed demon, although massive and disgusting, was nothing special. But for Tanjiro and Xinyi, it was like encountering a demon. As Tanjiro hid behind a tree, the multi-armed demon stuffed the corpse into its mouth and began to chew violently. Accompanied by the horrifying sounds of bones and flesh being crushed, the corpse instantly disappeared into the multi-armed demon's mouth. The attribute increase from eating began to return to the multi-armed demon, and its already massive body twisted and grew even larger. The participant who was fleeing ahead tripped over the tree roots on the ground, and the fear brought on by the threat to his life drove him to dash forward again. His frantic escape clearly ignited the multi-armed demon's desire to kill. The arms on the multi-armed demon began to change gradually, and with a sickening twist of its flesh, several arms gathered together, with one suddenly lunging forward to grab the fleeing participant. That participant had clearly lost his composure, unable to even observe the enemy properly, and was caught completely off guard. Just as the multi-armed demon was about to bring its newfound meal to its mouth, Tanjiro, hiding behind the tree, could no longer stand by. "Don't be afraid. Go save him. Go save him. I'm not as weak as I was before. I can move." Though his limbs trembled uncontrollably, that unwavering belief still supported Tanjiro in utilizing his breathing technique. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling blue light and a spray of blood, Tanjiro directly severed the arm of the multi-armed demon that was gripping the participant. "Hey, Fong Chong, let's go. We can't deal with such a monster." The two who had been following Tanjiro naturally saw this scene clearly. But in the face of Xinyi's retreat, Fong Chong didn't mind at all. What's there to be afraid of? This piece of trash can be taken down easily. Although the multi-armed demon looked enormous, Fong Chong had already seen its attributes through the assessment. Its dual attributes of strength and stamina were indeed explosive, but that was all there was to it. While its skill list included blood demon arts, Fong Chong was certain that the musin blood within this creature was scant, and most of its power came from feeding on humans on the mountain. "Here it comes, my lovely little fox." From a distance, the multi-armed demon, having lost an arm to Tanjiro, not only did not show anger, but instead looked at Tanjiro with a teasing expression. "Again, Fox Kid, what year is it in the Meiji era?" It's already the Taisho era now." As he watched Tanjiro earnestly answer the multi-armed demon's question, a black line formed on Fong Chong's forehead. "Taisho? The era. The era has changed. It changed while I was locked up in this place." The multi-armed demon was clearly very dissatisfied with its situation of being trapped here. With two people in front of it, it began to vent its frustrations. "Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Damn you, Urokadaki! Damn you, Urokadaki! Damn you, Urokadaki!" How do you know, Mr. Urokadaki? Seeing the exchange between Tanjiro and the multi-armed demon, Fong Chong could no longer watch. He quickly stepped forward, bringing Zini with him to stand between the two. All right, let me speak next. Ah, that person from earlier. Tanjiro still had some memory of Fong Chong, whom he had met a few hours ago, but the multi-armed demon's anger surged after being interrupted. You little brat. You. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Unlike Tanjiro and the others, who focused on lethal strikes, Fong Chong emphasized power suppression. The heavy sword, weighing over 100 kilograms, combined with the speed of thunderclap and flash, posed a threat even with just the back of the blade striking the multi-armed demon. Anyway, here's the situation. This demon was captured by your teacher because he gives the kids participating in the final selection a fox mask, which is why this demon said what it did. Do you understand? So that means everyone before. After hearing Fong Chong's explanation, Tanjiro's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on his weapon. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. As Fong Chong finished speaking, the killing intent within Tanjiro surged rapidly. Fong Chong realized that even honest people had their breaking points, and once touched, the consequences could be unimaginable. Fong Chong. He's coming. He's coming. Zini, who had been cowering at the side, shouted loudly. The multi-armed demon that Fong Chong had knocked away was clearly looking for help. You're right. I've been locked up for a full 47 years. By now, I've eaten over 50 little demons, and you're the 14th sent by Urokadaki. Unforgivable. Facing the multi-armed demon's mocking, ugly face, Tanjiro could no longer contain his rage and charged forward with his Nichiren blade. However, the multi-armed demon clearly did not take Tanjiro's attack seriously. All right, I especially remember those two. Two little demons with rare hair colors, one with flesh-colored hair and a mouth injury, and another girl dressed in a kimono with flower patterns. Although they were small and lacked strength, they were very agile. Unforgivable. This remark touched the last nerve in Tanjiro's heart. He recalled the two who had guided him through his training, and he was extremely grateful to them. Now, learning that they had been eaten by this demon, he could not bear it. That fox mask, was it called the Calamity Mask? Haha, but everyone wearing a fox mask is already in my belly, just like Urokadaki personally killed them. Oh, by the way, when I said this before, that girl cried and got angry, and then her movements immediately stiffened, so I snapped off her arms and legs. Shut up. Tanjiro, filled with rage, had lost his composure, and his breathing technique became chaotic. The disrupted breathing affected his physical abilities. As expected, without the breathing technique, Tanjiro found an opportunity but failed to sever the multi-armed demon's head. Haha, my neck is quite tough, you know. That flesh-colored-haired little demon couldn't cut it off. Although Tanjiro couldn't decapitate the multi-armed demon, it had no chance to retaliate, only able to use its arms to knock Tanjiro away. Cough. Without the support of breathing techniques, Tanjiro's base attributes of merely 2 points could not withstand such damage, and he coughed up blood as he hit the ground. Ha ha ha, little brat. Today you'll join my belly and reunite with them. With a multi-armed demon's roar, countless hands flew towards Tanjiro, who lay on the ground, struggling to even hold his sword. Hey, unable to watch any longer, Fong Chong stepped forward, swinging his heavy sword to sever all of the multi-armed demon's hands. Observing Fong Chong's distinctive sword, the multi-armed demon felt a hint of worry and carefully wrapped its arms around its neck a couple more times. Kid, if you run now, I might let you go. In truth, for this multi-armed demon, consuming around 50 people had reached its limit. If it weren't for its obsession with eating Urokadaki's disciples, it would have likely turned into a pile of writhing flesh by now. Zini, take care of him. Oh, seeing Fong Chong's grim expression, Zini did not argue. After spending a year together, this was the first time Zini had witnessed Fong Chong get angry. No, I can't. His neck is too tough. Despite having no strength left, Tanjiro managed to speak these words while propping himself up. Breathe. Focus on using your breathing technique. I'll reset your bones. Although Xinyi's training wasn't perfect, he knew basic first aid. Clearly, Tanjiro's fall had resulted in 2 broken bones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to get up. After handing Tanjiro over to Xinyi, Fang Chong even tossed aside his sword, removed his upper clothing, and approached the multi-armed demon bare-chested. "Ha, little brat, are you offering yourself to me as food?" Seeing Fang Chong throw away his weapon, both the demon and the 2 behind him were taken aback. It made me a little angry. "So, today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The regenerative ability of demons is not infinite." With Fang Chong's roar, his normal body rapidly swelled, transforming into a 6-meter giant in the blink of an eye. Nanny, the demon across from him, had never seen such a scene, and while it was still in shock, Fang Chong's fists landed solidly on its face. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. With the intertwining of hardening capabilities and the newly acquired E-grade demon blood skill, Fang Chong's giant form now had strength far exceeding that of an ordinary demon. He even estimated that he could completely crush one of the lower moons in combat. Impossible. The multi-armed demon had never encountered a human who dared to engage in close combat and could unleash breathing techniques using their hands. It didn't have time to react before Fang Chong delivered a powerful rice spirit strike. Although Fang Chong executed 5 attacks in quick succession, reducing the strength of each, those 5 blows still smashed the demon's head into a pulp. Roar? The strength is quite impressive. In that case, Fang Chong flexed his slightly aching fist, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Suicide punch. This was the strongest blow Fang Chong could deliver at present. He was certain that even the lower Moon 7 would be ruthlessly crushed if it dared to take this hit head-on. Of course, the price he paid was that his right hand became a bloody mess, with only bone remaining. The multi-armed demon, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. After that punch, what had barely been a repaired head and body was now completely reduced to a mushy mess. It should be noted that for a demon to recover and regain a complete body, it had to start from the head. But at this moment, the multi-armed demon clearly had no chance of recovery. With Fang Chong's giant abilities, his regeneration speed far surpassed that of the demon. Before it could even restore a small part of its head, Fang Chong's right hand had already returned to normal. Wait! The multi-armed demon was completely panicked. In all this time, it had never seen a human fight in such a reckless manner. It was more monstrous than a demon itself. "You Hvizdichka, engineer idiot." Fang Chong, consumed with rage, paid no mind to it as he continued to pummel the demon while activating the skill to extract the blood of the Demon King from its body. No! If the previous heavy strikes and recovery only inflicted physical damage on the multi-armed demon, leaving it with some hope of recovery, Fang Chong's current act of extracting the Demon King's blood was like pulling away its foundation, feeling its hard-earned power gradually leaving its body. Even as a demon, it felt an immense terror. However, at this moment, Fang Chong clearly had no intention of letting it live. He even used the suicide punch on top of the regular beatings, causing the flesh from his hands to disappear and regenerate repeatedly. But the pain did not affect Fang Chong at all. After nearly half an hour, Fang Chong finally extracted all the Demon King's blood from the multi-armed demon's body. He believed that the intense pain would accompany this demon for eternity. The 3 waiting not far away were already stunned, and when Fang Chong returned to his original form, they instinctively stepped back. "Don't come any closer." However, the 3 were all reserve members of the Demon Slayer Corps and had relatively solid psychological resilience. Fang Chong casually explained that his method of enlarging his body was a type of breathing technique, and in their dazed state, they surprisingly believed his words. "Beep, suicide punch has been upgraded. D-grade suicide attack has been learned. A-grade, demon blood has been upgraded. D-grade, demon blood has been learned." Fang Chong. Strength 5. Stamina 5. Intelligence 2. Dimensional talent. B-grade. hardened skeletal reinforcement. A grade, lung reinforcement. F grade, night vision. Skills, a grade, Titan power. D grade, suicide attack. D grade, demon blood. The upgrade of the demon blood skill finally brought Fong Chong's physical attributes to 5 points. He estimated that he would still face significant weakening upon returning, but now these 5 points were enough for him to enjoy himself for a while. Afterward, a regular team member, scared and losing confidence, directly left the final trial, while Tanjiro, having sustained injuries, stayed with Xingyi and Fong Chong. In this mountain, the more people there were, the easier it was to attract demons, so there were no restrictions against forming groups. The upgrade to D grade of the Demon Blood's ability to extract Muzin's blood had also been enhanced, but unfortunately, even after Fong Chong killed nearly 100 demons over the next 6 days, his skill still hadn't reached C grade. However, the result of this was that when Fong Chong and the others descended the mountain, they were met with the resentful gazes of the two doll-like girls. Due to Fong Chong's interference, more people survived than in the original story, but there were still only 10 individuals, and many of them were injured. The following segment of selecting Nichiren blade materials had nothing to do with Fong Chong. His master had already instructed him to simply choose the biggest one to take back. After successfully selecting the Nichiren blade, the three exchanged farewells and prepared to leave. However, this time, Fong Chong did not accompany Xingyi back to the master's dojo, but chose to go with Tanjiro to where Urokodaki was. Of course, before that, it was essential to properly treat their wounds and take a bath, but for Tanjiro, who didn't have much money, this was a luxury. In the end, Fong Chong footed the bill. "Master, I'm back." However, compared to Urokodaki, Nezuko was already waiting outside the thatched hut. The moment she saw her brother approaching, she immediately ran over and hugged Tanjiro tightly. Nezuko, Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Intelligence, 1. Skills, S grade, Demon Blood, pseudo/not fully developed. Like Tanjiro, Nezuko's skill level was incredibly terrifying, which caused Fong Chong to feel a twinge of envy, even wanting to transform into a lemon. Of course, at this critical moment, Fong Chong would not awkwardly interrupt Urokodaki's reunion with the two. He waited until the three had expressed their emotions before stepping forward to greet them. However, Urokodaki and Nezuko evidently held some hostility towards Fong Chong. Fortunately, with Tanjiro present, they did not express it overtly. It wasn't until Tanjiro had fully recounted his experiences in the final selection that Urokodaki finally looked over at Fong Chong. "So, young man, why do you have the scent of a demon on you?" Seeing Urokodaki's expression, Fong Chong felt a jolt of shock. After all, Tanjiro, who also possessed superhuman sense of smell, hadn't mentioned anything along the way. It seemed that Nezuko's aversion to Fong Chong had its reasons. After all, Urokodaki had indicated to Nezuko that humans should be regarded as family, and now Fong Chong, who emitted a faint scent of demons from inside out, clearly didn't fall into that category. It's probably because I ate a demon." With no choice, facing Urokodaki's inquiry, Fong Chong could only casually fabricate a lie to get by. In reality, he had indeed consumed quite a few demons, so it wasn't entirely a falsehood. "You ate a demon? How is that possible?" Urokodaki clearly didn't believe it, but Tanjiro, standing beside him, had completely accepted it. After all, he had witnessed Fong Chong's brutal acts during the final trial firsthand. In the following days, the demons dared not come to trouble them out of fear of Fong Chong, forcing Fong Chong to go out alone in search of demons to kill. Chirp, chirp. Tanjiro felt that the gap between his master and Fong Chong seemed to be growing larger. He hurriedly explained to Urokodaki what Fong Chong had done during the final trial. Although Urokodaki wanted to reprimand Fong Chong for his reckless killing, the targets were demons after all, so he ultimately said nothing, merely letting out a cold snort and inviting Fong Chong inside. Clearly, Urokodaki, who was almost retired as a mentor, had far fewer resources than Fong Chong's old master. Even to celebrate his disciple's successful return, he only served a simple hot pot. Fang Chong was never picky about food. As long as he could fill his stomach, he was satisfied, so the dinner was quite enjoyable. After dinner, Tanjiro recounted his encounter with the multi-armed demon to Urokodaki. Although he didn't want to upset his master, Tanjiro felt it was better for Urokodaki to know the truth. I see. Fang Chong dealt with the aberration. Yes. Finally, it's truly remarkable that you could return. After this exchange, Urokodaki's view of Fang Chong completely changed. Although he still harbored concerns about the sin of demons, he was no longer as resistant to Fang Chong as he had been at first. Fang Chong also enjoyed a rare period of leisure alongside Tanjiro. However, this peaceful life came to an end 15 days later. As the sound of bells rang out, the legendary swordsmith finally brought Tanjiro's new sword. The octopus mask left Tanjiro looking bewildered. I am Tetsuzo, here to forge and deliver Tanjiro Kamido's sword. I am Tanjiro, please come in. Tanjiro felt relieved upon hearing that the sword was being delivered, as he had heard his master mention the eccentricities of these smiths many times over the past few days. This is the Nichiren blade, the sword I forged. That Tanjiro clearly underestimated the eccentricities of the swordsmith. Ignoring his invitation, Tetsuzo immediately began to unwrap the package at the door. I'll brew you some tea. Please come in. The materials for the Nichiren blade can be gathered from the mountains closest to the sun. Through a series of complex processes, they can be transformed into iron that can absorb sunlight. Tetsuzo completely disregarded Tanjiro behind him, focused solely on explaining the crafting process of the Nichiren blade. Tanjiro, being a kind-hearted person, couldn't bring himself to interrupt, so Tetsuzo talked from early afternoon until nearly dusk, only stopping when Fang Chong returned with his heavy sword. Oh, the world's largest Nichiren blade. Clearly, the sword in Fang Chong's hands was extremely famous in the forging village. A weight of 50 kilograms was not something everyone could wield. Fang Chong understood the swordsmith's temperament through the story and promptly threw the sword to him for maintenance. Soon, Tetsuzo pulled out a large pile of materials from his backpack and began to maintain Fang Chong's sword, all while critiquing Fang Chong's poor usage technique, pointing out the many scratches added to the blade. However, he quickly discovered an issue. Your Nichiren blade doesn't change color. It does. Let me show you. Fang Chong knew that the color of the Nichiren blade was very important in the eyes of the swordsmiths, as many hoped their forged blades would turn a specific color. His sword didn't change color in his hands, as he fully regarded it as a tool, and it was likely only he in the entire Demon Slayer Corps who treated it that way, so it was normal for it not to change. However, he had added quite a bit of hardening crystal to the sword, and those vein-like structures could even rival diamonds under the right angles and lighting. Let me find the right angle. With dusk approaching, finding the right angle was not easy, and it took quite a while before he succeeded. Here, as Fang Chong gestured, the entire sword suddenly sparkled with countless lights, the dazzling effect causing Tetsuzo's maintenance tools to drop to the ground. He felt an uncontrollable urge to take the sword and admire it. Unfortunately, in his excitement, he struggled to lift the 100-kilogram object using his breathing technique, taking quite a while to free himself. Oh no, it's already so late. Here, Tanjiro, this is your sword. After a whole afternoon, Tanjiro finally received his first official blade. The originally bluish-gray blade gradually turned pure black upon contact with his hands. Tetsuzo's expression immediately fell. Compared to Fang Chong's sword, the color of Tanjiro's was too understated to be compared. On the other hand, Urokodaki stroked his long beard. Such a pure black is indeed rare. Black is known as the blade of the Nameless Swordsman. Don't tell me you don't know that. The Nameless Swordsman. Hearing the two elders chatting, Tanjiro was intrigued, and at that moment, Fang Chong returned after taking a bath. The Nameless Swordsman is actually because there are no famous swordsmen whose blades are black, right? A little brother, you know a lot. Sitting on the ground, Tetsuzo was surprised that Fong Chong knew this. Considering the way Fong Chong's old master doted on him, it made sense. However, I thought I would see a bright red blade. Tetsuzo was clearly dissatisfied with Tanjiro's blade, but after seeing Fong Chong's sword, he was energized and did not act overly aggressively. Just as the four were preparing to have dinner, a small crow suddenly flew into the entrance of the tiny hut. "Tanjiro Kamadu, I bring a message." The crow's voice was unexpectedly loud for its size, though its hoarse tone sent shivers down their spines. The crow can talk. Head to a... Why is there a demon here? Clearly, even the crow could sense the scent emanating from Fong Chong, causing it to realize why no crow had dared to perch on his shoulder when he finished the selection. The scent frightened the crow half to death, causing it to flit around the room in a panic. However, the goodwill radiating from Tanjiro quickly calmed the crow down. "Yes, I understand. The town to the northwest, right? All right. Fong Chong-san. Just call me by my name. No need to be so formal." "Okay." The crow says there are girls disappearing in the town to the northwest. "Do you want to go together?" "Let's go." Since Tanjiro had already suggested it, Fong Chong was ready to follow the main character to witness Musen. Who knows? He might even squeeze out some blood, so he certainly wouldn't refuse. Fong Chong, aren't you going to eat dinner?" Seeing Fong Chong get up to pack his things, Tanjiro was taken aback. Even though they were members of the Demon Slayer Corps, traveling at night was still quite dangerous. "Hurry, the sooner we leave, the more lives we might save." Fong Chong was particularly concerned, remembering that there was a beautiful girl in the original story who was killed by a swimming demon, and she was quite pretty, after all. However, it took some time for Tanjiro to bring Nezuko along, and by the time Fong Chong and Tanjiro bid farewell to Urokodaki and set out, it was already late at night. Along the way, the crow didn't dare to approach Fong Chong at all, merely huddling on Tanjiro's shoulder to communicate. Fong Chong had no objections to this. Soon, Fong Chong and Tanjiro arrived at the town to the northwest, as mentioned by the crow. However, this peaceful town in the early morning couldn't possibly have demons causing trouble. "Tanjiro, do you smell a demon?" "No." As they wondered why there were no signs of demons in the entire town, a severely exhausted man suddenly approached them. "Tanjiro, I smell it, the scent of a demon." Since demons typically wouldn't appear in the early morning, this man must have had contact with one. The gossip from the bystanders drew their attention. How pitiful. Well, what can you expect? That girl was kidnapped while she was with him. Listening to the chatter around them, Fong Chong sighed. Did we come too late? Compared to Fong Chong, Tanjiro was clearly more action-oriented. Since they had found a target who had been in contact with a demon, they had to approach and ask some questions. This man had clearly faced a lot of complaints and even physical assaults from others in the past few days, as evidenced by the scars all over him. Soon, the kind-hearted and familiar Tanjiro gained the man's trust and learned the full story of what had happened. Will you believe me? After days of gossip in the village, the man's spirit had been crushed. Even if Tanjiro believed him, he began to doubt himself. "I believe you." Although the man's tone was unsteady, he did not give off a scent of deceit, and Tanjiro was very certain of his belief. After Tanjiro's affirmation, the man seemed to regain some confidence and pulled Tanjiro toward the place where his girlfriend had disappeared. Poor Fong Chong stood to the side, feeling completely insignificant, and could only follow step by step. "This is the place." After a few minutes of walking, the man led Tanjiro to a narrow alley. Without hesitation, Tanjiro immediately bent down and began sniffing the ground, startling the man beside him. Closed door. However, Tanjiro was already fully immersed in searching for the demon's traces. His S-grade sense of smell was continuously at work, and the surrounding scenery gradually faded away, replaced by red lines representing the demon's presence. However, this time the demon's trail was a bit erratic, making it difficult for Tanjiro to determine the exact direction. Still, the lingering faint scent helped Tanjiro find a general location, but following that lead only resulted in him going in circles. By the time morning turned to noon, Fong Chong, dragging his heavy sword weighing over 100 kilograms, was starting to struggle. Tanjiro, the chances of a demon being out this early in the morning are low. Even with your sense of smell, finding the demon's hiding place will be quite difficult. Let's go have something to eat first. Unlike the protagonists, Fong Chong, as an ordinary person, couldn't increase his physical abilities without food intake. If he lost his food supply, his physical capabilities would quickly diminish. Fortunately, Tanjiro was reasonable and agreed to find a small shop for lunch after hearing Fong Chong's words. After another long search, they found themselves back at the starting point by dusk. The man who had been following them seemed to be approaching despair. "Thank you for believing me, but it's already enough." "No, I came here to resolve this matter. I believe in you." For Tanjiro, this setback couldn't crush his spirit. As someone who had nearly lost his entire family to demons, he didn't want anyone else to suffer because of them. As night fell, the scent of demons began to become clearer again. Tanjiro, the scent of a demon. Without needing Fong Chong to remind him, Tanjiro locked onto the direction of the demon. That great sense of smell was incomparable to Fong Chong's half-baked demon blood-related sensory ability. Just as the swimming demon had located its target and was about to strike, Tanjiro rushed up beside it. "Stop right there." Seeing a girl about to fall into a large pit of mud, Tanjiro was filled with anger and immediately thrust his blade into the mud. Although he didn't hit the physical body, the aura emanating from the Nichiren blade successfully drove the demon back. The girl, having already fainted from the demon's influence, was fortunately unharmed by Tanjiro's timely arrival. "Don't run." As soon as the attack failed to connect, the demon quickly dove into the ground, attempting to escape. After all, with Tanjiro present, even if this demon was confident in its strength, facing two opponents was still somewhat daunting. With the demon's departure, Fong Chong gave Tanjiro a signal and carefully helped the girl to the side, allowing Tanjiro to advance and pursue the fleeing demon. "Hey, wake up, don't sleep." Although Fong Chong was aware of the demon's blood demon arts, rushing in to confront it was not wise. It was better to let Tanjiro, the chosen one of this world, probe the situation first. As Fong Chong shook her, the girl gradually began to awaken. It had to be said that in this anime world, both the side characters and the main characters were all exceptionally beautiful. Unfortunately, Fong Chong had no intention of forming any ties in this world for the time being. After carefully checking the girl's condition, Fong Chong handed her over to her arriving parents. The process, however, was not smooth. The parents initially suspected Fong Chong of being a bold thief who had sneaked into their daughter's room for dubious reasons. Fortunately, thanks to the girl's explanation, Fong Chong was able to clear his name. "Benefactor, please let us repay you." Upon learning the full story, the parents quickly connected the recent disappearances of several girls in the village with their daughter's case, finally believing Fong Chong's words. But by that point, Fong Chong had no time to listen to their rambling. He was worried whether Tanjiro could handle the three demons now that he had intervened. "Then when I return, let's have a meal together." Leaving this remark, Fong Chong dashed towards the direction Tanjiro had gone. Luckily, just like in the original story, when the other two demons appeared, Nezuko emerged from Tanjiro's backpack and joined the battle. Nezuko's fighting style was bold and vigorous, making quite a commotion. When Fong Chong arrived at the battle site, it was a standoff between one human and four demons. Strange. Not only is there a demon, but there's also a human with a demon's scent. "Don't get in my way. That woman is already 16. She's past her prime, tasting time." Three nearly identical demons appeared on the walls of the alley. They were confused not only by Nezuko's presence, but also by Fong Chong, an odd human. They didn't realize that Fong Chong was already calculating whether the blood from these demons could help enhance his own demon blood. Seeing Fong Chong arrive to assist, Tanjiro's situation improved. He finally had the opportunity to ask about the Demon King, Muzan. This question was like poking a hornet's nest. For these lesser demons, Muzan was not only a bloodline suppression, but also a powerful being, sheer terror. The three demons were no exception, as they all bore significant mental scars from their memories of Musen. Hey, come on, it's just Musen, right? Is it really necessary to be this scared? Watching the three demons grind their teeth in panic, Fong Chong found it amusing that they weren't afraid of being cut down, but were terrified of someone they didn't even know. You little brat, what do you know? Fong Chong's mockery seemed to trigger the demons' fragile nerves, and they immediately abandoned Tanjiro, rushing toward Fong Chong in unison. The ground beneath Fong Chong's feet began to form a large muddy pit. Although it was a pit, it contained water, continuously pulling Fong Chong down into it. Yet, Fong Chong made no attempt to resist, allowing himself to be dragged into the depths of the water. Fong Chong. Tanjiro was extremely agitated. During his earlier battle with the three demons, he had already sensed a suffocating feeling. If Nezuko hadn't helped pull him out in the end, he might have already succumbed to the depths of the water. Although Tanjiro wanted to pull Fong Chong out, Fong Chong had no intention of resisting, and the speed at which he sank was beyond Tanjiro's ability to stop. Watching Fong Chong disappear beneath the water's surface, Tanjiro's heart tightened. Damn it! Damn it! Why does everyone keep disappearing right in front of me? Why? Over the past month, Fong Chong and Tanjiro's friendship had grown rapidly, and Tanjiro had begun to see Fong Chong as family. But now, Fong Chong had vanished beneath the water. How could a normal person possibly fight three water-dwelling demons underwater? Unlike Tanjiro on the surface, Fong Chong took a deep breath as he saw the puddle forming beneath him. TSK, what terrible water quality! Without goggles and having to keep his eyes open to assess his surroundings, Fong Chong quickly felt intense discomfort. There was clearly some dirty stuff in the water, irritating his eyes. Nevertheless, he had to keep his eyes open to observe. Ha ha ha, human! The water is our territory. Although the scent of a man isn't great, a demon slayer should be a bit different. Let's have a good taste. After dragging Fong Chong underwater, the three demons seemed to puff up with arrogance, even taking the time to boast nearby. But Fong Chong understood that these three demons wanted to deplete his oxygen supply. After all, unless he took them all down, there was no way for him to escape without their cooperation. Another product of a 9-year compulsory education, huh? Unfazed by the demons' taunts, Fong Chong replied casually. What did you say? The three demons were angered by Fong Chong's nonsensical words. His nonchalant expression only fueled their rage. You little brat. One of the demons even wanted to rush up and tear Fong Chong apart, but was held back by another demon. Why rush? He'll die eventually. Can he still breathe underwater? Just wait patiently. Compared to the impulsive demon, the one holding it back was clearly more rational. Not bad, not bad. With such rationality, your blood should be quite pure. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you something. Water can conduct electricity. During this exchange, Fong Chong had already coated his body with a thin layer of hardening crystal. While this layer wouldn't provide protection and wouldn't affect his movements, the most important thing was that it was insulated. As the attack failed to connect, the demon quickly dove into the ground, attempting to escape. With Tanjiro present, even if the demon was confident in its abilities, facing two opponents was still a challenge. Once the demon had fled, Fong Chong signaled to Tanjiro and carefully helped the girl to the side, allowing Tanjiro to pursue. Hey, wake up! Don't sleep! Although Fong Chong understood the nature of the demon's blood demon arts, rushing in to confront it was not wise. It was better to let Tanjiro, the protagonist of this world, gauge the situation first. This is... As Fong Chong shook her, the girl gradually began to awaken. It had to be said that in this anime world, all the characters, whether side characters or main characters, were exceptionally beautiful. However, Fong Chong had no plans to form any ties in this world for now. After checking the girl's condition, Fong Chong handed her over to her arriving parents. The process, however, was not smooth. The parents initially suspected Fong Chong of being a bold thief who had sneaked into their daughter's room for dubious reasons. Fortunately, thanks to the girl's explanation, Fong Chong was able to clear his name. Benefactor, please let us repay you. Upon learning the full story, the parents quickly connected the recent disappearances of several girls in the village with their daughter's case, finally believing Fong Chong's words. But by that point, Fong Chong had no time to listen to their rambling. He was worried whether Tanjiro could handle the three demons now that he had intervened. Then when I return, let's have a meal together. Leaving this remark, Fong Chong dashed towards where Tanjiro had gone. Luckily, just like in the original story, when the other two demons appeared, Nezuko emerged from Tanjiro's backpack and joined the battle. Nezuko's fighting style was bold and vigorous, making quite a commotion. When Fong Chong arrived at the battle site, it was a standoff between one human and four demons. Strange. Not only is there a demon, but there's also a human with a demon's scent. Don't get in my way. That woman is already 16. She's past her prime, tasting time. Three nearly identical demons appeared on the walls of the alley. They were confused not only by Nezuko's presence, but also by Fong Chong, an odd human. They didn't realize that Fong Chong was already calculating whether the blood from these demons could help enhance his own demon blood. Seeing Fong Chong arrive to assist, Tanjiro's situation improved. He finally had the opportunity to ask about the Demon King, Muzan. This question was like poking a hornet's nest. For these lesser demons, Muzan was not only a bloodline suppression, but also a powerful being. Sheer terror. The three demons were no exception, as they all bore significant mental scars from their memories of Muzan. Hey, come on, it's just Muzan, right? Is it really necessary to be this scared? Watching the three demons grind their teeth in panic, Fong Chong found it amusing that they weren't afraid of being cut down, but were terrified of someone they didn't even know. You little brat, what do you know? Fong Chong's mockery seemed to trigger the demons' fragile nerves, and they immediately abandoned Tanjiro, rushing toward Fong Chong in unison. The ground beneath Fong Chong's feet began to form a large muddy pit. Although it was a pit, it contained water, continuously pulling Fong Chong down into it. Yet, Fong Chong made no attempt to resist, allowing himself to be dragged into the depths of the water. Fong Chong. Tanjiro was extremely agitated. During his earlier battle with the three demons, he had already sensed a suffocating feeling. If Nezuko hadn't helped pull him out in the end, he might have already succumbed to the depths of the water. Although Tanjiro wanted to pull Fong Chong out, Fong Chong had no intention of resisting, and the speed at which he sank was beyond Tanjiro's ability to stop. Watching Fong Chong disappear beneath the water's surface, Tanjiro's heart tightened. Damn it! Why does everyone keep disappearing right in front of me? Why? Over the past month, Fong Chong and Tanjiro's friendship had grown rapidly, and Tanjiro had begun to see Fong Chong as family. But now, Fong Chong had vanished beneath the water. How could a normal person possibly fight three water-dwelling demons underwater? Unlike Tanjiro on the surface, Fong Chong took a deep breath as he saw the puddle forming beneath him. TSK, what terrible water quality! Without goggles and having to keep his eyes open to assess his surroundings, Fong Chong quickly felt intense discomfort. There was clearly some dirty stuff in the water, irritating his eyes. Nevertheless, he had to keep his eyes open to observe. Ha, human! The water is our territory. Although the scent of a man isn't great, a demon slayer should be a bit different. Let's have a good taste. After dragging Fong Chong underwater, the three demons seemed to puff up with arrogance, even taking the time to boast nearby. But Fong Chong understood that these three demons wanted to deplete his oxygen supply. After all, unless he took them all down, there was no way for him to escape without their cooperation. Another product of the 9-year compulsory education, unfazed by the demon's taunts, Fong Chong replied casually. What did you say? The three demons were angered by Fong Chong's nonsensical words. His nonchalant expression only fueled their rage. You little brat. One of the demons even wanted to rush up and tear Fong Chong apart, but was held back by another demon. Why rush? He'll die eventually. Can he still breathe underwater? Just wait patiently. Compared to the impulsive demon, the one holding it back was clearly more rational. Not bad. With such rationality, your blood should be quite pure. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you something. Water can conduct electricity. During this exchange, Fang Chong had already coated his body with a thin layer of hardening crystal. While this layer wouldn't provide protection and wouldn't affect his movements, the most important thing was that it was insulated. With the electricity coursing through the water, Fang Chong was ready to unleash his attack. This scent, it's the smell from home. Tanjiro suddenly shouted and charged in a specific direction as if possessed. The scent of musin. Huh. I was planning to directly deal with him this time using the markings, but it looks like there won't be a chance. Fang Chong had originally intended to follow Tanjiro to find musin and eliminate him using the markings. However, after completing his breathing technique recently, he realized he hadn't actually learned how to activate the markings. Fang Chong. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent. B grade. Heart and skeletal reinforcement. E grade. Lung reinforcement. F grade. Night vision. Skills. A grade. Titan power. D grade. Suicide attack. D grade. Demon blood. B grade. Thunder breathing permanent. Although it was just a B grade skill, the unweakened B grade skill now exceeded the A grade Titan power and strength. If he were to activate the markings, Fang Chong felt he could reach A grade strength. I might as well follow along. It wouldn't hurt to pay a visit to Tamayo as well. After a moment of thought, Fang Chong decided to catch up with Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro had started training in the permanent breathing technique under Fang Chong's influence, Fang Chong, lacking the conditions to provide a good training environment for him, meant that Tanjiro could only work hard at his own pace. By the time Fang Chong caught up to Tanjiro, Tanjiro had already found musin on the street. Musin Kibutsuji. Strength, Stamina, Intelligence, 2. Skills, S grade, Blood of the Demon King. S grade, Subordinate Commander. S grade, Blood Demon Art. Although the attributes given by the assessment were quite brief, Fang Chong instantly understood that he was not a match for musin at all. The question mark level dual attributes gave him a significant shock, especially since this was the first time the assessment had not provided complete attributes. Just then, Tanjiro had already engaged in a confrontation with musin on the street. As Fang Chong had anticipated, in the era of Demon Slayer, the vast military power of various nations was no longer something a demon like musin could contend with. Under the relentless bombardment, even musin, who had regenerative abilities, could only be worn down and eventually killed. For this reason, musin chose to blend in with humanity, hiding his identity and pretending to be an ordinary person. To escape Tanjiro's pursuit, musin directly transformed a nearby civilian into a demon. Soon, the unusual state of the newly turned demon attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Tanjiro, wanting to prevent it from approaching others, had no choice but to use all his strength to pin it down, watching as musin gradually slipped away. I will find you. I will definitely find you. That fierce roar didn't faze musin in the slightest. The only thing he cared about was the pair of earrings on his ears. Before long, the commotion created by Tanjiro attracted several police officers. However, it was obvious that the officers didn't understand what was happening. Although the demon pinned down by Tanjiro looked terrifying to the two police officers, it merely seemed to be sick. Meanwhile, Tanjiro appeared as if he was assaulting a patient, and the police naturally focused their attention on him. Even though Tanjiro had enhanced physical abilities due to the breathing technique, he couldn't withstand the combined efforts of a demon and two police officers, and the demon he had pinned began to struggle. At that moment, Tamayo, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally intervened. As a scent that was neither blood nor flower wafted through the air, the surrounding crowd quickly calmed down, and the demon pinned by Tanjiro also gradually settled. What a kind-hearted child! Tamayo was clearly touched by Tanjiro's good nature and willingly spent a significant amount of blood to help him. Afterward, she invited Tanjiro to her home to sit and help treat his wounds. With Tamayo's intervention, Tanjiro finally remembered that he had left his sister and Fang Chong in another location. Oh no! Fortunately, Fang Chong had been following Tanjiro. Because it was night, and Nezuko was out and about, Tanjiro didn't have much trouble finding the two. Meanwhile, the elusive Muzan had sent two guards resembling bodyguards to retrieve Tanjiro's head. "Master, can we kill the others?" "Do as you wish. But be careful of that one with the heavy sword. Even among the Hashira, that person is quite strong. Those responsible for the intelligence haven't done their jobs. A pillar as strong as him has appeared, and there's been no response at all." What Fong Chong didn't know was that his earlier assessment had caught Muzan's attention, but Muzan didn't want to deal with him personally. The agreement established by Muzan, preventing demons from gathering, meant that in the entire area, there were no demons that could fight Fong Chong. It seems that batch of lower moons needs to be adjusted. Oomph. A bunch of useless fools. Faced with Muzan's growing anger, the female and male guards exchanged glances and hurriedly left the alley to search for Tanjiro. Once Tanjiro found Fong Chong and Nezuko, he sighed with relief. The three were then invited to Tamayo's residence. Of course, as Tamayo's chief attendant, Yeshuru was quite displeased to invite the three. After hundreds of years of interaction, yes, hundreds with a minimum of 400 years, Yeshuru had become deeply dependent on Tamayo, and even a brief separation made him quite unhappy. "Thank you for waiting here for us." Although Tanjiro sensed the scent of demons on Yeshuru, it was nowhere near as intense as Fong Chong's, so he didn't think much of it. "Oomph. Do you think I wanted to wait for you? This is all the order of that lady. I can follow the scent to find her." "Oomph. Fool. That lady is in a place with an illusion. How could you possibly find her?" "Illusion?" Inner monologue. "What does an illusion have to do with my nose? None of this is important. This woman isn't a demon, is she? And she's quite ugly. Also, what's up with this man? He's clearly human, but smells entirely of demons." "Eh? Ugly? Are you calling someone ugly? Who is ugly?" "Nezuko." As Tanjiro cherished Nezuko, his only remaining family who had become a demon, he would not allow anyone to tarnish her name. Normal people would never think of Nezuko as ugly. Nezuko can't possibly be an ugly girl. Take a good look at her beauty. Nezuko is well regarded in our town. "Oomph. What do you mean, oomph? Hey, answer me." Fong Chong, holding his heavy sword, watched the two argue passionately and felt a sense of exasperation. As Tamayo's ultimate attendant, Yeshuru's only beauty in his eyes was Tamayo herself. Even if Nezuko was exceptionally beautiful, it would be hard for him to notice. All right, let's go visit Miss Tamayo." Seeing that the two were still intent on continuing their debate, Fong Chong quickly interjected, stepping between them to separate them. However, Yeshuru clearly held a disdain for Fong Chong, who reeked of demons, and marched ahead, leading the way while Fong Chong and the others followed behind. Tanjiro still wanted to argue, but Fong Chong blocked him. Before long, the four arrived at a wall. "We're here. Go in." As Yeshuru's figure disappeared into the wall, Fong Chong remained expressionless, but Tanjiro was evidently amazed by such a high-level occurrence. Fong Chong said nothing and directly pulled Tanjiro along into the wall. Upon entering, the scenery before them changed dramatically. Everything looked different from before. This mansion is quite nice." Hearing Fong Chong's compliment about the mansion, Yeshuru seemed quite pleased, and his attitude toward them improved a little. "Of course. Listen, once we enter, you mustn't be rude to that lady, understand?" It was evident that Yeshuru's feelings for Tamayo were approaching obsession, but Fong Chong had no right to comment on others. After a series of knocks, they finally entered the true mansion. "I'm back. Welcome back." The conversation felt very casual, and the items in the mansion were quite simple. Normally, as a doctor in this era, one shouldn't be short on money. However, because Tamayo rarely charged personal fees and needed to purchase medical experiment equipment, the mansion appeared quite plain. "Welcome." Yeshuru served tea to the guests. "Yes." Upon the arrival of Fong Chong and the others, Tamayo clearly welcomed them. Just as Tanjiro was about to return the greeting, Nezuko unexpectedly walked up and began to pat Tamayo's head. The cup of water Yashiro had just picked up fell to the ground. You dare to be so disrespectful to Lady Tamayo. Yashiro. But before Yashiro could explode, Tamayo silenced him with a single command, and Izuko surprisingly settled comfortably in Tamayo's embrace. After some casual pleasantries, Tamayo inquired why Tanjiro sought to confront Muzan. Yeah, you can actually say his name. Just as Tanjiro was about to respond, he suddenly realized that Tamayo had spoken Muzan's name. After all, just a few days ago, the demon they encountered would perish at the mere mention of Muzan's name. Of course, Lady Tamayo is a defector, so she can definitely speak his name. Yashiro. Sorry, that was rude. After Yashiro interrupted, Tamayo slightly admonished him. With Fong Chong's diversion, Tamayo learned about Nezuko's origins and background, and Tanjiro also gathered some information about Muzan. After Tamayo's explanation, Tanjiro finally understood the vast difference between himself and Muzan. Then, Fong Chong, sir, may I ask you a question? After some inquiries, Tamayo prepared a sumptuous dinner for the group. Although Yashiro had cooked it, he seemed to hope for Tamayo to say so. Ask away. Fong Chong responded while stuffing food into his mouth, as he had already guessed what Tamayo was going to ask. May I ask what that scent of a demon on you is? You're clearly human, yet the scent of demons emanates from you. Moreover, this scent is completely different from Muzan's. Just as Fong Chong had speculated, Tamayo aimed directly at the demon scent on him. Well, the demon scent is because I've eaten a few demons. As for the difference from Muzan's scent, it might be because I used a bit of technique to remove the parts that could control me. Didn't you do something similar, Miss Tamayo? After Fong Chong's explanation, both Tamayo and Yashiro put down their chopsticks, stunned. Fong Chong, sir, I can't be hearing this correctly. You said you ate demons? More than one. Yes, indeed. Fong Chong nodded with his mouth full of food. But the flesh and blood of demons have their own vitality. Wouldn't that disrupt your internal organs? Oh, that's a minor issue. Just drain the demon's regenerative abilities. After finally swallowing the food in his mouth, Fong Chong spoke clearly. However, this explanation left both Tamayo and Yashiro stunned. Drain the demon's regenerative ability? Yes, that's right. Based on my tests, an ordinary demon can only regenerate their body about 10 times at most. After that, if their body suffers further damage, the damaged flesh is essentially no different from that of an ordinary person. Even with Fong Chong's explanation, it was evident that the two didn't believe him, so Fong Chong had to let Tanjiro recount his brutal actions during the final trial. I can't believe there are such extraordinary people in this world. After Tanjiro's account, Tamayo and Yashiro finally began to believe him. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Chong also asked, "Oh, by the way, Miss Tamayo, you should call me lady." Yashiro. Before Fong Chong could finish, he was interrupted by Yashiro. Apologies, please continue. Well, it's nothing much, I just wanted to ask. As a defector among demons, without Muzan's blood as a core, how do you amplify your power? To continuously provide Yashiro with blood for 400 years, it wouldn't be possible without a certain amount of replenishment, right? As soon as he said this, Yashiro abruptly flipped the table and stood up. After all, no one knew that he had been gradually transformed into a demon over 400 years of time by Lady Tamayo. Why do you know about this? Do you really think that after hiding for hundreds of years, you can avoid the eyes of those who are observant? Tamayo, you should understand. Muzan is simply too lazy to deal with you. Otherwise, could you have lived so peacefully for these hundreds of years? You insolent bastard! Yashiro could no longer tolerate Fong Chong's mockery and abruptly flipped the small table filled with food onto the floor. Yashiro, however, although Tamayo did not speak, it was clear that she recognized the validity of Fong Chong's words. Indeed, over the past hundreds of years, Tamayo had developed a profound understanding of Muzan's terror. Even though they had continuously evaded him, she knew the hardships involved. But Yashiro, after being scolded twice by Tamayo, Yashiro fell into despair and began to clean up the mess he had made. In a small room, only the sounds of Yashiro picking things up and Fong Chong's quiet chewing could be heard. Lord Fong Chong is still so sensitive. Are you a newly appointed Hashira? Not at all. I only officially joined the Demon Slayer Corps a few months ago. And none of this is important. I mainly want to gather some intelligence from Miss Tamayo. A demon like her is not someone I'm interested in hunting down. Right, Tanjiro? Tanjiro's mind was clearly unable to process such intense developments and was almost in a state of overload. Just as Tamayo seemed ready to speak, a sudden sound of an object slicing through the air at high speed came from outside the mansion. Is this the place? Yes, I didn't expect to find the infamous traitor here. This time we've caught something big. A familiar pair, a man and a woman, appeared outside the mansion. With the ball in the woman's hand and the arrow in the man's, their strike was so powerful that even Fong Chong, who was caught off guard, couldn't react in time. Damn, my food! With that hit, the mansion nearly crumbled, and naturally, Fong Chong's meal was not spared. Hey, is that guy the one that Master told us to be careful of? It was apparent that Fong Chong had already been recognized by the two, especially with the heavy sword by his side, which significantly increased his visibility. What does it matter? Just a nobody. Even if he has the strength of a Hashira, the two of us should be able to take him down. Although Muzin had given them instructions, the two who considered themselves lower moons clearly did not take Fong Chong seriously. Forget it. Let's just treat you two as dinner. Compared to ordinary food, Fong Chong was now more interested in demons that could help him upgrade his skills, especially these two who had been close to Muzin. If it weren't for the original story where the two were defeated separately, Tanjiro and his group would have had a hard time winning. Tanjiro, leave that ball demon to me. Sure. Since Tanjiro volunteered to take one on, Fong Chong was more than happy, as facing these two alone would be too challenging. However, while the two were dividing their tasks, the arrow-wielding man had already made his move. Two invisible forces suddenly acted on Tanjiro and Fong Chong. Tanjiro was sent flying without any defense, while Fong Chong, with his mass of hardening bones and heavy sword, was nearly 300 kilograms. There was no way the arrow-wielding man could shake him with this level of force. The arrow-wielding man clearly hadn't expected Fong Chong to remain unaffected under his blood demon art, but upon seeing the giant's sword, he began to understand. Don't think that a little weight can stop me. As the invisible force intensified, even Fong Chong found it difficult to resist, dragging a long mark on the ground as he slowly began to retreat. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. It was much more challenging to push Fong Chong back than the arrow-wielding man had anticipated, forcing him to seek assistance from the ball-wielding woman. The ball-wielding woman naturally wouldn't hesitate. For the sake of that master and her own life, it was better to bring back that boy with the flower earrings as quickly as possible. Just as she threw the ball, Nezuko charged up, kicking the ball away. The two forces clashed on the ball, causing it to return to the ball-wielding woman. Huh? How is there another demon here? Don't get in my way. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. The ball-wielding woman clearly hadn't received any intel about Nezuko from Muzin. Taking advantage of this moment, Tanjiro climbed up from the rubble, and together with Nezuko, they began to fight against the ball-wielding woman. However, just as the two demons engaged in combat, Yeshuru, who had been observing, couldn't help but complain to Tamayo. Lady Tamayo, I told you long ago that bringing strangers here is dangerous, especially when there are three of them at once. Under the attack from the ball, Yeshuru's head was nearly knocked off, and it was clear that the demon transformed by Tamayo also had its downsides. At least its healing abilities were not on the same level as ordinary demons. All right, go help Fong Chong. At least use your blood demon art to provide him with some support. Although Yeshuru was reluctant, he obediently complied after Tamayo spoke. Hey, you over there, catch this, stick it to your forehead. Taking advantage of the moment when Fong Chong was pushed back by the arrow-wielding man, Yeshuru shot a piece of white paper covered with demon symbols. After Fong Chong stuck it to his forehead, he was finally able to see the invisible direction of the demon. This is a huge help, thank you. Fong Chong was just starting to feel regretful about having offended Yeshuru so badly and not being able to ask for the talisman. But Yeshuru had already thrown it over, so he certainly wouldn't refuse to take it and stick it on his forehead. Just a moment later, the invisible force from the arrow-wielding man became clear. With this, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The arrow-wielding man, who had initially had the upper hand against Fong Chong, was now at a disadvantage. With Fong Chong able to evade some of the arrows, the man's stamina was quickly depleting. "Come help me." "What are you doing?" "I want to. Can't you see I'm dealing with 3 here? Clear some space to help me." After throwing a talisman to Fong Chong, Yeshuru joined Tanjiro's group to attack the ball-wielding woman together. Tanjiro and the others, when looking at their individual combat abilities, were far inferior to the ball-wielding woman. However, when the 3 worked together, they managed to put the ball-wielding woman in a position where she was struggling to defend herself. Damn! With no other options, the arrow-wielding man had to divert some of his attention to support the ball-wielding woman, throwing a few arrows. With the arrow-wielding man's assistance, the lethality of the ball-wielding woman's attacks increased significantly, and even Izuko was struck by the ball and had her leg broken without any warning. "Hey, don't get distracted while fighting me." The arrow-wielding man, who was clearly not a match for Fong Chong, was now having to split his focus to support the ball-wielding woman, and he was paying a heavy price for it. After only supporting the ball-wielding woman with 3 or 4 arrows, he found 5 large wounds inflicted upon himself by Fong Chong. At that moment, Tanjiro was worried about Nezuko, and Yeshuru was concerned about Tamayo, which made it hard for them to fully engage against the ball-wielding woman. This gave her a chance to help the arrow-wielding man. With a solid object to carry the arrows, the arrow-wielding man finally had the means to counterattack against Fong Chong. After just a few exchanges, he successfully used the ball and arrows to knock Fong Chong's heavy sword out of his hands. "Huh, without your sword, let's see how you can fight back." With Fong Chong's giant sword flying out of his grasp, the arrow-wielding man felt a surge of excitement. In his eyes, the greatest threat from the Demon Slayer Corps members came from their Nichiren blades. Without one, no matter how skilled they were with their swordsmanship, they couldn't harm a demon. Fong Chong. Tanjiro was anxious when he saw Fong Chong lose his heavy sword. Although he had witnessed Fong Chong's shocking feat of fighting an aberration barehanded during the final trial, these 2 demons were clearly not the same as before and were of a higher caliber. Fong Chong, however, was not in a hurry. In this world, with his overwhelming regenerative abilities, he had already surpassed ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members. In that case, let me try some high-precision breathing. As the duration of his breathing techniques increased, Fong Chong's understanding of them also grew. In the original story, breathing techniques could even be seen as introductory methods of some cultivation practices. If perfected enough, one could even achieve inner vision. Once Fong Chong completely mastered inner vision, his strength would undoubtedly soar. After all, without inner vision, it was nearly impossible to cover his hardening abilities over his blood vessels. Now he was doing the most basic method of applying hardening to those organs. Concentrate, concentrate. In fact, Fong Chong had already begun his next step of high-precision training since the successful establishment of his permanent breathing technique. However, achieving inner vision required exceptionally high standards for breathing techniques. Unlike Tanjiro, who was the chosen one and only needed a few tips from the Flame Hashira to understand, Fong Chong had to rely on his own efforts. After a long period of training, he finally made some progress and could faintly sense the general outline of inner vision. Fong Chong. Strength, 13. Stamina, 13. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent. B grade, heart and skeletal reinforcement. E grade, lung reinforcement. F grade, night vision. Skills, A grade, Titan power. D grade, suicide attack. D grade, demon blood. B grade, thunder breathing, permanent, precise, pseudo. Just a further refinement of his breathing technique had granted Fang Chong a boost of 3 points in dual attributes, and his perception of the surrounding environment had also improved significantly. However, the two demons in front of him were clearly unaware of this, still recklessly charging at Fang Chong. Well then, thunder breathing first form, thunderclap, and flash. Without his sword, Fang Chong found himself freed from the constraints of wielding a weapon. He had always struggled to perform breathing techniques with a heavy sword, resulting in lower completion. But once he discarded the Nichiren blade and used his arms instead, he was even able to unleash Zenitsu's ultimate technique. 4 strikes. Although he couldn't reach Zenitsu's 6 strikes, achieving 4 strikes under Fang Chong's massive weight was already a stroke of luck. But against these two demons, 4 strikes were more than enough. The ball-wielding woman was positioned in front of Tanjiro and Yashiro, making it difficult for Fang Chong to intervene, so all 4 strikes landed on the unfortunate arrow-wielding man. The incredibly high speed of Fang Chong's attacks left the arrow-wielding man with no time to react, and a significant portion of his body vanished under Fang Chong's assault. Naturally, Fang Chong's right hand was also bloodied, with flesh and muscle turning into a mushy pulp. "Are you insane?" Finally reacting, the arrow-wielding man desperately tried to retreat. I'm a demon. I'm a demon." The arrow-wielding man simply couldn't comprehend why a human would use their fists to fight against a demon. Even if a significant portion of their bodies had been destroyed, they could still regenerate in a matter of seconds, while a mere human would need days to recover from even minor injuries. But as he turned to look back, he saw Fang Chong's hand somehow healing itself alongside his body, completely overturning his understanding of demons. "You're a demon?" In that instant, Fang Chong had already retrieved his heavy sword. Compared to the weak demons he had encountered before, these two clearly couldn't be dealt with through attrition. Fang Chong even suspected that once they reached the level of the lower moons, the stamina they needed to expend to regenerate their bodies was less than what they could recover in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, with the arrow-wielding man suddenly losing his support, the ball-wielding woman began to struggle against the attacks from Tanjiro and Yashiro. Especially Tanjiro, who, concerned about Nezuko, had only one thought in mind: to slay the demon in front of him and check on Nezuko's condition. It was worth noting that under Fang Chong's influence, Tanjiro's strength was now far greater than in the original story at this time. Although he hadn't yet mastered the permanent breathing technique, the enhancement to his physical attributes during the training process was not to be underestimated. With the arrow-wielding man out of the picture, the ball-wielding woman ultimately fell to Tanjiro's powerful strike. As for the arrow-wielding man, without a strong enough object to bear his vector ability, he was ultimately cut down by Fang Chong, who had the weight advantage. There was no other choice, since Fang Chong's swordsmanship wasn't remarkable enough to land a clean decapitation. He had to strike multiple times. Finally, they had dealt with the intruding enemies, but the situation was far from over. Perhaps because Nezuko had never eaten a human, her healing speed was exceptionally slow. Although she had stopped the bleeding from her lost leg, it had not yet regrown. Even Tamayo and Yashiro, who also had never consumed human flesh, had a significantly faster recovery rate. Otherwise, Tamayo wouldn't be able to use her blood demon art, which required blood to unleash. Fortunately, Tamayo had encountered this problem when transforming Yashiro and, after some time and effort, successfully helped Nezuko regrow her lost foot. Afterward, during the remaining time, Fang Chong also managed to persuade Tamayo to help collect a batch of demon blood for research purposes. Tamayo willingly agreed, as collecting demon blood was a trivial task for someone who was human. Of course, Fang Chong didn't care whose blood it was, whether it came from Tamayo herself or other demons, as long as he could extract the substances he needed from it. As for the two demons they had just defeated, since both had been killed by a Nichiren blade, Fang Chong was unable to collect any blood to enhance his skills. With the area already under Musen's watch, Fang Chong knew he couldn't linger there any longer. Tamayo and Yashiro also needed to find a new place to settle down. This was finally Fong Chong's chance to retrieve Zenitsu. He had left Zenitsu hanging for quite a long time, and he felt a little guilty about it. After leaving the capital, Fong Chong let Tanjiro lead the way. To conserve energy for hunting demons at night, Fong Chong spent the entire day in a daze. In just 2 short days, he successfully learned an important skill. Drip, F grade, mobile sleep has been learned. Unfortunately, despite several nights of hunting, although he had killed many demons, they were all of such low levels that he couldn't extract anything to help him level up his skills. On the 4th day after leaving the capital, Fong Chong and his companions had completely exited the bustling environment, and everything around them had reverted to simplicity. The next day, the 5th day since leaving the capital, Fong Chong groggily saw Zenitsu blocking the road, desperately proposing to a passing girl by grabbing her skirt. "Please marry me. I beg you." The poor girl thought she had encountered a pervert, and with the long sword at Zenitsu's waist, she didn't dare to resist and could only keep refusing. However, compared to facing demons, Zenitsu clearly preferred to shamelessly plead, crying endlessly. In no time, several tears rolled down the girl's face, while Zenitsu was in a state of sheer despair, showing no signs of stopping. "Please, if you don't marry me, I'll die." You better. Stop it already." Watching the completely mismatched dialogue between the two blocking the road, Fong Chong couldn't bear it any longer. If Zenitsu kept this up, he might end up getting slapped twice by that girl, even with a sword at his waist. Fong Chong was very familiar with Zenitsu's character. Although he seemed serious, he was actually just trying to use the marriage proposal to avoid facing his missions, and he wasn't sincere at all. So, Fong Chong didn't hold back and delivered a solid blow to Zenitsu's neck. "I'm sorry. This is my junior. I apologize for the trouble." After apologizing to the girl, Fong Chong directly picked up the limp Zenitsu, who had turned into a puddle, and returned to Tanjiro's side. Seeing Fong Chong suddenly dart out and smoothly handle the boy he had seen during the final selection, Tanjiro was utterly confused. Especially with that merciless hand strike, Tanjiro felt a shiver run down his neck. "That's too much. You've gone too far, Fong Chong. I'm clearly your senior. How did I become your junior? You better explain yourself." However, this minor injury was nothing to Zenitsu, who had become tough after being struck by lightning. After all, during training at the dojo, Sakanji had once hit Zenitsu while using breathing techniques, and Zenitsu had only needed to lie down for 2 days before bouncing back to life. His physique was simply absurdly good. All right, stop fooling around. You're way too old for this." "What? Also, you clearly set a wait for me with Tanjiro, yet you just left me behind. You need to take responsibility." Seeing Zenitsu clinging to his leg, sniffling and crying, Fong Chong felt several black lines appear on his forehead. "Can you just act normal for once?" After delivering another punch to Zenitsu's forehead, he finally calmed down and released his grip from Fong Chong's leg. While Fong Chong was dealing with Zenitsu, Tanjiro had already started interacting with the little sparrow that had followed Zenitsu. He said, "No. All right, I understand. Thank you." Watching Tanjiro and the bird interact enthusiastically, Fong Chong was left in awe. Although he had seen Tanjiro's attribute panel before and knew he had the beast communication skill, he never expected the strength of that skill to be so terrifying. "Zenitsu, this won't do. You aren't dealing with the demons at all. Doing this will make it hard for the little sparrow." "Chirp, chirp." The plump little sparrow also chimed in, flapping its wings. After some back and forth, Zenitsu joined Tanjiro and Fong Chong on their journey. After all, Fong Chong had initially intended to invite Zenitsu to join. It was always better to have extra help when traveling alone, as one could encounter all sorts of dangerous situations. Demon Slayer Corps members Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Fong Chong, heading to the next location. The crow accompanying Tanjiro delivered the mission instructions for heading to the next location. With Fong Chong around, Zenitsu didn't falter and was forcibly dragged along to the next task site. As they approached the mission location, Tanjiro's keen sense of smell came into play, following the scent of demons to arrive in front of a massive mansion. The strange scent coming from the mansion made Tanjiro hesitant to charge in recklessly. His keen sense of hearing, enhanced by his kindness, quickly detected two delicate little faces hidden in the grass nearby, both of them crying, which tugged at his heartstrings. Unfortunately, Fong Chong was completely clueless about comforting children. Sometimes his expression, which resembled a dead fish, would even cause them to cry more. So, the task of comforting the children fell to Tanjiro and Zenitsu. As the eldest sibling, Tanjiro took charge, while Zenitsu, with his handsome features, quickly won the children over. Within minutes, they had calmed down, and the fearful looks in their eyes faded away. However, as soon as Fong Chong approached, the effect diminished significantly. "Fong Chong, you scared the children." Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at him helplessly. At that moment, someone covered in blood suddenly flew out from the second floor of the large mansion. Fong Chong was already prepared and quickly stepped forward to catch the person in his arms. However, it was of no use. The deep wounds were still gushing blood, quickly staining Fong Chong's clothes and the ground around them red. "I clearly made it outside. I clearly got out." Looking at the person in his arms, who was in extreme pain, Fong Chong had seen such sights many times before, yet he still felt a stir in his heart. Unfortunately, the wounds had drained too much blood, and the person's consciousness had faded. He was only clinging to life through a desire to escape the mansion. Within a few seconds, the person passed away in Fong Chong's arms. "Is this your brother?" Fong Chong, now stained with blood, looked at the two children, who were on the verge of crying again. However, he didn't have time to consider their feelings or even to bury the body. Fortunately, the two children shook their heads vigorously. Fong Chong placed the body on the ground and instructed, "You two handle this. I'm going to check things out." With that, he picked up his heavy sword and dashed inside. Having read the original story, Fong Chong knew that the demons in this mansion had a disgusting ability to move around. If he turned around too many times, it could make a person vomit. So this time, he had no intention of holding back. "What? Just because you can change rooms? Damn, I'll just hack my way through. Let's see how many rooms you can use to switch." As a heavy player, Fong Chong was exceptionally skilled at demolishing things. With a heavy sword weighing over 100 kilograms, a simple tap against a wooden door was enough to shatter it. However, as a drum-like sound echoed, Fong Chong's position shifted instantly, and the corridor in front of him vanished, replaced by a huge, empty room with no furniture, windows, or doors. "What's the meaning of this? You look down on me? Just because there's no furniture means I can't demolish it." Clearly, Fong Chong's destruction had caught the attention of the mansion's owner, but the flimsy walls of the room couldn't withstand Fong Chong's heavy sword. No doors? Who cares? He could still tear down walls. In just a few minutes, he had demolished the walls of 4 rooms cleanly. Another teleportation occurred, and this time, he found himself in a room with only 3 lonely walls, while the other side opened up to a vast, roofless area. "Oh, looks like it worked." Initially, Fong Chong was worried that the demon's ability could repair walls, but seeing the damaged walls remain unchanged, he felt relieved. "Come on, let me see how many rooms you really have." Just as Fong Chong prepared to tear down that wall, an odd sound echoed from the corner of the corridor. "Charge! Charge!" A bizarre figure wearing a boar mask and holding broken twin blades appeared around the corner. "Get out of the way!" Knowing who he was, Fong Chong felt no need to hold back. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Although he used the back of the sword, the immense speed and power sent Inosuk flying. "Don't get in my way, or I'll chop you down too." Fong Chong was not one to show mercy. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would only meet a dead end. Inosuk, having grown up in the mountains, was extremely sensitive to killing intent. After failing to catch Fong Chong's movements just now, he was now frozen in place, obediently staying where he was. The commotion caused by Fong Chong in the mansion drew the attention of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who were outside. After a brief discussion, Tanjiro decided to enter the mansion to help Fong Chong, while Zenitsu was left to watch over Nezuko and the two children. Unfortunately, Zenitsu might have been able to restrain himself around others, but alone outside and with the terrifying sounds echoing around him, he was scared back into the mansion. Of course, Nezuko was left outside. "Zenitsu, where's my box?" "Zenitsu, that's a part of my life. You should have at least talked to me about it." Fortunately, Tanjiro hadn't taken more than a few steps when he spotted Zenitsu as soon as he entered. Seeing that Zenitsu didn't bring Nezuko inside, Tanjiro wanted to go back out and get her, especially since the sun was high outside. If something happened, Nezuko would be in danger. However, upon opening the entrance door, instead of the ground, he found another room within the mansion. What's going on here?" Zenitsu, already timid, was nearly fainting from the shock. Thankfully, Tanjiro was there to support him, keeping him from collapsing. Yet even after entering the mansion, the continuous loud noises from inside sent chills down their spines. At this moment, Fong Chong had already destroyed quite a few rooms, but had yet to see the legendary waist drum player, which was beginning to annoy him, especially since he had demolished the walls cleanly upon entering a room. However, the new room they entered had walls that fluctuated between 2 to 3 in number, and Fong Chong couldn't seem to tear them down completely, which intensified his frustration. "Fine then, I'll just demolish the floor too." "How's that?" Previously, Fong Chong had believed the mansion lacked self-repair capabilities, but after so long of not seeing the walls disappear, it was clear that some sort of repair ability existed. The floor was undoubtedly more critical than the other 5 walls, but it was also significantly stronger. With each strike of his heavy sword, the floor that trapped Fong Chong finally broke through. Just as he was about to move to the next room, he suddenly spotted a long-tongued demon beneath the broken floor. "Oh, I remember now. There's more than one demon in here." Without needing to say more, even though this demon was Zenitsu's go-to flashy prop, Fong Chong decided it was better to send it to meet the Reaper first to enhance his skills. As Fong Chong tore through 2 more floors, the legendary waist drum player finally returned to confront him. Seeing the bloodstains on its back, Fong Chong couldn't help but frown. "Who are you?" Fong Chong immediately recognized the lower moon with the forked symbol in its eyes, but the waist drum player clearly didn't recognize him. As a supreme recluse, who relied on others to bring him food, it was overly ambitious to expect him to know about a relatively unknown member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "What does it matter who I am? I won't tell you." Fong Chong was always ruthless towards demons that had consumed humans. "Why are you obstructing me? If I eat that rare blood, I can return to the 12th Kizuki." After struggling to find a way back to the 12th Kizuki, the rare blood had used dark arts to steal one of his drums, and he had been searching everywhere for it. Originally, he didn't want to deal with Fong Chong and just wanted to throw him out. However, Fong Chong was acting unpredictably by demolishing his space, which was causing him distress. Because of the drum that had been taken by the rare blood, he couldn't reach Fong Chong immediately, and his anger was rising as he rapidly pounded on the drums embedded in his body. With the sound of the drums, the entire room began to spin rapidly, with the orientation changing chaotically. This thoroughly tortured Fong Chong. Having been in the midst of breaking the floor, he hadn't had the chance to attack with his sword and could only roll around on the ground. In less than a minute, Fong Chong felt a wave of intense nausea. "You son of a thunder." The shaking floor offered him no solid ground to push off from. Without a stable base, he couldn't execute his sword techniques from the breathing technique. Meanwhile, the drum master stood firmly on the ground, as if glued there, completely unaffected by the chaos. As Fong Chong's condition deteriorated, the demon opposite him began its offensive. Waves of invisible wind blades shot toward Fong Chong. Although the power wasn't strong, he didn't want to withstand it with his body. "I can't take this anymore." After enduring the torment for several seconds, Fong Chong could no longer bear the swaying ground. If this continued, he might end up in serious trouble. "You're forcing my hand." With 2 bright lights appearing, Fong Chong produced two hardened crystals in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he thrust the hardened crystals into his feet, the sharp crystals piercing through and anchoring him to the ground. Nanny, the demon opposite him, clearly didn't expect Fong Chong to resort to such extreme measures. While this action allowed him to remain on the same plane as the demon, it also rendered his agility useless, turning him into an excellent target. As a former member of the 12 Kazuki, even as a lower moon, his attack ability was still formidable. Die for me! With his hands pounding, countless wind blades flew toward Fong Chong, the sound of air violently scraping against one another, sending chills down his spine. Duong, the wind blades collided with Fong Chong's heavy sword, the powerful force transmitting through the sword and into his body, causing blood to seep from the wounds on his feet. D, D, D. With each furious shout, the ground beneath Fong Chong gradually became stained red. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Even with the crystal rods piercing his feet, Fong Chong still forcefully executed the first sword technique. The price was that his foot flesh disappeared, leaving only the translucent bones of his foot, while the massive heavy sword cleaved through the demon's body. Although it didn't sever the neck, it had cut off a significant portion. Are you crazy? What? Who exactly are you? The demon initially thought it had encountered a madman, one willing to injure himself just to kill it. However, the next moment, it saw white smoke rising from Fong Chong's foot, rapidly healing. Once he had repaired his body, Fong Chong also restored his foot, and the drums embedded in the demon were completely shattered. Without the drums, the drum master lost his means of attack and became nothing more than Fong Chong's skill upgrade package. Just as Fong Chong had anticipated, even this former member of the 12 Kazuki contained far more energy in its blood than the demons he had previously encountered. Drip, D grade, demon blood has been upgraded. C grade, demon blood has been acquired. Blood demon art distribution in progress. Distribution complete. C grade, high-speed reaction has been acquired. Fong Chong, strength 16, stamina 16, intelligence 2, dimensional talent. B grade, hardened skeletal reinforcement. A grade, lung reinforcement. F grade, night vision. Skills, a grade, titan power. D grade, suicide attack. C grade, demon blood. B grade, thunder breathing, permanent, precise pseudo. C grade, high-speed reaction, has consumed a portion of blood as a cost, enhancing reaction speed, power adjustable. For some reason, every demon from whom Fong Chong had extracted power would eventually recall the beauty of life. However, Fong Chong was not Tanjiro. He believed that eating was eating. If the ones consumed were all deserving of death, he wouldn't care. But up to now, he had yet to encounter such demons. With the blood demon art of the drum master no longer supporting him, the entire mansion began to show signs of collapse. Perhaps Fong Chong's earlier demolition antics had been too excessive, as the mansion was now on the verge of crumbling. He didn't dare to linger. After all, there was at least one ordinary person still inside the mansion. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the rare blood the demon had mentioned and could only escape before the mansion completely fell apart. Once outside, he saw 3 small children huddled together in the distance, with Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and the boar-headed boy surrounding the box that Tanjiro had brought. "What are you all doing?" Inosuke and Zenitsu each held onto a strap of the box, while Tanjiro was firmly hugging it. "There's a demon inside. What are you two doing? Let me kill it." Inosuke's instincts were incredibly sharp. Even though Nezuko was in a dormant state and was no different from a lifeless object, he could still sense her presence. In this situation, Fong Chong felt it was best not to intervene, as this was Tanjiro's family matter, and his input might seem out of place. Fortunately, although Inosuke was reckless, he managed to begrudgingly acknowledge the fact that Tanjiro was carrying a demon after understanding the situation. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the group burned the ruins and all the corpses. "May you find peace." In response to Tanjiro's prayer, the others followed suit. By the time they had completed everything, it was already dusk. Traveling at night in this era was far too dangerous, so the four decided to return the three children first. Conveniently, there was a wisteria family in a nearby village. Although it wasn't large, it was sufficient for the four to rest and recover. However, this time, due to Fong Chong killing the drum master, Tanjiro was uninjured, while Inosuke was covered in wounds, many of which were clearly from blunt force trauma. It seemed that Tanjiro and Inosuke had gotten into a scuffle before Fong Chong arrived. But this was not a problem. For the carefree Inosuke, after a couple of days, he would likely forget about such trivial frictions. Finally settled, Tanjiro released Nezuko so she could rest properly, as being cooped up in a small box was tiring. Zenitsu also got to see Nezuko's true form and, like a lovesick fool, began chasing her around the room. Amidst their playful antics, the group finally got a rare chance to relax, and Fong Chong took the time to refine his high-precision breathing. With the effects of high-precision breathing, Fong Chong could barely achieve inner vision. Although it still wasn't precise, it was time for him to start hardening his blood vessels. However, this process was far more difficult than hardening bones or other parts. Even with the aid of inner vision, after 3 days, Fong Chong had only managed to harden 1/10 of his blood vessels. Of course, during these days, Fong Chong also experimented with the blood demon art he had learned. Although he preferred to call it bullet time, it actually accelerated his reaction speed. At its peak, he felt that everything around him slowed down, but it was also extremely exhausting. Not to mention the depletion of blood. Under the strain of the several-fold acceleration, his body began to struggle to keep up with his thoughts. In his first experiment, due to excessive excitement, he ended up shattering a large portion of flesh on his limbs, almost causing himself to pass out from the pain. Naturally, Tanjiro and the others were shocked. Especially Zenitsu, who had been calmly drinking tea in the room, was startled when Fong Chong suddenly began to bleed profusely, splattering his face with blood and turning his complexion pale. After that incident, Fong Chong no longer used the highest intensity of reflex speed recklessly. Based on his calculations, his body could currently only support about 7 times the reaction speed, and even that couldn't be sustained for long. The recovery effects brought by his Titan and Demon abilities were off the charts, but there was a serious issue. Neither of those abilities significantly enhanced his physical strength. Without hardening, the difference between being slashed by a blade now and an ordinary person being slashed was not nearly as large as he had imagined. Physical strength is not equal to physical fitness, mind you. Though his physical strength was a bit higher than that of an ordinary person due to improvements from breathing techniques and physical fitness, being able to withstand slashes without injury was still far out of reach. I wonder when I can unlock the markings. The ability to allow an ordinary person to easily overpower upper moons was something Fong Chong greatly coveted. Although the setting stated that activating the markings would greatly consume one's life force, for someone with explosive recovery abilities like him, it was still worth a try. After 3 days of rest, Inosuke's wounds had fully healed. The 4 of them followed the crow's guidance to Tanjiro's Spider Mountain. Fong Chong, on the other hand, stayed indoors, obsessively studying hardening and high-precision breathing, hardly interacting with anyone. Inosuke, however, having felt cared for during this time, was enjoying the attention. Well then, I wish you all great success in your endeavors. As they prepare to leave that, finally reaching their destination, Zenitsu began to act out again. Wait a minute, please wait. What's wrong, Zenitsu? Seeing Zenitsu's serious expression, Tanjiro asked with concern. Zenitsu's face changed, and he plopped down on the ground, starting to cry. It's so scary. Once we get close to the destination, it feels especially terrifying. After spending several days together, Tanjiro and Inosuke had long since figured out Zenitsu's personality, and Fong Chong was among the best at understanding him. He leaned in and whispered in Zenitsu's ear. Cough, cough. Zenitsu, don't you want to show off your skills here and impress Nezuko? What a great opportunity. Or do you want to stay here and let Nezuko look down on you for the rest of your life? No girl likes a coward, you know. Nezuko, no girl would like. Fong Chang's words struck Zenitsu like a heavy blow, especially the last line, which had an extraordinary impact. I get it. I understand. I'll go okay. But can't you all feel anything unusual on that mountain? Besides Fong Chong, the other three, one with a super keen sense of smell, one with extraordinary hearing, and one with heightened intuition, had already sensed that something was off about the mountain. This scent. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and Tanjiro, who had been upwind, found himself downwind. A strong smell of demons mixed with some unfamiliar scents wafted into his nose. Help! Help me! Just before entering the last stretch of the path into the mountain, a man in a Demon Slayer Corps uniform collapsed on the ground. His twisted limbs thrashed around as he emitted muffled groans. Demon Slayer uniform. Hey, pull yourself together. What happened? As Tanjiro and the others questioned the situation, Fong Chong, aware of the plot, swiftly swung his sword at the air behind the fallen comrade, severing several nearly transparent strands of spider silk with his heavy sword. Zenitsu, since you're reluctant to go in, just take him out of here. Despite Zenitsu's reluctance, he obediently picked up the fallen comrade and headed toward the mountain exit. Those spider strands? Are the demons here using spider silk to control others? Watching the spider silk extending deeper into the mountains, combined with the strange movements of the fallen comrade and the faint scent of demons on the strands, Tanjiro nearly confirmed his suspicions. Damn it, how could they do this to people? Unforgivable. Even with Tanjiro's usual calm demeanor, he was feeling infuriated at this moment. I'll lead the charge. You just cower behind me. Inosuke pulled out his dual blades and charged into the depths of Spider Mountain. Fong Chong waited for a moment for Zenitsu to finish handing off the fallen comrade to the support team before entering alongside him. This is absolutely disgusting. It's all spider silk. Just a few minutes into the mountain, Fong Chong was already covered in a thick layer of spider silk. Zenitsu wasn't faring much better. His once yellow clothing began to turn white from the strands. TSK. I should have followed Tanjiro earlier. Unlike Tanjiro, who had an excellent sense of smell, Fong Chong and Zenitsu could only wander aimlessly in the depths of the mountain. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke, one using smell and the other using the tracking abilities of the breathing technique, had already found the demon controlling their comrades. There it is. Inosuke, wait for me. As Inosuke charged ahead, Tanjiro followed closely. But when they reached a clearing, aided by the dim light of the moon, they finally saw what was hanging from the treetops. Among the small thicket, dozens of bodies were hanging, all clad in the same Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Hey, don't go any further. Come back, hurry. Just as the two were staring at the bodies in shock, a faint sound came from the nearby grass. Is that a person? Spotting a teammate in uniform, the two approached without a moment's hesitation. You two, reinforcements. As they entered the grass, the person previously trapped in the thicket inquired about their intentions. Yes, I'm Tanjiro Kamadu, and my rank is Ko. Ko? Why is it not a Hashira? Having a few Ko ranks is meaningless. Though he hadn't expected these unfamiliar faces to save him, hearing they were only Ko ranks made the original team member's expression turn to despair. But before Tanjiro could ask more, Inosuke had already punched the team member in the face. Shut up. If you're saying there's no meaning, your very existence is meaningless. Hurry up and explain the situation. You coward. Inosuke. Tanjiro hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Watching the two start a fight, he was still in shock. Huh, what's wrong with you? I'm clearly your senior. But after a brief scuffle, the original team member finally explained the situation to the two. The Crow gave us the order, and a group of over 10 members came to this mountain to hunt demons. But before we even saw a demon, some team members suddenly turned their blades against us. We didn't dare to retaliate heavily, but they didn't hold back. Every strike was aimed at vital areas. In the end, we couldn't be sure if the others had gone mad, and we ended up fighting each other. In the end, I was the only one left. Listening to the team member's account, and recalling the fallen comrade they had encountered at the entrance, Tanjiro's mind started to piece everything together. It's the spider silk. A demon is controlling your teammates' bodies with spider silk. Just as Tanjiro and the others began searching for the true culprit, the demon behind the spider silk, the crows of the previous team finally returned to report their findings to their master. I see. My dear child, those excellent swordsmen have all perished. It seems there's a 12 Kazuki presence there. We must dispatch a Ashura. Shinobu. Understood. The two Ashira finally received the news and orders, making their way to Spider Mountain. Back at Spider Mountain, Inosuke's keen instincts sensed approaching enemies nearby. In mere seconds, four enemies appeared around them. Enemies? Allies. The obviously deceased teammates were clumsily brandishing their swords as they approached. Since they're already dead, don't cause trouble for others. No. Inosuke, don't harm the corpses of our comrades. Just as Inosuke was about to swing his sword, Tanjiro hurriedly stopped him. TCH, then cut the threads behind them. In normal circumstances, regular team members wouldn't even notice the thin threads behind their fallen comrades. But Inosuke was different. His incredible instincts allowed him to accurately sense the existence of the spider silk on the corpses. As Inosuke made his move, the annoying threads began to be swiftly severed. In just a few seconds, all the threads on the attacking teammates were cut off. Quick! Suddenly, they heard a girl's voice coming from not far away. Someone still alive? Inosuke, hurry and help. Hearing the voice of a living person suddenly filled Tanjiro with excitement. After all, no one wanted to keep facing the corpses of their comrades. However, compared to the dead, the threat posed by the living person was clearly greater. Their movements were far more agile than those of the recently deceased. The team member's distorted limbs twitched as he emitted eerie sounds of bones grinding together, accompanied by occasional whimpers that disrupted Tanjiro's focus. Please hold on just a little longer. I'll get you out soon. Where's the enemy? Where are they? Tanjiro understood that it was the spider silk causing the trouble. Even if he cut the silk, new strands would soon connect to his teammate again. Suddenly, a strong scent surged into Tanjiro's nostrils. What? This smell is so intense. It's overwhelming. Just as Tanjiro was about to use this scent to locate the demon, he felt something writhing on his clothing. Before he could react, a powerful force suddenly yanked his left arm toward the thicket. Damn it, when did this happen? Through the direction of the pull, Tanjiro easily realized that two strands of spider silk were already binding his arm. Thankfully, it wasn't his right hand that was caught, and he quickly severed the silk binding his left hand. Inosuke, be careful of the spiders around. They're the ones binding the silk. So, all we have to do is kill the spiders, right? No, the spiders are small and numerous. We need to find the demon controlling them. However, even as Tanjiro explained, Inosuke didn't seem to register, his dual blades already swinging wildly in the air. This won't work, Inosuke. If you have a way to find the demon, please help me. There's been a strange smell since earlier. My nose isn't working properly. Murata, the teammate they had just pulled, and I will find a way to save those who are being controlled. Before Tanjiro could finish explaining, a strong scent wafted down from above, making him gag. Don't disturb our peaceful lives, Demon Slayer. Looking up at the lanky demon floating in mid-air, Tanjiro felt baffled. If it could fly, all his attack methods would be ineffective. No, it's standing on the silk. When it said family, it meant, you people, my mother can kill you all in no time. Mother? Do demons even have mothers? Tanjiro's mind raced as he tried to process the situation, while Inosuke, unable to contain himself, was ready to charge. His nearly empty-headed brain only had one thought: to kill that demon. Using the motion of the manipulated teammates as a springboard, he made a powerful leap off the back of a fallen comrade, aiming at the demon in the sky. Unfortunately, his sharp blades were still a small distance away from the spider silk. The demon, completely unfazed by Inosuke's sudden attack, simply manipulated the silk to move further away. Damn it. Hey, where are you going? Let's settle this. With no cushioning, Inosuke crashed down hard onto the ground. While there were no sharp rocks, leaping several meters high still caused him significant discomfort. Inosuke, that kid is probably not the demon controlling the silk. So first, I get it. You want me to find the demon's location, right? Seriously, stop nagging me, you big forehead. Without Inosuke's support, Tanjiro felt the pressure on him double. Give me 30 seconds. Since Inosuke had said that, Tanjiro naturally wouldn't oppose it. He cleared the nearby puppet's swords and charged toward Inosuke. Beast breathing, 7th form. Spatial perception. As he unleashed the technique, it was as if Inosuke opened unseen eyes, his perception expanding rapidly, revealing everything around him in his mind. Is it not done yet? Inosuke, while protecting Inosuke from surrounding attacks without harming their comrades, was already challenging for Tanjiro. Inosuke, who was currently sensing the area, couldn't respond. Waves of perception spread out, and the scenery within a kilometer appeared in Inosuke's mind. I found it. Is it there? Where? Tanjiro finally managed to ask amid the chaos. Inosuke, while fending off attacks, pointed in a direction for Tanjiro. Over there. I can sense a strong presence. Really? Amazing, Inosuke. Having never experienced such praise, Inosuke, who had grown up without love, was momentarily stunned. By the time he came back to his senses, Tanjiro was already rushing toward the direction he indicated. Hey, don't rush ahead. I found it first. So, the two raced toward the direction pointed out by Inosuke. Meanwhile, Murata, who had been battling nearby, also caught wind of the situation, knocking away a comrade's sword before shouting, "You two go ahead. Leave this to your senior." Although it sounded heroic, there was no response from behind. It was evident that the two had already vanished from sight. As they advanced, the girl who had been part of the previous team suddenly burst out from a pile of corpses. As one of the few living beings among the corpses, Tanjiro recognized her. Who brought high-ranking people here otherwise? I will kill everyone. Seeing her crying and unable to listen, Tanjiro felt a pang of heartache. He intended to cut the threads binding her once more, but as they got closer to the demon, it seemed that its control abilities were increasing, and her movements became more agile. This agility caused the already twisted limbs to rub against one another. How do you think you could defeat us? The closer you get, the thicker and stronger the threads become, and the more powerful the puppets will be. As Tanjiro and the others approached, the puppet-controlling demon clearly became interested and began to taunt them. "Mom, can we win?" That familiar yet cold voice, paired with the small figure, made it obvious to the puppet master who had arrived. "I'm tired. Isn't it taking too long? If you don't hurry, I'm going to tell Dad." As soon as those words were spoken, the previously horrifying demeanor of the puppet master vanished. "I can do it. I'll be done soon. I swear I'll protect you. So please don't tell Dad." "Don't tell him." Despite his words, the look of fear on his face was impossible to hide. His trembling hands betrayed the terror he felt inside. Then, "Hurry up." After leaving that statement, the child called Mom walked away, leaving the puppet master alone in the center of the forest. Watching the child disappear, the puppet master's trembling hands finally regained some calmness. D, hurry and die. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble." As the puppet master's hands moved erratically, the girl standing opposite Tanjiro began to attack. Run. Despite being in immense pain herself, she still strained to urge Tanjiro to flee, even attempting to fight back against the silk's control with her already feeble muscles. That was fast. Even with the girl's warning, Tanjiro barely managed to dodge the swing of the Nichiren blade. "Run. I clearly don't have that much strength." Under the control of the numerous strands of silk, the abilities the girl displayed had far surpassed her usual level. With her constant warnings and Tanjiro's attempts to cut the silk from behind, her attacks ultimately failed. As time passed, the puppet master's face became drenched in sweat. Such tenacity, if that's the case. With a flick of his fingers, two more figures resembling corpses stood up nearby. Kill me. All my bones are piercing into my organs. Just kill me." Compared to the girl who still retained some semblance of humanity, these two were in a far more tragic state. Their shattered and broken bones made them look nothing like humans. To put it bluntly, they were barely holding onto a human form, a pile of mangled flesh at best. Kill me. I'm already dead. Please let me die quickly. Okay, I understand. Unlike Tanjiro, Inosuke was not one to hesitate. Since these two had expressed their desire to die, he wouldn't hold back, charging in with both blades drawn. Wait, we need to think of a way to save them. Shut up. You're so annoying. But are you an idiot? They're the ones asking to be killed. After a brief argument with Tanjiro, Inosuke finally reached the two and was met with resistance. Their speed is too fast. If we keep stalling, we'll be the ones who are done for. Watching the situation deteriorate, Tanjiro realized that time was running out for them to come up with a plan. Let me think. I don't want to use sword techniques. Even if I cut the silk, it will reconnect quickly. I need to find a way to restrict their movements. Got it. To save the lives of these teammates, Tanjiro's not-so-smart brain began to work furiously. Since the teammates were controlled by the spider's silk, without cutting the strands, the only way to influence their actions was to render the silk powerless. Don't run. Tanjiro, why are you running? To execute his plan, Tanjiro completely abandoned offense and began to run in circles around the thicket. Now, seizing a moment when the controlled girl hadn't fully emerged, Tanjiro suddenly dove and tackled her hard against a thick branch. Thanks to Tanjiro's precise control, while the girl slid off the branch, the silk binding her was firmly entangled in the branch. I can't move. Success! Looking at the girl hanging from the treetop, Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief, having averted the situation where Inosuke would have killed them. However, this complicated action clearly exceeded Inosuke's understanding. Oh, I get it. I just need to throw them high. I can throw them higher than you. The two unfortunate individuals standing opposite Inosuke, whose bodies had already fractured, were now subjected to Inosuke's ridiculous antics, which was almost heartbreaking to imagine. Though the process hadn't been smooth, Tanjiro finally resolved the situation in front of him and continued alongside Inosuke toward the puppet master. At that moment, the puppet master was drenched in cold sweat. With the threads binding the two losing their control, he had become weaker than an ordinary demon. Damn it, these useless garbage puppets. Do I have to use that? The threads that had remained in his hands suddenly loosened and were pulled toward a gigantic headless body nearby. Controlling such a powerful body was a heavy burden for the puppet master, but its lethality could not be underestimated. With the puppet master no longer causing chaos, the remaining living beings were thrown up into the trees by Tanjiro and Inosuke, and the battlefield was completely cleared. Thank you, Inosuke. Although Tanjiro didn't know why he was thanking him, Inosuke was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a sharp sound cut through the air from behind Inosuke. Having lived in the mountains for years, he was extremely sensitive to killing intent, and in an instant his body instinctively dodged. But even so, the weapon still grazed Inosuke's arm, leaving a long trail of blood. Inosuke, I'm fine, this guy has no head. After creating some distance from the attacking monster, Inosuke and Tanjiro finally got a good look at it. Aside from a spider silk on its back, the headless body was clearly not human. This guy, it's a demon. Although the strands of silk on the back of the monster were the primary source of its movement, Tanjiro could sense that this body was not something a human could possess. The hands gripping the two swords were clearly not human either. What if it's a demon? Such a massive body couldn't possibly be restrained. Inosuke's small brain clearly couldn't fathom such a complex problem. Earlier, their comrades had been able to throw smaller objects using their breathing techniques, but facing such a gigantic body, it was impossible for even two people to lift it. The monster, clearly not willing to give them much time to think, swung its arms and charged at them. It's so hard. With just one clash, Inosuke truly experienced the monster's incredible physical strength. Without using his breathing techniques, his dual blades had no effect on the monster's torso. Inosuke, stay calm. Since it doesn't have a head, try cutting down at an angle from its shoulder, aiming from the right shoulder to the left armpit. Oh, though he was dissatisfied with Tanjiro's orders, Inosuke still swung his blades at the monster. That was fast. However, Inosuke quickly paid the price for his rashness. He never expected that with such a massive body and formidable physical strength, even as a corpse, its speed of attack would still be so quick. In just one encounter, a long gash appeared on his headpiece. Haha, it's not completely unavoidable. Although the monster was fast after getting used to it, Inosuke could still manage to dodge with some effort. But before he could celebrate for long, he felt a creeping sensation on his arm that raised goosebumps. It's over, little spider. Inosuke quickly tried to brush off the small spider, but the threads had already formed. With a sudden, powerful tug, his left hand was yanked hard. Almost instantly, he felt a crawling sensation all over his body, and in just a second or two, he was covered in numerous strands of silk. Damn it, I can't move. Despite using all his strength, even drawing blood, he could not break free from the bindings of the dozens of threads and could only watch helplessly as the monster charged toward him, swinging its arms. I'm going to be done for. Watching himself walk toward death, even the carefree Inosuke felt uneasy. Clang! Just as Inosuke closed his eyes and awaited his fate, a sudden clash of metal echoed ahead. Tanjiro! Just a moment. I'll get you out. The monster's fierce attacks prevented Tanjiro from immediately rescuing Inosuke. Water-breathing, second form. Water surface slash. With this strike, Tanjiro forced the monster back and used his blade to free Inosuke from the spider silk. Roar! But instead of dashing back toward the monster as Tanjiro had hoped, Inosuke stood there dazed. Inosuke, let's fight together. Let's think together. To take down this demon, we need to work as a team. Tanjiro encouraged, looking at the dazed Inosuke. However, what Tanjiro didn't expect was that his usual motivational words had no effect on Inosuke, and instead, they made his dazed state worse. Don't make me feel all floaty again. Having finally managed to shake off that strange feeling, large veins appeared on Inosuke's headpiece. Damn it, this monster is too tall. Despite saying this, once Inosuke regained his composure, he joined Tanjiro in battling the monster. Unfortunately, compared to their heights, the monster was terrifyingly large, even taller than the two of them combined, making it nearly impossible to cut it in half from the shoulders. However, as the battle dragged on, the two gradually began to understand some of the monster's attack patterns. Since one powerful strike wasn't effective, they decided to chip away at it little by little. Inosuke, step on me. The monster's massive height was not without its uses. At least at its normal attack height, the two could simply bend down slightly to avoid attacks, and Inosuke could use Tanjiro as a springboard. Inosuke wasted no time and stomped heavily on Tanjiro's back as directed. Nezuko, is it dawn already? With enough height for an attack, the monster had just entered a vulnerable state after its attack, allowing the two to finally launch a proper counterattack. Beast breathing, first form. One's Fong. Water breathing, fourth form. Tidal wave. Although it was their first time coordinating, they worked together seamlessly, striking simultaneously at the monster's arms and legs. In an instant, the monster's limbs were severed. Even with the silk's control, a certain level of bodily integrity was required, and a body with severed limbs clearly lost its value for manipulation. Meanwhile, the puppet master not far away was sinking into despair. The previous puppet had been her strongest method, and now that even her strongest puppet had failed, she saw no hope of victory. Am I going to die? Tanjiro found it. Just as she contemplated fleeing, the two previous demon slayers charged in front of her. Found it. As Tanjiro and Inosuke reached the puppet master, Fangchong and Zenitsu finally emerged from the dense jungle behind them. Really, don't run so fast. If it weren't for Zenitsu's hearing, we wouldn't have found you too. Fangchong didn't regard the trapped puppet master at all. After all, they had 4 people, and even if she sprouted wings, she wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, the puppet master seemed to understand that she was doomed and opened her arms, welcoming death. If I die, I can be free, right? Watching the puppet master prepare to meet her end, Tanjiro fell back into his old habit. I see, you were forced into this too. Water-breathing, fifth form. 1,000 Days of Kind Rain. The 1,000 Days of Kind Rain was the gentlest of all techniques, capable of allowing the person being struck to die without feeling pain. However, this strike landed squarely on Fong Chong's heavy sword. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Trying to steal our spoils? Fong Chong? In an instant, the atmosphere among the four shifted dramatically, leaving even the puppet master bewildered. Why are you saving me? I'm clearly a demon. Facing the puppet master's question, Fong Chong remained silent, focusing on pressing her head down as a skill activated, and the power within her began to be frantically extracted. The extraction process was excruciating, overwhelming her with intense pain and a sense of weakness. Fong Chong, why are you? Hearing the demon's cries and her gradually weakening voice, Tanjiro felt a pang of sympathy. Tanjiro, do you know? This demon was forced into it. If it weren't for that child you encountered earlier, she probably wouldn't be here and wouldn't have harmed so many lives. If that's the case, after hearing Fong Chong's words, the sorrow on Tanjiro's face deepened. Even the demon pressed to the ground by Fong Chong showed a hint of strange emotion in her eyes. But even if she was forced, so what? Just because she feels remorse, does that make it okay? Do you know how many people this demon has killed? Including those you encountered when you came here. It's already more than 10. As Fong Chong's roar echoed, Tanjiro trembled, and the demon beneath him gradually ceased struggling. Is that so? I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't want it to. Feeling the moisture in his grip, Fong Chong quickened his absorption. In your next life, be born a good person. As Fong Chong intensified the extraction, the power within the demon was drained completely, and he swiftly ended her life with a single strike. Thank you. There are 12 Kizuki in the mountains. Be careful. With a look of contentment on her face, the puppet master's body began to dissipate, leaving only a white garment on the large stone where she had sat. All right, you all heard it. There are 12 Kizuki in this mountain. Do we leave now or continue forward? This is a job for Hashira, and it has nothing to do with us. Watching the demon turn to ash, Fong Chong inquired about their next plan. Huh? Are you trying to take the credit? Inosuke, who had never really gotten along with Fong Chong, was now even more agitated. 12 Kizuki? Yes, the 12 Kizuki are on a completely different level than these ordinary demons. With your current strength, you won't be able to defeat them. But there must be something we can do to help, right? Tanjiro, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with warmth. It might lead to death. Even so, Fong Chong said this, but after Tanjiro bowed to the puppet master's corpse, he continued walking into the mountain. Fong Chong smiled and followed suit as the four of them trudged through the mountain. In this deep mountain, Inosuke's abilities were fully unleashed. His wild nature combined with his experience in the forest quickly put distance between him and the other three. Hey, Inosuke, don't get too far ahead. Perhaps due to having just killed the puppet master, it wasn't long before Inosuke paused, standing still with his dual blades, waiting for the others to catch up. Seeing Inosuke stop, the three quickly hurried to join him. In a nearby clearing, a massive figure and a monster with a human head and spider body were conversing, with a house suspended by spider silk above them. Zenitsu, already trembling in fear, was on the verge of tears. No, let's go back. This place is terrifying. But at that moment, Fong Chong had narrowed his eyes. Is the plot changing? As he contemplated the fighting power on both sides, Tanjiro spotted the Demon Slayer team member also hanging from the spider's silk not far away. It hurts. It hurts so much. Due to the spider's venom, the Demon Slayer's limbs were shrinking, and spots of poison were appearing on their head. What is that? What is that? Zenitsu panicked at the sight of his transforming teammate. Humans are being turned into spiders. A gust of wind blew, and even Fong Chong, whose nose wasn't particularly sensitive, caught a whiff of a foul smell. Tanjiro, standing nearby, was overwhelmed by the stench. Amid Zenitsu's commotion, the two demons across finally noticed the four hiding in the grass. "Oh my daddy, we have new toys coming." The three turned to look at Zenitsu, who was now drawing circles on the ground. I'm sorry. Daddy, let me have these. They'll perfectly supplement our spider count." With a raspy voice, the human-headed spider creature leaped from the ground to hang upside down from the massive house. The other monster also stood up, towering over 5 meters, radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Russell, all right, Daddy, I'll give you the one with the boar head." The previous monster that had been manipulated had already caused Tanjiro and Inosuke a lot of trouble, and now this one was even larger, making the two feel a sense of dread. "We should run. After all, Ahashira is coming." Zenitsu had already lost his nerve, wanting to escape, but since no one agreed, he couldn't run back alone and could only timidly follow behind the three. "Huh? Trying to escape won't work. You've already lost." Hearing the demon's words, Zenitsu felt anxious. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk to me, you disgusting creature." Disgusting? You better die." Clearly, the demon was very sensitive about its appearance, and Zenitsu's comment struck a nerve. "Be careful of the spiders around." Suddenly, the previously silent Inosuke shouted, "Haha, finally noticed, huh? You all should realize the situation is dire." With Inosuke's reminder, Fangchong suddenly remembered that in the original story, Zenitsu was bitten by that spider and subsequently turned into a short form for a time. As Tanjiro and Inosuke moved forward, the little spiders found it difficult to get close, while Fangchong and Zenitsu had already been bitten. "Fangchong, your hand." Tanjiro, on guard, wouldn't let the spiders approach, but after a while of being bitten, Fangchong and Zenitsu's hands began swelling, and their skin turned a shade of purple. "Haha, this is my carefully crafted poison. It will turn you into like me." Turn into him." Hearing the spider's words, Zenitsu's eyes went wide in shock. "In half an hour, you'll crawl on the ground as my slave. This is the clock, understand? When the minute hand makes a full rotation, you'll become one of us spiders. All right, in 10 minutes, you'll feel numbness and pain in your limbs. 5 minutes later, you'll add intense dizziness and nausea, and in the last 5 minutes, you'll experience excruciating pain and lose consciousness. But don't worry, when you wake up, The outcome of this speech was obvious. Zenitsu, already at his breaking point, fainted outright. "Huh? This little brat. Is he really a demon slayer? Whatever. Daddy, let's get started." With Zenitsu down, the two monsters began their assault. At this moment, Fangchong was using his breathing technique to resist the poison, but the results were minimal, and the excruciating pain made him doubt that the poison would take this long to take effect. "Hey, that spider over there. Does your poison really take 25 minutes to cause pain? You mere human. How dare you doubt my poison?" Spit. Provoked by Fangchong's words, the human-headed spider spewed venom, and while Tanjiro and Inosuke easily dodged, Fangchong struggled to evade due to the increasing pain throughout his body. In the midst of the crisis, Fangchong found it strange that Zenitsu's other personality hadn't emerged, but he still grabbed Zenitsu and threw him aside, sacrificing his chance to dodge the poison. Fangchong roars, such a touching scene, but at this rate, you'll only have 1 minute left before the poison takes full effect without the spider needing to say it. Fangchong was already aware that the escalating agony let him know just how potent the poison was. "How strange. Why isn't your body shrinking?" "Whatever. Daddy, there are 2 coming your way." As Tanjiro and Inosuke dodged the venom, they realized they couldn't help Fangchong and Zenitsu at this moment. They had to defeat the 2 demons in front of them to force the spider demon to hand over the antidote. Russell. As they closed the distance, Inosuke and Tanjiro finally got a good look at the gigantic monster, whose lower body resembled a human, while its head was that of a spider. With a crunch, their Nichiren blades cut into the demon only a few centimeters before they couldn't go any deeper. Russell. Before they could pull out their Nichiren swords, the demon swung its arm and sent them flying. So strong. Although Inosuke was simple-minded, he was sensitive to strength, realizing they had no chance to defeat such a large demon without their weapons. Inosuke, I'll distract it. You go help Fangchong and Zenitsu. Without waiting for Zenitsu to respond, Tanjiro got up from the ground, picking up a rock and throwing it at the giant monster. Come chase me, you ugly thing. Rustle. The term ugly thing struck a nerve with the demons, and Tanjiro could feel their anger mixed in with their aura. Hey, got it, Daddy. I'll leave this one to you. After the spider-bodied demon spoke, the other demon pursued Tanjiro as he fled, causing Inosuke's blade to be left behind. He could only move closer to Zenitsu, since he couldn't wield Fangchong's heavy sword. Don't even think about it. The demon across from them wouldn't give Inosuke a chance and spat more venom. Tisk! Damn it! As the spider venom continued to spray, Inosuke could only dodge frantically, unable to get close to Zenitsu, let alone retrieve his sword. Suddenly, the spider stopped spraying venom, its eyes glazing over. Haha, no more poison, right? Inosuke, excited, tried to get closer to Zenitsu, but as he turned his head, Zenitsu stiffly stood up from the ground. What's wrong with these two little brats? They've both been poisoned. It's been 20 minutes. The spider began to panic, as its poison had never missed with the demon slayers before, and today it had suffered consecutive setbacks. Little ones, go! With one command, a large number of human-headed spider monsters rushed out from the surrounding darkness, surrounding Fangchong and the other three. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. Before the encirclement could fully form, a flash of yellow lightning cut through, and although the demon reflexively turned its head, it still lost a leg. Oh, Zenitsu, so you're actually this strong. Inosuke became excited. In this situation, Zenitsu, who had been judged to have lost his combat ability, rejoining the fight meant their chances of winning had doubled. Without Zenitsu's sword, Inosuke could only look to Fangchong. Let me give it a try. The sword weighed over 100 kilograms, and while Inosuke could barely lift it, it was difficult to swing. At this moment, the spider demon also recognized Zenitsu's attack. Oomph. You think you could defeat me with such straightforward attacks? Impossible. Despite Zenitsu's rapid attacks after fainting, the lengthy preparation and straightforward approach made it all too easy for the enemy to counter. Especially when faced with a spider that could spray venom, Zenitsu found himself at a severe disadvantage. If this continues, we're in big trouble. Damn it, why did Fangchong bring such a heavy sword? As Zenitsu gradually found himself overwhelmed, especially with the persistent effects of the venom, Inosuke anxiously dragged Fangchong's heavy sword toward the battlefield. Seeing Zenitsu cough up blood, the spider across from them became excited. The poison is working. I want to see how long you can hold out. Little ones, go stab him. Release more venom. With the blood spitting out, Zenitsu's body began to tremble violently. The surrounding little spiders swarmed in, encircling Zenitsu and forming a sphere around him. With this guy will. Just as the spider thought it had victory in the bag, bolts of lightning suddenly flashed from within the mass of little spiders. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, all the little spiders that had been clinging to Zenitsu were flung away. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap, and flash. What? The air is vibrating? But such a straightforward attack won't work on me. As Zenitsu unleashed his power, Fangchong finally freed himself from the agonizing pain. Zenitsu, wait, sixfold. Just as Fangchong shouted to stop Zenitsu, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his spot. The spider, not one to sit idly by, spit venom toward the space between itself and Zenitsu. However, the venom had no effect, simply landing on the ground. As he disappeared, watching the flashes of lightning appear and vanish around him, the spider could not catch Zenitsu's movements no matter how much it turned its eyes. In the open space around them, there were no hiding places, and out of instinct, the spider looked at the house hanging in the air above. The spider creature shot out a strand of silk, connecting to the house and quickly retracting, propelling itself toward it. But what it didn't know was that the silk hanging in the air was an excellent springboard for Zenitsu's attacks. Wait up! Watching the spider head toward its doom while he could not move due to the pain, Fang Chong felt deep despair. With the final flash of lightning, Zenitsu used the silk in the air to execute a beheading strike against the spider. The speed was so quick that the demon didn't even realize its head had been severed. Only the rapidly spinning scenery reminded it that its head had separated from its neck. Why am I being killed by someone like this? Feeling its body gradually turning to ash, the spider was filled with extreme reluctance. The sensation of impending death was intensely uncomfortable, but compared to being drained of power by Fang Chong, it was still relatively light. But you're already a dying creature from my poison. Before the spider could finish its sentence, it completely disintegrated into ash, and both Fang Chong and Zenitsu collapsed onto the ground. Zenitsu was exhausted and poisoned, while Fang Chong was purely heartbroken. Previously, Fang Chong had succumbed to the poison much faster than Zenitsu due to his unique constitution. As for the intense pain, it was because Fang Chong had hardened nearly half of his blood vessels. With the external muscle tissue continuously deteriorating, it caused excruciating pain. Let alone, Fang Chong's bones had completely hardened. Imagine what it was like for an 18-year-old skeleton to be paired with the muscles of an 8-year-old. After enduring that agony until it lessened somewhat, Fang Chong realized that the strength of his demon blood had increased by nearly half a level. Now, at C-grade demon blood, to level up, he would typically need to take down at least 10 demons of similar strength, but now, just by absorbing some venom, which seemed like quite a bit, he had already crossed half a level. This realization made Fang Chong's slightly dazed mind react. It was known that Tamayo had taken 400 years to convert Yashiro, and the demon in front of him, though not fully converted, was at least half, 1/3, within the scope of being a demon. While the stacking effects might not fully convert a person into a demon, the efficiency was undoubtedly far superior to Tamayo's. What did this mean? It meant that as long as Fang Chong was given enough venom, despite the unbearable pain, he could entirely elevate his demon blood abilities to A-grade or even S-grade. But now, having been directly killed by Zenitsu, Fang Chong was nearly fainting on the spot. However, since the event had already occurred, he had no choice but to accept it. At least he now knew a quick way to level up. But the current situation didn't allow Fang Chong any relaxation. The demon that had gone after Tanjiro could return at any moment. While Fang Chong wasn't panicking, he still knew that if he were attacked, it would indeed hurt. Zenitsu, breathe, keep breathing. Use the breathing techniques I told you before. A Hashira will be here soon. Perhaps Fang Chong's words ignited Zenitsu's will to survive. Although it wasn't significant, Fang Chong could tell that Zenitsu had entered the rhythm of his breathing techniques. Inosuke, you watch over Zenitsu. Keep him breathing. I'm going to find. Just as Fang Chong lifted the heavy sword with trembling hands, preparing to look for Tanjiro, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Shinobu, following Zenitsu, was a massive butterfly that moved with an elegant, butterfly-like trajectory. Fang Chong recognized her slender figure at a glance. Who is it? Unlike Fang Chong, who had nearly expelled the poison, Zenitsu was in a severe state of poisoning. If it weren't for the support of the breathing techniques, he would have likely already perished. As Zenitsu lay unconscious, the attacks he launched were incredibly swift, but his lengthy setup and straightforward approach made it far too easy for the enemy to neutralize him. Especially when facing the spider that could spray venom, Zenitsu was at a severe disadvantage. If this keeps up, we're in big trouble. Damn it, why did Fang Chong bring such a heavy sword? Seeing Zenitsu gradually falling behind, especially with the continuous effect of the venom, Inosuke anxiously dragged Fang Chong's heavy sword toward the battlefield. As Zenitsu coughed up blood, the spider across from them became excited. The poison is working. I want to see how long you can hold out. Little ones, go stab him. Release more venom. With the blood spitting out, Zenitsu's body began to tremble violently. The surrounding little spiders swarmed in, encircling Zenitsu, and forming a sphere around him. With this guy will. Just when the spider thought it had secured victory, bolts of lightning suddenly flashed from within the mass of little spiders. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, all the little spiders clinging to Zenitsu were flung away. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. What? The air is vibrating? But such a straightforward attack won't work on me. As Zenitsu unleashed his power, Fangcheng finally freed himself from the agonizing pain. Zenitsu! Wait! Sixfold. Just as Fangcheng shouted to stop Zenitsu, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his spot. The spider, not one to sit idly by, spat venom toward the space between itself and Zenitsu. However, the venom had no effect, simply landing on the ground. As he disappeared, watching the flashes of lightning appear and vanish around it, the spider could not catch Zenitsu's movements no matter how much it turned its eyes. In the open space around them, there were no hiding places, and out of instinct, the spider looked at the house hanging in the air above. The spider creature shot out a strand of silk, connecting to the house and quickly retracting, propelling itself toward it. But what it didn't know was that the silk hanging in the air was an excellent springboard for Zenitsu's attacks. Wait up! Watching the spider head toward its doom while he could not move due to the pain, Fangcheng felt deep despair. With the final flash of lightning, Zenitsu used the silk in the air to execute a beheading strike against the spider. The speed was so quick that the demon didn't even realize its head had been severed. Only the rapidly spinning scenery reminded it that its head had separated from its neck. Why am I being killed by someone like this? Feeling its body gradually turning to ash, the spider was filled with extreme reluctance. The sensation of impending death was intensely uncomfortable, but compared to being drained of power by Fangcheng, it was still relatively light. But you're already a dying creature from my poison. Before the spider could finish its sentence, it completely disintegrated into ash, and both Fangcheng and Zenitsu collapsed onto the ground. Zenitsu was exhausted and poisoned, while Fangcheng was purely heartbroken. Previously, Fangcheng had succumbed to the poison much faster than Zenitsu, due to his unique constitution. As for the intense pain, it was because Fangcheng had hardened nearly half of his blood vessels. With the external muscle tissue continuously deteriorating, it caused excruciating pain. Let alone, Fangcheng's bones had completely hardened. Imagine what it was like for an 18-year-old skeleton to be paired with the muscles of an 8-year-old. After enduring that agony until it lessened somewhat, Fangcheng realized that the strength of his demon blood had increased by nearly half a level. Now at C-grade demon blood, to level up, he would typically need to take down at least 10 demons of similar strength, but now, just by absorbing some venom, which seemed like quite a bit, he had already crossed half a level. This realization made Fangcheng's slightly dazed mind react. It was known that Tamayo had taken 400 years to convert Yashiro, and the demon in front of him, though not fully converted, was at least half, 1/3, within the scope of being a demon. While the stacking effects might not fully convert a person into a demon, the efficiency was undoubtedly far superior to Tamayo's. What did this mean? It meant that as long as Fangcheng was given enough venom, despite the unbearable pain, he could entirely elevate his demon blood abilities to A-grade or even S-grade. But now, having been directly killed by Zenitsu, Fangcheng was nearly fainting on the spot. However, since the event had already occurred, he had no choice but to accept it. At least he now knew a quick way to level up. But the current situation didn't allow Fangcheng any relaxation. The demon that had gone after Tanjiro could return at any moment. While Fangcheng wasn't panicking, he still knew that if he were attacked, it would indeed hurt. Zenitsu, breathe, keep breathing. Use the breathing techniques I told you before. A Hashira will be here soon. Perhaps Fangcheng's words ignited Zenitsu's will to survive. Although it wasn't significant, Fangcheng could tell that Zenitsu had entered the rhythm of his breathing techniques. Inosuke, you watch over Zenitsu. Keep him breathing. I'm going to find. Just as Fangcheng lifted the heavy sword with trembling hands, preparing to look for Tanjiro, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Shinobu, following Zenitsu, was a massive butterfly that moved with an elegant, butterfly-like trajectory. Fong Chong recognized her slender figure at a glance. Who is it? Unlike Fong Chong, who had nearly expelled the poison, Zenitsu was in a severe state of poisoning. If it weren't for the support of the breathing techniques, he would have likely already perished. Zenitsu, despite fainting, launched incredibly swift attacks, but his lengthy preparation and straightforward approach made it significantly easy for the enemy to counter him. Particularly against the spider capable of spraying venom, Zenitsu was at a severe disadvantage. If this keeps up, we're in big trouble. Damn it, why did Fong Chong bring such a heavy sword? Watching Zenitsu gradually lose ground, especially with the venom's persistent effects, Inosuke anxiously dragged Fong Chong's heavy sword toward the battlefield. As Zenitsu coughed up blood, the spider across from them became excited. The poison is working. I want to see how long you can hold out. Little ones, go stab him. Release more venom. With the blood spitting out, Zenitsu's body began to tremble violently. The surrounding little spiders swarmed in, encircling Zenitsu and forming a sphere around him. With this guy will. Just when the spider thought victory was assured, bolts of lightning suddenly flashed from within the mass of little spiders. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, all the little spiders clinging to Zenitsu were flung away. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap, and flash. What? The air is vibrating? But such a straightforward attack won't work on me. As Zenitsu unleashed his power, Fong Chong finally freed himself from the agonizing pain. Zenitsu, wait! Sixfold. Just as Fong Chong shouted to stop Zenitsu, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his spot. The spider, not one to sit idly by, spat venom toward the space between itself and Zenitsu. However, the venom had no effect, simply landing on the ground. As he disappeared, watching the flashes of lightning appear and vanish around it, the spider could not catch Zenitsu's movements, no matter how much it turned its eyes. In the open space around them, there were no hiding places, and out of instinct, the spider looked at the house hanging in the air above. The spider creature shot out a strand of silk, connecting to the house and quickly retracting, propelling itself toward it. But what it didn't know was that the silk hanging in the air was an excellent springboard for Zenitsu's attacks. Wait up! Watching the spider head toward its doom while he could not move due to the pain, Fong Chong felt deep despair. With the final flash of lightning, Zenitsu used the silk in the air to execute a beheading strike against the spider. The speed was so quick that the demon didn't even realize its head had been severed. Only the rapidly spinning scenery reminded it that its head had separated from its neck. Why am I being killed by someone like this? Feeling its body gradually turning to ash, the spider was filled with extreme reluctance. The sensation of impending death was intensely uncomfortable, but compared to being drained of power by Fong Chong, it was still relatively light. But you're already a dying creature from my poison. Before the spider could finish its sentence, it completely disintegrated into ash, and both Fong Chong and Zenitsu collapsed onto the ground. Zenitsu was exhausted and poisoned, while Fong Chong was purely heartbroken. Previously, Fong Chong had succumbed to the poison much faster than Zenitsu due to his unique constitution. As for the intense pain, it was because Fong Chong had hardened nearly half of his blood vessels. With the external muscle tissue continuously deteriorating, it caused excruciating pain. Let alone, Fong Chong's bones had completely hardened. Imagine what it was like for an 18-year-old skeleton to be paired with the muscles of an 8-year-old. After enduring that agony until it lessened somewhat, Fong Chong realized that the strength of his demon blood had increased by nearly half a level. Now, at C-grade demon blood, to level up, he would typically need to take down at least 10 demons of similar strength. But now, just by absorbing some venom, which seemed like quite a bit, he had already crossed half a level. This realization made Fong Chong's slightly dazed mind react. It was known that Tamayo had taken 400 years to convert Yashiro, and the demon in front of him though not fully converted, was at least half, one-third, within the scope of being a demon. While the stacking effects might not fully convert a person into a demon, the efficiency was undoubtedly far superior to Tamayo's. What did this mean? It meant that as long as Fong Chong was given enough venom, despite the unbearable pain, he could entirely elevate his demon blood abilities to A grade or even S grade. But now, having been directly killed by Zenitsu, Fong Chong was nearly fainting on the spot. However, since the event had already occurred, he had no choice but to accept it. At least he now knew a quick way to level up. But the current situation didn't allow Fong Chong any relaxation. The demon that had gone after Tanjiro could return at any moment. While Fong Chong wasn't panicking, he still knew that if he were attacked, it would indeed hurt. Zenitsu, breathe, keep breathing. Use the breathing techniques I told you before. A Hashira will be here soon. Perhaps Fong Chong's words ignited Zenitsu's will to survive. Although it wasn't significant, Fong Chong could tell that Zenitsu had entered the rhythm of his breathing techniques. Inosuke, you watch over Zenitsu. Keep him breathing. I'm going to find. Just as Fong Chong lifted the heavy sword with trembling hands, preparing to look for Tanjiro, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Shinobu, following Zenitsu, was a massive butterfly that moved with an elegant, butterfly-like trajectory. Fong Chong recognized her slender figure at a glance. Who is it? Unlike Fong Chong, who had nearly expelled the poison, Zenitsu was in a severe state of poisoning. If it weren't for the support of the breathing techniques, he would have likely already perished. Who? What is that monster made of? How could I possibly cut off a neck that my blade can't even pierce? Think. Hiding behind a large tree, Inosuke's already small head began to spin rapidly. However, before he could think for more than a few seconds, the spider father smashed the tree to pieces with a single punch. Damn it. At this rate, I'll be in danger before I find Tanjiro. What the hell is going on? Used to being alone, Inosuke was startled by the thought of asking Tanjiro for help that popped into his mind. Damn it. Don't joke with me. I must be infected by that idiot's bacteria. It must be said that determination is indeed a great driving force for humans. Some unknown power compelled Inosuke to charge back toward the spider father. Not only Inosuke, but even the spider father looked bewildered. Initially frustrated by the erratic little creature, after chasing it for a while, the prey suddenly came running back, shouting. Faced with the blade aimed at its neck, the spider father instinctively raised a hand to block. The strength of its powerful muscles and solid bones was not something Inosuke's knife could cut through. With Inosuke's strike, his right blade got stuck in the spider father's arm. But just as the spider father prepared to throw Inosuke away, Inosuke suddenly raised his other blade and slammed it down on the one stuck in the spider father's muscle. It's always not me who thinks. With a series of loud crashes, the second blade ruthlessly struck the first. The Nicaran blade let out a wail, but the spider father was not faring any better. The pain from the blunt weapon cutting into flesh was something even a demon could hardly bear. Rustle. In just 2 swings, Inosuke managed to sever the spider father's arm. Oh, I did it. It was that simple. If one blade can't cut, just slam the other one down. I have 2 blades, after all. Watching his attacks finally yield results, Inosuke was thrilled, but the spider father across from him was now frightened by this madman, turning to flee into the darkness. Huh? Hey, where do you think you're going? Wait for me. Without hesitation, Inosuke chased after the fleeing demon. In less than a minute, the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed, and now Inosuke was the one pursuing. However, it was unfortunate that, despite having grown up in the mountains and being skilled at tracking in the pitch black of night, without his sense of smell or hearing, chasing down a target proved to be quite difficult. Damn it, it's such a big thing, where could have gone? If that's the case, beast breathing, 7th form. Spatial perception. After a long period of running and chasing, Inosuke was exhausted. Continuing to expend energy searching for the prey while in battle was clearly unwise. But for Inosuke, whose brain capacity was nearly 0, such considerations didn't matter. If he wanted to, he would do it. As his perception circle expanded, everything around Inosuke gradually became clearer in his mind. Suddenly, he looked up at the treetops. So that's where you are? Damn it, you bastard. How dare you climb so high? You actually made me use my brain. You got some guts. Come down and fight me. But no matter how much Inosuke insulted it, the spider showed no signs of coming down. Its entire body began to tremble. Oh, so that's it. You're scared of me. But at this point, before Inosuke could finish his taunts, the spider father had completed its molting. The lost limbs had regrown, and its entire body was now a size larger than before. It molted. Seeing the now supersized spider father above him, Inosuke panicked. Damn it, how did it get so big? I've never felt this kind of pressure from any enemy before. Roar. As if sensing Inosuke's fear, the spider father let out a loud roar, and the saliva it sprayed hit Inosuke's face. I can't win. I'm going to die. Strong instincts urged Inosuke to retreat, but his legs wouldn't move. Suddenly, a memory flashed before Inosuke's eyes of the old lady he had encountered at the Wisteria family's house. That caring demeanor was the first time he had ever felt such warmth. Then, I wish you all good luck in your endeavors. I absolutely cannot lose. I am Inosuke Hashibara of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before Inosuke could finish his bold declaration, the spider father swatted him with a massive paw, the force of the blow breaking several of his ribs. So fast. I can't see. The spider father's speed exceeded Inosuke's reflexes, and the breaking of several bones sent adrenaline coursing through him. By the time Inosuke finally landed on the ground, the giant fist of the spider father was already crashing down on him. Beast breathing, third form. Fangs of a beast. The dual blades crossed paths with the spider father's fist, and a resounding clash echoed as their strengths collided, causing a sudden release of pressure on Inosuke's hands. Broken, the blades, which had just withstood Inosuke's earlier blows, could not bear the intensity of this high-level collision. In one exchange, both blades shattered into pieces. Fortunately, that strike had at least diminished the spider father's momentum, preventing Inosuke from being killed in a single blow. But even so, Inosuke could not escape death. After crashing into a nearby tree, he lost consciousness. When he finally regained awareness, he found himself in the grip of the spider father. Compared to the massive size of the spider father, Inosuke's head felt like a mere marble being held by a regular person. The immense pressure from the spider father's grip pressed down on Inosuke, causing him excruciating pain. Inosuke was not like Tanjiro. He didn't possess S-grade mental resilience, and under such immense pressure, it felt as though his brain was about to burst. I'm going to die. Just as Inosuke was on the verge of despair, the pressure on his head suddenly eased. Cough, cough. Who is it? The massive arm crashed down, and with a single strike, it severed Inosuke's blade as if it were nothing. This guy actually cut it? Incredible. With his head still reeling from the immense pressure, Inosuke struggled to sit up. Who was this guy? The spider father was clearly bewildered by the sudden arrival of this new opponent, but his anger was undiminished. After regrowing his arm in a single breath, he charged at Ju. So fast, even at a distance, Inosuke could barely catch a glimpse of the shadow moving. Water-breathing, fourth form. But for a Hashira like Ju, this demon didn't even qualify at a lower rank. It was no match for his attack. Surging Tide. A plain sword technique, a plain attack. But as the Nicaran blade sliced through, the spider father was reduced to pieces. Inosuke was left speechless in shock. Ju's calm expression only added to his overwhelming aura. Although the spider father had been obliterated, Ju's gaze shifted toward Tanjiro's location in the distance. Meanwhile, Tanjiro felt he was beginning to grasp Rue's attack pattern and had gained the ability to fight back. I understand. The pungent smell is fading, and I can sense the thread's odor now. I can fight. Like Tanjiro, Rue also recognized that this was the first time he had encountered such a resilient Hashira-level opponent. This one thinks faster than I imagined. He won't be intimidated by fear. But it's nothing to worry about. As Tanjiro charged forward with his Nichiren blade, Rue, as a lower-ranked demon, didn't need to overthink it. He simply swung out a slightly thicker thread than before. Water breathing, first form. Water surface slash. A faint collision sound rang out, which was different from what Tanjiro had imagined. The silver thread showed no signs of breaking. Instead, it sliced through his Nichiren blade, severing it in half. How could this happen? My sword. Tanjiro's heart sank as he looked at the two pieces of his Nichiren blade. Damn it. This guy's threads are even harder than the body of that demon I couldn't slice through earlier. Clearly, it was difficult for Tanjiro, who had grown up in the deep mountains, to explain the science behind the sword's breakage. However, this didn't stop him from taking the blame upon himself. Kadaki-sensei. Steel-san-sensei, it's all my fault. It's because I didn't train enough that I broke my sword. But Rue wouldn't give Tanjiro much time to think. Without the Nichiren blade, Tanjiro was practically a live target, perfect for Rue to practice on. Threads shot out one after another, and with Rue holding back, Tanjiro could barely dodge. Think fast. Think fast. If I can't cut the threads, I have to get into range where I can attack. But this was merely Tanjiro's wishful thinking. Even if Rue was holding back, those threads could still torment Tanjiro to the point of questioning his existence. Damn it. These threads move like they have a life of their own. I can't even get into striking range. Ultimately, he's controlling his strength not to kill me, while still pushing me to this point. After several dodges, Tanjiro's stamina was rapidly depleting, and without having learned to maintain his breathing techniques, his lungs were struggling to keep up in the intense battle. What's wrong? Aren't you going to take back what you just said? If not, then I'll tear you apart. As Tanjiro kept evading, Rue gradually lost his patience. With no response from Tanjiro, he suddenly brought his hands together, sending countless threads wrapping toward Tanjiro. I can't dodge. Watching the numerous threads coming at him, despair filled Tanjiro's heart. But in the next second, Nezuko, who had been carried on his back, suddenly stood in front of him, shielding him from all the threads. Nezuko. Naturally, as the threads capable of slicing through Nichiren blades, they easily cut into Nezuko's body. Although they didn't completely pierce through, the parts of her that were cut were now swaying precariously, about to fall off with the slightest movement. Rue was momentarily stunned by Nezuko's sudden appearance, stopping his assault and staring blankly as Tanjiro carried Nezuko to a nearby thicket. A girl appeared from the box he was carrying, but this aura, clearly, she's a demon. While Spider Sister was shocked, Rue was like a vinegar pot that had just been knocked over, his jealousy bubbling over. That woman, are you siblings? So what if we are? Completely focused on Nezuko, Tanjiro had no time to care about Rue's questions. His heart ached at the sight of Nezuko's nearly severed limbs. What Tanjiro didn't know was that at the same moment, Fong Chong, far away, felt something was wrong. The subtle sense of rejection around him began to form, even starting to affect his body. System, what's going on? I haven't touched those two siblings. Where's this rejection coming from? His skills had only reached C grade, and if he were expelled from this world now, Fong Chong knew he would lose any chance for further growth. Missing this opportunity would mean he couldn't keep up with the terrifying combat power of the Marvel Universe. Ding detected serious injury to Nezuko. Due to the host's actions, Nezuko has been injured far more severely than in the original story, and even as a demon, her life is now in danger. I have to play babysitter now? Though he was reluctant, Fong Chong had no choice but to quicken his pace. To increase his speed, he began to rapidly retract his hardened bones to lighten his weight. Originally leading the way, Shinobu felt movement behind her just as she intended to turn back and warn Fong Chong. Suddenly, he shot past her like a streak of light. What? Even the usually calm Shinobu broke out in a cold sweat. That speed was such that even she, fully utilizing her breathing techniques, would find it challenging to match. Among all the Hashira, her speed was already among the top. With Fong Chong having canceled the hardening ability of his bones, His speed had now surpassed that of Shinobu. High-speed reaction. In order to move quickly through the dense forest, Fang Chong decisively activated his blood demon art. With his superb neural reflexes, the surrounding trees posed no obstacle to his advance. He moved like a monkey living in the woods, darting forward at incredible speed. Meanwhile, Shinobu was putting all her effort into chasing after him. As Fang Chong raced toward where Tanjiro was, Rue finally resumed his fight. One could hardly blame Rue. Tanjiro and Izuko's sibling love behavior had really provoked him. My sister stepped forward to protect her brother. That is a true bond. I want that so badly. As soon as these words left his mouth, Spider's sister nearly lost her mind in fear. She had witnessed what happened to those family members who could not resist Rue. Once discarded, they were left hanging in the sun to die. Wait, I'm your sister. Don't abandon me. Shut up. But Rue, already in a frenzy, didn't care about her. Moreover, Spider's sister's identity as a demon meant that even if Rue wanted to kill her, he would need some time. There was no need to control his strength. 3 threads, infused with immense power, shot out, transforming into 3 lines of cold light that instantly sliced Spider Sister's body into 4 uneven pieces, along with the ground and trees behind her. Even so, Rue, still stimulated, was not satisfied. After all, you all failed in your duties, always, no matter when. Hearing Rue's merciless words, Spider Sister's face was filled with tears, and her fear intensified. Wait, I've been a good sister. Please give me another chance to redeem myself. Then go kill those intruders wandering in the mountains right now, and I might forgive you for the steal. As a demon sustained by human flesh, Rue's healing ability was far superior to Nezuko's. In just a few seconds, her body, which had been severed into 4 parts, had already reassembled. I understand. I'll go now. Watching her sister gradually disappear into the thicket, Rue rubbed his cheek, trying to look more amiable. However, his blood-stained arms looked anything but friendly. Little one, let's talk. Come out, talk. Hiding behind a tree, Tanjiro was already struggling to keep up with the situation. In just a few seconds, Rue's attitude toward him had completely flipped, and he seemed to transform into a sweet old woman in the mountains. I am deeply moved. After seeing your bond, my entire body trembled. I believe there are no words in this world to express such emotion, but you can only be killed by me. How tragic, right? If it were truly that way, it would be such a pity. What are you talking about? I don't understand your meaning. Just then, Tanjiro also wanted to use his verbal skills to stall Rue for some time while waiting for Nezuko's injuries to heal. Fortunately, when leaving the eastern region, Tamayo had given Tanjiro several syringes that could accelerate Nezuko's healing speed. After injecting Nezuko, wisps of white smoke began to emerge from her body, and the severe wounds that penetrated her form began to heal rapidly. Now, don't rush me. There's one more way to redeem this situation. Hand over your sister to me. As long as you obediently give her to me, I'll spare your life. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Rue's tread on others ability was impressive, as Tanjiro's only concern, Nezuko was merely injured and Tanjiro was already heartbroken, let alone trading his sister to prolong his own life. And Nezuko isn't an object. She has her own thoughts and consciousness. How could she become yours? It's fine, don't worry. I will create a bond, a terrifying bond. I will teach her what happens to those who resist. Compared to Tanjiro's emotional outburst, Rue was utterly indifferent, wanting to maintain the brother-sister bond through fear. Stop joking with me. You monster. Influenced by Fang Chong, Tanjiro had picked up on some choice curses, and they slipped out instinctively in this situation. Bonds built on fear aren't real family ties. Unless you correct that fundamental mistake, you'll never get what you want. This is annoying. Can you not make such loud noises? I genuinely can't get along with you. Fine, I'll take it myself. There's no way I'll hand over Nezuko to you. Even with only a broken sword, Tanjiro charged at Rue without hesitation for Nezuko's sake. Even with just a broken sword, I will chop off your head. But no matter how strong Tanjiro was, now that he had yet to master the constant use of breathing techniques, it was still too difficult to compete with Rue, a lower-ranked demon. Haha, nice spirit. Give it a shot if you can. If you can defeat me, one of the 12 Kazuki. As Rue's eyes rolled, the eye engraved with words appeared before Tanjiro. Fang Chong had already informed Tanjiro that the actual 12 Kazuki would have words inscribed on their eyes. The demon from the previous mansion had been disqualified from the 12 Kazuki, hence the times marked on its eye. Lower rank 5. Hey there, little bro. When it comes to family, a father has his responsibilities, a mother has hers. Older siblings must protect their younger siblings, no matter what happens, even at the cost of their own lives. I believe that those who do not understand their duties have no reason to exist in this world. Family is a place where everyone can live happily. It's not something that a monster like you can create through fear. In contrast to Tanjiro's verbal skills, Rue didn't lose ground at all. And due to the provocation from Nezuko, Tanjiro's verbal assaults had become ineffective. Well, it's all your magic. Your duty is to hand over your sister to me and then disappear. If you can't do that, then just die. After all, you can't win against me. In the midst of their verbal exchange, Tanjiro's mind was racing like a spinning gear. The threads can't be cut. What should I do if I use the broken blade? What if that kid's neck is harder than the threads? In just a few seconds, Tanjiro's thoughts had gone through countless iterations. Tisk, that nauseating gaze. How foolish. Do you really think you could defeat me? As the lower rank 5 of the 12 Kazuki, Rue naturally had his pride. He boasted that he could easily kill any demon slayer below the Hashira level, and he was not exaggerating. Tanjiro, being merely an Aoi level, was certainly not worth Rue's attention. With a casual tug, the small spiders attached their threads to Nezuko, and with a pull, she was yanked from the woods into Rue's grasp. Aha, I've got her! Nezuko! Hearing Tanjiro shout, Nezuko, despite enduring unhealed wounds, used her sharp nails to slash across Rue's face. Deep gashes appeared on Rue's cheek, but he showed no reaction, his gaze still fixated on the charging Tanjiro. With a slight flick of his hand, several silvery threads shot toward Tanjiro like a torrential downpour, reaching him in an instant. Against the ultra-fast flying threads, Tanjiro's sense of smell couldn't keep up. After all, the spread of scent took time. Fortunately, the previously cloudy sky had turned clear, and under the moonlight, every thread was visible. Tanjiro bent sharply, and the training he had undergone with Urokadaki finally came into play. His muscles coordinated perfectly. But as he dodged the threads and straightened up, Nezuko, who had been in Rue's grasp, had already vanished. Where did she go? Just as Tanjiro was puzzled, a drop of blood fell from above, landing on the remaining piece of his blade. He stiffly looked up, and in the moonlight, Nezuko was entangled in threads. Each strong thread cut deeply in her body, causing blood to drip down in large drops along the threads. Nezuko, don't worry, she won't die from this. After all, she's a demon. However, it's time to teach her a lesson. Let her lose some blood first. If she still doesn't behave, I'll leave her out until sunrise. Just a little roasting. Oh, and you don't think you can chop off my head by getting close to me, do you? As Tanjiro charged toward him, Rue couldn't help but laugh. Come on, give it a try. Seeing Tanjiro's desperate expression only made Rue more playful. After all, he couldn't do anything to Nezuko for the time being. Teasing Tanjiro was a nice diversion. Provoked by Rue, Tanjiro had no choice but to act. As Rue drew closer, the distance between them shrank to just over a meter, right within the range of the remaining piece of Tanjiro's blade. However, before Tanjiro could swing his sword halfway, Rue's fist slammed into his stomach. The powerful force transmitted through his muscles and bones to his organs. Without mastering the constant use of breathing techniques, Tanjiro could not withstand it and was sent flying. Cough, cough. As he coughed, blood spewed from Tanjiro's mouth. The long-lost protagonist aura finally began to take effect. Despite being on the brink of death, Tanjiro's mind was flooded with the breathing technique training methods Fong Chong had taught him. Combined with Urokadaki's fleeting guidance, Tanjiro completed the mastery of the breathing technique in that instant. This moment caused Fong Chong, who had been rushing, to nearly stumble from the treetops. Damn it, what now? With his reaction speed increased tenfold, Fong Chong managed to stabilize himself and continue forward, though his words were anything but kind. Due to Tanjiro mastering the breathing technique early, this will lead to him dying over a year earlier, thus increasing the rejection force. Are you kidding me? Strengthening my power shortens my lifespan? Is this some kind of life-draining method? Fortunately, Fong Chong was not far from Tanjiro's location. The increasing rejection force made him dare not delay, and he immediately activated his giant mode, rushing toward Tanjiro. Seeing Fong Chong transform, Shinobu was further convinced of his identity as a demon. A male demon. You're clearly a demon, yet you tricked me into thinking you were a sunlight user. How outrageous. As Fong Chong entered giant mode, his speed increased further, creating distance between him and Shinobu. However, the massive footprints he left behind made it easy for Shinobu to track him. Nanny? The aura has changed. Rue, who had just sent Tanjiro flying, was preparing to deal with Nezuko when he noticed Tanjiro had already stood up again after only a few seconds on the ground, his aura completely different from before. You mastered the breathing technique? What a madman, even after all this. Hey kid, didn't your teacher tell you that forcing the use of the breathing technique without proper training will greatly shorten your lifespan? Of course, as the host of giant abilities, Fong Chong had no way of knowing these things. No matter how much he trained, the worst he could face was internal organ rupture, which was not a problem. He could fix it with ease. Water breathing. First form. Water surface / Tanjiro understood his body's condition. His lungs felt like a bellows, and the ache throughout his muscles made him realize he couldn't sustain this state for long. Even with the breathing technique mastered, without enough time, his physical capabilities would be limited. Currently, his physical ability barely reached around 10 points. It was still too difficult to contend with Rue, especially since he only had a broken blade in hand. A crisp sound rang out. Even using the sword technique, that broken blade only managed to scratch Rue's neck slightly. We're not bad. As an Aoi-level fighter, being able to injure me is indeed impressive. But you cannot defeat me. As Rue mocked him, he then delivered a heavy punch that slammed into Tanjiro's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, he didn't crash into a tree, but directly into Fong Chong's embrace. Originally, Fong Chong had not thought much of it. He was solely focused on rushing to rescue. But unexpectedly, Tanjiro charged at him with his head down in a spear-like attack. Thanks to Fong Chong's cushioning, coupled with Tanjiro's head absorbing the impact first, Tanjiro emerged unharmed. However, Fong Chong himself, having just completed half of his blood vessel hardening, felt a multitude of cracks forming. Fortunately, they were only small capillaries, which didn't significantly affect his combat abilities. A demon? Hey, where did you come from? I've never seen you before. After being influenced by Spider Brother, Fong Chong's demonic aura had become exceedingly potent, so much so that even Rue couldn't discern it at first. Fong Chong, you need to get away quickly. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Even in his tattered state, Tanjiro didn't want to drag Fong Chong into this dangerous situation. However, for Fong Chong, who had already achieved a certain level of mastery in breathing techniques, Rue was an excellent target for practice. Just as Fong Chong had delayed for a moment, Shinobu, who had slightly distanced herself from him, caught up. But there's a little fella here, too, right? As a demon, you should be able to recognize your kind, right? This one keeps denying he's a demon. Perhaps sensing no hostility from Fong Chong, Shinobu felt particularly at ease around him. Even though Fong Chong had acted in a suspicious manner before, she had no intention of drawing her sword against him now. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Fang Chong had been injected with some form of poison, leaving his life entirely in Shinobu's hands. Oh, shit. As a lower rank 5, Rue recognized Shinobu, one of the Hashira. However, Fang Chong beside her left him perplexed. According to Shinobu's tone, he was clearly a demon, but from Rue's perspective, although Fang Chong's demonic energy was not intense, the pressure he exuded was even greater than that of Shinobu. Despite being in the 12 Kazuki, it would still be somewhat challenging for Rue to face two Hashira simultaneously. If it weren't for his unwillingness to abandon the hard work he had put into the mountain, he might have turned and fled long ago. Ah, the demon over there. Feel free to do as you wish, I won't interfere. Seemingly seeing Rue's concerns, Shinobu began to back away with the severely injured Tanjiro. However, Tanjiro couldn't stop worrying about Nezuko. Shinobu couldn't refuse him. Although she had heard you mention such a combination before, even the open-minded Shinobu found it hard to accept the pairing of humans and demons. But because of her kind heart, along with Fang Chong's encouragement, she removed Nezuko from the threads and retreated with both of them. Although Rue watched as Shinobu took Nezuko away, he didn't react. He could still play with a little guy like Tanjiro, but facing someone like Fang Chong, he understood that even a slight mistake could lead to his head being severed. Hey, which side are you on? The Demon Slayer Corps? Where's your Nichiren blade? What puzzled Rue the most was that this man, radiating demonic energy, didn't have a Nichiren blade in hand. At the same time, this was the most alarming point for Fang Chong. Although he wasn't afraid of a lower-ranked demon like Rue, without a Nichiren blade, he could only engage in a war of attrition, with no chance of delivering a killing blow. Rue. Strength, 28. Endurance, 31. Intelligence, 4. Skills, A rank, Blood of a Demon. A rank, Blood Demon Art. A rank, Thread Manipulation. The assessment results were not much different from what Fang Chong had previously imagined. However, in terms of the level of demon blood, it seemed that even Kabutsuji Musen hadn't reached true S rank. After witnessing so many skills, Fang Chong began to grasp the evaluation rules for these skills. Without discussing the intensity of S-rank skills, the commonality he found was that all S-rank skills had no side effects. For demons that couldn't be exposed to sunlight, it would be nearly impossible for them to reach true S-rank in their lifetime. This attribute, although the differences in strength and endurance between Rue and Fang Chong were not particularly large and hadn't reached double digits, without a weapon in hand and having used his hardening ability for rapid movement, Fang Chong was hesitant to act recklessly. Hey, are you ignoring me? While Fang Chong was lost in thought about Rue's skills, Rue was growing impatient. Shinobu had indeed taken those two back, and with only one Hashira to face, Rue was no longer as cautious as before. I got it. Let's fight then. If all goes well, I should be able to reach B-rank Demon Blood today. Reluctantly, even with Shinobu's assistance ensuring that Tanjiro and Nezuko were no longer in life-threatening danger, the rejection force had only reduced by half. Now, Fang Chong had no choice but to face Rue head-on. You bastard! Fang Chong's self-muttering clearly angered Rue. With a swift motion, Rue unleashed countless threads. Having canceled his hardening ability for speed, Fang Chong dared not withstand the attack and could only dodge to the side. Although the number of threads was overwhelming, their power remained undiminished, each creating long grooves in the ground as they passed. As compensation for canceling the hardening ability, Fang Chong's well-trained muscles retained their strength. With just a bit of effort, he could leap several meters. Although Rue's threads were fast, they were still slightly slower than Fang Chong's speed. To manipulate so many threads required considerable energy, even for Rue. However, Fang Chong's incredible speed made it impossible for Rue to reduce the number of threads. Hey, don't dodge. Huh? You think I'm stupid? Even a fool would dodge. Something feels off. Facing the onslaught of countless threads, Fang Chong felt a sense of utter despair. He knew that his body could not compete with the strength of those threads. As a consequence of optimizing his demon blood, Fang Chong's physical strength was incomparable to that of a 12 Kizuki like Rue. Moreover, as a lower-ranked demon, Rue's physical strength was among the best. I'm done. I have to hit him with my head instead of blade. As the saying goes, weakness is 3 parts washed away. Although Fang Chong possessed demon blood, he was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Rue. After a prolonged period of dodging, Fang Chong was eventually grazed by one of the threads, resulting in a sharp pain in his waist as a small patch of skin and a significant amount of muscle were sliced away. With Rue's mocking words, he delivered a heavy punch that struck Tanjiro's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, Tanjiro didn't crash into a tree, but landed directly in Fang Chong's embrace. Initially, Fang Chong had not given it much thought. He was solely focused on rushing to save him. However, unexpectedly, Tanjiro charged at him with a headbutt. Thanks to Fang Chong's cushioning, and with Tanjiro's head taking the impact first, Tanjiro emerged unscathed. However, Fang Chong himself felt numerous cracks form in his previously hardened blood vessels. Fortunately, they were only small capillaries, which did not significantly affect his combat abilities. A demon? Hey, where did you come from? I've never seen you before. After being influenced by Spider Brother, Fang Chong's demonic aura had become exceedingly potent, making it difficult for Rue to discern it at first. Fang Chong, you need to get away quickly. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Even in his tattered state, Tanjiro did not want to drag Fang Chong into this dangerous situation. However, for Fang Chong, who had achieved a certain level of mastery in his breathing techniques, Rue was an excellent target for practice. Just as Fang Chong had delayed for a moment, Shinobu, who had slightly distanced herself, caught up to him. Oh, there's a little one here too. Oh, right? As a demon, you should be able to recognize your kind, right? This one keeps denying he's a demon. Perhaps sensing no hostility from Fang Chong, Shinobu felt particularly at ease around him. Even though Fang Chong had acted suspiciously before, she had no intention of drawing her sword against him now. However, it couldn't be ruled out that Fang Chong had been injected with some form of poison, leaving his life entirely in Shinobu's hands. As a lower rank 5, Rue recognized Shinobu, one of the Hashira. However, Fang Chong beside her confused him. According to Shinobu's tone, he was clearly a demon, but from Rue's perspective, Fang Chong, although his demonic energy was not intense, exuded a pressure that was even greater than Shinobu's. Despite being in the 12 Kizuki, it would still be somewhat challenging for Rue to face 2 Hashira simultaneously. If it weren't for his unwillingness to abandon the hard work he had put into the mountain, he might have turned and fled long ago. The demon over there. Feel free to do as you wish, I won't interfere. Seemingly sensing Rue's concerns, Shinobu began to back away with the severely injured Tanjiro. However, Tanjiro couldn't stop worrying about Nezuko. Shinobu couldn't refuse him. Although she had heard Ju mention such a combination before, even the open-minded Shinobu found it hard to accept the pairing of humans and demons. But because of her kind heart, along with Fang Chong's encouragement, she removed Nezuko from the threads and retreated with both of them. Although Rue watched as Shinobu took Nezuko away, he didn't react. He could still play with a little guy like Tanjiro, but facing someone like Fang Chong, he understood that even a slight mistake could lead to his head being severed. Hey, which side are you on? The Demon Slayer core? Where's your Nichiren blade? What puzzled Rue the most was that this man, radiating demonic energy, didn't have a Nichiren blade in hand. At the same time, this was the most alarming point for Fang Chong. Although he wasn't afraid of a lower-ranked demon like Rue, without a Nichiren blade, he could only engage in a war of attrition, with no chance of delivering a killing blow. Rue. Strength, 28. Endurance, 31. Intelligence, 4. Skills, A rank, Blood of a Demon. A rank, Blood Demon Art. A rank, Thread Manipulation. The assessment results were not much different from what Fang Chong had previously imagined. However, in terms of the level of demon blood, It seemed that even Kibutsuji Musen hadn't reached true S rank. After witnessing so many skills, Fong Chong began to grasp the evaluation rules for these skills. Without discussing the intensity of S-rank skills, the commonality he found was that all S-rank skills had no side effects. For demons that couldn't be exposed to sunlight, it would be nearly impossible for them to reach true S-rank in their lifetime. This attribute, although the differences in strength and endurance between Rui and Fong Chong were not particularly large and hadn't reached double digits, without a weapon in hand and having used his hardening ability for rapid movement, Fong Chong was hesitant to act recklessly. "Hey, are you ignoring me?" While Fong Chong was lost in thought about Rui's skills, Rui was growing impatient. Shinobu had indeed taken those two back, and with only one Hashira to face, Rui was no longer as cautious as before. "I got it. Let's fight then. If all goes well, I should be able to reach B-rank Demon Blood today." Reluctantly, even with Shinobu's assistance ensuring that Tanjiro and Izuko were no longer in life-threatening danger, the rejection force had only reduced by half. Now, Fong Chong had no choice but to face Rui head-on. "You bastard!" Fong Chong's self-muttering clearly angered Rui. With a swift motion, Rui unleashed countless threads. Having cancelled his hardening ability for speed, Fong Chong dared not withstand the attack and could only dodge to the side. Although the number of threads was overwhelming, their power remained undiminished, each creating long grooves in the ground as they passed. As compensation for canceling the hardening ability, Fong Chong's well-trained muscles retained their strength. With just a bit of effort, he could leap several meters. Although Rui's threads were fast, they were still slightly slower than Fong Chong's speed. To manipulate so many threads required considerable energy, even for Rui. However, Fong Chong's incredible speed made it impossible for Rui to reduce the number of threads. "Hey, don't dodge. Huh? You think I'm stupid? Even a fool would dodge. Something feels off." Facing the onslaught of countless threads, Fong Chong felt a sense of utter despair. He knew that his body could not compete with the strength of those threads. As a consequence of optimizing his demon blood, Fong Chong's physical strength was incomparable to that of a 12 Kizuki like Rui. Moreover, as a lower-ranked demon, Rui's physical strength was among the best. "I'm done. I have to hit him with my head instead of a blade." As the saying goes, weakness is 3 parts washed away. Although Fong Chong possessed demon blood, he was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Rui. After a prolonged period of dodging, Fong Chong was eventually grazed by one of the threads, resulting in a sharp pain at his waist as a small patch of skin and a significant amount of muscle were sliced away. Rui pondered for a moment, realizing that without a Nichiren blade, even if Fong Chong were to chop off his own neck, the damage would be minimal. He could recover in just a few seconds, and there was a chance he might even gain an ally in the process. Such a bargain was too good to pass up. After all, during missions, Hashira hardly ever acted alone unless they were powerful enough to operate without assistance. Both scenarios were highly unfavorable for Rui. "Then let's head over there." Rui casually pointed with his threads toward a direction and began to move. Fong Chong, understanding the situation, relaxed his clenched fists and extended another hand. A handshake? This is quite strange. After several intense battles, there wasn't a single intact piece of clothing left on Fong Chong. Besides a core fabric that remained, the rest was either torn to shreds or completely missing, making it impossible to hide a Nichiren blade. The simple handshake was over quickly, but Fong Chong then made a request. "Can I have a hug?" Just as Rui stood there, bewildered and about to speak, Fong Chong suddenly spat out some blood he had hidden in his mouth directly into Rui's. Ew. In just 1 second, the poison contained in Fong Chong's blood began to take effect within Rui's body. His once iron-hard body felt as if it was melting. An intense pain flooded Rui's mind, rendering him unable to control his threads. Opportunity. Fong Chong understood that when it came to any poison, discussing toxicity without considering dosage was nonsense. Even with Shinobu's strong poison-making abilities, the negative effects of the toxin wouldn't last long. Seizing the moment, he quickly closed the distance between them, activating his blood-sucking ability to drain Rue's demon blood. The feeling of weakness from the blood drain made Rue's state even worse. What should have taken a second to expel the poison now took him a full 3 seconds. Once Rue finally expelled the effects of the poison, he immediately manipulated the blood-red threads that had long been hidden beneath the ground to slash at Feng Chong. But in his current frenzied state, Feng Chong wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He allowed the blood-red threads to slice into him while he continued to hold onto Rue, sucking harder. Seeing his strength continuously deplete, Rue became frantic. Even though Feng Chong was already cut to shreds, he still felt the loss of power acutely. With no other option, Rue had to sever all parts of his body that were in contact with Feng Chong using his threads. Having lost a significant amount of Muzin's blood, Rue's recovery ability was now nowhere near what it had been. In contrast, Feng Chong's demon blood had just completed its upgrade. C grade demon blood has leveled up to B grade. C grade blood demon art has leveled up to B grade. Blood demon art, super high speed reaction, has been acquired. With his demon blood reaching B grade, the recovery effect surpassed that of his previous A grade giant strength. The body that had been shattered into pieces began to rapidly reassemble. Almost simultaneously, both men stood upright again, fully formed. You! How dare you steal the blood of that esteemed one? Give it back to me. As a member of the 12 Kazuki, Rei knew very well what had given him his powers, and Feng Chong's thievery had undoubtedly extracted a significant amount of his Muzin blood. Give it back! Give it back! Give it back! Having lost such a large amount of blood, Rue was spiraling into madness. Countless demons below the 12 Kazuki coveted such positions. If Rue lost the abilities expected of him as a member, he would face a fate of being overwhelmed and devoured by those demons. You want to take it yourself, huh? After upgrading his demon blood to B grade, Feng Chong, even after expending some stamina to heal his body, was still nearly at full capacity. Looking at Rue, who had lost a significant amount of Muzin's blood, he realized that Rue's strength had diminished by at least 1/3. The Rue, who had once been just slightly stronger than Feng Chong, was no longer his match. But even if Rue was no longer Feng Chong's opponent, it would still be difficult for him to kill him easily. The powers he had extracted may have taken away 1/3 of Rue's strength, but they hadn't damaged the foundation of his abilities. After a short recovery, Rue would return to normal. Thus, the battle between the two 12 Kazuki began. Without Muzin and Nichiren blades, they could only subdue each other and then throw their opponent into the sunlight to kill them. As time passed, both their stamina was rapidly depleting. Although they kept sustaining injuries, as demons, there was not a single drop of blood to be found on the ground. Finally, Rue's threads ensnared Feng Chong's body, and Feng Chong's remaining hand tightly gripped Rue's neck. The dawn was beginning to break, and beams of light were emerging on the horizon, signaling that sunrise was near. Facing off against Feng Chong, Rue began to question whether he was dreaming. Hey, are you giving up on your life? The sun is about to rise. Let go. You'll die too. Let go. As the sky brightened, Rue began to thrash violently. You think I'm going to let you go? In this high-stakes confrontation, Feng Chong could not spare a hand to absorb Rue's Muzin blood. With Rue now on guard, the efficiency of blood absorption dropped significantly. Though both were of the lower rank, the power within them was still abundant. The shockwaves generated from their clash even uprooted the grass beside them. Oh, two demon gentlemen, am I interrupting something? The sun is almost up. After hours of intense fighting, Shinobu finally ceased to linger in the back and stepped up beside the two. Or are the two of you hoping to turn from demons into humans? That would be simply wonderful. With Shinobu's presence adding pressure and the sunlight encroaching closer, Rue's struggles became more frantic. I'm going crazy. Let go of me. Let go. In the face of life and death, Rue hesitated no more. Every muscle in his body tightened, and in the instant the sunlight approached, he forcefully tore his own neck, and immediately several arms sprouted from his head. He fled rapidly into the dark depths of the forest. Ah, one got away. Don't you too feel a bit of sweetness in the air? As Butterfly Shinobu's smiling voice faded, Rue, who had been running towards the forest, suddenly stumbled and fell straight to the ground, beginning to convulse uncontrollably. The body that had been beside Fong Chong started to vanish rapidly under the sunlight, and Fong Chong took the opportunity to extract the last wave of demon blood. Watching Rue gradually disappear, Fong Chong stepped forward, squatting down beside the head, and said, "Rue, why didn't you call for help? Don't you know? Your family has no real bond with you at all." The body that had been shaking violently suddenly became eerily calm after hearing Fong Chong's brief words, and 2 lines of tears slowly fell from the corners of its eyes. "I'm so envious, so envious. Why? Why don't I have a bond like that pair of siblings? What? Fisk, establishing bonds through fear? Is it effective? Go down below and think about it. Although most demons in this world are also pitiful beings, it can't be denied that some are scum. However, the existence of most demons is due to Musen's fault. Rue is indeed a pitiful person, but after gaining power, his immature mind twisted and ultimately turned into what it is now. Of course, Fong Chong is not Tanjiro, who would go up and chat with villains. The reason he continued to nag Rue was just to extract that blood from Rue's head. As the sun continued to rise, the strong sunlight illuminated the forest, and Rue's body finally completely evaporated. That demon over there. Looking at Fong Chong, who remained unaffected under the sunlight, Butterfly Shinobu looked a bit embarrassed. For numbers 3. After resolving Rue, Fong Chong's identity as a demon was naturally exposed under the sunlight, and after witnessing Fong Chong's self-healing ability, Shinobu's eyes sparkled. "Oh no, Fong Chong. Oh, Fong Chong-san, can I ask you to test the medicine later? After all, right?" Seeing Butterfly Shinobu's expression, Fong Chong could already foresee what his future days would be like. As a human with such outstanding self-healing abilities, collaborating with Butterfly Shinobu to develop potions would certainly be highly efficient. Well, I can't. A lot does that mean I have to offer my body in return? It's not impossible, you know. After hearing the first half of Fong Chong's sentence, the originally serious Butterfly Shinobu suddenly said this, almost making Fong Chong's eyes pop out. As a normal young man in his prime, looking at Butterfly Shinobu's outstanding figure, Fong Chong couldn't help but imagine some inappropriate scenes. Seeing that one of his brothers was about to raise his head, Fong Chong hurriedly shook those thoughts out of his mind. As I said before, can you make that kind of potion that can turn people into demons? Well, I can make it, but even if I manage to create that kind of potion, the cost of production won't be small. Fong Chong-san, you probably don't have that much money to buy herbs, right? After hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Fong Chong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening. Haha, just kidding. I haven't even researched it yet. How would I know what herbs that potion would need? Besides, if you evaluate it properly, you could at least be a Hashira. As a Hashira, you can have enough prestige to have the lower-ranked members collect the herbs too. Looking at Butterfly Shinobu's teasing gaze, Fong Chong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't noticed before while watching the anime that Butterfly Shinobu's personality was actually so dark. However, for Fong Chong, he still needed to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps for a while longer. At least in this world, he wouldn't go back until he fully mastered the markings and demon blood skills. All right, Butterfly Shinobu. Just call me Shinobu. Besides, Butterfly isn't even my last name. You're being quite rude. After the battle ended, the remaining tasks were just some finishing work, and the 2 Hashira-level figures, Shinobu and Fong Chong, became quite relaxed. The missing Jew returned to the gathering point, carrying a person wearing a wild boar's head. Fong Chong could tell, just by looking at the numerous bruises on Inosuke, that they were a result of provoking Jew. But upon returning to the gathering point, Fang Chong saw many people surrounding Tanjiro, punching and kicking him, while Tanjiro desperately protected the box that Nezuko was in. Hey, what are you doing? In a situation that concerned how long he could stay in this world, Fang Chong didn't hold back and stepped forward to push those guys away. This action directly sparked public anger. Since Fang Chong had no reputation in the Demon Slayer Corps, the surrounding members almost rushed at him to tear him apart. In the end, it was still Ju who calmed those members down. After all, Tanjiro was someone he had personally introduced to the Demon Slayer Corps. With his amazing sense of smell and awareness, as long as he trained properly, it was almost guaranteed that Tanjiro would become the next Water Hashira. Fortunately, even though the surrounding members were furious, they still knew to hold back and didn't take any extreme actions against Tanjiro, who was wrapped in bandages. The rejection Fang Chong felt only increased slightly. Later, Butterfly Shinobu wanted to carefully study Nezuko, the demon that doesn't attack humans, but she was intercepted by Ju. Eventually, the crow brought news from the master, and they finally reached a consensus to bring Nezuko to the master for judgment. However, there was still a serious problem. While Tanjiro and the others could continue fighting even if their swords broke, if Fang Chong lost his sword. The materials for a Nichiren blade weigh dozens of kilograms. One of them is worth 10 of others. Fang Chong could only begrudgingly search the forest for his sword alone. Since there was no crow that wasn't afraid of Fang Chong, he could only ask where the master was located and then went off on his own to find his sword. After completing the final finishing work, Butterfly Shinobu and her group began to return to the Wisteria house with the injured. Fortunately, Fang Chong still remembered where he had thrown that sword. After spending half a day, he finally found that heavy sword again. Looking at the house, still hanging in the air, Fang Chong thought for a moment, then swung the heavy sword, severing all the silk threads around it. As the threads broke, the house fell directly to the ground, and the heavy impact shattered the wooden house to pieces. Just as Fang Chong was about to turn and leave, a series of giggling sounds came from the house. If it weren't for the attribute boost brought by the B-rank demon blood, Fang Chong might not have even noticed that faint sound. "Come out, what are you hiding for?" In the silent forest, only silence responded to Fang Chong. "A demon? Hey, if you don't come out soon, I'll set this house on fire." Fang Chong looked at the large shadows around him, unafraid of the creatures lurking in the ruins. As expected, after his threat, a white-haired figure emerged from the house, hiding in the shadows of the wreckage. "Don't kill me. I've never killed anyone." As soon as she appeared, the white-haired demon resembling Rue shouted loudly, "Are you that sister?" In the original story, she was supposed to have been collected by Shinobu along the way, but now due to Fang Chong's interference, she was still alive. Yes. Don't kill me. I really haven't harmed anyone." Although she had been sent away to deal with the enemies in the mountains while Rue fought Tanjiro, she could sense Rue's weakening presence. As a being of the same origin, she felt it. With Rue, one of the 12 Kizuki, unable to hold his ground, she had no capability to clear the enemies in the mountains herself. Seeing that dawn was approaching, she sought refuge in a house. She had originally been too scared to go to the mansion, and the cave her father had was too far away, so she thought to find shelter with her brother. Little did she expect that after the Demon Slayer Corps retreated from the Spider Mountain, a Hashira would show up beneath her house, and in her excitement, she made noise that Fang Chong detected. "You say you haven't harmed anyone?" Yes, I really haven't harmed anyone. It was that guy who forced me." Perhaps trying to gain Fang Chong's sympathy, her eyes were filled with tears. Fang Chong remained unimpressed, his heavy sword slightly swaying in his grip. No, I could do anything. Please don't kill me." Seeing Fang Chong's expression, which seemed as lifeless as a dead fish, the demon grew even more anxious. Facing someone who could easily overpower Rue, how could she possibly resist in broad daylight? As Fang Chong stepped closer, the sunlight streaming around the ruins left the spider demon with no chance to escape. Wait, I can serve you. You can do whatever you want. Please don't kill me." With only a few meters between them, facing imminent death, the spider demon began to undress. Within 2 seconds, her clothes fell away, revealing her pale, naked body before Fong Chong. It must be said that as a different species from humans, demons could change their appearance, which was quite impressive. While it required training, it was a trivial matter for demons. This spider demon, being related to Rue, was particularly skilled in this area. "You don't like it? I can transform. Just tell me what you want me to turn into." In the end, she hoped that her ability, trained under Rue, would grant her a chance to survive. How ironic. But it was undeniable that this white-haired lowly's ability to change forms was quite appealing, and Fong Chong couldn't help but feel a physiological reaction. He tossed his heavy sword aside and walked toward the demon. Seeing Fong Chong's lower half gradually reacting and his discarded Nichiren blade, the spider demon let out a sigh of relief, her previously pitiful expression transforming dramatically where Fong Chong couldn't see. "Right, come a little closer." "Yes." But despite her calls from the shadows, Fong Chong stopped in a bright area just 1 meter away from her. "Wah, what's wrong?" Gazing at her bare body, Fong Chong no longer hesitated and lunged into her embrace. The softness against him sent thrilling sensations through his body, but it was clear the spider demon wasn't genuinely offering herself to save her life. Behind the impressive sensations, he felt sharp claws pierce into his back. Though he had hardened parts of his organs, the thin layer of hardened crystal couldn't stop the demon's claws from tearing through. The sharp nails ripped through flesh, penetrating his body and damaging his internal organs. D. The spider demon no longer appeared weak, her sharp claws repeatedly stabbing into his abdomen. But this pain meant nothing to Fong Chong, who had just fought Rue all night. "Are you done with your act?" Watching Fong Chong stand up as if nothing had happened, the spider demon's worldview shattered. Humans can't possibly have such recovery abilities. This is impossible. The wound she inflicted healed in mere seconds. Fong Chong rubbed his waist. "Seriously, if you were going to kill me, just do it. Why lie? If you had behaved, I might not have killed you. Now you've made me hurt." Without a Nichiren blade, Fong Chong felt no hesitation. He simply picked up the spider demon and began extracting her mucin blood. Unlike Rue, this weak demon had no ability to resist him. In just a few seconds, her mucin blood was completely drained. Without the mucin blood in her body, she was no different from ordinary humans. Thrown into the sunlight, she perished in less than 2 seconds. Of course, the mucin blood in lower-ranked demons was naturally not very concentrated, and Fong Chong's B-grade demon blood didn't even increase his upgrade progress. "All right, time to wrap it up and head home." Fong Chong sighed, thinking he would have a good time, but ended up with this outcome. He picked up his heavy sword and started down the mountain. He hadn't expected to know the location, but not where to go. By the time he reached the town's entrance after changing clothes, it was already noon the next day. Having delayed time on the mountain, the Demon Slayer Corps members had long since disappeared. With no other choice, he could only ask for directions while moving forward. After a long trek, he finally arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Because the Demon Slayer Corps uniform had been heroically sacrificed in the battle at Mount Spider, Fong Chong almost couldn't enter the house. Fortunately, a wandering member recognized him and brought him inside. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Fong Chong heard a loud commotion coming from the center, mixed with Tanjiro's exclamations. The rejection force around him began to rise steadily. What the hell? What's happening now? Fong Chong couldn't care less about the heavy sword in his hand. His hardened bones hadn't yet been restructured, and he flashed into the courtyard at high speed, leaving the member who brought him and standing there in confusion. Oh! In the courtyard, all 9 Ashira had gathered. One of them, with spiky white hair, was holding the box containing Nezuko, preparing to put a Nichiren blade inside. With his extremely high speed, Fong Chong dashed in from the periphery, snatched the box, and returned to Tanjiro's side. "Who are you?" Although each Hashira reacted differently, they all had a similar intention of moving forward to apprehend Fong Chong. "Fong Chong, how rude of you. The master is about to arrive. Butterfly Shinobu, the only one who was somewhat familiar with Fong Chong, couldn't help but admonish him. Say something, Tomioka, Ju's surname. You should know this person, otherwise he wouldn't just come in and steal the box. The serpent Hashira, Shinobu, who was hiding behind a large tree, also chimed in. The originally serious atmosphere instantly became chaotic. The master has arrived. Just as everyone was preparing to move forward to subdue Fong Chong, two porcelain doll-like girls slowly walked out of the house, speaking softly. Although their voices were soft and not very clear, the 9 Hashira around immediately fell silent, kneeling on the ground in unison, saying, "We welcome the master." Fong Chong, still standing, and Tanjiro, who was bound and thrown on the ground, appeared particularly out of place. The love Hashira whispered to Fong Chong, "Hurry and pay your respects." Fong Chong's hearing was naturally fine. Even though the love Hashira's voice was soft, he understood. However, as a member of the Huaxia, Fong Chong could bow to his master, but he would never kneel to anyone else, not even in a half kneel. Of course, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, according to the master's words, once one became a part of the Corps, it was equivalent to being one of his children, so Fong Chong couldn't be too disrespectful. "I am Fong Chong, greetings to the master." Following the memory in his mind, Fong Chong slightly bowed to the master but made no other gestures. "You brat." The initially furious Shinazugawa, who was holding the box containing Nezuko, instantly flared up when Fong Chong snatched it away. If it weren't for the intervention of the stone Hashira beside him, he might have drawn his sword and attacked. "Shinazugawa, don't be like this. I will handle the rest." The master, who had slowly walked into the courtyard, slightly furrowed his brows, stopping Shinazugawa's actions. "Yes, I was rude." In an instant, Shinazugawa, who had been full of defiance, transformed into a different person, returning to a half-kneeling posture and becoming docile. As the courtyard finally returned to peace, the master's previously tense brow relaxed slightly, and he looked up at the sky, speaking to everyone. "What a beautiful day. I'm very happy to welcome the semi-annual Hashira meeting without any changes among the members." While the master was speaking, Tanjiro finally regained his senses. If it hadn't been for Fong Chong's intervention earlier, he might have rushed in and fought with Shinazugawa. Looking at the master's pale eyes, Tanjiro was filled with confusion. Is he sick? However, Tanjiro's position was not optimal, as the serpent Hashira, Shinobu, was right next to him. Seeing Tanjiro's head rising higher and higher, Shinobu suddenly intervened, pushing his head back down to the ground. But with his S-rank skull, how could Tanjiro be affected by such an attack? HP 0. Since the rejection force had no effect, Fong Chong naturally wouldn't stop. As long as the master is healthy, that's good. I sincerely wish you continued health. Just moments ago, Shinazugawa had appeared fierce, but before the master, he spoke with the tone of a gentle lamb. "Thank you, Shinazugawa. Also, master, I hope to explain a bit about this swordsman with a demon and that rude guy before the Hashira meeting. What do you think?" "That's right. I apologize for disturbing you. Tanjiro and Nezuko are recognized by me, and I hope everyone can acknowledge them as well. As for Fong Chong, I think you should introduce yourself. After all, we will be fighting side by side from now on. The Thunder Hashira has been absent for a long time, so it's a good opportunity to fill that position. How about it, Nanny?" If the previous comments were somewhat acceptable to the Hashira, the latter words were absolutely unacceptable to most of them, aside from Butterfly Shinobu, who had witnessed Fong Chong's strength. Putting aside the demons for now, what qualifications does this guy have to take on the position of a Hashira, even if he is fast? Facing the master's arrangement, Shinazugawa clearly disagreed. After all, Fong Chong had just embarrassed him, and despite being acquaintances, he was still quite displeased. "Ah, Shinazugawa-sen, be careful. Provoking this one could lead to your demise. After all, he has a body like a demon." "Right, Fong Chong." With Butterfly Shinobu's provocation, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Originally, The demon that the boy brought along was not taken seriously by several Hashira, and they were confident they could subdue it even if it suddenly attacked. But Fong Chong was different. If he truly had Hashira-level strength at such a close distance, he could instantly erupt and take the master away. With the speed he just displayed, even if he caught them off guard, no one present would dare say they could definitely react in time. Seeing that the surrounding Hashira had drawn their Nichiren blades, Fong Chong couldn't help but smile wryly, glancing helplessly at Butterfly Shinobu, who was enjoying the situation. All right, I just have a demon's healing ability, but getting hurt still really hurts, so I won't demonstrate for you. As for you not recognizing me..." At this point, Fong Chong was at a loss. He had no reputation and no other capital to rely on, and in the end, he could only forcefully convince them with strength. So annoying. He scratched his head in frustration, untied the ropes binding Tanjiro, and then shoved the box containing Nezuko toward him. These actions made the surrounding Hashira feel uneasy, and the encirclement gradually took shape, with the stone pillars completely shielding the master behind them. "Everyone, don't be like this. I believe Fong Chong won't harm me. After all, he has something to ask of us, doesn't he?" Feeling the reactions of those around him, the master revealed a slight smile and urged everyone not to worry. "Something to ask?" "Yes, Mr. Fong Chong asked me to create a potion that can turn people into demons," said Butterfly Shinobu, who was enjoying the drama. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the surrounding Hashira instantly became dangerous. What exactly do you want to do?" Inosuke charged forward, his tense muscles making Fong Chong certain that if his answer did not satisfy him, he would immediately strike. Calm down. That potion is for me to drink. As a human, there will always be a cost to possess the body of a demon." Fong Chong had no choice but to think quickly and explain again how he had eaten a demon, clearly stating the effects of that potion. "Moreover, the fact that I can stand under the sun right now is enough to prove that I am not a demon, right? I can't accept that." Despite Fong Chong's explanations, Inosuke still refused to believe him, keeping his blade pointed at Fong Chong. Fong Chong was already somewhat annoyed. He had been tricked by Butterfly Shinobu in such a black-hearted way twice before, and now Inosuke was coming at him again. It was as if he had walked right into the line of fire. In this situation involving combat, the master could not intervene. The strong aura radiating from the few Ashira around had severely disrupted his ability to perceive. "Everyone, please don't. Master, be quiet. Let me see if he's human or demon." As the situation grew increasingly tense, Butterfly Shinobu felt somewhat helpless. She had originally wanted to trip Fong Chong up a little, so he wouldn't be too arrogant, but she hadn't expected that due to Fong Chong's actions and Inosuke's reaction, it would end up like this. "All right, since you've come to me, I don't mind playing with you. However, a simple fight would be too unfair for me, wouldn't it? Rude fellow, what do you want?" Faced with Fong Chong's demands, Inosuke, as a fellow Hashira, had to take it seriously. After all, they might have to fight side by side later, and it wouldn't look good if their relationship soured. "How about this? If I lose, you could do whatever you want with me. But if I win, I want to learn the 5 basic breathing techniques and the method to open the marks." As soon as Fong Chong said this, gasps filled the air. Putting aside the 5 breathing techniques for now, you can find that from the master, but the marks? I can't teach you that. Change your request. Although impatient, Inosuke had basic reasoning abilities. Since Fong Chong had proposed a condition, he didn't want to take advantage of him. "Inosuke, I have the method to open the marks. I will bear the cost." Just as Fong Chong was puzzled that one of the Hashira still did not know how to open the marks, Rengoku suddenly chimed in. Brother Rengoku, I love you." At that moment, Fong Chong thought he would never be able to obtain the marks in this world, especially since even Inosuke, one of the Hashira, only had a superficial knowledge of them. But thankfully, there was Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, who finally provided the method to open the marks. "All right, let's get started." Since his request had been met, Fong Chong no longer hesitated and waved to Inosuke. "You disrespect me? Where's your Nichiren blade? Do you even deserve to be called a swordsman like this?" Seeing Fong Chong's casual gesture, Inusuke's forehead began to bulge with veins, and his face twisted in anger. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu quickly stepped in to mediate. Inusuke, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Fong Chong killed Lower Moon 5 without using a sword before, although I did help a bit. And Fong Chong, please don't provoke Inusuke anymore. It was my fault earlier, I'm sorry. At least Inusuke still retained some rationality. If Fong Chong continued to provoke him, given Fong Chong's demonstrated combat ability on Mount Spider, Shinobu could foresee that if they were distracted protecting the master, Fong Chong might end up killing a few of them here. After Butterfly Shinobu admitted her mistake, Fong Chong's anger diminished a little, but Inusuke's rage only intensified. Since Fong Chong had already provoked him first, Inusuke no longer held back, swinging his Nichiren blade at Fong Chong. Breath of Sound first. However, compared to these ordinary Hashira, Fong Chong, who now possessed B-grade demon blood and had canceled his hardened bones, was overwhelmingly fast. Blood Demon Art, super high-speed reaction. In an instant, everyone only saw a flash, and Fong Chong's hardened palm collided with Inusuke's Nichiren blade. Without enough force behind it, the strength of the Nichiren blade wasn't great. If Fong Chong hadn't been concerned about Inusuke's feelings, he could have easily broken it. Is that enough? Do you want to continue? Fong Chong's hardened hand pinned the Nichiren blade into the crystal, and with Fong Chong's manipulation, part of the blade was already covered in hardened crystals, completely preventing Inusuke from yanking the blade out forcefully. You bastard! However, Inusuke clearly wasn't satisfied. He hadn't even executed his simplest technique before being subdued by Fong Chong, which made him feel utterly humiliated. Enough, Inusuke, put down your blade. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, the master was finally able to sense the flow of energy in the room again. Inusuke, who had initially wanted to continue fighting Fong Chong, instantly released his grip on the blade and knelt back down on the ground. Yes, since Inusuke had surrendered, Fong Chong naturally did not continue. After releasing the hardened effect from the Nichiren blade, he returned it to Inusuke. Although there was no outward expression, Inusuke had completely acknowledged Fong Chong's strength. Just that speed alone could easily slaughter most of the Hashira present. All right, the farce ends here. As the scene returned to calm, a smile finally appeared on the master's face as he waved to the two logistical personnel hiding nearby. You two come here. The voice was soft, as if it could soothe the hearts of the two who had just been frightened by several Hashira. Take Tanjiro and his sister down to get proper treatment. Despite Tanjiro's reluctance and his desire to take revenge on Shinazugawa for having just stabbed his sister with a blade, he was too injured to even overpower two support staff and was struggling as they carried him away. Now, let's begin the official meeting. Fong Chong, you stay as well. We need to assign you a guarding area. Me? Fong Chong's face showed a hint of surprise. He had originally planned to learn the method of opening the markings at the Wisteria house and, if possible, to complete the integration of the sun-breathing technique. As for sword techniques and profundities, he was well aware of his own swordsmanship talent and had no expectations. Well, I can do that, but I still plan to train for a while first. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Although he didn't mind being assigned to guard duty, his main goal was still to improve his strength. Upon hearing Fong Chong's words, the master's expression revealed a trace of difficulty. Fong Chong, do you really know what the markings mean? Once opened, before the master could finish, Fong Chong took over. Oh, I know. Once used, you won't live past 3 years, right? You're already very strong, and the opening of the markings requires at least several hours of preparation. Once opened, it cannot be reversed. Is it really necessary? Upon hearing about the effect of the markings, the other 9 Hashira turned their gazes toward Fong Chong and Rengoku. Rengoku, known for his straightforwardness, didn't hold back and directly stated the effects of the markings. The markings, once opened, they can greatly enhance the user's physical abilities. However, once the markings are opened, it will consume a large amount of the user's life force. Even someone as vigorous as Shinazugawa can only live for a maximum of 2 years. and the requirements for releasing the markings are very high. Without Hashira-level strength, you simply can't sustain it. With Rengoku's explanation, combined with what the master had said earlier, everyone began to understand why such a powerful technique was merely a name among them. It couldn't be opened on a whim during life-and-death battles. It required extensive preparation, and under normal circumstances, releasing the markings would drastically shorten one's lifespan. Which Ashira would be willing to die an unclear death like that? The previously silent Shinobu also began to complain. This really is a waste. She voiced everyone's thoughts, and it was no wonder the technique was close to being lost. But Fang Chong knew that to fight Muzan, having the markings was a necessary step. Otherwise, even if the 9 Hashira united, they might not be able to contend with Muzan. While the others were complaining, Fang Chong's gaze remained unwavering. Sensing his steadfast aura, the master sighed. All right, you have a demonic life force. Maybe you can give it a try? Also, Fang Chong, I heard reports that you encountered Muzan in the eastern hideout, right? Fang Chong didn't deny it and nodded. Yes. This caused an uproar among those present. Except for the master, not a single Ashira had truly encountered Muzan, but his name was deeply ingrained in their minds. The eastern hideout? I'm going now, Shinazugawa exclaimed excitedly. As the progenitor of all demons, if they could eliminate Muzan, the remaining demons would naturally fade away over time. Without the master needing to stop him, Fang Chong poured cold water on the excited Ashira. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's uncertain whether he's even there now. Even if the 10 of us go together, we might not be able to defeat him. It's better to dismiss this thought early. Unfortunately, Fang Chong's cold water had no effect. The Hashira remained enthusiastic about wanting to confront Muzan. Among everyone present, only the master understood Muzan's true terror. But even knowing that, the master didn't say much more. All right, let's report the daily situations. We will inevitably encounter Muzan at some point. Finally, after a lengthy interlude, the Hashira meeting returned to its proper course. Since Fang Chong had nothing else to do, he simply followed another member to Rengoku's home to retrieve the method for opening the markings. Due to what had happened in the courtyard, the other member was trembling and didn't dare to speak much, and the two of them arrived at Rengoku's house. Mr. Rengoku, someone has come to visit. Although the former Flame Hashira had long since resigned from his position, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had basically all heard his stories, so the respect was still there. However, after waiting for a while, no one came to open the door. With the door slightly ajar, Fang Chong grew impatient and pushed the door open to enter. Hey kid, you didn't even knock. Not 2 steps inside, a voice came from beside him. It was Rengoku's father. His flamboyant hairstyle and clothing the color of fire signified his identity. Greetings, former Flame Hashira. I have come to retrieve the method for opening the markings that Rengoku promised me. Fang Chong did not put on airs in front of the elder, and after a slight bow, he stated his purpose. As soon as he said this, Rengoku's father underwent a significant change in demeanor. Although he had neglected training in recent years, his previous foundation was not so easily depleted, and the pressure emanating from him was even above that of Rengoku. Kid, do you know what the markings mean? Fang Chong felt nothing from that aura, but the other member beside him couldn't hold up, and Fang Chong noticed, pushing him out the door. I know, once opened, you'll die. That nonchalant response made a vein pop on Rengoku's father's forehead. All right, I don't know why you suddenly resigned from your position as a Hashira, but I can roughly guess it has to do with Muzan. So, you've been researching ancient texts ever since, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Rengoku's father seemed to be instantly drained of energy, collapsing back onto the tatami mat, his voice even choking up. Muzan? That's right, you guessed it. That kind of monster is not something a human can fight against. So I came to ask you for the markings, didn't I? From Muzan's age, it could be inferred that he had reached a bottleneck in strength over the past century, which was why he had been vigorously developing his subordinates. Since Tanjiro's father's friend was able to severely injure Muzan 100 years ago, Fang Chong, who now possessed demon blood and the ability to open the markings, naturally had the opportunity to do the same. After speaking, Rengoku's father stared blankly at Fong Chong. "You will die? Even I can probably only hold out for half a month right now." It's utterly meaningless. It seemed that the previous blow from Muzan had left him with little faith in fighting demons. However, since Fong Chong wanted to give it a try, he wouldn't hold back, especially since this was something his son had promised to hand over. "Follow me." Sighing, Rengoku's father got up from the tatami mat, tidied his disheveled clothing, and led Fong Chong into the house. One couldn't help but acknowledge that this long-established family of demon slayers had substantial wealth. This house must have been constructed by a master craftsman. Passing through a long corridor, the two arrived at a study. Rengoku's father skillfully pulled out an ancient book from the corner and handed it to Fong Chong, pointing to a nearby table. "Copy it down yourself. You can't take it with you, but the paper and ink are over there." After saying this, he left the study without looking back. Fong Chong didn't care what Muzan had done to him before. He only wanted to do everything in his power to enhance his combat capabilities. Though the method for opening the markings was difficult, it wasn't complicated. After reading through it once, even without this method, Fong Chong believed he could figure out how to release the markings on his own after half a year. Since there was a ready-made method, he naturally wouldn't waste time trying to figure it out. That time was better spent hunting demons and absorbing more demon blood. After spending over 2 hours copying everything down, Fong Chong left Rengoku's house directly. After the markings, there was still the threshold for the perfect world, but it essentially involved the ability to manipulate one's body, similarly to the subtle realm in Huaxia culture. Fong Chong already knew how to replace it with other methods, and given his relationship with Tony, it would be quite easy to achieve. In the following days, Fong Chong focused on studying the method for releasing the markings while also researching the integration of the 5 major breathing techniques. However, he made no progress with the integration of the 5 breathing techniques. On a new day, Fong Chong continued his research on the integration of the breathing techniques, but still found no clues. 2 hours later, he finally set the 5 major breathing techniques aside. "Forget it, let's open the markings first." The sun breathing technique was simply out of reach with his current abilities. He could only memorize it first and prepare to have Tony help him integrate it. The markings, I should be able to handle them with this body, right? With demon blood and the power of a titan, his recovery abilities were exceptionally strong. What would normally be a few years of sustaining the markings for a regular person would feel like a breeze for him. As the sun slowly set, Fong Chong finally reached the last step of releasing the markings. The core of the markings was to exchange life for immense power. Aside from those born with markings and in perfect health, normal people would see a drastic reduction in their lifespan after opening the markings, but their physical abilities could soar to the level of the 12 Kazuki, making them incredibly powerful. Beep, C rank. Markings have been acquired. As the markings on his back fully formed, Fong Chong suddenly felt his vitality draining rapidly, and even the regenerative capabilities from both the Titan power and demon blood couldn't keep up. Fong Chong. Strength, 41. Body, 43. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent. B rank. Heart and bone reinforcement. E rank. Lung reinforcement. F rank. Night vision. Skills. A rank. Titan power. D rank. Suicide attack. B rank. Demon blood. B rank. Thunder breathing. Permanent. Pseudo. B rank. Blood demon art. Super high speed reaction. C rank. Markings provides a significant boost to physical capabilities at the cost of a large amount of life force. Feeling the continuous loss of vitality and the gradual failure of his organs, Fong Chong was stunned. The attributes brought by the markings were indeed outrageous, almost doubling his physical attributes, but the side effects were equally astonishing. The recovery effects of both of his regenerative abilities were unable to keep up with the pace of the markings consumption. As the sun continued to set, Fong Chong felt a chill run through him and trembled as he asked, "System, estimate my remaining lifespan." Beep, current remaining lifespan. Lung failure remaining time, 6 years, 2 months. Heart failure remaining time, for years 1 month. Kidney failure. The system didn't list specific lifespans because some less important organs could be transplanted. But Fong Chong knew that he could maintain his peak strength for at most 3 to 4 years. After that, with multiple organ failures, his combat abilities would significantly decline. Asterisk. This is a huge problem. System, can you cancel the side effects? Beep no. The cold, emotionless notification echoed in Fong Chong's mind, as if it had pronounced his death sentence. Following this came a long silence. The sun in the sky continued to set, and the dim light shrouded the earth. Despite possessing high attributes, Fong Chong still felt an icy chill in his bones. Are the cells out of sync? After several hours of contemplation, Fong Chong began to understand how the markings functioned. It truly lived up to its C-rank skill level. The consumption of life force was brutally converted into power and attributes, but this crude method led to a lack of coordination among the body's cells. On the surface, it seemed fine, but internally there was a hormonal imbalance, and the secretions were not coordinated, causing the organs to continuously deteriorate. As Fong Chong's life force continued to weaken, he realized that if he sustained serious injuries, the need to repair his body would further deplete his vitality. In other words, if Fong Chong participated in a brutal battle or injected himself with butterfly shinobu's poison, the little remaining lifespan he had could be further diminished. I can only hope for the next world. I don't even know if I can access this stuff in Marvel. Damn it, this is such a scam. Fong Chong angrily tossed the nearly torn paper in his hand aside and stood up. He returned to the house and wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, as if trying to escape the side effects brought on by the release of the markings. As the sun rose again, Fong Chong lifted the blanket, revealing heavy dark circles under his eyes. With his head drooping, he began his usual morning routine. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to seek out the Ancient One. As one of the few major players in Marvel, Fong Chong believed that as long as the Ancient One was willing, the side effects of these markings would be easy to resolve. Lord Fong Chong, Butterfly Shinobu asked me to come and get you. She said the potion she promised you has been completed. A clear voice like a kingfisher's call came from outside the door, and a petite, adorable little girl stood there. Just as Fong Chong finished washing up, he followed her toward Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Noticing Fong Chong's heavy dark circles, the little girl showed a hint of concern and began rummaging through her small bag. Lord Fong Chong, here, this is for you. She handed over a small sachet with her tiny hand. Fong Chong took a whiff and was immediately greeted by a refreshing scent that alleviated half of the mental stress from his sleepless night and the release of the markings. Thank you so much, I'll take it without hesitation. Ruffling the little girl's hair, Fong Chong carefully placed the sachet into his pocket. The little girl's cheeks flushed suddenly, as if she remembered something, and she grabbed Fong Chong's hand, dragging him toward Butterfly Shinobu's house. Lord Fong Chong, I almost forgot. The master is also here. Today, you'll be receiving your appointment letter. Hurry. For quite some time, although the master had mentioned promoting Fong Chong to a Hashira, the appointment letter had yet to be issued. Today, the two events coincidentally came together. Seeing the petite figure beside him and her innocent expression, the shadow of his impending lifespan seemed to dissipate in an instant. Yeah, I still have 4 years. Why am I in such a rush? I can experience a couple more worlds, right? It's just a bit of life force. Worst case, I'll go steal the reality stone. In the Marvel Multiverse, there were countless items that could potentially address the side effects of the markings. If it weren't for Tony's lack of interest in medicine, perhaps with a little time, he could remove those side effects. But that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to head to Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Without saying much, Fong Chong picked up the little girl and placed her on his shoulder. Although his hardened bones had been restructured, his physical condition had dramatically improved, and his speed was nearly unaffected compared to before. Let's go, hold on tight. With his legs tensed, Fong Chong shot off like an arrow toward Butterfly Shinobu's residence. In just a minute, he covered nearly 2 kilometers. As soon as he entered the residence, Butterfly Shinobu sensed the large and chaotic aura. Has Lord Fong Chong already opened the markings? How does it feel? Looking at Butterfly Shinobu's smiling face, Fong Chong didn't say much. There was no need for others to know about his limited lifespan. It feels pretty good. My physical abilities have doubled from before. The master visibly relaxed upon hearing this. That's good, that's good. The Thunder Hashira has been absent for several years. This time, you will fill in. Now, Fong Chong, here's your appointment letter and your uniform. With a wave of his hand, the master's white-haired assistant presented a heavy scroll and a shiny golden coat. Fong Chong took the coat and put on directly. The golden color shone brilliantly under the bright sunlight. Indeed, gold suits you, although he couldn't see it. The master could clearly sense Fong Chong's aura. Thank you, master. After returning the gesture, Fong Chong tucked the appointment letter into his robes, preparing to ask about the potion when suddenly a voice came from the corner. Fong Chong. A few days had passed, and Zenitsu, still affected by the spider venom, had not fully recovered. His short limbs looked comically mismatched with his large head, and a few small girls followed behind him, ready to feed him medicine, appearing very cute. As Fong Chong Sr., he naturally had to show concern for Zenitsu's health. He quickly stepped forward and took the bowl from the little girl's hands. Zenitsu, drink your medicine, or I'll have to make you. With a big smile and a hint of threat, he resembled a reincarnation of Butterfly Shinobu. The farce quickly ended, and after being force-fed the medicine, Zenitsu was carried away by the three little girls. Fong Chong returned to stand before Butterfly Shinobu. Getting so close. Does the Thunder Hashira want to discuss some adult topics with me? Upon hearing this, Fong Chong immediately focused his attention on Butterfly Shinobu, his eyes scanning her every feature. That's not out of the question. Although Butterfly Shinobu spoke playfully, she was still an innocent girl who couldn't handle the teasing from someone influenced by 21st century culture like Fong Chong. With the master having gone back to rest due to health issues, only Fong Chong and Butterfly Shinobu remained. After the playful banter, the air between them began to grow warmer. All right, let's get to the point. Have you finished my potion? Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Fong Chong took the initiative to break the silence. Butterfly Shinobu shot him a reproachful glance and pulled out a potion from her clothing. Here, taking the potion, which was still warm to the touch, Fong Chong examined it closely. The bottle was small, containing at most about 100 milliliters. Based on the previous effects of the spider venom, this bottle didn't seem very potent. Without saying a word, Fong Chong, well aware that Butterfly Shinobu wouldn't poison him, dipped his finger into the potion and brought it to his mouth. Just a few seconds after the venom entered, he felt a sharp pain in all his bones. However, compared to the previous spider venom, this pain was somewhat milder. As the pain gradually subsided, Fong Chong distinctly felt a substance akin to demon blood replenishing within him. Estimating that the side effects were still manageable, he didn't hesitate and directly uncorked the bottle, pouring the entire contents into his mouth. The effect of the over 100 milliliters of potion was incomparable to the small amount he had tasted earlier. An intense wave of pain hit him instantly. The effects targeting his bones clashed with the unreasonable hardening he had undergone, resulting in sheer agony with no other effect. This pain was no joke. The intense sensation nearly made Fong Chong faint. If it weren't for the markings he had activated, he would have truly struggled to endure this poison. Butterfly Shinobu, watching from across the way, never expected Fong Chong to drink the poison outright and emerge unscathed. Her expression, which remained unchanged, made her question whether she had encountered a monster. But only Fong Chong understood that, as a prize for the markings, drinking this entire bottle meant he would lose nearly a week of his lifespan, and to elevate his B-rank demon blood to a rank, he would need at least 3 times the current amount. By the way, do you have any more of this stuff? Fong Chong shook the empty bottle in his hand and asked Butterfly Shinobu. Her unchanging expression made Butterfly Shinobu question her own life choices. But Fong Chong knew he needed to obtain more potions. So he said, "Just because you don't have it doesn't mean you can't make it, right?" Butterfly Shinobu showed a contemplative expression. Seeing her smiling face remain unchanged, Fong Chong decided not to beat around the bush and directly stated, "I need 3 more bottles, for would be better. You set the terms." Butterfly Shinobu immediately displayed a sly grin, murmuring, "Well, if you want those, then please bring back an upper moon for me to research." Just as Fong Chong was about to take a sip of water to calm himself, his body suddenly froze. "You really think highly of me? Well, I can fight them. Bringing one back is a different story. If that's the case, I won't make the remaining potions. This one alone cost me quite a bit of money. I wonder if Lord Thunder Hashira can reimburse me." Looking at Butterfly Shinobu's beaming smile, Fong Chong cursed inwardly but found himself helpless. He truly didn't have any money, and he couldn't bring himself to rob anyone. Fine, I'll go. Just give me a moment." Fortunately, although the upper moons were hard to find, Fong Chong already had a target in mind. It had been about a month since Tanjiro and the others had recovered, and by then, if he applied to support the Mugen Train mission, he would have a chance to capture Upper Moon 3. Given that, "Shinobu, remember to keep my promotion as a Hashira a secret, and let the others know too. Oh, and don't worry about the one with the boar head." After pondering for a moment, Fong Chong decided to conceal his identity for the time being, as having 2 Hashira strike at once could alert the upper moons, making it difficult to catch them. "Got it. I'll keep it under wraps." "Oh, and Lord Thunder Hashira, if you don't bring me an upper moon within 3 months, I will start charging interest after a month. I'll add another lower moon to the list." Fong Chong, who was almost ready to leave, nearly stumbled. "Are you a demon? Since that's the case, I'll add a condition of my own. Until those little ones are healed, you can come and guide me in my breathing technique training." A strange expression suddenly appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's face, but it quickly relaxed again. "I'll add another lower moon." "Deal." That being said, Fong Chong knew that the 5 remaining lower moons had already been summoned to the Infinity Castle by Musen, and it was unlikely there would be any changes. After all, in Musen's eyes, lower moons were of no use. Now, Musen was left with only one final wish: to elevate the identity of demons to that of a new humanity capable of walking in sunlight. Indeed, the Infinity Castle was already littered with the corpses of lower moons, with only one sickly lower moon remaining, left behind by Musen out of curiosity. With Fong Chong's agreement, Butterfly Shinobu naturally didn't hold back. Previously, when Fong Chong was researching the other 4 breathing techniques, he had gained some understanding of her breathing method, but his introspective abilities hadn't made much progress, showing a clear gap compared to an established Hashira like Butterfly Shinobu. Fong Chong had this idea because the newly reformed hardened bones showed numerous tiny holes when he introspected the hardened blood vessels, indicating that the hardening had not worked effectively. There were still many unhardened gaps in the bones, and the blood vessels were the same. He needed to enhance his introspective ability to optimize the hardening capability. In the following month, Fong Chong stayed at Butterfly Shinobu's residence. When she was out on missions, her apprentice would teach him. Fong Chong had to admit that he was not as talented in this area as Tanjiro and the others. Even with Butterfly Shinobu's instruction, it took him more than half a month to improve his breathing technique somewhat. During this time, the main trio had completed their breathing technique training, and Tanjiro was even progressing toward a more precise breathing style. Finally, after a month had passed, with news from the Crow, Tanjiro and the others set out on their journey to the Mugen Train. Fong Chong naturally didn't hold back at all. During the past half a month, he had completed the full transformation of his body into a hardened state. At this moment, he was eager for real combat to test his results. However, the further hardening had a serious consequence. His weight had skyrocketed to over 300 kilograms. If it weren't for the unique markings supporting him, he likely wouldn't have been able to keep up with the demands of his massive body. More importantly, through his eloquence and the cost of having Butterfly Shinobu experiment with various potions, he had managed to obtain 4 bottles of the potion from her before the battle. His attributes were as follows: Strength, 48. Body, 49. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent, B rank, heart and bone reinforcement. E rank, lung reinforcement. F rank, night vision. Skills. A rank, Titan power. D rank, suicide attack. A rank, demon blood. A rank, thunder breathing, permanent, refined. A rank, blood demon art, super high-speed reaction. C rank, markings provides a significant boost to physical capabilities at the cost of a large amount of life force. With the demon blood reaching A rank and combined with the power of the markings, Feng Chang's attributes began to push toward the 50-point threshold. Meanwhile, the accompanying blood demon art had also received further upgrades. Previously, the blood demon art merely accelerated his thought speed, but now at A rank, it had evolved beyond just mental processes. Even the neural conduction within his body had undergone some mutations, accelerating the transmission speed of nerve responses. Nowadays, even without activating the blood demon art, his reflex speed could reach an astonishing 0.05 seconds, completely breaking human limits. With Zenitsu's company, the trio encountered little trouble on their way and arrived smoothly at the Mugen train station. Of course, Inosuke was anything but calm during the journey, and to conceal his identity, Feng Chang couldn't carry his large sword. To avoid any significant deviations in the plot, Feng Chang put a lot of thought into transforming the fire dance technique passed down in Tanjiro's family into a style akin to a breathing technique. Since this technique actually had practical effects, it was only natural that Tanjiro went to Rengoku to inquire about it. To evade the blood demon art of Enmu, Feng Chang had started maintaining sufficient sleep 3 days in advance, averaging about 20 hours of sleep each day. He wasn't sure if this would counter Enmu's hypnosis, but it was still some preparation. Additionally, he consumed a lot of coffee and other stimulants, making his preparations nearly flawless. Having never seen a train before, Inosuke was making a ruckus on the platform, and his excitement quickly attracted the attention of the station police. The sharp blades the trio carried further highlighted their dangerous appearance. Seeing that the conductors were blowing whistles to shoo them away, the three didn't dare linger and jumped off the platform, sprinting toward the Mugen train. Just as the train began to move, they managed to board it at the last moment. In this era, trains were considered rare, and few people rode them, so the three were able to purchase tickets without much difficulty. Of course, Feng Chang had already been waiting on the train. To prevent any issues, he had carefully hidden himself 2 carriages away from Rengoku. Moreover, with the unique outfit he had donned and the special perfume he had applied, even if Tanjiro passed by him, he wouldn't notice his presence. As the three pushed open the carriage door, a chorus of enthusiastic praises reached Feng Chang's ears. Delicious! So delicious! Feng Chang certainly wouldn't mistake Rengoku's distinctive voice. Before long, a staff member walked by with a stack of large meal boxes, looking quite helpless. Speaking of which, system, with my high attributes, it seems I don't have any special dietary needs. Watching Rengoku's astonishing appetite, Feng Chang began to question his own food intake. Unlike Rengoku, while his appetite was also considerable, he didn't need to eat that much in one meal. A regular portion was sufficient, and he could manage with a few extra servings. Beep A-rank Titan ability can absorb a portion of solar energy to supply the host's needs. A-rank Demon Blood can absorb some energy from moonlight to provide for the host. However, once the host's physical attributes exceed 50, neither of these abilities will suffice to meet the host's energy requirements. Looking at the system's explanation, Feng Chang didn't pay too much attention. Anyway, once I return, you'll calculate that I'll consume quite a bit of attributes as well, so it's fine. After finishing the conversation with the system, he gradually heard the ticket inspector's voice approaching from behind. The scenery outside the train window was moving away from the bustling town and into a secluded forest, and Feng Chang could even sense a hint of demonic aura in the air outside. "This passenger, please show your ticket." That almost emotionless voice came from the ticket inspector. At the moment Feng Chang handed over his ticket, he used his hardening ability to create a crystalline needle in his heart. If he were still awake, he could control the size of that crystalline needle, but once he fell asleep, it would lose its ability to change. Fong Chong was confident that the hypnosis ability could not surpass the fear brought about by death. After receiving the ticket back with a hole punched in it, Fong Chong watched as the ticket inspector moved on to the next carriage. The crystalline needle in his heart remained capable of changing size, and his body showed no signs of change. What's going on? Did Mu recognize me? Looking at the unchanged scenery around him, Fong Chong furrowed his brows. Unlike the events in the original work, both the trio and Rengoku had entered a scene where everything changed abruptly. Fong Chong was confident that his memory wasn't failing him, and the crystalline needle within him was still functioning properly. If he could still be dragged into Enmu's hypnosis space under these conditions, that blood demon art would be far too powerful. Forget it. I'll try again later. Fong Chong scanned the surrounding passengers. The constantly changing scenery outside made it difficult for him to ascertain the current situation. The only thing he could be sure of was that, whether in dreams or reality, at least the flow of time was unchanged. Although a second in a dream might be elongated by active nerves, Fong Chong had suppressed the excitement level of his nerves to a very ordinary state. That's strange. It seems like there's a rather peculiar individual mixed in among the passengers. As time slowly passed, over 10 minutes went by, and the entire train fell into a deep silence. The ticket inspector, who had completed Enmu's task, had already succumbed to the dream. However, Enmu at the front of the train felt a sense of irritation from Fong Chong's presence. Clearly, because Fong Chong didn't possess a Nichiren blade, Enmu hadn't regarded him as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but merely as a somewhat special ordinary person, someone not worth much attention at all. After hypnotizing the train conductor with a semblance of his own split hand, that hand slowly moved toward the front of the train. What should we do next? With each carriage that passed, for children knelt before that hand, their eyes filled with a clear yearning for sweet dreams, alongside an undeniable fear. Soon, they will fall asleep. Until then, you all just wait here. Those perceptive demon slayers may sometimes wake up suddenly due to their murderous intent, so be careful not to touch their bodies when approaching to tie them up. After giving these instructions, part of Enmu's body continued to advance toward the front of the carriage. Oh, right, I can't leave the front carriage for now. Until I'm ready, you all take care of things here to have a good dream. You need to work hard, okay? Despite the fear and numbness on their faces, the boys showed a hint of excitement upon receiving Enmu's affirmation. If Fong Chong were present, he would easily notice that Enmu always emanated a warm, post-bath scent due to his blood demon art, which was why these children were unhesitatingly helping him. Everything is for a happy dream. Yes. Once Enmu's body departed, returning to his original form, the four children, armed with specially crafted ropes from the blood demon art, began to slowly approach Fong Chong. At this moment, Fong Chong had started to sense that something was off. Although the surroundings were constantly changing, he felt that the scenery outside seemed to be playing in a loop. Realizing he was in a dream, Fong Chong began to utilize his abilities. He first opened a hole in the train's carriage, even if it resembled an early model green train. At such high speed, once a hole was opened, the rushing wind would certainly create a loud whistle. Unfortunately, despite Fong Chong creating a dozen holes, no sound escaped from them. The nearly perfect dream ultimately faltered against the scientific education of the 21st century. Even though Fong Chong understood he was in a dream and knew he could awaken by committing suicide, the problem arose. Even if he severed his own neck or pierced his heart, his remaining head would only watch helplessly as his body spasmed on the ground, blood flowing from his neck, yet never able to escape the constraints of this dream. Meanwhile, at the front of the train, Enmu successfully retracted his arm and began the final step of merging with the train. Of course, Fong Chong's abnormal behavior caught his attention. This was the first time Enmu encountered someone who had died in his dream, yet couldn't escape. How strange. Oh well. After all, he's just a special, ordinary person. I'll deal with him later. The fog outside started to thicken, the night growing deeper, and the demonic presence around them surged. Yet within the train, aside from Enmu, no one else was awake. Even the four children had tied their ropes and entered the dreams of Tanjiro and his companions. At this moment, Tanjiro and the others were at the beginning of their dream, experiencing a warm and stable feeling that they, as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, had long been missing. Even Rengoku involuntarily immersed himself in it. Fang Chong was also in a state of inner turmoil. He had originally thought he knew how to awaken and had prepared extensively for it, but due to his self-healing abilities, he was firmly restrained by Enmu. The destruction targeting the realm of consciousness was something Fang Chong's current healing abilities couldn't withstand. After struggling for a while without being able to escape the dream, Fang Chong decided to reassemble his body and began to wander around the train. Before long, he encountered the so-called barrier of the unconscious realm. Initially thinking that he couldn't enter without the tools provided by Enmu, he was suddenly swallowed by that barrier. Is my consciousness disappearing? What's happening? Just as Fang Chong entered the unconscious realm, Enmu felt a strange sensation at the front of the train. Is the brain thinking it's already dead? No, Weichi. Although Enmu had used his blood demon art countless times and hypnotized many people, encountering someone as unique as Fang Chong was unprecedented for him. However, despite his curiosity, he had to continue advancing the process of assimilating the train. If he stopped midway, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this. Upon entering the unconscious realm, Fang Chong stared blankly at the familiar surroundings. Inside the brightly lit house, discs and novels were scattered all over the floor. Outside the window, the tall buildings and the ceaseless flow of traffic were so nostalgic. The hot sunshine, the air conditioner that wouldn't turn on no matter how hard he pressed, and the small fan beside him that could hardly spin. Everything felt so familiar. While Fang Chong was lost in thought, the sound of keys being inserted into the lock suddenly came from the doorway. 3 familiar figures walked in, wiping the sweat from their foreheads and loudly calling out Fang Chong's nickname. Chong Chong, the power's out of home. We're going out to eat. Hurry up and come out. The familiar female voice echoed in the small villa, and seeing the face he hadn't seen in over a decade brought tears to Fang Chong's eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? It's just a power outage. Beside him, Mikasa no longer made her signature muscle-bound expression. Her perfect figure and delicate face were captivating. Wait, brother, what are you looking at? As Mikasa shot a glance at him, she quickly tugged her short skirt down to cover certain indecent areas. Meanwhile, their father laughed heartily. The 2 kids have grown up. When we adopted Mikasa, you absolutely refused, but look how well they match now. Amidst his parents' teasing, Mikasa's face turned even redder, and she could only shoot an exasperated look at Fang Chong. However, they were completely unaware that this warm atmosphere was triggering deep emotions within Fang Chong. The initial warmth gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Enmu, the massive anger surged within him, even surpassing the limits of the unconscious space, causing Fang Chong's body to begin transforming toward a titan-like state. Chong! Chong! His mother looked at him, bewildered and completely confused about why he had suddenly exploded with anger. Mom, death is death. While I wish I could see you again, it should never be under these circumstances. So, I'm sorry. As Fang Chong choked on his words, a crystalline sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the astonished gazes of the 3, he did not hesitate to sever their heads from their bodies. In an instant, the once warm, unconscious space collapsed entirely. The bright environment vanished, and the re-emerging unconscious space was engulfed in darkness, with only a small orb radiating faint, chaotic light barely providing any illumination. The immense anger continued to assault everything around him. Such a desecration of family was something Fang Chong absolutely could not tolerate. Whether it was his parents or Mikasa, what he desired were real people, not illusory images from a dream. Enmu, as Fang Chong muttered, the dark surroundings began to rapidly collapse. cracks appearing in the unconscious space. Large chunks of darkness fell from the sky, causing the entire unconscious realm to disintegrate quickly. Inmu, if you see the sun again tomorrow, then today I will not believe in the supernatural. As the surroundings crumbled, Fong Chong could distinctly feel himself gradually breaking free from the hypnosis, but he still needed more time. Meanwhile, with Nezuko's help, Tanjiro also awakened from the wonderful dream. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Rengoku tightly gripping a girl by the neck, his strong grip nearly suffocating her. The girl's previously pale complexion was now marred by patches of deep purple. Their arms were connected by a rope, and the faint demonic scent emanating from the rope made Tanjiro hesitant to slice it with his Nichiren blade. Looking at the broken rope in his hand and Nezuko beside him, Tanjiro ultimately had to let Nezuko help him cut the ropes binding their companions. As the ropes snapped, the other three children also awakened from their dreams, and Tanjiro carefully rescued the girl from Rengoku's grip. However, just as Tanjiro turned to call for Zenitsu, the girl who had just been in Rengoku's grasp suddenly lunged toward him, wielding a pointed object. This untrained attack clearly wouldn't harm Tanjiro, who was now well-versed in the breathing techniques, but the girl's determined expression still puzzled him. "Wake up! Are you being manipulated by a demon?" The encounter they had just experienced made Tanjiro realize that the demon on the Mugen train posed a far greater danger than those they had faced before, and being manipulated by a demon wasn't out of the question. "Don't worry about me. It's all your fault. You all caused me to lose my chance to continue having sweet dreams." At that moment, the other two children also stood up, clutching pointed objects and slowly approaching Tanjiro. They're doing this willingly. Looking at the three children before him and the scent emanating from them, Tanjiro was certain that they were not being manipulated by a demon. Reflecting on the dream he had just had, it was more likely they had been coaxed. As Tanjiro hesitated on how to respond to the three, the leading girl suddenly shouted toward the child connected to him by the rope. "Hey, if you've woken up, hurry and help. I don't care if you have tuberculosis or whatever. If you don't do your job well, I'll tell that person and make sure he doesn't let you have sweet dreams. Do you hear me?" Seeing the child slowly stand up from the seat, Tanjiro felt a pang of sympathy. He's sick, so pitiful. I can't forgive this demon for taking advantage of them. Even if Tanjiro had been somewhat out of touch before, he had a basic understanding of tuberculosis as a terminal illness of that era. In a time of underdeveloped medical technology, if one contracted tuberculosis and lacked sufficient wealth, only death awaited them. Even the wealthiest would spend their remaining days in suffering. "I'm sorry. I need to leave to fight right away." With these untrained children being no match for Tanjiro, he took them down in just a few exchanges. Looking at the three children sprawled on the ground, Tanjiro's face showed a pained expression. "You all want to stay in a happy dream, right? I understand. I want to stay in the dream too. But what has happened cannot be changed." The child who had been connected to Tanjiro slowly approached, speaking in a choked voice. "I originally thought that as long as I could escape the pain of being sick, it wouldn't matter if I had to hurt others. But your heart, it feels so warm. Even the manifestations of the unconscious space are so gentle." Hearing the sobbing, Tanjiro turned to pet Nezuko's hair and asked, "Are you okay?" The child suppressed the urge to cough, shaking their head while replying in a hoarse voice, "No, you need to be careful." "Okay." Since Tanjiro couldn't wake the others, he took Nezuko and headed toward the carriage door. As he opened the carriage door, the thick demonic odor rushed in, stimulating Tanjiro's nerves. What a strong smell. Even with such strong wind, the demonic scent is still so pungent. How could I still be able to sleep in this state? Although the carriage is a closed space, I was still able to... He gritted his teeth against the intense demonic scent and began to discern the direction of the smell. Such a strange situation. It seems like there's a rather peculiar individual mixed in among the passengers. As time slowly passed, over 10 minutes went by, and the entire train fell into an eerie silence. The ticket inspector, who had completed Enmu's directive, had already succumbed to the dream. However, Inmu at the front of the train felt a sense of irritation at Fang Chong's presence. It was evident that, because Fang Chong didn't possess a Nichiren blade, Inmu didn't regard him as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but merely as a somewhat special, ordinary person, someone not worth much attention. After hypnotizing the conductor with a semblance of his own split hand, that hand slowly moved toward the front of the train. What should we do next? With every carriage that passed, for children knelt before that hand, their eyes filled with a clear yearning for sweet dreams alongside an undeniable fear. Soon, they will fall asleep. Until then, you all just wait here. Those perceptive demon slayers may sometimes wake up suddenly due to their murderous intent, so be careful not to touch their bodies when approaching to tie them up. After giving these instructions, part of Inmu's body continued to advance toward the front of the carriage. Oh, right, I can't leave the front carriage for now. Until I'm ready, you all take care of things here to have a good dream. You need to work hard, okay? Despite the fear and numbness on their faces, the boys showed a hint of excitement upon receiving Inmu's affirmation. If Fang Chong were present, he would easily notice that Inmu always emanated a warm, post-bath scent due to his blood demon art, which was why these children were unhesitatingly helping him. Everything is for a happy dream. Yes. Once Inmu's body departed and returned to his original form, the four children, armed with specially crafted ropes from the blood demon art, began to slowly approach Fang Chong. At this moment, Fang Chong had started to sense that something was off. Although the surroundings were constantly changing, he felt that the scenery outside seemed to be playing in a loop. Realizing he was in a dream, Fang Chong began to utilize his abilities. He first opened a hole in the train's carriage. Even if it resembled an early model green train, at such high speed, once a hole was opened, the rushing wind would certainly create a loud whistle. Unfortunately, despite Fang Chong creating numerous holes, no sound escaped from them. The nearly perfect dream ultimately faltered against the scientific education of the 21st century. Even though Fang Chong understood he was in a dream and knew he could awaken by committing suicide, the problem arose. Even if he severed his own neck or pierced his heart, his remaining head would only watch helplessly as his body spasmed on the ground, blood flowing from his neck, yet never able to escape the constraints of this dream. Meanwhile, at the front of the train, Inmu successfully retracted his arm and began the final step of merging with the train. Of course, Fang Chong's abnormal behavior caught his attention. This was the first time Inmu encountered someone who had died in his dream, yet couldn't escape. How strange. Oh well. After all, he's just a special ordinary person. I'll deal with him later. The fog outside started to thicken, the night growing deeper, and the demonic presence around them surged. Yet within the train, aside from Inmu, no one else was awake. Even the four children had tied their ropes and entered the dreams of Tanjiro and his companions. At this moment, Tanjiro and the others were, at the beginning of their dream, experiencing a warm and stable feeling that they, as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, had long been missing. Even Rengoku involuntarily immersed himself in it. Fang Chong was also in a state of inner turmoil. He had originally thought he knew how to awaken and had prepared extensively for it, but due to his self-healing abilities, he was firmly restrained by Inmu. The destruction targeting the realm of consciousness was something Fang Chong's current healing abilities couldn't withstand. After struggling for a while without being able to escape the dream, Fang Chong decided to reassemble his body and began to wander around the train. Before long, he encountered the so-called barrier of the unconscious realm. Initially thinking that he couldn't enter without the tools provided by Inmu, he was suddenly swallowed by that barrier. Is my consciousness disappearing? What's happening? Just as Fang Chong entered the unconscious realm, Inmu felt a strange sensation at the front of the train. Is the brain thinking it's already dead? No, wait. Although Inmu had used his blood demon art countless times and hypnotized many people, encountering someone as unique as Fang Chong was unprecedented for him. However, despite his curiosity, he had to continue advancing the process of assimilating the train. If he stopped midway, There wouldn't be another opportunity like this. Upon entering the unconscious realm, Fong Chong stared blankly at the familiar surroundings. Inside the brightly lit house, discs and novels were scattered all over the floor. Outside the window, the tall buildings and the ceaseless flow of traffic were so nostalgic. The hot sunshine, the air conditioner that wouldn't turn on no matter how hard he pressed, and the small fan beside him that could hardly spin, everything felt so familiar. While Fong Chong was lost in thought, the sound of keys being inserted into the lock suddenly came from the doorway. 3 familiar figures walked in, wiping the sweat from their foreheads and loudly calling out Fong Chong's nickname. "Chong Chong, the power's out of home. We're going out to eat. Hurry up and come out." The familiar female voice echoed in the small villa, and seeing the face he hadn't seen in over a decade brought tears to Fong Chong's eyes. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" "It's just a power outage." Beside him, Mikasa no longer made her signature muscle-bound expression. Her perfect figure and delicate face were captivating. "Wait, brother, what are you looking at?" As Mikasa shot a glance at him, she quickly tugged her short skirt down to cover certain indecent areas. Meanwhile, their father laughed heartily. In just a moment, Rengoku's blade sliced through the distance of 2 carriages like lightning, severing all the tentacles within the carriage. Moreover, due to Rengoku's fire attribute attacks, Imyu was unable to quickly regrow new tentacles. At this point, Fong Chong outside finally regained some rationality. The situation before him was clearly different from his previous assumptions. Initially, he only needed to provide some assistance from the shadows and wait for Upper Moon 3 to appear. But now, one thought consumed his mind. He had to eliminate Inmu, and he must not let it die easily. "Rengoku, it's Fong Chong. You protect the passengers. I'll handle this guy." Hearing the commotion from outside, Rengoku was slightly startled. He had initially thought Fong Chong's speed was his greatest asset, but now he realized that Fong Chong had capabilities far beyond those of the Hashira. "Tanjiro, you go help out too." Tanjiro, still inside the carriage, was also dispatched by Fong Chong to assist. In this situation, it was impossible to protect the passengers while bringing Inmu back. The urgent task was to separate the rear carriage from the front. Although simply severing the body wouldn't kill Inmu, Fong Chong had previously tested that as long as the demon's body and head were separated by a sufficient distance, even if the demon's body hadn't died, it would be unable to control itself. Even though the previous test was done on a regular demon, Immu was merely a lower moon, and increasing the distance wouldn't be an issue for him. With Fong Chong's current physique, accomplishing this was hardly difficult. Is this guy insane? He thinks he can kill a demon without a Nicaran blade? There are still 4 whole hours until dawn. Inmu, who was fused with the train, clearly hadn't anticipated that he would be directly confronted by 2 Hashira-level individuals, and judging by the situation, this guy who had just spoken had a combat ability that was evidently far superior to that of a typical Hashira. However, the idea that he could kill a demon without a Nicaran blade made Inmu find it amusing. Fong Chong didn't care about that. After arranging the situation behind him, he quickened his pace toward the front of the train. From his knowledge of the original story, he remembered that there was someone at the front, whether they were coerced or just foolish, driving the train. Although he didn't like it, they were still alive, and if he could save them, he would. As his emotions gradually calmed, Fong Chong felt the power within him continually waning. This was thanks to Inmu, who, after suffering a setback earlier, had stopped using hypnosis against him. Otherwise, given Fong Chong's current state with the flames of hatred, he would have struggled to withstand too much of the hypnosis. With this being the case, Fong Chong's actions would naturally not be gentle. Fortunately, the conductor had nearly been frightened into a stupor, and Fong Chong had little difficulty moving him aside into the nearby woods. Though he sustained some minor injuries, his life was not in danger. This should be the carriage. Looking at the connection between the carriages, Fong Chong wasted no time, allowing the hardening crystal to quickly spread from his hand, transforming his fleshly hand into a translucent crystalline form. Without a Nicaran blade, Inmu could only symbolically block him, and Fong Chong effortlessly seized Enyu's train neck. "Break for me!" Powerful strength surged forth, and the iron clamp covered in demon flesh let out a series of haunting wails. In the next second, the iron clamp shattered, losing its grip on the rear carriage. Pulled by the front, the section of the carriage representing Enyu's head was separated from its body and began moving away. Enyu clearly didn't realize that once his body was separated by a certain distance, he would lose control. Even though his head and body were now apart, he didn't show much panic, focusing instead on dealing with Rengoku and Tanjiro behind him. Unfortunately, due to his fusion with the entire train, his physical capabilities had significantly diminished. The newly grown tentacles were effective against ordinary people, but against the main forces of the Demon Slayer Corps, like Tanjiro and Rengoku, they could only suffer continuous defeats. It had been a full 5 minutes since he had transformed into the train, yet Enyu hadn't managed to consume a single person. Especially after Nezuko joined the battle and got injured, the sleeping Zenitsu made a stunning entrance with incredible combat abilities. Protect Nezuko, Water Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap, and Flash, sixfold. The incredible speed was a nightmare for Enyu. Moreover, since Zenitsu was still asleep, Enyu had no means to interfere with Zenitsu besides the useless tentacles. Those tentacles, while formidable in a small environment, were no match for Zenitsu, who was a speed demon, often getting cut down before they could even fully extend. Damn it! Damn it! What's wrong with these people? The collapse of his plans made Enyu exceedingly irritable. Although the one wreaking havoc on his neck didn't have a Nicaran blade, the fact that they were ruining his body drove him into a rage. Just as Enyu was about to take the opportunity to incapacitate Tanjiro, he suddenly realized that controlling his body was becoming increasingly difficult, to the point where the movements of the tentacles on his body had slowed down significantly. What's going on? Why is this happening? At that moment, Fong Chong was pushing the front of the train forward at a speed of 80 miles per hour. After just 2 minutes, Enyu completely lost control over his body, unable even to manage minimal perception. What have you done? Coming to his senses, Enyu, who existed only at the front of the train, began to flail. Even though he knew it might be futile, he could not concern himself with that now. Countless tentacles sprang forth, launching a frenzied assault of hypnosis against Fong Chong. In just 2 seconds, Fong Chong endured over 1,000 hypnosis attacks, and the flames of hatred in his mind began to flicker. Watching the furious Enyu before him, Fong Chong understood that his objective had been achieved. For Enyu, without flesh and blood to replenish himself, regenerating another body would not be easy. Under the dim moonlight, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Fong Chong's face, and his massive form began to gradually release, one hand already resting on the carriage. You're going to learn a lesson about the consequences of prying into others' hearts. For Enyu, who had once received blood from Yuzin, the sensation of that blood flowing into his body was still vivid. However, now, the blood that had once granted him power was continuously draining away. What are you doing? Stop. Sleep. 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 Go to sleep. As the blood flowed away, Enyu completely descended into madness. Countless tentacles and eyes focused on Fong Chong, releasing wave after wave of hypnosis. Yet for Fong Chong, who had already closed his eyes, the effects of these hypnosis techniques were negligible. With Fong Chong continuously extracting blood, Enyu's voice grew weaker, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. At this point, Enyu couldn't even manage to cast a single hypnosis spell. 2 minutes later, only a final trace of demon blood remained within Enyu, and it was this last trace that maintained his identity as a demon. Fong Chong had previously tried to forcibly extract this drop of blood, but before he could succeed, the demon had died right there. I wonder if a lower moon can endure this. The squirming Enyu seemed to sense Fong Chong's malicious intent and immediately froze in place. Compared to humans, demons with their longer lifespans were evidently more afraid of death. Fong Chong didn't truly intend to kill. After all, he had promised Butterfly Shinobu that he would bring back a lower moon for her research. Speaking of which, if I've drained the demon blood, it shouldn't count as a lower moon anymore, right? Looking at the extremely weakened Enmu, Fong Chong pulled the section of the carriage into a nearby forest and covered it with various materials. He felt that letting Enmu continually wail under Butterfly Shinobu's experiments would be the best outcome. I wonder if Akaza has arrived yet. After dealing with Enmu, Fong Chong hurried toward the remaining carriages. Although Rengoku's stamina had improved considerably under Fong Chong's intervention compared to the original story, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Akaza in his prime. After all, the upper moons and lower moons were entirely different beings. However, as Fong Chong made his way back, he suddenly heard the sound of a Nichiren blade clashing against something, accompanied by numerous gasps from the crowd. Damn it, they really came. The previous transformation into a Titan had inflicted significant damage on Fong Chong. Although his attributes had exploded during the skill's use, the fatigue that washed over him afterward was shocking. Fortunately, the markings, which continuously drained his life force, were not entirely useless. At least in this situation, while his life force consumption accelerated, the replenishment of his strength was exceptionally rapid. By the time Fong Chong arrived at the location of the battle between Rengoku and Akaza, he had already regained most of his strength. Shinazugawa, join us as a demon. You, a powerful human, will soon reach your peak and then fade away due to your lifespan. What a pity. After becoming a demon, we will have plenty of time to fight and improve together. As Fong Chong approached the scene, he heard Akaza continually trying to persuade Rengoku to join the ranks of demons. Unfortunately, Rengoku was not like Fong Chong, who disregarded affiliations for power. Even if Akaza tried to persuade him endlessly, Rengoku would not agree. I refused. This was the expected response, and for safety's sake, Fong Chong couldn't get too close. However, he deliberately positioned himself upwind, waiting for Tanjiro to notice his presence. The diffusion of scent required some time, and Fong Chong's odor was not easy to identify, so it would take a while before Tanjiro noticed him. Of course, it was Rengoku's vigorous state that reassured Fong Chong. Perhaps it was still early, or maybe Enmu didn't regard Fong Chong as a threat. Despite knowing that two Ashira were present in the area, he remained stationary, continuing to engage Rengoku in verbal sparring. Shinazugawa, let me tell you why you're always just a step away from reaching the highest existence. After 5 minutes of waiting, seeing that his verbal assaults were ineffective, Akaza finally abandoned the idea of persuading Rengoku and decided to rely on force to make him submit. At this point, while Tanjiro hadn't sustained injuries, his strength was still insufficient to participate in the battle between Rengoku and Akaza. That smell. Just as Tanjiro anxiously watched the fight between Rengoku and Akaza, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Following the direction of the smell, he saw Fong Chong, bare-chested, hiding sneakily in a bush and signaling to him. Right, Brother Fong Chong is also, Tanjiro almost exclaimed but quickly covered his mouth, nodding silently to indicate that he understood. At this moment, Fong Chong had activated his reflexes to their maximum, ready to strike at any moment. Even though the skills had been integrated by the system, he still retained the individual effects of these skills. Even if he couldn't transform temporarily, his combat capabilities had not diminished at all. Technique unleashed. Destruction kill. Void style. Seeing that negotiations had failed, both sides finally engaged in a life-and-death battle. As an upper moon, Akaza's blood demon art was certainly not weak. Once Void Style was activated, Rengoku was immediately marked with several wounds. However, for Rengoku, who was already among the top combatants of the Hashira, these minor injuries were clearly nothing, and Fong Chong didn't plan to attack just yet. Is that so? Void Style, an invisible attack? But once I become familiar with it, I can fight back. After enduring 2 attacks, Rengoku quickly understood the pattern of the Void-style attacks, and thereafter, he was no longer hit by it. As the battle continued, the smile on Akaza's face grew ever more rampant. Shinazugawa, Shinazugawa. Good, very good. I'm starting to really like you. With Void Style no longer effective, Akaza immediately switched to another technique. Destruction Kill, Needle of Fate. Unlike Void Style, Needle of Fate significantly increased Akaza's speed, even surpassing Rengoku's response speed, making Rengoku recall his previous encounter with Fong Chong. Thanks to him, I was saved. Flame Breathing, 4th form. Rising Flame. Rengoku had gained some insights and assumptions on how to deal with such a high-speed opponent from his previous encounter with Fong Chong, and now he was ready to test them out. Just like Fong Chong, in this ultra-high-speed state, Akaza's body strength would be somewhat diminished. After being struck by Rengoku's 4th form, both of Akaza's arms were severed. However, just as Rengoku aimed to follow up with an attack, Akaza's arms quickly regenerated. This regeneration speed is too fast. This was the first time Rengoku had encountered a demon with such rapid regeneration. I have to deal a massive blow to his body all at once. However, Rengoku was not without options. After that previous strike, Akaza had clearly become more cautious, no longer attacking recklessly and starting to take things seriously. With the continuous alternation of Needle of Fate and Void Style, Rengoku gradually fell into a disadvantage. This guy can attack me even in midair. Plus, his speed is about the same as Fong Chong's. Rengoku felt a surge of frustration as he assessed the distance between himself and Akaza. At this distance, trying to cut off his neck is too difficult. In that case, with determination, Rengoku tightened the muscles in his legs and lunged toward Akaza. This scene made Fong Chong, who was hiding behind, uneasy. Rengoku was not like Fong Chong. If he sustained a fatal wound, even with breathing techniques to keep him alive, in this era of low medical standards, he would soon perish. Yet, Rengoku chose to engage in a high-risk, close combat fight when he could simply stall for time until dawn when Akaza would leave on his own. Ugh, is this the difference between me and him? It's truly frustrating. In such close combat, it was nearly impossible for Fong Chong to find an opportunity, and Rengoku would likely sustain serious injuries soon. So, he decided to stop hiding and stepped out from the bushes. The sound of his body brushing against the leaves quickly caught Akaza's attention. It's that demon slayer who took away Enmu. Hey, what did you do to Enmu? You clearly don't have a Nichiren blade. Like Enmu, Fong Chong without a Nichiren blade was hardly worth mentioning in Akaza's eyes. After all, he was merely a Hashira. If he had a Nichiren blade, Akaza might have considered the combat power on both sides, but now a Hashira without a Nichiren blade was nothing to him. Fong Chong, use my blade. Tanjiro reacted quickly, tossing his Nichiren blade toward Fong Chong. Unfortunately, Tanjiro's current strength was still too weak, and the speed of the blade's flight was almost indistinguishable from standing still to Akaza. Not a chance. Facing the pincer attack from the two Hashira, Akaza remained calm, but preferred to avoid this situation. Therefore, he intercepted and shattered the blade mid-flight. However, Akaza's gaze did not linger on the broken blade, but instead turned toward Fong Chong. Your speed should be decent too. Why don't you stop me? Akaza had already witnessed Fong Chong's speed, which was indeed faster than his own. The strength brought by his giant form also surpassed Akaza's. Speaking of which, what kind of monster are you? You reek of demon blood. Having just absorbed the demon blood from Enmu, Fong Chong's own demon scent was now even more pronounced, and Akaza immediately noticed it. Fong Chong, there's no point in talking to a demon. This is Upper Moon 3, whose combat ability even surpasses mine. Please assist me. After all, Fong Chong and Rengoku were still not very familiar with each other. Although there had been a promise from their leader, in this situation, no one could guarantee that Fong Chong wouldn't betray them. Rengoku, wait a moment. Akaza, right? I have a question for you. When you say you want to turn Rengoku into a demon, are you taking him back to Muzan, or are you going to transform yourself? Since Butterfly Shinobu's potion was no longer effective on him, and after having absorbed the blood from a lower moon, the progress of his skills was still far from completion. Fong Chong had to start considering Akaza as a potential target. Akaza was taken aback. He never expected Fang Chong to ask such a well-known question instead of focusing on combat abilities or anything else. Fang Chong, I can't wait any longer. Rengoku couldn't afford to wait. Having a Hashira by his side made things significantly easier for him. Fang Chong could only sigh helplessly, dismissing the impractical thoughts, and join the fray. Of course, due to the absence of a Nichiren blade, much of the time he was creating openings for Rengoku to attack. Though it was their first collaboration, after just a few attacks, they were able to coordinate quite well. With the abilities granted by the markings activated, Fang Chong's physical capabilities were simply beyond what Akaza could contend with. Before long, as Akaza attempted to use Needle of Fate to create distance, he suddenly found Fang Chong effortlessly keeping pace beside him. In that brief moment of distraction, Akaza lost his balance. At such high speeds, once balance was disrupted, it wasn't easy to correct. After crashing to the ground, he was struck multiple times by Rengoku's blade, losing several pieces of his body in the process. However, as a price, Fang Chong also sustained a significant gash on his arm, countless muscle tissues torn away by Akaza. If it weren't for his hardened bones fiercely resisting the attack, Fang Chong might have lost an arm. As an upper moon, Akaza was certainly not so easily dealt with. Even after Rengoku had made significant cuts to his body, within just 3 seconds, Akaza had completely regenerated his form. Of course, during those 3 seconds, Akaza had not come out unscathed. He had nearly been decapitated by Rengoku's ultimate technique. And when he finally managed to restore his body and thought his situation would become easier, he looked back to see that Fang Chong's arm bore no injuries whatsoever. What the hell are you? Are you a demon? If you're a demon, why help humans? You clearly possess upper moon strength. Why are you doing this? Caught between Fang Chong and Rengoku, Akaza felt a deep sense of despair. He believed he could handle either of them individually, but together, it was a different story. For Rengoku, Fang Chong was indeed a difficult opponent, but for demons of their level, the outcome of their match couldn't be determined in a short time. Akaza was confident that even if he might lose, his life was definitely not in danger. However, he could already feel that the grip around his neck was becoming unstable. After finishing one assault, Fang Chong and Rengoku attacked Akaza from both sides. Taking advantage of Akaza's moment of recovery and catching his breath, Fang Chong shouted, "Rengoku, I promised Butterfly Shinobu that I would bring back an upper moon for her to study. Let's try to capture him alive." Rengoku didn't express much, but he understood that a living demon would definitely be more valuable for research than a dead one. And since it was Butterfly Shinobu, he trusted that Fang Chong wouldn't deceive him. However, Akaza thought otherwise. Upon hearing Fang Chong's words, confusion crossed his face, followed by a twisted expression. Capture alive? You too. I'm Upper Moon 3. Technique unleashed. Destruction kill, chaos style. With vengeance in his heart, Akaza unleashed a barrage of invisible shockwaves toward the two of them. The number and power of these shocks far exceeded those of the previous Void style. Even Akaza, who was gasping for breath, could be seen to be expending tremendous energy on this technique. However, this was a straightforward attack without much finesse. You had to use that. I'll show you. Thunder breathing, second form. Rice spirit. Among all the breathing techniques, aside from thunderclap and flash, Fang Chong was most adept at rice spirit. Using his own body to execute rice spirit, he found it easy to deflect Akaza's attacks, though Rengoku found it much harder to withstand the chaos style. Even though he managed to deflect most of the shockwaves with his techniques, several still hit him, leaving him feeling a bit winded. Akaza finally sensed that the situation was becoming unfavorable. Fang Chong's combat capability clearly surpassed that of an ordinary Hashira, and continuing to engage would only put him at a disadvantage. Before he could even take a couple of steps, an exhausted Rengoku charged at him again, swinging his blade toward Akaza's neck. With the Nichiren blade in hand, Akaza had to halt his movements and turn to defend against Rengoku's attack. Fang Chong would not let this opportunity slip away. He disappeared from his spot in an instant. His arm, covered in hardened crystal, was capable of destroying Akaza's bodily tissues. With a swift grab, Fang Chong inflicted 2 massive wounds on Akaza's waist. Destruction kill, annihilation style. Seeing that the chaos style was ineffective and realizing his speed was inferior to Fang Chong's, Akaza decided to directly overpower them with brute strength. With the enhancement from his blood demon art, Akaza was not something that Fang Chong and Rengoku could easily withstand. Fang Chong was fine. Even if he was hit, he could take some time to recover. But Rengoku was not as fortunate. Even a glancing blow broke 3 of his ribs. As the situation began to shift in Akaza's favor, Fang Chong grew anxious. He knew that the upper moons and Musen were all of a similar disposition, making them difficult to track down. With the lower moons being purged by Musen, he could not afford to let Akaza escape, especially for his skill advancement and to settle his debt with Butterfly Shinobu. Rengoku, let's finish this with one decisive blow. The sky began to brighten gradually, with a hint of light appearing in the dim atmosphere. If they couldn't subdue Akaza soon, he might disregard everything and flee. Upon hearing Fang Chong mention a decisive blow, both Akaza and Rengoku sharpened their focus. Since Fang Chong didn't possess a Nichiren blade, Akaza didn't pay him much attention, but little did he know that Fang Chong wanted exactly that effect. Rengoku successfully activated all the power within him, invisible fighting spirit flowing through his body like flames. Got it. Flame breathing, secret technique. 9th form. A massive amount of fighting spirit gathered on his Nichiren blade, and a large fireball erupted from the originally red blade. Destruction kill. Annihilation style. Rengoku. The fist and blade clashed. Rengoku, being the 9th Ashura, was one of the top fighters among the 10. The sharp blade, mixed with flames, severed Akaza's arms and chest. However, Akaza's other arm was already poised to pierce Rengoku's chest, nearing the fatal blow. Fang Chong had been waiting for this opportunity. He leaped forward and latched onto Akaza's back. Emotional bond, 7-day lock. Although it was merely a mediocre version of a grappling technique, the scientifically researched hold proved effective. With a sudden lock, Akaza's body jolted, and his arm halted just 10 centimeters from Rengoku's chest. Let go. Let me go. Though Akaza could still move his arm while locked by Fang Chong, the angle of his movements prevented him from reaching the nearby Rengoku. Rengoku, seeing Akaza restrained, stepped back to adjust his breathing and aimed his Nichiren blade at Akaza's neck again. Having witnessed Akaza's danger, Rengoku no longer cared about Fang Chong's earlier intention to capture him alive. If it weren't for Fang Chong being too close to Akaza, he wouldn't have dared to ensure a clean cut without harming Fang Chong. As one of the upper moons, Akaza was not so easily dispatched. Even after Rengoku had inflicted significant damage, it took only 3 seconds for Akaza to regenerate his body completely. During those 3 seconds, however, he had not come out unscathed. He nearly lost his head due to Rengoku's ultimate technique. When he finally managed to repair his body, thinking his circumstances would ease, he looked back only to see Fang Chong's arm unscathed. What the hell are you? Are you a demon? If you're a demon, why help humans? You clearly possess upper moon strength. Why are you doing this? Caught between Fang Chong and Rengoku, Akaza felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He believed he could handle either of them individually, but together, it was a different story.